Chapter 1. Hatake Kakashi. The excruciating agony felt as though it would rend the very fabric of his soul, causing the young boy to roar and spring upright from his bed. The youth perceived his mind to be in a fog, akin to the sensation of impending explosion, as a fragment of unfamiliar memory gradually unfurled within his consciousness. He stumbled to the mirror, and upon gazing at his reflection, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. The moonlight outside poured over the boy's silvery hair, while a black mask obscured his still youthful visage. He gently grasped the Leaf Village forehead protector covering his left eye, and gradually his thoughts began to crystallize, dispelling the earlier confusion. In a hushed murmur, he pondered, have I traversed into another realm? Have I become Hatake Kakashi? What had transpired before this moment? The boy endeavored to recall the events leading up to his transmigration, yet despite his efforts, his mind remained a blank slate. No, I'm not a mere traveler. I am Hatake Kakashi Aya. Kakashi collapsed to the ground, hands clutching his head, his face contorted in pain and anguish. Toby Rin, Sensei Minato. The memories of the past surged vividly, as he recalled Toby's sacrifice beneath the weight of rock to save him, Rin falling victim to his own Chidori, and the day when Sensei Minato laid down his life, severing the last thread tethering him to his former existence. Unbeknownst to him, the forehead protector had slipped from his left eye, revealing the crimson Sharingan, which appeared particularly eerie in the night. Kakashi pressed his hand firmly against his chest, gradually rising to his feet. Though I comprehend little of what has transpired, I am unequivocally Hatake Kakashi. It was as if he had finally achieved self-awareness, releasing a sigh of relief. However, Kakashi seemed to recall something, returning to the mirror and gently lowering his mask. I knew it, I truly am handsome. He reclined back onto his bed, closing his eyes to contemplate what had occurred just now, and why did he suddenly possess a segment of future memories. These memories felt as if they were both an observer's perspective and a personal experience, a sensation most peculiar. Is the world I inhabit merely a work of animation? How did I come to this realization? Kakashi whispered, why is it that apart from this fragment of memory, I cannot recall anything else? Despite his desire to understand the unfolding events, every attempt to delve into the origins of his memories brought forth that soul-rending sensation, compelling him to abandon the pursuit. His intuition warned him that the enigmas surrounding this transformation were beyond his current grasp. It would be prudent to focus on the present. According to my recollections, the Nine-Tails incident, wherein the fourth Hokage seemingly sacrificed himself, averted a colossal crisis. Yet only Kakashi was aware that an even greater peril loomed, poised to engulf the entire shinobi world. A terrifying entity, one that had instilled fear throughout the Warring States period, was about to transcend time itself, aiming to upend the very fabric of the shinobi realm. The Nine-Tails incident was merely the prologue to the unfolding narrative. Kakashi gazed out the window even at night. The villagers of Mangekyō toiled tirelessly to reconstruct their homes ravaged by the Nine-Tails, and his Sharingan could distinctly capture the hope radiating from their faces. Kakashi sighed, then resolved quietly within himself. Sensei Minato, rest assured, I shall take good care of Naruto. With the Nine-Tails incident having recently passed, there remained 12 years until the story would commence. This span of time, while neither excessively long nor short, necessitated his diligent efforts to enhance his abilities. After all, in this ruthless world, only those with sufficient power could safeguard others. Reflecting on this, Kakashi chuckled self-deprecatingly. Alas, it seems I have become just one among the many. A prodigious boy capable of becoming a Chuunin by age 12, yet by the later stages, merely struggling to hold his own. Chakra, when depleted, vanished entirely, and he became a mere measure of chakra. Hey, how much chakra do you possess? What? You inquire what Ka means? Why, it naturally refers to Kakashi. Kakashi gently stroked the area around his left eye. Based on my memories, there appear to be two primary reasons. Firstly, the eye within those memories fell into despair due to consecutive losses, missing the prime opportunities for a ninja's growth. Now that I am aware of the impending events, this particular outcome can undoubtedly be avoided. The second reason is the Sharingan itself. As if responding to his thoughts, the three black tomo began to rotate slowly. The Sharingan, a bloodline limit possessed by the Uchiha clan, was inaccessible to him due to his lack of Uchiha heritage, rendering its closure impossible. Moreover, in comparison to the Uchiha, his consumption of chakra while utilizing the Sharingan was nearly multiplied several times over, inflicting considerable strain upon his body. The foundation of all ninja techniques is chakra. Without it, no matter how formidable the ocular jutsu, it could not be manifested. No amount of exertion would suffice. In order to enhance my strength, I must focus on the Sharingan and chakra. Speaking of which, I awaken my eye alongside Toby. Perhaps I should attempt the Mangekyō Sharingan now. Kakashi abruptly sat upright, moistening his parched lips. The extraordinary changes occurring within him were almost ineffable, and Kakashi could distinctly sense a qualitative leap in his mental prowess. Perhaps he was indeed capable of unlocking the Mangekyō Sharingan now. Though utilizing the Mangekyō Sharingan would impose tremendous burdens and the risk of blindness. His early development of his left eye's capabilities, compared to the original narrative, would serve as a vital trump card for survival. Kamui, one of the rare time-space techniques in the world of Naruto, was undeniably enticing. Kakashi inhaled deeply, then attempted to channel his chakra into his left eye. Kamui, he called out sharply. Upon reopening his eyes, a dark shuriken, resembling three scythes, materialized amidst the crimson hue. His chakra was rapidly siphoned away, and Kakashi felt a twinge of regret. Damn it, it seems my chakra is insufficient. The once swiftly spinning shuriken began to slow, showing signs of disintegration after a few rotations, the three tomo becoming faintly discernible. Failure. Just as Kakashi believed he had faltered, it felt as if a shackle deep within his soul had been released, a strange energy surging through his veins into his left eye. A mysterious purple light merged with the swirling pattern of the Mangekyō Sharingan, fleetingly appearing as if it had never existed. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment as the black shuriken reformed, a powerful force burgeoning within his left eye. Blood trickled from Kakashi's left eye, slowly dripping to the ground, yet he remained oblivious. What is this? Before Kakashi, visions of jagged peaks and towering cliffs unfurled. Is this Toby's alternate dimension? Why am I witnessing this? Moreover, the space connected by Kamui does not seem to resemble this at all. Kakashi pondered, perplexed. The scene before him resembled both a painting and a tangible world. Kakashi focused intently, observing an elderly man with silvery hair and youthful features, seated atop a mountain peak, his form flickering in and out of view amidst the clouds, even the Sharingan unable to discern his true visage. Kakashi was now 100% certain that his Kamui had undergone some alteration. Kakashi's memory is set to recall the plot, yet he occasionally experiences fragments of previous memories, serving as a foreshadowing, which will be elaborated upon later. Dear readers, rest assured. Chapter 2. The Altered Kamui Natural Energy. There was undoubtedly an unknown change in Kamui, likely connected to the transformations occurring within him. This was Kakashi's judgment, and he must concede that his speculation was remarkably close to the truth. However, it was evident that now was not the time to dwell on this. Kakashi's curiosity was piqued regarding what would transpire next. He concentrated intently and noticed that beside the old man, two youthful figures had appeared. Curiously, the old man's aura was tranquil and approachable, akin to that of an ordinary elder. Yet the presence of the two youths was strikingly intense, their occasional displays of overwhelming pressure evoking a sense of dread in Kakashi more formidable than even the third Hokage. The two youths, clad in ceremonial robes, waved their wands in unison, declaring, "My esteemed ancestor has convened today to impart wisdom, enlightening all beings. We welcome all fellow seekers." Fellow seekers? But there are no other attendees here. Kakashi muttered softly, scanning the surroundings of the scene, finding no one else present. Wait, Upon further examination, he spotted a snow leopard perched on a hillside, a raven perched upon the ancient cypress, and a monkey swinging from the vines. A bull bowed its head, its front legs kneeling, as if in deference. Kakashi gasped. Could it be that the fellow seekers referred to by the youths were these animals? After a moment's hesitation, Kakashi too knelt upon the ground, adopting a posture of reverence. Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, he felt as though one of the youths had cast a glance in his direction. Nodding in apparent satisfaction after a brief moment, the elder began to speak slowly. All things possess a spirit, and every being is entitled to attain enlightenment today. My guidance to you all could be considered a great act of virtue. The elder's voice resonated softly from the screen, evoking a sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze. To attain coolness, with a luminous radiance, one should ascend the Dan platform to admire the bright moon. The moon conceals the jade rabbit, the sun hides the crow, and naturally, the turtle and snake entwine. As they intertwine, life is resilient, yet one can plant golden lotuses amidst the flames. Gathering the 5 elements in reverse, upon completion, one becomes a Buddha or an immortal. The elder whispered his teachings, entrancing Kakashi completely. His voice shifted in myriad ways, at times resembling that of a child, at other times that of a youthful maiden, then an aged woman, and again transforming into the voice of a middle-aged man. It felt as though a multitude were speaking simultaneously, creating a profound and mystical experience. Having imparted the teachings, let each of you return to your respective paths. The youthful voice of a boy echoed, and Kakashi, lost in reverie, suddenly became aware. He noticed that the elder had vanished, leaving only 2 boys standing atop the mountain. Thank you for your teachings, Kakashi said as he rose, bowing respectfully towards the screen. The boy who had previously regarded Kakashi seemed to sense something, turning back to him with a slight smile. Truly an interesting presence. The boy's gaze appeared to traverse countless spaces and infinite ages, and Kakashi found himself unable to withstand such a formidable stare, causing the scene before him to fragment into chaos. The shuriken in Kakashi's eye vanished once more, and even the Sharingan lost its vigor. Yet Kakashi felt invigorated. Although I am unsure what has transpired with my powers, it seems I have encountered something truly extraordinary. In an instant, Kakashi leaped from the window, deftly landing on his rooftop with a swift push against the wall. He sat cross-legged, hands forming seals, and began to cultivate the techniques imparted by the elder. Only when the first rays of sunlight graced his face did Kakashi finally open his eyes again. It seems my chakra has not seen much enhancement, but Kakashi pondered the newfound energy within him. A trace of energy I have never felt before has emerged. It must be the chi mentioned by that elder. Could it be? Kakashi's eyes brightened. Is this the natural energy? Chakra is essentially an external energy brought by the Otsutsuki clan, while natural energy is the indigenous force of the earth. However, natural energy is usually invisible and intangible, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to harness it. Yet, once natural energy is absorbed into the body and refined in conjunction with chakra and mental power, it can yield what is known as senjutsu chakra. Even Kakashi, despite his usual demeanor, felt a surge of excitement, his breathing growing heavier. If this energy is indeed what he suspects natural energy, then he has effectively acquired a ticket to become a future top-tier powerhouse. In the later stages of the shinobi world, bloodlines abound and shadow-level shinobi are numerous. Only senjutsu can elevate him above the majority. But why the majority? Because there are 2 exceptional individuals, but let's not dwell on that. At this moment, Kakashi felt elated, stretching lazily and leaning against the eaves of the rooftop, eyes closed as he basked in the sunlight. Hey, Kakashi, I didn't expect you to rise earlier than metrically worthy of being my lifelong rival. A robust voice called out. What brings that fellow here? Kakashi sighed, rolling his eyes as he leaned over to look down. There stood a boy of similar age, sporting a watermelon-shaped hairstyle, clad in a green, tight-fitting outfit, complete with bushy eyebrows. A spirited young lad? Kakashi instinctively quipped. Kakashi leaped down, landing soundlessly on the ground. The newcomer was none other than Guy. Though Guy was rather oblivious, he understood the pain Kakashi experienced from losing ties time and again. So he made it a point to check on Kakashi every so often. Kakashi sighed. Guy was utterly incapable of concealing his emotions. His concern was practically written on his face. Well, I suppose I might as well include him in my protective circle, Kakashi mused. However, after opening the 8th gate, even Madara could be faced off against. Let's put the guardianship aside for now. Hey, Kakashi, why are you ignoring me? Guy looked at Kakashi curiously, but upon seeing his friend's long-lost smile, he felt a surge of joy. It had been ages since he had witnessed his dear friend smile. Nothing, just pondering some matters, Kakashi replied with a smile, shaking his head. Hey, Kakashi, let's have a match. Guy flashed a thumbs up, revealing his bright white teeth. Kakashi chuckled. That sounds perfect. Both tensed their muscles, their gazes locked onto each other's hands, and in the next moment, they both leapt toward each other. Rock, paper, scissors. Ah, how infuriating. Guy raised his fist, looking at Kakashi's paper with a face full of despair. Kai turned away, crouching on the ground as he drew circles. Why have I never been able to defeat you, Kakashi? Kakashi stepped forward and embraced Guy, saying, Oh, come on, my friend. Despite your relentless attempts, you never seem to surpass me. Do not be disheartened. Allow me to treat you to some barbecue. Afterward, we shall train together. Instantly invigorated, Guy exclaimed, Ah, Kakashi, this is the essence of youth. Let us first engage in training. I am determined to reclaim my honor in our exercises. Kakashi once again raised his lifeless eyes, stating, I am quite famished. I shall go dine first. You can manage on your own. With that, Kakashi turned and walked away. Observing Kakashi's retreating figure, Guy revealed a knowing smile. Hey, Kakashi, wait for me. Chapter 3, Visitors from the Roots, Danzo's Summons. Kakashi reclined beneath the shade of a tree, evading the harsh rays of the midday sun. At this moment, he found himself utterly disinclined to lift even a single finger. Kakashi initially possessed a comparable prowess in taijutsu to that of Guy, yet after a period of despondency, the disparity between them has undeniably widened. Moreover, Guy's boundless energy is almost intimidating. His training regimen is meticulously calculated, comprising 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, and an exhaustive 1,000 laps around the training ground. Naturally, Kakashi declined the suggestion of performing 1,000 inverted laps around the village, as he had no desire to become a spectacle for onlookers. Kakashi gazed at Guy, who was still diligently performing push-ups, feeling a sense of respect in his heart. It is only a dedicated martial artist like Guy, who has persistently engaged in high-intensity training for decades, that could possibly master the 8 gates of liberation. As for someone like me, who is rather indolent, it is best to refrain from such endeavors. Kakashi struggled to prop himself up, adopting the posture he had practiced earlier that morning as he sensed the circulation of chakra and natural energy within him. The dual forces imparted a refreshing sensation, mending Kakashi's damaged muscle fibers as they flowed through his meridians, alleviating the lingering soreness that felt akin to the aftermath of a fiery blaze. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sat at his desk, gazing intently at the crystal ball before him, a contented smile gracing his face. Kakashi, you have finally emerged from the shadow left by the fourth's demise. The crystal ball displayed the scene of Kakashi and Guy engaged in their training. Observing Kakashi drenched in sweat, the third Hokage was drawn into a reverie of memories. Kakashi, possessing exceptional talent and remarkable intellect, was long regarded by the third Hokage as a future cornerstone of the Hidden Leaf Village. However, this once promising prodigy did not rise to prominence. A series of successive setbacks crushed the spirit of this young man, plunging him into profound silence. The anguish borne by Kakashi far surpasses the realm of ordinary imagination. Each time the third Hokage encounters Kakashi, he perceives the dark shadows festering within the youth's heart, along with a weariness that should not be present in one so young. During this transitional phase for Konoha, the third harbored high hopes for Kakashi. In him, he could still faintly discern the visage of a golden-haired boy, perpetually adorned with a smile. With a sigh, the third gazed upon his own reflection, gradually succumbing to the ravages of time, and offered himself a wry smile. How comical it is that the once renowned hero of the ninja world has been reduced to this state. Konoha has consecutively lost its elite forces, such as the White Fang and the Golden Flash. Although his 3 disciples possess formidable strength, none can be deemed entirely reliable. The third could almost sense the restless stirrings from other villages. Moreover, discord brewed within the village itself. The relationships among the prominent clans in the Uchiha clan had grown increasingly tense, and to mitigate some of the latent threats, the third granted authority to Danzo, choosing to remain uninvolved in certain matters. Rumor has it that Danzo's methods have grown increasingly ruthless, and the third knows that the eruption of internal strife is merely a matter of time. Internal and external troubles abound. The village currently suffers from a shortage of personnel, and the third yearns to dispatch Kakashi on a mission. However, having observed Kakashi's current demeanor, he prefers to wait until Kakashi has regained his optimal state. Furthermore, the third tapped his pipe on the table, revealing a cunning smile. The bait is nearly set. Kakashi, of course, remains oblivious to the troubles of the third Hokage. In fact, if one were to assess the situation, his own concerns far surpass those of the third. After all, he is a man who has witnessed the conclusion of the series, having endured even the insipid Boruto saga. While Naruto, Shippuden was tolerable. The chaotic antics of the Otsutsuki clan in Boruto are simply absurd, though many assert that the tale of the Hokage concluded with Shippuden. What if the narrative were to continue? What if the Otsutsuki truly ran rampant? In such a scenario, with Naruto being drained of his strength by Hinata and Sasuke resorting to his Uchiha techniques, who would be left to save the hidden leaf? Boruto? Thus, during this period, Kakashi dares not let his guard down for a moment. By day, he trains alongside Guy, striving to augment his chakra capacity, hoping to shed the disgrace of being a mere unit of chakra measurement. By night, in solitude, he practices the methods imparted by the elder. Kakashi believes that the training methods he has acquired are akin to a form of sage technique. Although the identity of the elderly man remains elusive, it is evident that he possesses a stature comparable to that of the Sage of Six Paths. The process of absorbing natural energy for cultivation is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to one being assimilated by nature itself, becoming a part of it. For instance, while cultivating in Myaboka Mountain, a simple misstep could result in transformation into a stone frog. However, during his own practice of sage arts, Kakashi has not encountered such dangers, as the natural energy within him remains remarkably compliant. Otherwise, given his chakra reserves, he would likely turn to stone in no time. It is noteworthy that Kakashi had never previously engaged with sage mode, and his perceptive abilities were not particularly refined, rendering him oblivious to the existence of natural energy. Yet, the technique imparted by the elderly man enabled him to directly absorb natural energy, even allowing it to be stored within his being, a feat unattainable by others. All indications suggest that the sage arts taught by the old man are far superior to those of the three great sanctuaries. However, Kakashi finds himself unable to fuse and refine sage chakra, feeling somewhat awkward as he realizes that the method he learned does not seem to account for the amalgamation of natural energy with chakra. Thus, the delicate balance between chakra and natural energy eludes Kakashi, and he is hesitant to experiment, fearing the potential consequences of a miscalculation. During this period, he attempted to activate his Mangekyō Sharingan once more, but regrettably, he encountered neither the elderly man nor the two youths. That wondrous spectacle appeared to be but a fleeting illusion. Were it not for the natural energy within him, Kakashi might have suspected it was merely a dream. Notably, Kakashi experimented with utilizing a small amount of natural energy to power his Sharingan and was pleasantly surprised to find that its consumption of chakra had significantly decreased. As long as he refrains from using the Sharingan, it effectively operates in an energy-saving mode, previously consuming chakra at rates of -100, but now reduced to -10. Overall, Kakashi's gains have been substantial. Aside from rekindling some forgotten physical techniques, his chakra reserves have also seen an increase. If his chakra was once likened to a single unit, it has now expanded to at least 3. Wait, why am I employing myself as a unit of measurement? Kakashi murmured to himself as he rose, casting a sidelong glance behind him and inquiring, "How long do you intend to stand there?" A figure silently emerged from the shadows, their face obscured by an enigmatic animal mask. The newcomer displayed no sign of emotion upon being discovered, speaking in a tone devoid of feeling. "Kakashi, at the hour of the rooster tomorrow, proceed to the clearing west of the village. Lord Danzo wishes to see you." Kakashi narrowed his eyes, though he appeared to smile. A chilling glint of murderous intent flickered within them. "Shimura Danzo, I did not seek you out, yet here you are, presenting yourself before me." Kakashi turned around and coldly remarked, "Has no one ever taught you to knock before entering someone else's home?" A mocking sound emanated from the Root members. Kakashi casually seized a kunai and hurled it towards the members of Root. His frustration was palpable. He yearned for an outlet for his pent-up emotions. The root member effortlessly deflected the incoming kunai, watching it fall to the ground with a disdainful smile. Is this the extent of the so-called prodigy? Chapter 4. The terrifying third Hokage. Oh no, it's a substitution technique. The root member focused intently, only to realize that the Kakashi he faced had inexplicably transformed into a lifeless piece of timber. In a panic, he leaped through the window, his toes barely grazing the ground as he swiftly moved to an uninhabited area. A shadowy figure relentlessly pursued him, akin to a wraith. The two engaged in a relentless chase, arriving at a secluded grove seldom trodden by villagers. Suddenly, the root member executed a sharp turn, his body defying the laws of physics as he momentarily hovered in midair. Serpent, horse, monkey, boar, rat, tiger, fire style, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball hurtled towards Kakashi, who merely smirked, recognizing it as the fire style technique that fails to hit its target. Kakashi slammed his palms onto the ground, invoking the earth release, earth flow wall. A wall, intricately carved with the visage of a dog, rose from the earth, effectively blocking the incoming fireball. Even with diminished chakra, I must engrave a dog's head upon the wall, such as the Nindo of Hatake Kakashi. The figures of the root members appeared behind the earthen barrier, and one of them had a kunai poised against Kakashi's throat. You are nothing special. I wonder what Lord Danzo saw in you. Are you referring to me? The root ninja felt a sharp object pressing against his back, and, filled with disbelief, turned to look. Kakashi, how could this be? He glanced again at the shadowy figure he had been controlling and lamented, shadow clone. Damn it, when did this happen? Kakashi sheathed his kunai and delivered a swift kick, toppling the despondent ninja to the ground. I hope you can learn at least a modicum of respect today. With that, Kakashi's figure vanished into the night. Logically, one would expect that the root members would lack such complex emotions and would be less verbose. Could it be that Danzo had dispatched him to gauge my strength? As he pondered this, Kakashi returned home, his mind unsettled. The image of his father, Tsukumo Hatake, flickered in his thoughts, and he could almost feel his father's gaze upon him. Breathe, stay calm. Kakashi forcibly calmed himself and began to ponder. According to the progression of events, Danzo would meet his demise at the hands of Sasuke in a decade or so. However, Kakashi had no intention of allowing Danzo to live for that long, nor did he wish for him to perish at someone else's hands. I shall personally see you off, Kakashi muttered deliberately to himself. At this juncture, it seemed they had arrived at the narrative point of the third Hokage's return to office, Kakashi surmised. After the turmoil of the Nine-Tails incident, with the fourth sacrificing himself, the higher-ups of Konoha were contemplating a re-election for the Hokage position. Danzo, who had long coveted the title, sought to ascend, yet the third, in a bid to thwart him, resolved to reclaim the Hokage role. Though Danzo harbored resentment, he found himself powerless to obstruct this move. Sarutobi Hiruzen needed to visit the daimyo's residence to obtain formal authorization, which would legitimize his return as Hokage. Seizing this opportunity, Danzo plotted to sway Kakashi and rallied the Umbu assassins to prepare for a coup. Kakashi gently caressed his forehead protector, his mind racing with thoughts. Reflecting upon his memories, he realized that Danzo should have approached him much earlier, and the third Hokage ought to have accepted the daimyo's appointment sooner as well. A possibility struck Kakashi. Could it be that due to my transformation, Danzo was uncertain whether he could still manipulate me? And as for the third, Kakashi, through the lens of the established narrative and the current reactions of the third Hokage, unexpectedly stumbled upon a chilling realization. It appeared that the third may have been aware of Danzo's clandestine malice all along. The enemy remains still while I remain still. Danzo refrains from reaching out to me, and the third deliberately avoids contacting me, creating an illusion of abandonment. Consequently, Danzo might very well perceive me as a faction left over from the fourth Hokage, cast aside by the third. One cannot help but admire Danzo's cunning. He possesses the acumen to discern the shifts within himself, maintaining such composure. Moreover, the third Hokage is even more astute, fully cognizant of Danzo's machinations, executing a masterstroke akin to fishing with baited hooks. Kakashi smiled wryly, internally sounding an alarm for himself. Even though he was aware of the trajectory of the narrative, he could not afford to be complacent in the future. The third Hokage and Danzo, both seasoned political strategists, were far from simple characters. If he were to rely entirely on the plot, he might ultimately find himself oblivious to the manner of his own demise. Given that the third Hokage had long been aware of Danzo's schemes, it was highly probable that this was merely a ruse, designed to send a message to Danzo. Everything was orchestrated to make Danzo realize that his power was insufficient to stir any significant turmoil, he would be better off remaining a mere subordinate. In this grand scheme, Kakashi's role was negligible. The third Hokage might simply be testing the loyalty of a pawn. Kakashi sighed, fully aware that the third Hokage had no intention of eliminating Danzo. While there may be some camaraderie among comrades, it is overshadowed by Danzo's capabilities and ruthlessness in undertaking unsavory deeds. Where there is light, there is shadow. The village's peace necessitates a certain cleansing, extinguishing destabilizing elements in their infancy. Thus, for the time being, Danzo's position remains exceedingly secure, as Sarutobi Hiruzen requires him, and Konoha depends on him. However, the moment I demonstrate sufficient strength and wield significant influence within Konoha, Danzo will no longer be irreplaceable. And that day will mark the end of Danzo. Kakashi resolved to adhere to the original storyline, intending to feign allegiance to Danzo while subtly undermining him. In a serene and secluded spot on the western outskirts of the village, Kakashi encountered Danzo, observing the half-visible face shrouded in bandages. Kakashi was tempted to plunge a blade into him, yet he skillfully restrained his emotions. "Lord Danzo," Kakashi said, bowing respectfully. Danzo, perceiving the fleeting shadow in Kakashi's eyes, seemed to glimpse the inferno of darkness that raged within him. A flicker of delight surged through Danzo. This youth appeared to be susceptible to influence. Little did he know that the gaze was directed at him. "Hatake Kakashi, I have been watching you for quite some time, ever since your childhood. I have taken note of your progress," Danzo began, deliberating his words as he sought to draw closer to Kakashi. Kakashi chuckled coldly to himself. "Realizing that you had been watching me since my childhood, having caused my father's demise. If the signs are unfavorable, it is wise to eliminate the threat at its roots. Is it not?" Danzo, oblivious to Kakashi's thoughts, continued, "As a disciple of the fourth Hokage, you are already marked by his legacy. That old man Sarutobi will never reinstate you. For a prodigious ninja, to be rendered useless in this lifetime would be a far more excruciating fate than death itself." Kakashi remained silent, merely nodding gently, as if persuaded by the words spoken. Seeing Kakashi's demeanor, Danzo felt a sense of reassurance and stepped forward to pat Kakashi on the shoulder. "Unlike him, if I were to ascend to the position of Hokage, I would elevate you to the role of leader of the Umbu. You are an astute individual, endowed with considerable capability. You surely understand what must be done." Kakashi, suppressing his inner discomfort, nodded and said, "I understand, Lord Danzo." Danzo, satisfied, gave a slight nod in return. "Go ahead, Kakashi, I await your good news." Chapter 5. Illuminating the title of Konoha Technician in the Hokage's office, Kakashi knelt on one knee, divulging everything to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon hearing Kakashi's account, Hiruzen gently tapped his pipe and let out a heavy sigh. "Ah, my old friend." He turned his back, as if lost in memories of the past. After a lengthy pause, he finally turned back to Kakashi. "In that case, we shall split our forces. You will take the original route on my behalf, while I will take a shortcut to meet with Lord Daimyo." "Yes, Lord Third." Logically speaking, the root members combined could not match the strength of the third Hokage alone. Hiruzen was merely concerned about not delaying the meeting with the daimyo. At this moment, the third Hokage was essentially an invincible presence. One could only wonder where Danzo derived his confidence to attempt an assassination against him. Was his true intention merely to stall the third Hokage? If the daimyo perceived the third Hokage as lacking in capability, undermining his authority over the village, would he then have a chance? Kakashi believes that his conjectures are more aligned with reality. In the secret base of Root, a multitude of Root ninjas kneel before Danzo. Only Danzo's eyes, glimmering with a malevolent light, are visible. Everyone has witnessed the changes in Konoha. The village's decline is attributed to Sarutobi's excessive cowardice. I have received intelligence indicating a golden opportunity to eliminate Sarutobi. You few will disguise yourselves as wandering ninjas and eliminate him on his way to the daimyo's residence tomorrow. "Yes, Lord Danzo." The members of Root responded in unison, rising stiffly without questioning why their leader sought to assassinate the Hokage of their own village, proceeding directly to prepare for the assassination plan. This is Root, a lethal machine entirely under Danzo's control. Meanwhile, the third Hokage traverses the tranquil woods, his steps swift, closely followed by 3 silent Umbu members. Suddenly, several kunai come hurtling toward them. "Not good. The kunai are rigged with explosive tags," exclaimed a sharp-eyed Umbu. Boom, boom, boom. The detonation of the explosive tags momentarily separated the group with the force of the blasts. A dozen ninjas emerged from the concealed trees, their heads adorned with menacing masks. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Water release, water chaos wave. A torrent of ninjutsu surged toward them, leaving the three Umbu members overwhelmed. With no time to attend to the third Hokage beside them, undaunted, the third Hokage deftly evaded the incoming attacks. At that moment, a young boy stepped forward, forming hand seals. Adhering to the principle of output through a loud declaration, the boy shouted, "Would release, great forest technique." Countless robust branches struck the third Hokage, piercing through him with relentless force. Third Hokage. The Umbu members gasped in horror. Seeing his attack succeed, the boy prepared to withdraw. Just then, the slowly collapsing figure of the third Hokage transformed into a piece of wood. Alarmed, he realized he had merely struck a substitution jutsu. Wood release, exploding gun tree. The boy reacted swiftly, multiple branches shooting from his arm towards a certain direction, the air vibrating with a thunderous roar. Unfortunately, the man before him was swifter. Inuzuka Shino. Lightning cutter. The incoming branches were severed as if they were made of paper, falling helplessly to the ground in mere moments. The three Tomo and the boy's Sharingan spun rapidly, revealing countless flaws before the crimson eyes. With a swift motion, Kakashi appeared before the young boy, his hand pulsating with chaotic chakra halting just above the boy's heart. Azure lightning flickered between them, and the young Yamato swallowed hard, a glimmer of reverence flashing in his eyes. "Who are you? Why do you wield wood release?" Although he was well aware of the identity of the figure before him, Kakashi felt compelled to ask. After all, one must commit fully to the act. Observing the boy's silence, Kakashi continued, "You should go. One day, the Hidden Leaf Village will require your ninjutsu." Upon hearing this, the boy swiftly rose and departed without a glance back. Hatake Kakashi. He etched this name firmly into his memory, sensing that their paths would cross again in the future. As Yamato vanished from sight, Kakashi finally retracted Raikiri. Even without chakra, I shall wield Raikiri in conversation. Yes, this too is a part of my ninja way. Shadow clone technique. Kakashi formed hand seals, and two duplicates of himself emerged behind him. The three figures, each wielding kunai, swiftly engaged in battle, quickly dispatching the remaining members of the root organization. Once the mission was accomplished, Kakashi resumed his habitual demeanor of languor, meandering slowly back towards the village. The members of the Umbu, observing him from behind, expressed their admiration with looks of deep respect. Despite being of an age akin to that of their own sons, Lord Kakashi possessed the strength of a jonin, truly remarkable. Kakashi appeared to be languid and indifferent, yet his mind was diligently contemplating the forthcoming developments. At this moment, Danzo was likely ensconced in the Hokage's office, relishing his newfound authority. One could only speculate what expression would grace his face upon encountering the third Hokage, unharmed and returned. How I wish to witness that moment firsthand. Kakashi mused with a mischievous glint in his eye. Nevertheless, when it comes to matters concerning the third Hokage, it is perhaps best to refrain from engaging in such tumult. Speaking of which, Yamato had employed would release today. The third Hokage would undoubtedly receive word of this shortly. Consequently, the morally dubious experiments conducted by Orochimaru would soon come to light. The third Hokage would likely trace the matter back to Orochimaru with great expedience. Following this incident, Orochimaru ought to realize that his exposure is merely a matter of time, and his defection will soon become a pressing issue. Kakashi was reluctant to pass judgment on Orochimaru's merits or faults. After all, individuals singularly devoted to the pursuit of scientific advancement within the realm of ninjutsu are indeed rare. However, should Orochimaru decide to defect, Jiraiya would also depart from the village, leaving Konoha's elite combat prowess reliant solely on the third Hokage. Kakashi rubbed his forehead, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. Upon returning to the village, an extended period elapsed without any summons from either the third Hokage or Danzo, likely due to a series of political upheavals. However, such matters were not within Kakashi's purview, and he was content to embrace the tranquility. The ninjutsu that had surfaced in his memories were nearly all under his command, and now he truly lived up to the title of Leaf's technician. Kakashi adjusted the forehead protector covering his left eye, aware that his current prowess had reached a temporary plateau, although both his chakra and natural energy exhibited slight daily increments. These gains paled in comparison to the previous leaps he had experienced. Furthermore, the ninjutsu he recalled mastering in the future had nearly all been acquired in the present. Kakashi closed his eyes in contemplation, pondering the possibility of combining some of the ninjutsu from his memories to create new techniques. This was not an act of blind arrogance. He was indeed a prodigy in the art of ninjutsu. The S-rank technique, Raikiri, was a testament to his genius, having been developed by him as a unique form of lightning release. Kakashi rested his chin on one hand as he sat in the chair. Well, there seems to be a lack of good ideas. Ah, I have it. Kakashi's eyes sparkled with a sudden inspiration. What if I were to combine the taijutsu secret technique taught to me by my father with the Raikiri? This technique, known as 1,000 Years of Pain, evokes the agonizing sensation akin to a millennium of suffering. Chapter 6. Guy, the heartbreaking loss of my dual cultivation brother. Kakashi gazed at the perilous arc of electricity before him, a satisfied expression gracing his features. This technique could now be aptly renamed Eternal Kill. Of course, this was merely a jest. What truly occupied Kakashi's mind was how to harness natural energy for practical combat. Well, perhaps it would be best to retire for the night before contemplating further. Kakashi leaped backwards effortlessly, landing perfectly upon his bed, comfortably turning over. His thoughts once again drifted to the intricacies of harnessing natural energy. If natural energy could be flawlessly fused with chakra, it would yield senjutsu chakra. However, at this moment, he found himself incapable of achieving that. Though Kakashi was a prodigy in ninjutsu, senjutsu clearly lay beyond the realm of his expertise. To expect him to develop a perfect sage mode from nothing was an unreasonable demand. Engaging in reckless experimentation could very well lead to his own undoing. Kakashi gently caressed his forehead protector, his mind racing. My advantage lies in the fact that natural energy within me is remarkably docile and thus not overly difficult to control. As long as I can observe the form of sage chakra, I am confident in my ability to master the sage mode. However, at present, the closest option available might be Orochimaru's curse mark. Yet, I cannot possibly allow him to take a bite out of my neck merely for the sake of research. The mere thought of that image sends chills down Kakashi's spine. No, I must adopt a different approach. Sage mode feels too distant for me. Instead, I should consider directly integrating natural energy into my ninjutsu. Theoretically, one must enter sage mode to utilize sage techniques, yet I am an exception. In the Hokage's office. Lord Third, I hear you sought my presence. Kakashi stood respectfully before the third Hokage. Ah, Kakashi, the third said, gazing at him with the fondness of a benevolent elder. Indeed, Kakashi could be considered a junior to the third, as his teacher, Minato, was the third's disciple. However, after the recent coup, Kakashi was acutely aware that the third, a master of political maneuvering, would harbor no special sentiments towards him. When it came to matters of self-interest, the third would undoubtedly be unyielding, as everything was for the sustainable development of the village. Kakashi was lost in thought when the third Hokage deliberated before speaking. The Umbu has recently been undergoing a series of adjustments, the reasons for which you are undoubtedly aware. Seeing Kakashi nod in acknowledgement, the third continued, at present, there is a lucrative mission that I wish to entrust to you. Your role in this recent incident is unique, and it would be unwise for you to return to the Umbu just yet, so I must ask you to endure this situation for a time, Kakashi. Kakashi understood that his identity was now somewhat sensitive. Shimura Danzo might be contemplating ways to eliminate him. The third Hokage intended to use this mission as a means to extricate him from the village, distancing him from this turbulent situation, so that once the dust settled, he could reinstate him in the Umbu. You are being overly considerate, Lord Third. I am aware that you wish to protect me, Kakashi respectfully replied. The third, pleased by Kakashi's understanding, nodded approvingly and handed him a scroll from the table. This is an A-rank mission. The location is within the Land of Fire. The employer requests your prompt arrival. Depart as soon as you are prepared. Understood. Kakashi accepted the scroll with both hands and then stood to leave. As he watched Kakashi's departing figure, a flicker of doubt crossed the third's eyes. Was it merely an illusion? Why did it seem that the child's demeanor had changed from before? Kakashi exited the Hokage's office and unfurled the scroll in his hand. To his astonishment, it contained a commission from the Akamoto clan. No wonder the remuneration was so generous. Gazing at the series of zeros inscribed on the scroll, Kakashi couldn't help but marvel in silence. The Akamoto clan was a prestigious family in the Land of Fire, reputed to be of the same lineage as the daimyo of the nation. Their immense wealth and significant influence in the political arena were well known. Kakashi continued to observe. The leader of the Akamoto clan always felt as though he was being secretly watched, necessitating the presence of Konoha's finest ninja for protection. Ah, the finest ninja? Well, it seems that among the ninjas the third Hokage can command, I am indeed the most exceptional. Kakashi glanced around cautiously, relieved to find no one in sight. Before lowering his mask, fire style, fireball technique, he incinerated the scroll, then promptly donned his mask once more. It is an established regulation for every ninja that once a mission briefing has been reviewed, it must be destroyed. There are two primary reasons for this. Firstly, to prevent any mishaps during the mission that might result in the scroll falling into the wrong hands, thus compromising sensitive information. Secondly, should the mission involve any unsavory matters, subordinates would be left to shoulder the blame during future accountability. Kakashi's mind suddenly wandered, contemplating the amusing possibility that, given Guy's notorious forgetfulness, if he were to incinerate the scroll, the scene would undoubtedly be quite comical. Who am I? Where am I headed? What am I supposed to do? Assassinate Uchiha-kisame? No, wait, it's Akatsuki's Kakuzu? The thought of Guy petrified in confusion brought a smile to Kakashi's face. It is time to bid farewell to that fellow. It seems I shan't see him for quite a while. At this hour, it is likely that no one will be at Guy's residence. Kakashi navigated effortlessly to the training ground where the two frequently trained together. Hey, Kakashi, why are you walking backward? Kakashi cast an irritated glance at Guy, who was upside down, and swiftly delivered a kick. Guy executed a graceful backflip to evade Kakashi's flying leg and landed beside him. Oh, you're coming over, Guy exclaimed in surprise. You rascal. 3 black lines appeared on Kakashi's forehead. Breathe, remain calm, Kakashi inhaled deeply, making a conscious effort to not let Guy's antics disrupt his composure. Well, I've come to bid you farewell. I have a mission that requires me to leave the village. Guy's expression dimmed slightly. Does that mean we can't train together? In recent days, having Kakashi by his side during training made Guy feel immensely better than enduring solitary practice. Kakashi could no longer endure the situation. He even activated his Sharingan to lock onto Guy's movements and swiftly smacked his watermelon-shaped head. If you can't speak sensibly, then refrain from speaking at all. Guy, feeling aggrieved, crouched down and held his head. Kakashi, what has been troubling you these past few days? You weren't always this irritable. In the past, Kakashi had often ignored Guy's foolish antics. I'm leaving, he said, casting a glance at Guy before heading home with his hands behind his head. Watching his friend depart, Guy broke into a cheerful smile. Compared to the previously stoic Kakashi, he preferred the current version, who was prone to playful punches and kicks. It indicated that Kakashi had lowered his defenses around him. All right, Kakashi is off to complete a mission outside the village. I must not fall behind. I feel my youth igniting. Let me start with 1,000 push-ups. Chapter 7. To be candid, my name is Tenzo. Upon returning home, Kakashi swiftly packed a small bag and left the village. During his journey, his thoughts remained uninterrupted. An A-rank bodyguard mission. A B-rank bodyguard mission involves hostile ninjas. It appears that fulfilling this task will not be a simple endeavor. The Akamoto clan is affluent, undoubtedly employing ninjas as their guards. The fact that someone could spy on the head of the Akamoto clan suggests that the individual in the shadows is also a ninja. And not of weak caliber, at least of Chuunin rank. This mission requires utmost vigilance. I must not stumble in the muck. What concerns Kakashi is that, in his memory, this task should not have been assigned to him at all. Could it be that his butterfly effect has set the plot on an unpredictable trajectory? Without the foresight of the storyline, Kakashi could not ascertain whether he would survive until the grand showdown. He must exercise greater caution moving forward, striving to ensure the plot unfolds as he remembers, thus safeguarding his advantages. The Akamoto clan's estate is located in the heart of the Land of Fire, and even with all his effort, it took Kakashi several days to arrive. Kakashi, shrouded in secrecy, effortlessly disguised himself with a transformation, thereby infiltrating the bustling city. Kakashi chose to reside in an inn not far from the estate of the offshore clan, embarking on a journey of recuperation to restore his body to its optimal condition. As night fell, Kakashi suddenly opened his eyes wide. It was time. Kakashi leapt silently from the window, landing gracefully atop the roof opposite. With the slightest touch of his toes, he effortlessly traversed one rooftop after another. Clad in his stealth attire beneath the moonlight, he resembled a specter, swiftly arriving at the residence of the Akamoto clan. With ease, he vaulted over the towering courtyard walls, skillfully evading the diligent steward assigned to the nocturnal watch. The security measures of the estate were nothing more than a facade to Kakashi. He quickly conducted a thorough inspection of the premises. As I suspected, there were indeed 2 Chuunin and 6 Genin stationed for guard duty, an ordinary level of defense that even a Jounin would find difficult to infiltrate. While it may sound somewhat ostentatious, this was not favorable news for Kakashi. It suggested that if someone were truly surveilling the head of the Akamoto clan, that individual would possess strength at least on par with a Jounin. Kakashi furrowed his brow. It was quite rare to encounter a Jounin, even within the confines of a ninja village. The unexpected presence of such a formidable opponent suggested that this mission might prove to be rather challenging. After all, it was a rare occasion to embark on a mission only to encounter a ninja of equal caliber. Could it be that my 50-50 buff is at work? Kakashi couldn't help but voice his thoughts with a hint of sarcasm. At the heart of the estate lay the residence of the clan leader, Kashimoto Shinichi. His quarters were spacious, yet elegantly simple in decor. To the east, there stood a neatly arranged bookshelf and wardrobe encased in glass, while a desk occupied the center of the room, accompanied by a small tea table. To the west, a tatami mat provided a space for relaxation. Kashimoto Shinichi sat before the desk, furrowing his brow as he reviewed clan documents, completely oblivious to the presence of a shorter figure behind him. Ahem. After confirming that Kashimoto Shinichi resembled the portrait on the scroll and that the room was devoid of any other individuals, Kakashi cleared his throat. Startled, Kashimoto Shinichi flinched, nearly losing his balance and collapsing onto the floor. Kakashi gazed at the terrified Shinichi Kashimoto, scratching his head in a somewhat helpless manner. His intention in coughing was to avoid startling Shinichi, yet it seemed he had failed. Poor child, unable even to utter a curse word. What exactly is a curse word? Why do I find myself contemplating such thoughts? Shaking his head to dismiss the notions swirling in his mind, Kakashi spoke in a low voice. You must be Shinichi Kashimoto, the head of the Kashimoto clan. I am a ninja dispatched from Konoha. You may refer to me as Tens. Shinichi did not underestimate Kakashi due to his youth. The fact that this young man had managed to approach his residence in silence was ample evidence of his capabilities. Moreover, those with true skill command respect, a principle that Shinichi held dearly, one that had facilitated his ascent to the position of clan leader. He respectfully extended his right hand towards Kakashi, saying, Indeed. I am Shinichi Kashimoto. It is an honor to finally meet you, Lord Tens. Observing Shinichi's outstretched hand, Kakashi emitted a soft sound of surprise. A handshake was a formal gesture for two individuals meeting for the first time, suggesting that Shinichi had recently endured considerable fright. Kakashi refrained from shaking Shinichi Kishimoto's hand and instead stated directly, There is no need for formality, Lord Kishimoto. I am here to assist you in resolving your predicament. Please, share the details with me. Shinichi Kishimoto, undeterred by the moment, naturally withdrew his hand and began to recall his troubling experiences. Since last month, I have been plagued by a peculiar sensation of being observed. It feels strange, as though someone has been standing in my peripheral vision, silently watching me. Yet, whenever I turn to look, there is nothing to be found. Initially, I believed it to be merely my imagination. However, one morning I awoke to find my previously disheveled desk inexplicably tidy, as if someone had tidied it while I slumbered. From that moment, a profound sense of panic engulfed me, for if this unseen observer could accomplish such feats without a sound. Shinichi Kishimoto did not complete his thought, but Kakashi comprehended the implication. If that individual intended to eliminate Shinichi Kishimoto, it would be an exceedingly effortless task. Shinichi Kishimoto continued, Since then, I have expended substantial sums to hire various ninjas, yet the feeling of being watched has not dissipated. Rather, it has intensified. Consequently, I have been compelled to offer even greater remuneration to summon the finest ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village, namely, you. Shinichi Kishimoto subtly flattered him. Kakashi caressed his forehead protector, dismissing the flattery of Shinichi Okamoto. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, regarding the documents you mentioned that have been tampered with. Is there a possibility that some are missing or that the information contained within has been compromised? Shinichi Okamoto shook his head. I am quite certain that there are no issues with the documents, and none of the sensitive information has been leaked. Well, that is rather peculiar, Kakashi mused. It neither pertains to the documents themselves, nor to the head of Shinichi Okamoto. After a month of turmoil, could it be that the intent was merely to induce doubt about Okamoto's sanity? Which village's Chuunin would undertake such a trivial task? It is utterly confounding. Kakashi continued to inquire, Mr. Kishimoto, do you have any suspects in mind? Perhaps hostile forces, or discordant voices within the family? Shinichi Kishimoto shook his head. Not at the moment. Do you have any thoughts on the matter, Lord Tenzu? Kakashi pondered for a moment. Perhaps it is an obsessive-compulsive genin, unable to tolerate your untidiness and wishing to tidy up after you each day. Akanishi Shinichi. Chapter 8. The persistent sense of being watched, just a jest. Mr. Akanishi, do not take it to heart, Kakashi said calmly. Oh. Akanishi Shinichi was still in a state of bewilderment, struggling to grasp the train of thought of this enigmatic figure. Tens. Mr. Akanishi, I must conduct an inspection of your room. It may result in some damage to your belongings. You wouldn't mind, would you? Not at all. Of course not. Akanishi Shinichi replied, his head shaking like a rattle. Kakashi gently circled the walls of the room, occasionally tapping and attentively listening to the sounds produced by the contact between his hand and the surface. Upon reaching a certain spot, a short blade suddenly appeared in Kakashi's hand. In an instant, the glint of the blade flashed, and it was embedded into the wall, leaving only the hilt visible. Behind the wall lay an empty space, a concealed compartment where one could hide. Kakashi elucidated, observing the hesitant demeanor of Shinichi Akamoto. Kakashi expressed curiosity. Could it be that you are aware of this compartment, Mr. Akamoto? Shinichi Akamoto stammered. This compartment was crafted by me, intended for. Kakashi drew out the short blade, observing the flush of embarrassment on Kishimoto's face, and could hardly fail to comprehend the purpose of the compartment. Kakashi's expression was peculiar as he remarked, hearing that Lord Kishimoto has a multitude of wives and concubines, it is surprising that he remains insatiable. Truly, his vigor is remarkable. Kishimoto Shinichi humbly waved his hand in dismissal. Oh, that is not the case. You flatter me, Lord Tenzu. It is merely that I have grown weary of the dishes at home and occasionally crave the flavors of dining establishments. A lewd smile crept across Kishimoto's face, and Kakashi returned with a knowing glance. Since you are aware of this partition, Mr. Kishimoto, it stands to reason that if someone were to be concealed within, you would certainly be vigilant, Kakashi stated. Kishimoto Shinichi replied solemnly, Indeed, Lord Tenzu, you are correct. Whenever I sense the gaze of another upon me, I instinctively inspect this very partition first. Upon hearing this, Kakashi nodded gently and continued to inspect the remaining areas. After completing his examination, he found himself in a state of perplexity. The room offered no conceivable hiding spots, nor were there any traces of chakra lingering about. What could possibly be the explanation for this? Furthermore, what was the intent behind such actions? Observing Kakashi lost in contemplation, Shinichi Kishimoto inquired with a hint of anticipation. Lord Tenzo, have you discerned anything? Kakashi shook his head. So far, there are no signs of anything unusual. If someone is indeed watching you day and night, it indicates that they are exceedingly careful and cautious. At this, Shinichi Kishimoto felt a twinge of disappointment. He had initially believed that the expert from Konoha would be able to resolve the issue directly, only to find that their findings were no different from those of the ninjas he had previously summoned. Kakashi reassured, Mr. Kishimoto, there is no need for alarm. I shall remain by your side in the coming days. Should that individual reappear, I will surely subdue him. Upon hearing Kakashi's resolute words, Shinichi Kishimoto felt a sense of relief wash over him. Well then, I must trouble Lord Tenkai, he said, preparing to summon a few servants to arrange accommodations for the esteemed guest. No need, Kakashi replied calmly. If you were to prepare quarters for me, it may inadvertently alert our adversary. Then, where shall you rest in the coming days? Shinichi turned to inquire, only to find that Kakashi had vanished without a trace. Sighing, Shinichi contemplated. This Lord Tenkai appears to possess remarkable skills and exudes confidence. I hope he can resolve my predicament. With a wry smile, he intended to retire for the night. Glancing at the disheveled documents scattered across his desk, he recalled Kakashi's earlier words. After a moment of hesitation, Shinichi meticulously organized the chaotic papers before extinguishing the oil lamp and settling down onto his tatami mat. At this moment, Kakashi concealed himself within the compartment he had recently discovered, calmly observing the circumstances within the room through the previously noted slit. However, after a night had passed, no anomalies occurred. As dawn broke, sunlight poured into the room. Shinichi Akamoto stretched languidly, rising from his tatami mat. The figure of Kakashi once again appeared before Shinichi Kishimoto, causing him to be startled and fall back onto the tatami mat. Ah, it is Lord Tenzo. You truly frightened me, Shinichi Kishimoto exclaimed. Kakashi elucidated, apologies. But we shinobi traverse silently. We typically move while holding the shift. Kishimoto Shinichi appeared utterly bewildered. What is a voter? Kakashi himself was uncertain about what he had just uttered. Turning to Kishimoto, he inquired, Mr. Kishimoto, did you sense any eyes upon you last night? After a moment of reflection, Kishimoto replied, Indeed. There was a lingering sensation of being watched. How careless. Kakashi slapped his forehead, realizing that he had been watching Kishimoto all night. Who could tell if the sense of being watched was indeed his own doing? I understand. I shall remain vigilant in the vicinity. You need not worry about Mr. Kishimoto, Kakashi stated. Kishimoto nodded slightly. Thank you, Lord Tenz. It is my duty. Moreover, I have something for you. Kakashi pulled a pink object from his pocket and tossed it towards Kanemoto Shinichi before turning to leave the room. Upon catching it, Shinichi examined the item closely, his face flushing with embarrassment. How could he have forgotten this in the cubicle? For several consecutive days, Kakashi remained on watch near Shinichi, yet he found nothing of consequence. Whenever he inquired of Shinichi, the latter steadfastly insisted that someone was watching him. Kakashi furrowed his brow. Finding himself utterly bereft of any evidence to substantiate the existence of the individual mentioned by Okamoto, even if the opponent possessed extraordinary strength, there should invariably be some trace left behind. As for the notion that someone could be so powerful that Kakashi remains oblivious, ridiculous. What? Would a formidable figure like Madara spend an entire month merely to observe an ordinary person at work? And then, out of sheer benevolence, tidy up your desk? If one were to suggest that Jiraiya came to gather material, that might hold some merit. However, I digress. Kakashi firmly believed that all of this might simply be a figment of Okamoto's imagination. Mr. Okamoto, if I may be so bold, could it be that your sense of being watched is simply overly heightened? Kakashi fixed his gaze intently upon Shinichi Kishimoto's eyes. I have been observing you for several days, and I have detected no irregularities. Shinichi Kishimoto hastily replied, that is impossible. Someone is indeed watching me from the shadows. Lord Tenzo, you must believe me. Suddenly recalling something, Shinichi continued, moreover, it is not just me. Several members of the household and servants have also sensed that they are being watched. Kakashi's gaze was piercing, tinged with irritation. Mr. Kishimoto, why did you not inform me of such crucial information sooner? Chapter 9, The Oddity Eye. I believed it was not of significant importance, stammered Shinichi Kishimoto. They are merely nameless individuals. I presumed that no one would. Kakashi furrowed his brow and asserted, it is I who shall determine the significance of the information, not you who presumptuously decides for me. Do you understand? Yes, replied Okamoto Shin, bowing repeatedly, perspiration beading on his forehead. He could scarcely fathom that the youth before him could display a wrath surpassing even that of a feudal lord. Summon those individuals forthwith. There is no need for concealment. If this person truly exists, my movements should have been detected long ago, Kakashi declared. Understood, Lord Tenzin, Okamoto Shin replied, hastily exiting the room, clearly intent on gathering others. Kakashi's brow furrowed deeper. While it was somewhat understandable for someone to monitor Shinichi Okamoto, given his significant status as a noble in the Land of Fire, the surveillance of ordinary clansmen and servants raised further questions. The mysteries multiplied, leaving Kakashi utterly confounded. Soon, Shinichi Okamoto returned, accompanied by 7 or 8 individuals. Lord Tenzang, I have brought them all, Shinichi Okamoto said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Thank you for your efforts. Mr. Okamoto, Kakashi acknowledged with a nod, then turned his gaze to the group behind him. Sighing in resignation, Kakashi regarded the assembly with a lifeless stare. This group comprised both men and women, young and old, some adorned in opulent attire while others dressed plainly, revealing no discernible pattern. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi instructed, please describe in detail your experiences of feeling watched. The individuals hesitated, glancing at Shinichi Okamoto for guidance. Do as Lord Tenzang instructs, Okamoto directed. Kinjiro Okamoto, you may elaborate for Lord Tenzang. Yes. A middle-aged man stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Kakashi before beginning his recollection. Since last month, I have felt as though someone has been watching me, and they seem to be very close. I am extremely frightened. Especially at night when I am alone in my room. The sensation of being observed intensifies. When the evening breeze flows in, it feels as if someone is softly breathing behind me, and the doors sway as if something might burst in at any moment. The others, including Shinichi Okamoto, recoiled at his words. Just a few days ago, something even stranger occurred. To bolster my courage, I would sometimes speak loudly at night, but suddenly, one day, I heard someone mimicking my voice. That voice came from inside the room. Initially, I thought it was merely an echo, but the tone and inflection were distinctly that of another person. I was terrified and hastily lit an oil lamp, yet found nothing in the room. However, I could sense the one imitating my speech was right beside me, coldly watching, as if hidden just beyond my peripheral vision. What was even more horrifying was that over the following nights, the voice grew increasingly similar to mine, until I could no longer discern the difference. Kinjiro Okamoto clutched his head in anguish, but whenever I recount this tale to others, they assume I am fabricating stories to frighten them. Upon hearing Kinjiro Okamoto's account, Kakashi astutely grasped several pivotal points. He gently touched his forehead protector, his gaze sweeping over the remaining individuals. Did everyone begin to feel watched since last month? After a moment of reflection, they all nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Kakashi continued to inquire. At first, it was merely a sensation of being watched, but subsequently, peculiar occurrences began to unfold, growing increasingly bizarre. The crowd nodded in agreement once more. Kakashi turned to the side and inquired of Okamoto Shinichi, Okamoto clan leader. Has anything unusual occurred at your residence a month ago? Okamoto Shinichi strained his memory, but could recall nothing out of the ordinary. For someone so engrossed in affairs of state, events from a month prior seemed trivial and unworthy of note. Suddenly, a servant interjected, Lord Tenzo, Lord Okamoto. If we are speaking of unusual occurrences, the entire household underwent a complete furniture replacement a month ago. I wonder if that qualifies? Upon hearing this, Okamoto Shinichi nodded eagerly. Yes, indeed. A month ago, I received word that the daimyo might pay a visit, so I invested a considerable sum to replace all the old furnishings in the residence. Yet, the daimyo never intended to come after all. What a waste of our preparations. A servant, murmuring under his breath, was silenced by the piercing gaze of Okamoto Shinichi. Furniture, hidden just beyond the periphery, stood nearby yet remained unseen. Kakashi felt as though he had grasped a fleeting insight, yet it eluded him like a wisp of smoke. I understand now, Mr. Kishimoto. You may allow them to depart first, Kakashi remarked. Very well, Lord Tenzu, Kishimoto Shinichi responded, turning to the assembly. Everyone, please disperse for now. Once the crowd had departed, Kishimoto Shinichi, somewhat anxious, inquired, So, Lord Tenzu, have you gleaned any insights? Kakashi nodded, expressing that he had begun to grasp the situation and believed that results would emerge in the coming days. Kakashi did not speak untruths. Given the escalating peculiarity of the situation, a resolution is assured to emerge in the coming days, though it may not align with what Kishimoto Shinichi desires. Kishimoto Shinichi, feeling a sense of resolve, thought to himself, That day, Lord Zong, I shall also attend to my own matters, entrusting everything to you. Kakashi traversed through the shadows, meticulously inspecting each room within the mansion. Unsurprisingly, he found nothing amiss. Indeed, it seemed that the only course of action was to await the manifestation of the peculiar entity. Kakashi murmured to himself. This entire affair instilled within him an unsettling sensation. The anomalies within the Okamoto residence appeared not to be of human origin, but rather. How strangely he recalled Haydn. Nevertheless, the events that had transpired did indeed echo the essence of a terrifying and malevolent ritual. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the night descended quietly, enveloping the sky like a dense web, stifling and suffocating in its embrace. Kakashi swiftly re-entered the abode of Shinichi Kishimoto, where he found the latter in a deep slumber, occasionally murmuring fragments of dreams. Kakashi moved silently within the room, his Sharingan emanating an intimidating crimson glow in the darkness. As he passed by Shinichi Okamoto's bookshelf, an unsettling sensation suddenly washed over him. Kakashi slowly turned his head, only to behold. Chapter 10, The Mirror. On the glassy surface of the bookshelf, another Kakashi was coldly staring back at him. After scrutinizing for a moment, a chill ran down Kakashi's spine as he finally discerned the origin of that eerie sensation. Gazing into the mirror, Kakashi discovered the thread that connected all the peculiarities. A month prior, the strange feeling had begun to manifest, and the only alteration had been the furniture within the residence. The person lurking just beyond his peripheral vision, standing right beside him, observing him, yet perpetually undetectable, as they concealed themselves in the places we instinctively overlook. The being in the mirror was a commonplace existence. No one would find it peculiar that oneself appeared within the reflection. However, in Kakashi's eyes, the three tomos spun rapidly, causing everything around him to slow down. It was at this moment that the peculiarities of the figure in the mirror became apparent. Kakashi's hand gradually rested upon his ninja tool pouch, and the reflection in the mirror mimicked this action in kind. Yet, under the watchful gaze of the Sharingan, the reflection's movements appeared to lag slightly, exhibiting a delay of mere milliseconds. How could this be? The reflection should synchronize perfectly with his own. Such a fractional delay would elude even the keenest of senses, let alone the majority of ninjas. Individuals like Kishimoto Shinichi were being observed by the reflection of themselves. Although their naked eyes could not perceive the peculiarities of the reflection, an innate human instinct sensed the discord in the surrounding environment, relaying this unsettling information to their brains, thus instilling within them a sensation of being watched. Ninjutsu? No, there was no fluctuation of chakra. What manner of existence are you? Kakashi inquired in a hushed tone. A faint echo of sound emanated from the mirror, seemingly mimicking Kakashi's speech. Kakashi's expression turned icy. "Are you imitating me?" The figure in the mirror spoke once more. And this time, the tone and voice bore a closer resemblance to Kakashi himself. Next to them, Shinichi Kishimoto was jolted awake by Kakashi's voice. He gazed at the conversation unfolding between Kakashi and his mirrored self, a cold sweat breaking out in fear. "Lord Tins, what has transpired?" Kakashi did not glance at Shinichi Kishimoto, his full attention fixated on the mirror before him. "You should exit first, but be careful not to be reflected in the mirror. You should exit first, but be careful not to be reflected in the mirror." The eerie sight before Shinichi rendered him speechless. As he scrambled and tumbled out of the room. "What exactly are you? What exactly are you?" The voice from the mirror now echoed indistinguishably, mirroring Kakashi's own. Kakashi's gaze was fixated on the mirror, as the reflection of himself began to converse with him in an increasingly uncanny manner, intensifying his inner turmoil to a crescendo. Suddenly, the mirror shattered, and a myriad of fragments slowly coalesced in the air to form a translucent figure. Eyes, nose, mouth, the ethereal form gradually acquired color, and its visage became distinctly defined. Kakashi's expression darkened as he realized that the figure taking shape before him was none other than himself. The only distinction lay in the Sharingan, which resided in the right eye of his reflection. Could it truly be my mirror image? Kakashi spoke coldly. This time, the reflection did not echo his words, but instead seemed to scrutinize Kakashi with great intensity. What a trickster! Kakashi gently lowered his mask and removed his forehead protector. No longer hesitating, he flicked his wrists, sending 10 shurikens flying along various trajectories, effectively sealing off any potential escape routes for his opponent. Rat, tiger, dog, ox, rabbit. Tiger, fire release, crimson petal technique. The flames of the technique clung to the whirling shurikens, transforming them into scorching projectiles that rained down upon the mirage like a shower of blooming petals. Rat, tiger, dog, ox, rabbit, tiger, fire release, crimson petal technique. To Kakashi's astonishment, the reflection executed an identical fire technique with perfect precision. Clang, clang. The shurikens collided mid-air, emitting a feeble wail before crashing heavily to the ground. Was it merely an illusion? The chakra quantity, angle, and posture of the reflection's fire technique had mirrored his own flawlessly. However, that previous fire technique was merely a feint. At this moment, Kakashi had silently positioned himself behind the reflection. His kunai descended with force, yet met only empty air. This is bad, it's a shadow clone. Kakashi swiftly evaded the shuriken hurled by the doppelganger. It was no illusion. This mirror image appeared to possess an identical combat mindset and capabilities as his own. Sichin fire release, dragon fire technique. A linear burst of flames surged forth, aimed directly at the doppelganger. Sihaisu, earth release, earth flow wall. The doppelganger remained unperturbed, erecting an earthen barrier to block the oncoming flames. Observing the large canine visage on the wall, Kakashi felt a surge of frustration. It could not be said that they were merely similar. They were, in every respect, indistinguishable. The two engaged in close combat, the sound of shuriken clashing echoing as they exchanged blows. Amidst the battle, Kakashi's mind raced, seeking a way to break the stalemate. The doppelganger mirrored his thoughts, mastering every jutsu Kakashi knew, as if he were sparring with an exact replica of himself. The opponent anticipated his feints and recognized when he deliberately exposed weaknesses. Their strengths evenly matched. How on earth was he supposed to win this fight? Kakashi deftly evaded a treacherous low blow. Casting an irate glare at his opponent, "Have I ever employed such underhanded tactics?" The adversary, undeterred, retorted, "I am but a reflection of you. What say you?" With a smirk, he declared, "Prepare to receive my technique. 1,000 years of death." Kakashi endeavored to employ physical techniques as much as possible during his confrontation with the opponent, thereby circumventing the depletion of his meager chakra reserves. Remarkably, the adversary refrained from utilizing ninjutsu, seemingly sharing a similar sentiment. Kakashi fell into deep contemplation, meticulously recalling the entire sequence of events. Imitation, imitation. The adversary incessantly imitated, mimicking the individuals from the Akimichi residence, and even myself. Perhaps the reason he could manifest such abilities lies in his capacity to flawlessly replicate others. Thus, it is conceivable that he refrains from utilizing ninjutsu, for everything he possesses is derived from his mimicry of me. It is not a matter of unwillingness, but rather that his essence lacks the requisite depth. Kakashi's eyes sparkled with a newfound light. Perhaps, under such circumstances, it would be worth attempting that technique. Kakashi swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and the doppelganger. Heh, let us see you replicate this. Ugly, rabbit, monkey, snake, sheep, false immortal technique, heavenly thunder. With a flourish, Kakashi unleashed several bolts of lightning, each as thick as a man's arm, roaring through the night and momentarily illuminating the entire room as if it were day. Kakashi stood amidst the tempest, his silver hair billowing as if he were a deity of thunder, commanding the wrath of the heavens. The author has something to convey. Chapter 11. Are you still following the Dragon Clan? The storm crackled with a terrifying energy, as the raging lightning chakra clashed against the air, producing a hissing roar. This technique, the pseudo-sage art, heavenly thunder, was a creation of Kakashi's after extensive research. Although he could not fuse or refine sage chakra, he possessed a unique advantage. The natural energy within his control was remarkably obedient. It would not be an exaggeration to say that natural energy felt like an extension of his own arm. Thus, in order to harness the natural energy within him, Kakashi devised a compromise. He would first employ his mastery of lightning release, and at the moment he expelled the lightning chakra, he would infuse it with natural energy, unleashing a tremendous force. Though it may sound simple, achieving such a feat required an exceptional mastery over both chakra and natural energy. If too little natural energy was infused, the desired effect would not be realized. Conversely, infusing too much could provoke a violent upheaval of the lightning chakra before it could be released. Do not inquire how Kakashi came to know this. Those days of being struck by his own lightning were excruciatingly painful. However, diligence bore fruit. And after nearly flattening the open ground outside the village, Kakashi finally mastered this formidable pseudo-sage art, simultaneously cultivating a greater anticipation for true sage techniques. Kakashi fixed his gaze on the opponent, eager to witness what his decade of training could accomplish against them. However, the next moment, a chilling turn of events unfolded. The mirror image flashed a sinister smile and swiftly began weaving hand signs. Ugly, rabbit, monkey, snake, sheep, faux immortal technique, heavenly thunder. Damn it. Kakashi's expression was exceedingly grim. He never anticipated that the opponent could replicate techniques that harnessed natural energy. Kakashi felt an overwhelming sense of bewilderment within. Am I truly the copy ninja, or are you the one embodying that title? Although the techniques I have appropriated lack copyright, is it truly appropriate for you to replicate the jutsu of the copy ninja right in front of me? Within Kakashi's heart, alarm bells rang loud and clear, as the peril represented by the mirror image surged exponentially in his mind. The thunderous clash of both sides intertwined, producing a deafening roar, while the room was rendered a mere shell of itself, riddled with the electric sparks that danced through the air. Earth-style, earth flow wall. A wall, intricately carved with a dog's head, materialized before both adversaries, effectively shielding them from the waning thunderous assault. This is becoming rather troublesome, Kakashi murmured to himself. While the ability to mimic chakra is not particularly rare, one has certainly heard tales throughout the vast ninja world. What truly confounds him is the uncanny capacity to replicate natural energy with such precision. Just what manner of being stands before him? Kakashi let out a light chuckle. In the face of life and death, he found himself surprisingly relaxed. At this juncture, there seemed to be no viable options left, and it appeared that he could only gamble everything. I wager that there is something about me that you cannot replicate. With a deep breath, Kakashi prepared himself, aware that the forthcoming plan demanded exquisite precision in the control of chakra and natural energy, requiring his utmost focus. Thus, let us begin anew. Kakashi's gaze sharpened, and his fingers danced as he swiftly formed hand seals. The doppelganger Kakashi smirked, declaring, "Futile. I can perform this technique as well. You, snake, monkey, horse, ox, rabbit, horse, false sage technique, thunderstorm." The two completed their hand seals in near synchrony. A surge of chakra, more ferocious than before, erupted from both of them, enveloping them in a tempest of lightning, akin to a fragile vessel amidst tumultuous waves. The rooftop was instantly pierced by the raging currents, and the mirage sensed the impending danger, its expression shifting to one of alarm. This magnitude of chakra, damn it, do you intend to perish together with me? Kakashi paid no heed to the reflection, instead channeling all his chakra and natural energy to converge at the meridian of his left eye. Kamui. A pitch-black shuriken materialized within Kakashi's left eye, prompting the opposing reflection to mimic the action. Kamui. The room was filled with a tempest of lightning chakra, seemingly finding an outlet as it surged furiously towards the kaleidoscopic Sharingan of both combatants. Damn it. The reflection's expression twisted in a vicious snarl. The chakra is insufficient to sustain Kamui. How can this be? It was the first instance of the reflection losing composure. Why can you maintain Kamui when our circumstances are identical? Kakashi remained silent, a smile gracing his lips, as he wagered that his opponent could not replicate the unique essence that resided within him, an essence intertwined with the mysteries of another realm. In the face of the enigmatic, Kakashi believed in countering with an even more cryptic force. This was the essence of his strategy. The tempest of lightning surging toward him had been entirely absorbed, and upon closer inspection, one might catch a fleeting glimpse of a purple glimmer within his left eye. Kakashi gazed into the mirror, and due to the absence of chakra to sustain him, the dart from the mirror's right eye shattered, leaving a remnant of lightning that pierced his chest like a blade. The mirror cast a glance at the gaping wound in its chest and, with great difficulty, raised its head to utter, "I never anticipated you would vanquish me. Yet all of this is in vain. On the day of my return to this world, all traitors shall meet their demise." The voice emanating from the mirror no longer resembled Kakashi's. It echoed with the imperiousness and arrogance of a sovereign. Kakashi hurled a shuriken with remarkable precision, exclaiming, "What is this nonsense? You still indulge in the Dragon Clan?" The reflection, taken aback, responded with astonishment, "Could it be that you are?" Yet before the reflection could complete its thought, it was struck by the flying shuriken, shattering into countless fragments that cascaded to the ground. Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector once more, concealing his left eye, feeling somewhat perplexed. He pondered why he had recently been uttering such inexplicable phrases, such as Happy Star and Dragon Clan. Moreover, what on earth did that individual intend to convey in the end? Father? Husband? How tantalizingly ambiguous. Just as Kakashi believed everything had come to a resolution, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. Suddenly, a beam of purple light materialized from the shattered fragments of the mirror, hurtling directly towards Kakashi's face. Kakashi was utterly unprepared. This violet light surpassed even his teacher's speed by several degrees. The purple radiance had no tangible form, effortlessly piercing through his forehead protector and forcefully invading Kakashi's left eye. Kakashi leaned back, but fortunately, he quickly stabilized himself, regaining his balance. Where am I? Kakashi pondered. Feeling somewhat bewildered, he found himself standing amidst a frigid landscape, the ground blanketed in silvery white, where the earth and sky merged into a seamless horizon. Could this be the land of snow? How did I suddenly arrive here? A torrent of thoughts surged within Kakashi's mind. It seemed that someone was ahead. Kakashi cautiously leaned forward, aware that his chakra reserves were dwindling. It would be prudent to proceed with utmost care. Chapter 12, Levi. Kakashi gradually advanced, simultaneously pulling back his forehead protector to reveal his crimson Sharingan. The figures before him became increasingly distinct, the most prominent being a slender man clad in white. His jet-black hair cascaded carelessly over his shoulders, and he held a wine gourd in hand. Although the man appeared somewhat disheveled, his white robe remained immaculate, as if he were a part of the pristine snow. Beside him stood four foreign men draped in black cloaks, their heads adorned with crowns, armed with weapons. They approached the white-clad man with predatory intent, subtly encircling him. Yet, the man in white remained unfazed, raising the wine gourd with one hand and drinking heartily, his dark eyes sparkling remarkably. The leader of the black-clad men spoke in a resonant voice, "Qinglian Guasher Levi, the world knows you as the poet immortal. Your verses astonish both the mortal and divine realms. Yet few are aware that the sword immortal who once sought to grasp the bright moon in the heavens, renowned in Chuunin, is also you, Levi." Levi shook his head dismissively, replying, "What is the point of wielding swords? It is far more delightful to indulge in wine." The leader furrowed his brow, gazing at the young man before him, filled with a sense of disappointment and frustration. Where has the legendary Levi, who once roamed Chuunin with a sword and transformed its very atmosphere, gone? Raising his own weapon, the leader signaled the three companions to grip their arms tightly. "Come, let us witness the sword of the immortal Levi." Levi, undeterred, continued to drink from his gourd. The four exchanged glances, and then, in unison, they surged forward to attack him. While it was somewhat regrettable not to witness the sword immortal at his peak, the prospect of easily claiming his head would surely elevate their renown in the martial world. The sword remains sheathed simply because it is lonely, Levi muttered softly to himself. Suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. At this moment, I shall compose a poem. You have ignited my poetic inspiration." Zhaoku with matted hair, Wugo glistening in frost and snow. Levi moved, and the four felt a fleeting blur as he stood outside their encirclement, sword in hand. 10 paces to slay one. Not a trace remains for 1,000 miles. Levi, as if strolling through a garden, recited poetry while casually wielding his sword. In his hands, the sword resembled a brush, infused with artistry. devoid of any intent to kill. However, Kakashi, observing from a distance, was astonished, his Sharingan whirling madly to capture every detail of Levi's strikes. The invisible sword energy blossomed like a blue lotus, trapping the four men inescapably, who could palpably sense the overwhelming pressure within the sword formation. Having concluded the affair, I shall depart, concealing my achievements and name. Levi chuckled as he glanced back, not even looking at the four behind him. Thud, 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 one by one. The four men collapsed, the leader's gaze becoming hazy as he sighed. Is this the sword of the immortal? Truly beautiful thus, engaging in bloodshed is the most tedious. It pales in comparison to the joy of wine. Levi took a hearty swig from his gourd, then, in disbelief, upturned it and shook it vigorously. Ah! How can it be empty? It was full just moments ago. Filled with resentment, Levi began to mutter softly, "Cursed summoner. May 1,000 blades pierce the heart of that summoner. In this icy expanse, there isn't even a place to refill my cup. Hey, you over there, the white-haired brat. You've been standing there watching for so long, do you have any wine?" Kakashi was taken aback. This Levi had actually perceived his presence. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the world before him abruptly transformed into a phantasmagoria, shattering into fragments in the blink of an eye. Levi muttered in exasperation. "I merely inquired if you had any wine. There was no need for such a commotion. Why flee? Curse that summoner." Kakashi found himself once more in the realm of reality, yet he remained ensnared in a web of confusion, his heart burdened with countless uncertainties. What, precisely, was the nature of that enigmatic purple light, and how did it relate to the peculiarities manifesting within himself? Why did the shattering of the mirror reveal this ethereal glow? Previously, the anomalies of Kamui merely presented wondrous visions, but this time, it felt as though he were ensconced in an entirely different world. If Kamui were to undergo another transformation, would I then step directly into another realm? Lately, my mind has been plagued by bizarre thoughts that intermittently surface. The fragment of a sentence uttered by the figure in the mirror lingers in my mind, provoking deep contemplation. Moreover, the name Levi evokes an inexplicable sense of familiarity within me. Kakashi shook his head, momentarily suppressing his curiosity. Aware that the answers he sought were beyond his current grasp, he unsheathed his short blade and closed his eyes, recalling every detail of Levi's swordplay from moments ago, beginning to mimic the movements. After a considerable time, Kakashi conceded defeat. Although he mirrored the form, he lacked the essence that Levi embodied while wielding his sword. It seemed that comprehending the intricacies of such profound swordsmanship in a short span was an unattainable feat. Well, since I have already copied it, I shall return and study it meticulously at my leisure. The copy ninja's abilities certainly have their merits at times. Kakashi cast a glance at the disarray that filled the room before stepping through the gaping hole in the wall. Outside, Kishimoto, Shinichi, and several individuals clearly adorned in ninja attire gazed in awe at the young boy before them. The terrifying spectacle that had just unfolded within the confines of the dwelling had utterly stunned the onlookers. The thunderous wrath that had resonated like divine fury illuminated the estate as if it were daylight. Is this the true power of a Jonin? It is indeed terrifying. One ninja marveled. Kakashi remarked that these were merely trivial matters. Upon your return, you may witness firsthand the intensity of battles among the lower ninjas in our village, which will surely diminish any fear you may harbor regarding the confrontations of higher-ranked ninjas. Kishimoto initially intended to accompany the ninjas to assist Kakashi. Yet neither of the two Chuunin nor the 6 genin dared to step forward. I am here for sustenance, primarily to ensure my own survival rather than to host a grand feast for my entire family. Kishimoto observed Kakashi approaching him, filled with a sense of uncertainty. Are you truly Lord Tenzo? He recalled the image in the mirror, where an identical Kakashi mimicked the words of the person outside. A scene reminiscent of a chilling tale from a horror novel. Kakashi sheathed his short blade, signaling Shinichi Akamoto to remain calm. Rest assured, Mr. Akamoto. The trouble has been resolved, he assured. If all goes as anticipated, the sense of being watched that you mentioned will vanish starting today. Upon hearing this, Shinichi Akamoto finally exhaled in relief. I am truly grateful to Lord Takashi. It is my duty, Kakashi replied. I shall remain at your residence for a few more days to observe whether any anomalies arise. Chapter 13. A disquieting reflection. Such an outcome is indeed most welcome. Shinichi Akamoto declared joyfully. You there, gather my important belongings from my chambers. He commanded, prepare a banquet according to the highest standards of our household. Yes, esteemed patriarch. The onlooking servants responded in unison. Kakashi did not shy away. After an intense battle, he was indeed famished. At the banquet, Shinichi Kishimoto was in high spirits. feeling that his greatest concern had finally been alleviated. He raised his glass to Kakashi repeatedly, but upon noticing Kakashi's lack of enthusiasm, he wisely ceased his attempts. Kakashi is deep in thought. It is not an illusion. His eyes struggle to focus on the objects before him. Kakashi understood that this was the aftermath of his use of Kamui. His left eye's vision had diminished. However, with the nurturing of natural energy, he felt that the depletion of his left eye's ocular power remained within an acceptable range. Kakashi resided at the residence of the Okamoto family for 5 consecutive days, during which time everyone in the household remarked that the peculiar sensation of being watched had completely vanished. Kakashi promptly assessed that the mission was complete and prepared to return to the village. Standing at the entrance of the estate, Shinichi Okamoto respectfully presented a small pouch. "Lord Tens, I have already dispatched the promised supplies for the mission to Konohagakure. This is a modest token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it graciously." Kakashi initially intended to decline, but suddenly changed his mind and reached out to accept the pouch from Okamoto's hands. "In this case, I shall not be modest." Indeed. Okamoto Shinichi handed the pouch to Kakashi. Kakashi received the pouch and weighed it in his hands, a look of disdain crossing his face. "Mr. Okamoto, this is truly a trifling token of your appreciation. It would be better left unacknowledged." With that, Kakashi tossed the pouch towards Shinichi Okamoto. Instinctively, Shinichi caught it with his left hand, a look of bewilderment adorning his features. "Lord Tens, this contains an ample amount." Shinichi's words suddenly trailed off, for at that moment, Kakashi had already turned to depart. "Well then, Lord Okamoto, the mission has concluded. I take my leave." As he observed Kakashi's receding figure, Shinichi narrowed his eyes, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This fellow is indeed perceptive. Has he sensed something? Lowering his gaze to his left hand, Shinichi chuckled softly before turning back to the estate. Meanwhile, Kakashi, having walked a short distance with composure, suddenly felt a surge of chakra and took off at a sprint. What nonsense! A bead of cold sweat formed on Kakashi's forehead. To endure such a level of ninjutsu, I had clearly shattered that individual. How could he possibly resurrect? Unable to defeat him, I managed to gamble on a win, yet he still revives. Is this game truly unplayable? Kakashi resolutely decided to keep his distance from the Aburame clan, deeming them even more sinister than Haiden. During his journey, he paused for a moment to rest. It was not that he was unwilling to sprint back to Konoha in one go, but rather that his chakra reserves were severely depleted. "You shall do," he remarked, selecting a fortunate little rabbit. With a flick of his wrist, he transformed it into a delectable roast, savoring it as memories flooded back. In his recollections, the ninja who had completed this mission was merely a special J-nin, returning in vibrant health. Goodness! Kakashi exclaimed an expletive. Surely, it could not have been him who wouldn't return. The realization sent shivers down his spine, a chilling thought indeed. Upon his return to the village, Kakashi chose not to report it immediately. Instead, he went home and discarded every mirror in sight. How much more at ease he felt now. Hokage's office. Kakashi reported to the third Hokage, and in order to avoid unnecessary complications, he described the peculiar mirror as a J-nin capable of utilizing it to unleash special ninjutsu. Nevertheless, upon hearing Kakashi's account, the third Hokage found it utterly astonishing. He never anticipated the existence of such a unique ninjutsu. It was fortunate that it was you who was sent, for had it been someone else. The third Hokage then shifted the topic. "You have worked hard, Kakashi. Please, return and rest." "Yes, Lord Third." With Sarutobi Hiruzen not pursuing the matter further, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, as he feared the third might send someone to investigate the Okamoto estate. The mere thought of all the ninjas from Konoha being replaced by that mirror sent shivers down Kakashi's spine. Of course, he understood that such a scenario was unlikely, as nothing of the sort had ever transpired in his memory. It appeared that the enigmatic figure would require stringent conditions to assume another's appearance, alleviating his concerns somewhat. Kakashi resolutely decided that when confronted with such formidable adversaries, it was best to keep a safe distance. Upon returning home, he retrieved the short blade hidden beneath his bed. As he caressed the exquisite scabbard, a wave of melancholy washed over him. "Father, Obito." Kakashi had previously sought someone to restore this blade, yet he had not drawn it for a considerable time. The sight of the sword evoked memories of his childhood, wherein his father imparted the art of swordsmanship to him, and the moments spent fighting alongside Obito. Gently shaking his head, Kakashi grasped the hilt and slowly unsheathed the short sword. The cold blade reflected his visage, and the solitude in his gaze was comprehensible only to him. Kakashi wielded the short blade known as White Fang, diligently practicing the Konoha swordsmanship passed down by his father. As he continued his training, his movements transcended mere formality, evolving into a more expressive and artistic style. Visions of a flowing white robe and an unforgettable, breathtaking sword technique danced in his mind. The connection between sword and blade revealed countless opportunities for mutual inspiration. Levi's swordplay resembled a gentle, persistent rain. Seemingly devoid of lethality, it effectively confined the enemy's movements. Only at that moment did the delicate rain shed its guise, transforming into lethal needles of steel. Kakashi's blade may not be as lengthy as Levi's sword, nor does it encompass a wide range. However, his weapon strikes swiftly and with ferocity, eschewing widespread devastation in favor of targeting the enemy's vital points with precision. Kakashi is endeavoring to merge Levi's sword intent with his own swordsmanship. After wielding his blade for an indeterminate duration, Kakashi's breath has grown uneven, and he bends slightly at the waist, resting his hand upon his knee. He sighs, feeling that something is still lacking in his artistry. What could it be? As he recalls each of Levi's movements, a sudden spark ignites in Kakashi's eyes. It is the wine. Kakashi retrieved a jar of wine from his home. After uncorking it, he mimicked the style of Levi, tilting his head back to down the contents in one go. With a slight tipsiness, he casually discarded the jar, rising unsteadily to his feet. Yet, his mind remained remarkably clear. Chapter 14. Yamato, come quickly. Kakashi once again raised the blade in his hand. Levi's sword, imbued with a hint of intoxication, was wielded not solely through exquisite technique, but also through the instinctive movements of the body. After countless strikes, the once light dagger now felt as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Sweat drenched Kakashi's garments, yet he persisted, repeatedly swinging the knife in an endeavor to replicate Levi's sword intent. No, it still felt amiss. Once more, natural energy began to circulate within him, a refreshing coolness coursing through his meridians, restoring his vigor. The blade's speed increased until, at a certain moment, Kakashi sensed the emergence of a subtle momentum where his strike would inevitably target the enemy's vital points. At last, Kakashi felt a surge of exhilaration. He carefully sheathed the short blade and then began to relax his tense muscles. After such intense training, he felt his limbs quivering. If only Sensei Minato were here, he would surely bestow a whimsical name upon my swordsmanship. Kakashi wore a smile, yet within it lay an ocean of sorrow. With the absence of his mentor Minato and the foolish Obito, he found himself compelled to conjure a name on his own. Recalling Levi's swordplay, where the blade radiated like a blooming azure lotus, Kakashi was struck with inspiration. Let it be called Blossom, he mused, chuckling at his own whimsical thought. How absurd. It must surely be named Azure Lotus. In the emptiness of the Hatake residence, Kakashi's laughter echoed throughout. Meanwhile, outside the entrance of the Umbu headquarters, a gathering of Umbu ninjas convened, and even Kakashi was summoned to join them. Kakashi had long since removed his forehead protector, donning instead his own Umbu mask. Nearly half of Konoha's elite had been summoned by the third Hokage, and Kakashi was acutely aware that it must be due to Orochimaru's defection. Only someone of Orochimaru's caliber warranted such a grand mobilization. Soon, the third Hokage, clad in his ceremonial robes, emerged from the Umbu entrance, accompanied by a familiar figure, Danzo Shimura. It seemed the third had indeed spared this man, Kakashi thought, his gaze turning cold. Danzo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a shadow at the third's side. For as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen stood, Danzo was his constant presence. The expression on Sarutobi's face was grave. This urgent assembly was convened to swiftly apprehend the rogue ninja Orochimaru, who had escaped during a prior mission. Kakashi let out a quiet sigh, realizing that the third Hokage ultimately could not bear to take action against his own student. It is worth noting that the previous capture operation had seen the third personally involved. Should he have exerted his full strength, subduing Orochimaru would have been a mere trifle. If the third Hokage were to comprehend that their next encounter would culminate in his demise, one can only speculate on his sentiments. The third spoke with conviction. The knowledge, intelligence, and techniques possessed by Orochimaru are invaluable treasures of Konoha. We must intercept him before he escapes the land of fire. Should this information fall into the hands of rival nations, Konoha would endure catastrophic losses. I implore each of you to search with unwavering determination and strive to bring Orochimaru back alive. Dismissed. In an instant, the Umbu ninjas, including Kakashi, vanished from sight and sped towards the outskirts of the village. Shimura Danzo regarded the third Hokage with a knowing look. You truly care for your pupil, Sarutobi. This time, I shall lend you my utmost support. For the sake of Konoha, I will exert every effort. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in acknowledgement, saying, Then I entrust this to you, Danzo. The other ninjas brimmed with enthusiasm, darting through the forest, leaping and bounding, yet Kakashi felt no such excitement. Even if he were to encounter Orochimaru, combat would be futile. Even if he could prevail, killing him would be another matter altogether. Who knows, he might even return. That slippery serpent. I shall not engage with him. However, speaking of which, was there not a subplot involving the Iburi clan when Orochimaru defected, which entailed Yamato? As for this young man, well, now known as Tenzo, Kakashi harbored quite a favorable impression of him. With that in mind, he decided to make his way directly to the Iburi clan. Kakashi swiftly maneuvered through the towering trees, following the path etched in his memory. The Iburi clan possessed the ability to transform into mist, yet they struggled to control this power consistently, resulting in significant casualties. For experimental purposes, Orochimaru aided the Iburi clan in stabilizing their abilities, earning their heartfelt gratitude. The Iburi clan represented a crucial element in Orochimaru's defection plan. By acquiring their blood, he could attain the capacity to vaporize, thereby effortlessly evading the Umbu's encirclement. However, it was only the state of Iburi Yukimi that was deemed perfect, making this young girl the focal point of Orochimaru's ambitions. And if all went as anticipated, she should currently be with Yamato. Kakashi swiftly arrived at the entrance of the cave inhabited by the Iburi clan. Bold and audacious, he ventured directly into the cavern. Inside, a swirling mist enveloped him, a manifestation of the Iburi clan's essence. As he noticed a tendril of smoke attempting to infiltrate his being, Kakashi wasted no time in forming hand seals. While it was indeed his purpose to trigger the unfolding narrative, it was utterly unacceptable for the mist to encroach upon his body. He executed the sequence: rabbit, rooster, rat, dragon, rooster, unleashing the wind release, gale dance. A powerful gust erupted from Kakashi's hands, effectively dispersing the smoke to a distant corner. However, in response, an endless tide of mist surged toward him. Within his heart, Kakashi fervently screamed, Yamato, hasten your arrival. If you delay any further, I shall be compelled to take drastic measures. As if sensing Kakashi's desperate thoughts, a youth, slightly shorter than Kakashi, materialized before him. Do not harm him. Allow me to subdue him. The information he possesses may very well be the key to Lord Orochimaru's escape. Yamato swiftly stepped to Kakashi's side and spoke in a hushed tone. Hatake Kakashi, do not resist. Kakashi sighed with relief, feeling that if you did not arrive soon, he would indeed have no choice but to resort to the cruel act of beating them to death. Would release, prison technique. For wooden stakes emerged from the ground, binding Kakashi's limbs securely, leaving him suspended in midair. Observing that Kakashi had truly placed his trust in him and offered no resistance, Yamato felt a swirl of complex emotions. Coincidentally, Kakashi himself was engulfed in a tumult of feelings, as he found the posture rather humiliating. Very well, I shall take charge of the interrogation. You all go prepare. For Lord Orochimaru may arrive at any moment. Gradually, swirling clouds of smoke coalesced into human forms, and even having witnessed it once before, Kakashi still found it astonishing. What a unique clan it was. It inexplicably reminded him of Smoker. What is Smoker? Kakashi pondered, ever curious. Chapter 15. In those days, Madara had personally. The leader of the Iburi clan, Iburi Utai, felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. He scrutinized the two individuals before him, yet could discern no apparent flaws. Particularly, Kakashi's somewhat awkward position was quite convincing. His embarrassment was palpable, not feigned in the slightest. Iburi Utai gestured for his clan members to depart. As the Iburi clan left, Yamato formed hand seals, intending to release Kakashi from his bindings. Kakashi shook his head and whispered softly in Yamato's ear, Be cautious, there is someone eavesdropping nearby. Startled, Yamato raised his hand and swiftly removed Kakashi's mask, demanding sternly, Hatake Kakashi, reveal to me who sent you. Simultaneously, Yamato meticulously sensed the chakra in the vicinity and confirmed that indeed someone was concealing themselves nearby. One must commend Kakashi Hatake for his remarkable vigilance. A flicker of admiration passed through Yamato's gaze as he regarded Kakashi. Kakashi, in collaboration with Yamato, performed a ruse. I, Hatake Kakashi, would rather perish from hunger than divulge anything, even if I were to leap from this mountain. The distant figure, observing Yamato's earnest interrogation of Kakashi, finally felt reassured and departed. It was only then that Yamato loosened Kakashi's restraints and softly inquired, Kakashi, what brings you here? Kakashi flexed his somewhat stiff wrist and patted Yamato on the shoulder. Yamato, Listen carefully to what I am about to say, and try not to react too strongly. Yamato, filled with suspicion, nodded slightly, uncertain as to why he trusted Kakashi. I have received intelligence that Orochimaru seeks the blood of a girl named Yukimi. With her blood, he can easily circumvent the Umbu's seals. Kakashi's expression grew grave. Yukimi. Indeed, upon hearing that Orochimaru's target was Yukimi, Yamato became agitated, utterly unconcerned with the source of Kakashi's information. Suddenly, anguished cries echoed in rapid succession, audible even from a great distance. Yamato's expression shifted dramatically. I heard Yukimi's voice. Kakashi was equally astonished. Orochimaru had arrived far more swiftly than he had anticipated. Damn. Was this yet another consequence of the butterfly effect he had inadvertently triggered? The two of them raced towards the source of the sound, one trailing closely behind the other. Upon their arrival, they witnessed a Buri Yukimi collapsing helplessly from Orochimaru's grasp. Observing the two young boys, Orochimaru languidly licked his lips, remarking, two intriguing little fellows have arrived. His gaze swept past Yamato, landing squarely on Kakashi. What splendid eyes you possess. However, I have no use for impostors. Kakashi smirked. Even the great Uchiha clan leader, Madara, must personally come to gouge out my eyes. And yet you dare to look down upon me? Yukimi. Yamato, gazing at the fallen figure of the girl, felt his eyes turn crimson as he charged recklessly towards Orochimaru. Would release. Before Yamato could complete his hand signs, he was sent flying through the air by a swift kick from Orochimaru. Bent over in agony. Yamato was uncertain whether his pain stemmed from his physical injuries or the torment within his heart. Kakashi unsheathed his short blade, reluctant to confront Orochimaru. However, given the circumstances, it would be futile to rely on Orochimaru's benevolence for his release. Although Kakashi acknowledged that he was no match for Orochimaru, he was aware that the latter would not linger here for long, which granted him a sense of boldness. His current prowess was markedly different from before, and he felt a measure of confidence to exchange a few blows with Orochimaru. Orochimaru, flicking his serpent-like tongue, remarked, "White Fang. How nostalgic. Alas, this blade is now wielded by a mere child." With that, he unleashed his shadow snake hands technique, and countless colossal serpents erupted from his grasp, hurtling towards Kakashi. Kakashi, undaunted in the face of peril, raised his harakiri, reminiscing about the sensation of having previously discovered force. Swordsmanship, Azure Lotus. Kakashi's short blade danced gracefully, forming an imperceptible and impenetrable defense before him. The colossal serpent lunged from various angles, yet without exception, it was met with Kakashi's blade, shattering into fragments that fell to the ground. A flicker of astonishment passed through Orochimaru's golden slit-like eyes. He had not anticipated that Kakashi would so effortlessly nullify his assault. Ugly dog Shinzi dog Haisien, he declared, executing the shadow shuriken technique taught by his mentor. A massive shuriken hurtled toward Kakashi, which then transformed into countless shurikens. As Kakashi gazed at the sky filled with a multitude of shurikens, a bead of sweat appeared on his forehead. His swordsmanship had only recently reached a modest level, and he feared that the Azure Lotus alone would not suffice to withstand the deluge of shurikens. Earth release. Multiple earth wall. Kakashi decisively opted for a defensive stance. Acknowledging that being Hokage is akin to a turn-based strategy, it is prudent to first withstand an onslaught. Multiple stone walls, towering at least 7 or 8 meters high, materialized to intercept the incoming shurikens. At that moment, Orochimaru had already breached the stone barriers and leaped forward, his kunai aimed directly at Kakashi's visage. Confronted with Orochimaru, Kakashi did not dare to exhibit the slightest negligence. Kakashi let out a peculiar cry as the ferocious lightning chakra surged from his hand, enveloping the short blade in a tempest of energy. Dangerous arcs of electricity danced jubilantly along the blade's surface. At this moment, his chakra reserves had multiplied, granting him newfound confidence. In the past, the very notion of enveloping his weapon with chakra would have been inconceivable to him. With his Sharingan fixed intently on Orochimaru, Kakashi raised his blade to confront him. Clang! The clash of their weapons resonated with a crisp sound. Kakashi found himself on the ground, somewhat disheveled. Yet he managed to thwart Orochimaru's assault. How could this be possible? Orochimaru was taken aback. Despite his injuries, his attack should not have been withstood by this mere boy. With a swift motion, Orochimaru stepped on Kakashi's short blade and propelled himself backward, evading further confrontation. It seems I miscalculated. This young lad proves to be quite a handful, and I cannot afford to linger any longer. A fascinating little fellow. I shall seek you out again in the future. Encountering a prodigious talent like Kakashi, Orochimaru was eager to recruit him, Yet the circumstances did not permit such an indulgence. Observing Orochimaru's peculiar tone, Kakashi remained non-committal, fully aware that Orochimaru was preparing to retreat. In a flurry of movements, Orochimaru vanished beyond the cave's entrance, and Kakashi had no intention of pursuing him. Defeating him was beyond reach. It would be folly to harbor illusions of a counterattack. Such thoughts would only lead to demise. Time was fleeting, and their confrontation had not endured for long. Yamato, enduring excruciating pain, rose to his feet, roaring in determination to chase after Orochimaru, but Kakashi swiftly restrained the impulsive youth. Yamato, do not act recklessly. There are matters of greater urgency than pursuing Orochimaru. We must check on that girl. Chapter 16. Return to the village for ramen. Yes, yes. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Yamato regained his composure. He hurried to the side of Iburi Yukimi, anxiously assisting her to sit up. Yukimi, are you all right? Iburi Yukimi appeared to be enduring immense suffering, and Kakashi noticed the crimson curse mark emblazoned upon her neck, resembling a searing brand. It was Orochimaru's curse mark. This was indeed dire, Kakashi remarked gravely. At this moment, Yamato had already come to regard Kakashi as his pillar of strength. What should we do, Kakashi? Yamato asked, his grip tightening around Yukimi, who was gradually losing the warmth of life, her form beginning to dissolve into a pink mist, drifting slowly away into the distance. Kakashi fell silent, as the haunting sensation of witnessing a comrade's demise resurfaced in his mind. In such moments, it is essential to maintain one's composure. Since we were able to save that little girl in our memories, surely we can accomplish the same now. Kakashi forcibly steadied his mind and turned to the side where Yamato stood. Yamato, only you can save her now. Would release can grant life, if you employ it. Perhaps Yukimi still has a glimmer of hope. Would release. Yamato wiped away the tears at the corner of his eye, his gaze resolute as he clasped his hands together. Would release. A towering wooden platform, measuring over 10 meters high, materialized from thin air. Attempting to capture the mist that was Yukimi, transformed into vapor. Yamato clenched his jaw, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This was the limit of his abilities. Yet he still could not retain the vapor that was Yukimi. Please, no. Yamato cried out in anguish. At that moment, a series of white mists encircled the pink vapor, and Kakashi recognized them as the souls of the deceased from the Iburi clan. The pink mist was finally enveloped by Yamato's wood release, and the wooden platform gradually transformed into a towering tree that shimmered with golden light. Yukimi, in the heart of the grand tree. The pink mist reformed into the likeness of Yukimi, and Yamato hurried forward to catch the little girl. Yukimi from the Iburi clan awakened gently, and Kakashi, understanding their need for privacy, discreetly left the two to their reunion. Kakashi stood at the entrance of the cave, uncertain of how long he had been waiting, when Yamato emerged with an expression of delight, while Iburi and Yukimi had already departed. Thank you, Kakashi-senpai. It is you who has shown me that I, too, can protect others, Yamato said earnestly. There is no need for gratitude. I have experienced the anguish of losing comrades myself, Kakashi replied with a hint of melancholy. In the past, my companion was manipulated by others. To safeguard the village, she chose to perish at my hands. Kakashi's eyes widened, as Rin's laughter echoed once more in his ears, accompanied by that fool Obito chattering incessantly beside him. Kakashi struck the stone with a fierce punch, believing he had finally confronted the memories that haunted him. Yet, as he recounted the tale once more, his body involuntarily convulsed, for that anguish could never be erased. Emotions that had long been buried surged forth, overwhelming his heart, and for a moment, Kakashi found himself unable to rein in his feelings. At that very instant, Yamato gently placed a hand upon Kakashi's shoulder. Without uttering a word, Yamato understood that verbal comfort held no significance for this unfortunate soul. After a considerable pause, Kakashi gradually regained his composure and cast a complex gaze towards Yamato. What I wish to convey is that while missions are undoubtedly vital for a ninja, the essence of humanity encompasses matters far more significant than any task, such as the duty to protect one as comrades. Kakashi's original intention was to prevent Yamato from being brainwashed by Danzo, yet unexpectedly, he found himself developing genuine feelings. However, beneath this authenticity, the results were evidently remarkable. Yamato's expression revealed that he was contemplating the significance and weight of companionship. Although Yamato was unaware of the reasons behind Kakashi's profound trust and openness towards him, this sensation brought him a sense of relaxation and fondness. The two belonged to different organizations and parted ways on the journey back to the village. Upon returning to Konohagakure, Kakashi proceeded to the Hokage's office to report to the third Hokage. Kakashi knelt on one knee, recounting the experiences of the journey to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage sighed deeply, appearing to age a decade in that fleeting moment. It seemed that this attempt at interception had ended in failure. Do not dwell on guilt. You have performed admirably, Kakashi. Noticing the third's lack of further commentary, Kakashi felt a tinge of disappointment. He had subtly hinted at the presence of a would-release ninja among Danzo's subordinates, yet it seemed the third had overlooked this detail entirely. Return and rest for 2 days, Kakashi. As the third lit a cigarette, Kakashi understood that his superior was signaling the end of the conversation. Understood. Kakashi departed from the Hokage's office, his mind beginning to analyze the situation. It was clear to him that the third Hokage could not possibly be oblivious. He must be feigning ignorance. There could be 2 reasons for this. Firstly, it is likely that the third did not wish for me to be involved in this matter, as it entangles numerous factions, and he may choose to negotiate privately with Danzo. Secondly, the third has only just resumed his duties, and it is not long since the incident of Orochimaru's defection occurred. Yamato, being a product of forbidden experiments, may be better off under Danzo's supervision for the time being, as the third might believe this would not tarnish his political reputation. Of course, this is merely Kakashi's conjecture. He is uncertain of the third's true thoughts. Given his typically laid-back demeanor, considering these 2 points is quite a feat were it not for his affection for his beloved junior. He would not have bothered to ponder these matters at all. In any case, there is nothing that can be done at present, so Kakashi temporarily set this issue aside. After all, he could always have Yamato assassinate him in 3 years, and then address the situation later. It is hardly a significant concern. Kakashi aimlessly strolled down the street when he suddenly halted and took a few steps backward. This is Ichiraka Ramen, the anchor point of the Hokage dimension. Well, why am I rambling again? Today, I shall indulge in some noodles. Kakashi, resolute in his decision, stepped into the noodle shop. At that moment, the ramen chef appeared notably youthful, and upon seeing Kakashi, he expressed his delight. Welcome. What would you like to eat? I would like a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Kakashi replied. Certainly, please hold on for a moment. The chef began preparing the noodles, and Kakashi seized the opportunity to adjust his forehead protector, studying the chef intently. Is he truly of the Tsutsuki clan? Kakashi murmured softly to himself. What did you say, sir? The chef inquired, slightly puzzled. The ramen will take just a little longer. It's nothing, Kakashi replied, his smile slightly sheepish, his eyes curving like crescent moons. Chapter 17. Guy well. If he truly is of the Tsutsuki clan, it shouldn't be so easy for me to discern. Yet, if he is not, have I succumbed to whimsical musings? Kakashi found himself in a minor quandary. Your tonkatsu ramen is ready, please enjoy. Arigato, itadikamasu, Kakashi said, eagerly rubbing his hands together. The chef turned back briefly to tidy up, then noticed that Kakashi still wore his mask, which sparked his curiosity. Young man, how do you intend to eat your noodles with that mask on? Kakashi smiled. I have finished my meal. Thank you for your hospitality. Nanny? Uncle Shouto was taken aback. Gazing at the bowl in front of Kakashi, not only had the noodles been devoured, but even the soup had been completely consumed. Kakashi smiled silently, knowing that as long as he ate swiftly enough, they would never glimpse his true visage. Your culinary skills remain as exceptional as ever, Kakashi marveled. Memories flooded back to the time when teacher Minato had brought him, Rin, and Obito to savor noodles together. Obito, that foolish lad, insisted on ordering the extra spicy flavor, ultimately filling himself with broth instead of actually consuming the noodles. Thank you for your kind words, the noodle master replied, visibly pleased. After placing the payment on the table, Kakashi departed from the Ichiraku ramen shop, leaving a solitary figure along the street. Hey, Kakashi! A familiar voice called out, and Kakashi turned to see a large watermelon-shaped head. I heard you returned to the village, so I rushed over. Guy beamed, displaying his 8 gleaming white teeth and giving Kakashi a thumbs up. What do you say? Shall we engage in a youthful rivalry? That foolish one. Kakashi smiled with a hint of amusement. Sure, I've just finished my meal, so it will serve as a good digestion. Observing Kakashi's lack of hesitation and his enthusiastic agreement, Guy felt an overwhelming joy. He threw his arm around Kakashi's shoulder, exclaiming, as expected of my lifelong rival. Come, let us head to the training ground and sweat it out. Kakashi caught a whiff of the youthful essence emanating from Guy, and with an expression of disdain, he pushed him away. Arriving at a training ground, the two fixed their gaze upon each other with a predatory intensity. Kakashi unsheathed his short blade, white fanged, and said, I have recently mastered a new sword technique. It is the perfect opportunity for you to experience it. with a confident smile. Guy replied, "Coincidentally, I have also gained some insights into weaponry lately. Let us determine who is superior." Kakashi found himself at a loss for words at Guy's phrasing. He raised his short blade, gesturing for Guy to come forth. To Kakashi's astonishment, Guy produced a pair of nunchaku from seemingly nowhere. Kakashi stared in disbelief, pondering how this fellow managed to conjure them without even carrying a ninja tool pouch. Could it be? Kakashi contemplated a possibility, a chill running down his spine. He resolved that he must not allow those nunchaku to make contact with him. With a fierce cry, Kai brandished the nunchaku and charged toward Kakashi. The nunchaku, a remarkably flexible weapon, could be thrust, swept, slashed, or flicked, making it exceedingly versatile in combat. Coupled with Kai's inherent speed, which exceeded his own, even the slightest lapse in vigilance could result in a painful strike. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, without the use of his Sharingan. He believed he could not possibly compete with Guy. Guy's movements were swift and agile, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared at Kakashi's right side. His nunchaku striking towards Kakashi's face like a venomous serpent lunging forward. Kakashi swiftly positioned his short blade to intercept the impending strike. However, it appeared that Guy's initial assault was merely a feint. Leveraging Kakashi's force, he deftly swung his nunchaku and, with even greater speed, launched a second attack aimed directly at Kakashi's face. The nunchaku created a multitude of afterimages in the air, eliciting a wry smile from Kakashi. Even before the duel had truly commenced, he found himself struggling to defend against the onslaught. Drawing in a deep breath, he unleashed his newly acquired swordsmanship technique, Blade Art, Azure Lotus. The short blade danced in Kakashi's grasp, tracing elegant arcs through the air and successfully thwarting Guy's relentless assault. As expected of Kakashi, it seems I must take this seriously now, Guy exclaimed. Wait, you're not even serious yet? Kakashi was taken aback. With a swift advance, Guy thrust his elbow towards Kakashi's ribcage. Should this strike land, Kakashi surmised he would likely find himself confined to a hospital bed for a week. Kakashi deftly positioned his sword, while swiftly retracting his other arm to brace against the blade. He then met Guy's formidable elbow strike head-on. Come again. Guy suddenly shifted his weight, lowering his center of gravity before delivering a powerful kick. The Leaf's Gale of Might. The spinning kick landed with tremendous force on Kakashi's shoulder, causing him to draw in a sharp breath as he staggered backwards several steps. How painful. Kakashi curled the corners of his mouth. He was aware that Guy had not exerted his full strength, yet it still hurt immensely. Seizing the opportunity after landing a blow, Guy charged forward once more. His nunchaku aimed directly at Kakashi's heart. Kakashi was fully focused, his blade angled to meet the incoming strike. Hee, Kakashi, you've fallen for it. Guy suddenly grinned widely. What? Kakashi was taken aback, as he suddenly noticed that Guy had, unbeknownst to him, wielded a pair of nunchaku in his left hand. With a swift motion, he executed the body technique, Twin Strike. The two nunchaku effectively sealed off Kakashi's front and rear, their speed overwhelming. Kakashi's short blade could not possibly parry both attacks simultaneously. The nunchaku struck Kakashi, and Guy, brimming with excitement, reveled in the fact that he had finally triumphed over Kakashi. However, at that moment, Kakashi's figure abruptly vanished from the assault. A sense of dread washed over Guy as he realized, too late, that it was a shadow clone. Kakashi, with a wicked grin, exclaimed, 1,000 years of pain. Kakashi's hands emanated a faint current, propelling Guy to the pinnacle of his existence. Ah, Guy uttered an unintelligible sound. Kakashi rose with a sly smile. Although Guy often appeared carefree, his intellect surged during battle, prompting Kakashi to remain vigilant. Truly, he is my lifelong rival. Guy's voice trembled. This move is indeed beyond my expectations. Observing Guy's somewhat dejected demeanor, Kakashi stepped forward and embraced his shoulder. Well, you did hit me once before, and I have now bested you in this exchange. Let us consider this a draw, Kakashi declared. Guy instantly donned a bright smile. Oh, that sounds splendid. You rascal, Kakashi chuckled helplessly. Come, let us head to my home. I shall prepare some food. After this bout, I find myself rather famished. Absolutely. Guy readily agreed, this being the first time his dearest friend had invited him over. What shall we eat, Kakashi? The specifics matter little. First, I must wash my hands. The two figures gradually receded into the distance beneath the setting sun, their shadows stretching into elongated lines. Author's note, Chapter 18. Return to the Anbu and New Mission's Hokage office. Not long had passed since the last mission, and Kakashi was surprised by the swift summons from the third Hokage. Lord Third, I hear you seek me. Kakashi said respectfully. Indeed, there are matters to discuss. The third replied, tapping his pipe. Due to various circumstances, I had temporarily reassigned you from the ANBU. Now that everything is back on track, it is time for your return. The ANBU, established by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, serves as a covert tactical unit of assassins, functioning as the village's intelligence organization directly controlled by successive Hokages. The ANBU comprises the village's most elite shinobi, primarily tasked with protecting the Hokage and preventing foreign invasions, and at times, conducting reconnaissance and assassination missions. You shall serve as the leader of Team 3, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed. Understood, Lord Third. Kakashi replied. The ANBU is structured into multiple divisions, each containing 4 squads, comprising 4 shinobi apiece. Kakashi serves as the team leader, akin to the captain of a 4-member special operations unit. Your 3 comrades await you in the Umbu Hall. Do not keep them waiting for too long. The third Hokage waved his hand, signaling Kakashi that he could take his leave. Very well, Lord Third, I shall take my leave now. Kakashi rose and gently closed the door to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction, increasingly pleased with the young man. He possessed both capability and strength, obedient to his superiors, and was a trusted subordinate. Who wouldn't appreciate such an aid? With a few more years of refinement, perhaps he could be entrusted with the role of captain, the third contemplated. After Kakashi departed from the Hokage's office, he removed his forehead protector and donned his mask resembling a feline visage once more. Upon arriving at the Umbu Hall, he found that 3 members of his team had evidently been waiting for quite some time. A tall female ninja wearing a butterfly mask expressed her annoyance, saying, "You must be our new captain, Kakashi. We have been waiting for you for ages." Kakashi replied, My apologies, everyone. I momentarily lost my way on the path of life." Kakashi felt quite helpless. He had only just received his appointment. It would be unreasonable to attribute his passivity to mere tardiness or a 50-50 chance. Kakashi surveyed his 3 students. One was the outspoken Kunoichi, her long hair cascading to her shoulders, exuding a refreshing straightforwardness. The remaining 2 remained silent, displaying a certain aloofness, which was typical of most Umbu members, nothing unusual. Both were male ninjas, likely in their 20s. One wore a mask resembling a bug, leading Kakashi to deduce he belonged to the Yamanaka clan. The other's mask bore no distinctive features, lacking even a pattern, suggesting he might be an ordinary ninja. "We shall be a team from now on. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hatake Kakashi," he announced. "I am Yamanaka Kanpei," the masked man replied indifferently. "Indeed, a member of the Yamanaka clan." Kakashi nodded and then turned his gaze to the other individual. "Greetings, Lord Kakashi. I am Miyamoto Neon," he said, his demeanor more amiable, possibly due to his status as a civilian ninja. "My name is Haruno Sakura, and I have a penchant for music and handsome men," the previous Kunoichi chimed in. "I've heard you're quite the handsome fellow. Why not remove your mask for your sister to see?" "Enough, Sakura. How many times must I remind you? This is the Umbu. No one cares about your hobbies," Yamanaka Kanpei retorted coldly, turning away without a backward glance. Kakashi sensed the unmistakable scent of jealousy wafting through the air and prudently refrained from interjecting. "TCH, what with Shinpai's aggressive demeanor?" Sakura Hashimoto felt a twinge of discontent. "Well then, if that is the case, let us consider ourselves acquainted." Kakashi, with a gentle pat, remarked, "Everyone, take some time to recuperate. The relations between the great nations are currently fraught with unpredictability. I anticipate that our first mission will likely involve heading to the border for vigilance." "Oh, back to the border again. It seems daily showers will be a luxury we can no longer afford," Sakura Hashimoto lamented, her mood visibly dampened. Kakashi felt a slight headache. This woman was indeed quite familiar, revealing everything without hesitation. "Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. You may disperse on your own," he stated before making his exit. It must be said that Kakashi's assumptions were remarkably accurate. Within a few days, the entire Team 3 received orders to embark on a reconnaissance mission near the border. The 4 gathered at the village gate, where Miyamoto Nakwan still exhibited a striking lack of presence, while Haruno Sakura and Aburame Kanketsu continued to bicker. Kakashi sighed, realizing that the team he led hardly resembled a cohesive unit, which was indeed quite vexing. Since everyone had gathered, it was time to set off. The 4 were destined for the border that lay between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain, situated amid the 3 great nations of Wind, Earth, and Fire, served as a buffer zone. Due to its advantageous geographical position, It had become an ideal location for many powerful nations to exert their influence. The Land of Rain was a place fraught with calamity. And perhaps it was precisely this hardship that gave rise to radical ninjas such as Nagato, Chuunin, and Yahiko, but that is a tale for another time. In any case, the Land of Rain had been thoroughly infiltrated by various factions, making it imperative to send personnel to the bordering region for surveillance. The journey to the border was long, and Kakashi felt quite overwhelmed. It was not the distance that troubled him, but rather the incessant buzzing of Haruno Sakura, who was sulking over her quarrel with Oil Girl's ship. "Could you please be quiet for a moment?" Kakashi said, exasperated. "Who are you calling big sister? I'm only 14 this year." Sakura exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation, the fury in her gaze palpable even through his mask. 14. 14. Kakashi's gaze lingered vacantly on Haruno Sakura, contemplating whether this mountainous silhouette and tempestuous demeanor truly reflected the physique of a 14-year-old. What a jest! Haruno Sakura appeared genuinely irate, disregarding Kakashi entirely as she turned her attention to the exasperated Miyamoto Naka, much to his dismay. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. At last, the world had become tranquil. The Land of Fire boasted fertile soil, and as far as the eye could see, a verdant landscape unfolded. Upon reaching a dense thicket, Kakashi raised a clenched fist, signaling the group to halt. Miyamoto Naoki, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "What is it, Lord Kakashi? Something feels amiss here. It is too quiet." Kakashi replied earnestly, "Too quiet?" Upon hearing this, Haruno Sakura began to pay closer attention to her surroundings. Indeed, just as Kakashi had observed, the forest was enveloped in a serene silence, devoid of even the faintest sound of insects or birds. Kakashi's hand rested upon White Fang, his senses alert as he surveyed the surroundings. Chapter 19, Ambush. Observing the still somewhat perplexed Sakura Hashimoto, Inuzuka Kenpei cautioned, "When circumstances appear unusual, there is often a hidden danger. Enemies may be lying in wait nearby." At this moment, Inuzuka Kenpei gripped a kunai firmly, positioning himself to guard against any threats from Kakashi's blind spots. Upon hearing his words, Sakura Hashimoto opened her ninja tool pouch, standing vigilant alongside Nakamura Nazen, wary of the other two directions. Kakashi sighed, realizing from the moment he teamed up with companions he had no recollection of that this mission would likely deviate significantly from its original course. Not far away, perched upon a tree, a cold-looking middle-aged man licked the kunai in his hand, his expression tinged with excitement. After lurking here for several days, he had finally spotted some big catches. They appeared to be from the Umbu of Konoha. For members of the Konoha Umbu, along with the intelligence they carried. The middle-aged man felt a surge of exhilaration and turned to his companions, instructing, "Detonate all the explosive tags without hesitation. Let us seize this small team. The bounty upon our return will be most rewarding." "Yes, Lord Ryuzaki." Kakashi sensed a familiar fluctuation of chakra, and his expression changed involuntarily. "Be cautious of the explosive tags," he exclaimed. "Earth-style, multiple earthen walls." Kakashi reacted swiftly, slamming his hands onto the ground, causing a series of earthen walls to rise and envelop both himself and Haruno Sakura in protection. The situation arose abruptly, compelling him to safeguard the nearest individual, Sakura. With Kakashi's prompt, Miyamoto Nakan and Aburame Shino also leapt up just in time to narrowly evade the blast radius of the explosive tags. However, this resulted in a temporary separation among the four. It is truly unfortunate that none of them met their demise in the explosion. Kakashi retracted the Earth release, Earth Shield, furrowing his brow as he gazed upon the four figures emerging from the thicket. They too formed a quartet, likely members of another hidden village's Umbu. Their strength was formidable. Everyone should exercise caution, for there may be ambushes lurking in the shadows. Kakashi swiftly made his judgment. The leader, Ryuzaki, waved his hand. Umbu 2 and Umbu 3. "You two take on those two over there. Umbu 1, and I will deal with the two in the middle who seem rather troublesome." When ninjas from different factions encounter each other, there is little to be said. It is a matter of either your demise or mine, with no third possibility existing. The two sides silently commenced their brutal clash, a scene that, despite its sanguinary violence, exuded an absurd sense of tranquility. Kakashi and Ryuzaki locked eyes, each discerning who among their respective teams was the true leader. Ryuzaki once again licked the blade of his shuriken and gestured provocatively towards Kakashi. Kakashi refrained from advancing, as the opponent's strength remained uncertain. Behind him, Haruno Sakura possessed only the abilities of a Chuunin, and charging forward recklessly could very well result in the loss of his teammates in a swift onslaught. Just then, A piercing scream echoed through the air. Kakashi's expression shifted. It was the voice of Miyamoto Naken. How could he have been defeated so swiftly? As a common ninja. Miyamoto Naken's inclusion in the Umbu was undoubtedly a testament to his formidable prowess, for he was a special jonin. Kakashi glanced to the side and beheld the shocking sight of Miyamoto Nakwon's chest pierced by a long blade, disbelief evident in his eyes. Kakashi-sama, I? Miyamoto Nakwon could not finish his sentence before his gaze swiftly dimmed. The ninja known as Insan withdrew his blade, leaving Nakwon's lifeless body to fall stiffly to the ground. Nakwon! Sakura screamed. In the midst of a fierce struggle with an air, oil woman, Kanpei momentarily lost focus, providing an heir with the opportunity to seize the advantage, forcing her into a defensive stance. Kid, this is no place for daydreaming on the battlefield, Ryuzaki exclaimed, flinging his arms as 8 shuriken flew forth at sharp angles toward Kakashi and his companion. Kakashi stood undaunted in the face of danger, wielding his short blade to carve an inclined arc from above, successfully intercepting all 8 of the Senbon. Meanwhile, Ine, positioned beside Long Zaki, seized the opportunity to advance towards Kakashi and his companion, raising his longsword with force to strike down. However, Haruno Sakura was quick to react, launching several shurikens to block Long Zaki's path of attack, thus entrusting her back to her leader, Kakashi. True to her expectations, Kakashi did not disappoint. Blade technique, Blue Lotus. With a gentle flick, he diverted the trajectory of the descending longsword. Subsequently, the white fang spun in Kakashi's grasp, aiming directly at Inie's throat. Inie's countenance shifted dramatically as he withdrew his long sword to defend against Kakashi's assault, yet the white fang danced through the air with remarkable agility, rendering him utterly incapable of countering. In mere seconds, Inie had sustained multiple wounds, departing this world with an expression of disbelief. On the other side, Long Zaki halted his charge towards Kakashi, regarding him with caution. Insan wiped the blood from his blade and stood alongside Long Zaki. If I am not mistaken, the sword you wield belongs to the White Fang of Konoha. What is his connection to you? Kakashi replied coldly, he is my father. At this juncture, Kakashi discerned the ruse employed by his adversaries from the outset. The true mastermind and the most formidable opponent had always been Insan before him. The orders issued by Long Zaki were merely a facade to obscure their intentions, taking advantage of the momentary confusion regarding their team composition. They sought to eliminate one adversary based on sheer strength and thereafter exploit their numerical superiority to secure their victory. What a clever stratagem, as Kakashi had anticipated. Upon Insan's arrival, Long Zaki bowed slightly in a gesture of respect. Lord Murakami, I apologize for the death of an heir, which resulted from my oversight. Murakami smiled faintly. Do not blame yourself. After all, he is the son of the White Fang of Konoha, formidable in strength, which is only to be expected. Do not underestimate him due to his age. Muster all your energy and engage with me. The son of the White Fang of Konoha could fetch a handsome price. And if he were alive, all the better. Yes, Lord Murakami. Long Zaki replied with a sinister grin. Kakashi's mind raced with thoughts, for Miyamoto Nakwon possessed extraordinary jonin-level prowess. The fact that Murakami was able to eliminate him in such a brief span of time suggested he was undoubtedly a formidable jonin himself. Despite the imminent threat, Kakashi remained self-assured. The adversary before him, Ryuzaki, likely was not to be underestimated. Sakura, you will handle the long-range support while I take on these two, Kakashi instructed. Understood. Captain, Sakura replied without hesitation. Close combat was not her forte, and maintaining distance would allow her to showcase her true potential. Lord Murakami, should I eliminate that female ninja first? Ryuzaki inquired. There's no need, Murakami responded, shaking his head. This young man is their cornerstone. Once we secure him, the rest will be mere fish on the chopping block. Be cautious of their hidden weapons. We must focus all efforts on subduing this young man first. Yes, Lord Murakami. Ryuzaki and Murakami advanced slowly towards Kakashi, one on each side. Kakashi inhaled deeply, gripping his white fang tightly. Chapter 20. The ceasefire. It had only been a short while since they had found themselves in this life and death scenario once again. Kakashi let out a soft sigh, pondering the difficulty of truly embracing a laid-back existence. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, every time he found himself at the precipice of life and death, an exhilarating thrill surged within him, as if another persona lay dormant within his very being. Within mere 10 paces, Murakami and Ryuzaki had closed in on Kakashi, both suddenly charging towards him, their long blades gleaming with a chilling brilliance. Kakashi removed his forehead protector, revealing his crimson Sharingan. In critical moments, one must rely on this ancestral power. Lightning. Kakashi formed a hand seal with one hand, simultaneously issuing a sharp command. The lightning chakra surged exuberantly from his body, swiftly enveloping the white fang and transforming into perilous arcs of electricity along the blade. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Longzaki inhaled deeply, striking his abdomen, and expelled a sphere of wind infused with a substantial amount of chakra. Kakashi swiftly retreated, evading the wind sphere expelled by Ryuzaki. Meanwhile, Murakami had already closed the distance, mere steps away from Kakashi. In the order of the tiger, rabbit, dog, goat, and dragon, wind release, wind cutter technique. A fierce gale sliced through the air towards Kakashi. Yet he remained undaunted, his blade gleaming with a blue aura. Blade technique, blue lotus. Seizing the opportunity as Kakashi defended himself, Ryuzaki brandished a kunai, aiming directly for Kakashi's vulnerable back. Wind release, vacuum blade. The wind-infused chakra surged into the kunai, transforming it into a sharp short sword in an instant. From a distance, Haruno Sakura unleashed her attack, fire release, phoenix fire technique. Torrents of searing flames surged from all directions, forcing Ryuzaki to halt his assault and redirect his attention to counter the incoming fire. Damn that woman, she better not fall into my hands alive, or she'll regret it. Ryuzaki cursed under his breath. Murakami exchanged a few blows with Kakashi, then retreated, frowning as he addressed Ryuzaki. Idiot, don't lose focus on the battlefield. Yes, Lord Murakami. Ryuzaki replied, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Use that technique. The two of them flashed through the air, simultaneously forming hand seals. In the order of the snake, goat, monkey, pig, horse, and tiger, fire release, great fireball technique. Murakami initiated the fire technique. Ryuzaki, with a swift pat on his abdomen, responded, wind release, great breakthrough. As the saying goes, fire rides the wind. The great fireball was propelled towards Kakashi by the fierce gale, swelling and expanding in the air like a roaring dragon of flames, charging at Kakashi with ferocity. Kakashi experienced a moment of inspiration. Perhaps he could employ that technique. Wind release, pressure damage. A powerful vortex of wind, even more formidable than that of Ryuzaki, erupted from Kakashi. In an instant, the mask upon his face was torn to shreds. The ferocious gale enveloped the approaching flames, and the instantaneous vacuum extinguished the fire completely. Alas, Kakashi could distinctly sense the depletion of his chakra. This technique had drained at least a quarter of his energy. Swift resolution was imperative. Following their recent skirmish, Kakashi had formed a rough assessment. The village harbored a jonin of formidable strength, while Ryuzaki possessed the prowess of an elite jonin. Therefore, it was time to take decisive action against Ryuzaki. Kakashi's toes grazed the ground as he swiftly dashed toward the recently landed Murakami. Murakami's expression shifted dramatically, and his hands began to deftly weave seals in preparation to unleash a defensive ninjutsu. Ryuzaki hurried to provide support. If Lord Murakami were to fall, he would undoubtedly be no match for the youth. However, the concealed weapon from Sakurako once again soared toward Ryuzaki, severely impeding his speed in reaching aid. Damn it! Ryuzaki cursed vehemently. Observing this, Kakashi realized that an opportunity had presented itself. A clone of Kakashi emerged silently from the earth, and his hands commenced forming seals. Ugly, rabbit, monkey, serpent, horse. Pseudo-sage technique, heavenly thunder. Kakashi's mastery of ninjutsu reached a formidable level, and all present could feel the ferocity of the lightning-charged chakra. This sensation was ominous. Originating from behind, Ryozaki's eyes widened in terror as he seemed to grasp the impending doom, yet it was already too late. A bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, struck him with lethal precision. The rampaging lightning chakra wreaked havoc within his very core, and Ryuzaki sank helplessly to the ground. Gazing at the charred gash in his body, his eyes gradually dimming of life. Damn it! Murakami cursed, realizing that the Kakashi before him was merely a shadow clone. After effortlessly dispelling Kakashi's clone, Murakami found himself in a quandary, uncertain of whether he could truly contend with Kakashi. Not far away, Kakashi had once again donned his mask, his expression icy as he focused intently on Murakami, refraining from making a move. The reason was simple. He was out of chakra. Kakashi appeared composed, yet deep within, he harbored considerable uncertainty. The previous exchange had already depleted a significant portion of his chakra, and just moments ago, he had unleashed a formidable pseudo-sage technique aimed at swiftly incapacitating his opponent. Such immense power inevitably entailed a high consumption of energy. At present, Kakashi found himself severely low on chakra. The two warriors stood poised with their weapons, locking gazes, each wary of the other's potential for sudden aggression. Casually deflecting Sakura Haruno's concealed weapon, Murakami gazed at Kakashi with admiration. "You are truly remarkable. You have not tarnished your father's esteemed reputation." Kakashi remained utterly ungrateful. After all, the other party had just slain one of his comrades. Were it not for the limitations of his chakra, he would have swiftly decapitated Murakami as a sacrifice to Nakin. There was no need for feigned politeness. We both understand that had we not been concerned about the possibility of not being able to best one another, we would have long since settled our fates. Kakashi spoke coldly. In light of this, perhaps we should consider an end to this conflict. What do you think? Murakami proposed. That is a possibility, but you must first command your men to cease their actions, Kakashi replied. Unlike the initial confrontation where both sides were intent on a deadly struggle, Kakashi's faction had now demonstrated sufficient strength, granting them the leverage to negotiate with Murakami. Since outright victory seemed unattainable, it was prudent to cut their losses. Continuing the fight could very well lead to the annihilation of his team. Murakami licked his parched lips. "Let us count to 3, and on that count, we shall order our subordinates to halt their actions, shall we?" Kakashi nodded. "Very well. 1, 2, 3. Yinping, cease." Both Yamanaka, Yinping, and Annie halted simultaneously, retreating a few steps while remaining acutely vigilant of one another. "Let us conclude here. We shall each take 50 steps back, and then go our separate ways." Murakami fixed his gaze upon Kakashi's eyes, prepared to resort to desperate measures should he detect even a hint of hesitation from Kakashi. "Agreed," Kakashi replied with an air of composure. Murakami exhaled in relief. "Annie, we depart." The two teams scrutinized each other intently before gradually retreating. Once they had created sufficient distance, both parties unhesitatingly dove into the concealment of nearby cover. "Young man, I have a premonition that soon you shall make a name for yourself within the shinobi world." Murakami's voice echoed from afar. Kakashi coldly remarked, "What a coincidence. I too have a premonition that soon my dagger will find its place within your chest." Chapter 21. Border Defense Base. The third squad once again embarked on their journey towards the border, yet unlike their initial departure, one member was notably absent. Naquan had sacrificed himself, and we were unable to avenge him, nor could we even grant him a proper burial. Sakura Hashimoto sobbed softly. The expression on Shinpei Yamanaka's face was equally grim, yet he understood that Kakashi's decision at that moment had been the correct one. Otherwise, the three of them might have perished as nameless souls in that forsaken land. Kakashi gazed at the heartbroken Haruno Sakura, contemplating for a moment before gently ruffling her hair. It was an unavoidable circumstance. The adversary was likely lying in wait near Naki's lifeless body. Anticipating our unwitting descent into their trap, Kakashi explained. Indeed, Sakura was not oblivious to this reasoning. It was merely the emotional nature inherent in women that made it difficult for her to come to terms with the events that had just transpired. Kakashi sighed, acutely aware that death could be imminent. Such is the fate of those who serve in the Umbu. The atmosphere among the team grew increasingly solemn. Yet through their previous battles fought side by side, the bond between the three had deepened significantly. Fortunately, they encountered no further dangers on their journey and arrived safely at the border base of Konohagakure. The base appeared remarkably discreet, resembling nothing more than a few unassuming cottages from the outside, but within lay a world of secrets. Who goes there? At the entrance of the base, several figures materialized in an instant, adopting defensive stances. Kakashi remained non-committal, seemingly aware that the sensory ninjas of the base had detected the presence of himself and others. The third division of the Umbu. With a wave of Kakashi's hand, the three individuals removed the masks covering their faces. Kakashi slowly retrieved a scroll from his bosom, unfurling it to display both its front and back to the ninjas before him, indicating that all was in order. He then re-rolled the scroll and tossed it towards the opposing ninja. The leader raised his hand to catch the scroll and examined it closely after opening. Seizing this opportunity, Kakashi scrutinized his counterpart. The man appeared to be in his 40s, and his immaculate white eyes suggested he hailed from the Hyuga clan, most likely from the branch family. The reasoning behind this discernment was simple. How could a member of the main family endure hardship in such a borderland? After perusing the scroll Kakashi had thrown, the man produced another scroll from his own ropes. He held it aloft, scrutinizing Kakashi and his companions before nodding in acknowledgement. It was the combat unit mentioned by the third Hokage, yet the scroll indicated 4 members. How could this be? Observing the silence from Kakashi and his team, The man seemed to grasp the situation, letting out a sigh. Please accept my condolences. I shall escort you to the base. The group then proceeded towards the base, with the middle-aged man walking alongside Kakashi, engaging in conversation. I am Hyuga Jinzo, the person in charge here. Feel free to approach me should you require assistance. Kakashi nodded. I am Hatake Kakashi, the leader of Team 3. Hinata Jinzaku also nodded. I am aware of you. You bear an uncanny resemblance to your father. Kakashi was somewhat taken aback. Lord Hyuga, do you know my father? Hyuga Jinsaku nodded. Indeed, I had the fortune of undertaking several missions alongside Shikujo in my youth. He turned to face Kakashi, his expression earnest. Your father was a truly remarkable man. He was a genuine hero. Thank you. Kakashi responded sincerely. No need for thanks. Hyuga Jinsaku averted his gaze. When rumors were rampant in the village, I was 1,000 miles away and unable to assist your father. The atmosphere grew heavy, and the few subordinates behind them fell silent. After traversing a narrow corridor, the view opened up before them. Within the base, ninjas of various specializations diligently attended to their tasks, maintaining a harmonious order. Noticing the unfamiliar trio, many ninjas paused in their work, their eyes darting curiously between the three. Kakashi nodded towards Haruno Sakura behind him, saying, Sakura, we have arrived. Please retrieve the items. Upon hearing this, Sakura produced several sealing scrolls from her cloak and tossed them towards the ninja seated at the desk ahead. These are the supplies for this period, which include some items you requested individually. A chorus of cheers erupted throughout the base. The arrival of supplies was always a joyous occasion for the station personnel. Kakashi. Let us speak in the office, Hinata Jinzaku suggested. Very well, Lord Jinzaku. The topics of their discussion might be deemed confidential by others, thus private communication was preferable. Hinata Jinzaku's office, though modest in size, was adorned with a warm ambience, featuring a photograph of a young girl on the desk. Noticing Kakashi's gaze, Jinzaku smiled. Ah, that is my daughter. It has been several years since we last met. For the safety of our nation, you have worked diligently, Lord Jinzaku. Kakashi held a deep respect for Jinzaku, a man who devoted his youth to the well-being of the country and the Hidden Leaf Village. Haha, let us discuss serious matters. Things have been rather unsettled here lately, with foreign ninjas frequently attempting to infiltrate the Land of Fire. Kakashi nodded. We encountered an ambush on our journey, and the assailants appear to be from the Umbu teams of another ninja village, exhibiting formidable strength. We lost one of our comrades. Hyuga Jinsaku furrowed his brow. Can you discern which village's Umbu it might be? Kakashi shook his head, acknowledging, I am only aware that the opponent is exceptionally skilled in swordsmanship and wind-release techniques. However, this may merely be a facade they wish to present, as there is no definitive evidence to ascertain their true identities. The closer we approach the border, the more individuals of dubious nature we encounter. Hyuga Jinsaku expressed his feelings of inadequacy. I feel quite ashamed. Our current manpower is woefully insufficient to deter those who are intent on infiltrating. There is no need for you to bear such guilt, Lord Jinsaku. This is not your fault, Kakashi reassured him. As the foremost line of defense for Konoha, you and your team have performed admirably. Sighing deeply, Jinsaku lamented, this wretched state of the world. Kakashi concluded his conversation with Hyuga Jinsaku and, upon exiting the office, sought out his two teammates. Kanpei Sakura. Lord Jinsaku has arranged our accommodations. Here are the keys to your rooms. Go rest for now, and once you have recuperated, we shall commence our mission, Kakashi instructed. Yes, Lord Kakashi, the two replied. Due to Kakashi's previous performance, even Yamanaka Kanpei had been utterly impressed and sincerely regarded Kakashi as their leader. Well, Kanpei, you may return first. I have a few words I wish to discuss privately with Sakura, Kakashi stated. Chapter 22, a single word, green to the core. Yamanaka Kanpei felt a wave of humiliation and anger as he left, his head seemingly cloaked in green. Observing Kanpei's departing expression, Kakashi couldn't shake the feeling that the youth had misconstrued something. Turning back, he found Haruno Sakura gazing at him shyly, leading Kakashi to suspect that the possibility of misunderstanding extended beyond just Kanpei. Lord Kakashi, is there something you wish to tell me? Sakura inched closer, her delicate face nearly brushing against Kakashi's. He could feel her breath softly caressing his cheek. This marked the first occasion he beheld Sakura's true visage. Her blue eyes sparkled like precious gems, her finely sculpted nose elegantly poised, and her petite red lips formed a visage of beauty. Yet, Kakashi pondered, how could such a lovely girl possess such a tempestuous temperament? Such thoughts danced in his mind at that moment. Kakashi firmly grasped Haruno Sakura's head and pushed her away with a decisive motion. Why are you so close to me while speaking? He remarked, exasperated. Sakura, fuming with indignation, felt an overwhelming urge to grind her silver teeth to dust. With your attitude towards women, it's no wonder you'll remain single for life, she retorted, her anger palpable, as evidenced by the subtle tremors of the surrounding mountains. Kakashi was taken aback. How could she possibly know that I have remained single all my life? It must be a mere guess. Ahem, I digress. Women only serve to impede my swiftness in drawing my blade. Why dwell on such thoughts? Kakashi's expression grew serious as he addressed Sakura. Sakura, I have something of great importance to discuss with you. Noticing Kakashi's solemn demeanor, Haruno Sakura reluctantly reined in her playful nature, pouting slightly as she replied, Then go ahead. What is it? Must we keep it from Kamgekyō? After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi spoke. Upon arriving at the border, I realized that the situation here is even more dire than I had anticipated. Our mission in this region is to guard against the infiltration of other ninja villages. If Lord Hachizuki is akin to a fortress defending against the enemy, then we are the sharp blades piercing through their ranks. Our responsibility is to eliminate those elusive threats that slip into the land of fire, which necessitates maintaining a high level of mobility, and high mobility implies. Kakashi spoke extensively, and at first, Haruno Sakura struggled to comprehend his words. However, as she listened, her expression gradually paled. Sakura gently bit her lip, asking, So you believe my abilities are insufficient to keep pace with the team? That is not my intention, Kakashi replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Upon hearing this, Sakura's face brightened with hope. Yet, Kakashi tilted his head, contemplating for a moment before admitting, I seem to imply precisely that. Jinpei possessed the prowess of an elite Chuunin and hailed from the Oilwoman clan, endowed with formidable survival and combat capabilities. In contrast, you only possess the strength of a Chuunin, with notable shortcomings. Routine reconnaissance tasks may be manageable, but should you encounter Sakura, her voice laced with tears, retorted, You bastard, Kakashi. She hurled a kunai directly at him, which he deftly caught, noticing the character for Sakura engraved upon it. Still warm with the essence of the girl. Observing her as she wept and fled, Kakashi felt an echo of Jinpei's furious voice ringing in his ears. Sakura, what has that beast Kakashi done to you? Why are you crying? Tell me, and I shall avenge you. 3 days later, Kakashi summoned Jinpei for a private audience. For reasons unknown, Sakura accompanied him. Kakashi's expression turned cold, while one could be willful in private conversations. Displaying such petulance during a mission was a clear violation of orders. Haruno Sakura, what brings you here? Kakashi's tone was exceedingly frigid, as if the very air around them had solidified. Why are you so fierce? Haruno Sakura had initially intended to voice her thoughts loudly, but upon witnessing Kakashi's expression, she could only mumble softly. It was I who brought her here. Yamanaka Ino swiftly positioned himself protectively behind Sakura, confronting Kakashi with unwavering resolve. Lord Third instructed us to act as a cohesive unit, rather than allowing you to abandon weaker comrades to fend for themselves. Yamanaka Ino, seemingly struck by a realization, disdainfully remarked, Never mind. What is there to discuss with someone who habitually forsakes their companions? A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Kakashi's eyes as his hand gently rested upon his short blade. Oilwoman Kanpei scoffed coldly. What? Is someone feeling embarrassed and furious? Kakashi, with great restraint, refrained from withdrawing his hand from the hilt of his sword, coldly asserting, Lord Third is unaware of the circumstances here. As the squad leader, I possess the authority to adjust the team based on the situation. Your defiance of orders is unacceptable, and I shall address this matter with Lord Third upon our return. Why Ninja Kanpei appeared flustered. As a ninja, the consequences of disobeying orders are severe. Furthermore, Kakashi continued, you believe you are aiding Haruno Sakura. Yet her abilities are insufficient. Should you encounter a situation akin to the previous one, you would merely be endangering her. Why Ninja Kanpei lost his earlier resolve. I initially intended to team up with you for the extermination mission, but I have reconsidered. With a companion like you at my back, I feel no assurance. The last 4 words were pronounced by Kakashi as he fixed his gaze upon Y Ninja Kanpei, articulating each with deliberation. Since you wish to accompany Haruno Sakura, very well, you two shall be tasked with intelligence gathering, and you are forbidden from engaging in combat. That is an order. With that, Kakashi proceeded to disregard the two and prepared to depart. Kakashi, that was not my intention. Haruno Sakura attempted to step forward to explain. Y Ninja Kanpei swiftly intercepted her, exclaiming, Sakura, why waste your breath on such a person? His focus is solely on the mission. We are but cold instruments to him. Haruno Sakura retorted, "You are mistaken. Kakashi-sensei is not like that. He saved me before." Ignoring Sakura any further, Ninja Kamui shouted at Kakashi's retreating figure, "Hey!" Return Sakura's lucky kunai. Kakashi casually tossed a kunai, which clattered to the ground with a sharp sound. Yamanaka Kenpei stepped forward to retrieve it, only to realize that it was not the one that Haruno Sakura typically kept close at hand. "This is not Sakura's lucky kunai," Yamanaka Kenpei exclaimed. Kakashi turned around and said, "Of course, after all, it is the lucky kunai that Sakura personally bestowed upon me last night, and I shall undoubtedly cherish it. If we were alone, I would certainly let you experience the full might of my 1,000 years of death technique. However, for now, it is quite delightful to see you so exasperated." Kakashi gently patted his chest and bestowed an ambiguous smile upon Ninja Kamui. Chapter 23, Chaos and Carnage. "Well, the smile of Tsuneru's idol pales in comparison to yours." Hashimoto Sakura covered her face, her mind flooded with the image of Kakashi's smile from moments ago. Though only one eye was visible, he was undeniably handsome. Observing Hashimoto Sakura's infatuated demeanor, Ninja Kamui felt a surge of frustration. "Here I am, standing up for you, and yet a mere smile from the antagonist has captivated you? After years of devoted waiting, it seems I cannot compete with a man I have only just met." Ninja Kamui's heart shattered. The one who brought her joy ultimately succumbed to the one who brought her sorrow. He silently cried out, "We all conceal half our faces. Why do you disregard my beauty?" Meanwhile, Kakashi, fully equipped, departed from the border base. As the saying goes, a skilled artist dares to take risks. Even without the collaboration of Ninja Kamui, Kakashi possessed a modicum of confidence in his survival. Stretching before the vast expanse of woods, he pondered whether there existed a more suitable place for training. In solitude, he could practice and explore new ninjutsu, and in the presence of others, he could immediately apply his newfound techniques, testing the fruits of his labor. Without any hindrances, there was no need to fear the exposure of any secrets. Things were looking quite favorable. Kakashi felt a sense of satisfaction with the outcome, as long as he remained vigilant against being ensnared by an overly formidable enemy team. Strolling beneath the setting sun, I absorb the essence of day and night. Exercise caution with firearms. I find myself more enamored with cold weapons. Withdrawing the white fang from the chest of the person before him, Kakashi gently wiped away the bloodstains, allowing the corpse to collapse to the ground. That marked the 79th. Times have indeed been tumultuous lately. With a few swift movements, Kakashi vanished into the depths of the jungle. The commotion from the recent battle was considerable. If all went as expected, at least 4 or 5 teams would soon arrive to investigate. It would be prudent for him to extricate himself sooner rather than later. In a location he deemed safe, Kakashi seated himself cross-legged upon a branch, commencing his training for the day. A year had elapsed, and his progress had slowed considerably. Kakashi's current chakra level is approximately around 8 to 9 cards. However, in recent times, the enhancement of his chakra has been increasingly sluggish, gradually approaching a state of stability. Kakashi comprehended that the golden developmental phase of his life as a ninja was likely nearing its conclusion. The natural energy within him seemed to have reached a certain threshold, showing no signs of further growth for an extended period. However, with the assistance of the enigmatic sage techniques, he had become increasingly adept at harnessing natural energy. Not only had he devised several new pseudo-sage ninjutsu, but he also sensed a budding synergy between his chakra and natural energy. The third Hokage had begun to urge his return, as additional manpower was required elsewhere. It appeared that time was of the essence. Kakashi opened his eyes, leaping to his feet, and once again vanished into the shadows. It is uncertain how many days had passed, but Kakashi, standing in the darkness, wore a faint smile. After such a prolonged pursuit, I have finally located you. Before him, 2 groups of ninjas were engaged in combat, one of whom appeared strikingly familiar. Damn it! That guy is the true leader, one ninja shouted. Unfortunately, your realization has come too late. The villager discarded the lifeless body in his hands and calmly instructed, move quickly. This area has become increasingly perilous. Kakashi's figure silently emerged behind a ninja concealed in the trees, swiftly drawing a kunai across his throat. The unfortunate ninja did not even have a moment to utter a sound before his life was extinguished. Gently placing the lifeless body upon a sturdy branch, Kakashi remained utterly silent, continuing his stealthy advance. Among the 2 engaged teams, one was a squad from the village, while the other, shrouded in ambiguity, was evidently not from Konohagakure. Kakashi sighed, acknowledging that Konoha had truly been reduced to a mere game of dice. Another team had fallen prey to the cunning tactics of the village, losing their initial advantage and several members along the way, leaving only their strongest captain to desperately hold the line. The opposing team, comprised of 4 members, had already dispatched the lookout and now turned their attention to the unfortunate captain, mercilessly pummeling him. With a moment's respite, Kakashi prepared to join the fray. The instant he entered the battle, the adversary would swiftly transform into his bounty. However, at that moment, a figure erupted from the ground, cleaving one of the villagers in two with a single strike. The short blade in the figure's hand twisted, maintaining its momentum and even accelerating as it sliced through the abdomen of another team member. The wounded man fell to his knees in agony, while the shadow behind him gazed coldly before delivering a decisive blow. Both sides were taken aback. The swift turn of events had unfolded in mere instants. Observing the arcs of electricity dancing along the blade and the eerie mask, the captain gasped, "You are Silver Lightning." Silver Lightning. That was the name Kakashi had earned for himself. Over the past year, he had bested at least a dozen elite teams. Yet, being but one man, it was inevitable that some adversaries would slip through his grasp. The legend of Kakashi spread among the fleeing ninja. A silver-haired figure, wielding a short blade that seemed to be forged from the very thunder of the heavens. Capable of severing all obstacles in his path, the captain cast a glance at the nearby Murakami and remarked, "Silver Lightning, the opponent possesses formidable strength. Perhaps it would be prudent for us to join forces and deal with him swiftly." Yet, before the captain could finish his sentence, he collapsed to the ground. Kakashi, who had been mere moments before in front of him, had inexplicably appeared at his back, delivering a chilling blow. "Those who trespass upon my territory shall face no mercy." Kakashi paid no heed to the captain's suggestion. How could he possibly trust such a character to guard his rear? There was always the risk of betrayal. Thus it was better to eliminate the threat first. Murakami observed Kakashi with caution, drawing forth his long blade and tensing every muscle in his body. "Son of White Fang, we meet again. I always knew there would come a day when your name would resonate throughout the ninja world, though I did not anticipate it would be so soon." Kakashi smiled, saying, "I have mentioned before that my white fang will pierce through your chest. Rather than waiting for a more auspicious day, why not today?" Murakami coldly laughed. "You think you can kill me so easily? It will take more than just sharp words." Chapter 24. Returning to Konoha to report, the short blade gleamed ominously in the sunlight, crackling with electric energy, seemingly urging Kakashi to act swiftly. However, Kakashi remained unhurried, gradually closing the distance towards Murakami. Instead of focusing on Kakashi before him, Murakami scanned his surroundings with a grin. "Such tricks as shadow clones cannot deceive me, Silver Thunder." With that, Murakami raised his long sword to intercept Kakashi's assault from the side. Kakashi remained composed, delivering a swift kick to the blade wielded by the village, leveraging the force to gracefully land a short distance away. Sheathing the dagger, Kakashi quickly formed a series of hand signs. Shun, Raikiri, Raijin no T Satsu. A succession of electric arcs surged from Kakashi's hand, morphing into various shapes in midair, ultimately pouncing towards the village like a ferocious tiger. The village's response was swift. F-ton, Daitapa. Daitapa, the most fundamental technique of wind manipulation, was entirely contingent upon the user's chakra. The tremendous force unleashed by the village's Daitapa disrupted the surrounding air currents, obliterating the medium through which the Raijin traveled. Indeed, employing lightning techniques against wind techniques proved somewhat disadvantageous. The earlier clash had generated considerable noise, even with the use of the White Fang. There was no guarantee of a swift resolution to this adversary. Perhaps it would be prudent to test that particular technique, serving as an opportunity to assess the fruits of recent training. Kakashi swiftly made up his mind, quickly forming hand seals as the tempestuous lightning chakra within him threatened to burst forth. Murakami shook his head. "If you can only wield lightning techniques, then today you shall meet your demise at my hands. I shall treasure your blade as a keepsake." You will be the first ninja to perish beneath this technique. Consider it an honor." Kakashi replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Murakami appeared nonchalant, yet he had executed a clever ruse, leaving behind a shadow clone to divert attention while his true self had stealthily positioned itself beside Kakashi. Kakashi turned his head and said, "How dare you employ such a trick before the Sharingan?" Kakashi's seal had been successfully completed, causing the villagers to be taken aback and swiftly retreat. It was too late. The Fall Sage technique, Thousand Birds Frenzy. Kakashi deftly hurled several shurikens, subsequently unleashing a tempest of lightning chakra that coalesced into thousands of shurikens, descending upon Murakami like a net of celestial wrath. The high-intensity current generated by the lightning chakra resonated with a sound akin to birdsong, earning it the appellation Thousand Birds Frenzy. As Murakami beheld the dense array of lightning shurikens above and listened to the cacophony of avian cries, his countenance shifted dramatically. Could such a terrifying technique truly be within the realm of human capability? Wind release, great breakthrough. Murakami nearly expended all of his chakra into this wind technique, summoning a gale far more potent than before, surging forth to confront the tempest of electric birds. However, to his astonishment, the lightning technique did not dissipate entirely. Hundreds of electric birds continued their relentless assault towards him. The lightning, imbued with natural energy, could not simply be vanquished by the wind. Blade technique, celestial departure. Murakami raised his long blade, striving to fend off the oncoming electric birds, yet the sheer magnitude of their numbers rendered his efforts futile. Dozens of electric birds pierced through his body, leaving him grievously wounded. Weak and faltering, Murakami collapsed. After a brief moment, confirming that Murakami lacked the strength to retaliate, Kakashi approached him slowly. Coughing, Murakami coughed up blood. Truly, you are the silver lightning. To perish at your hands is to die with honor. Before you depart this world, might you share your name and affiliation? Perhaps I could etch it into my little notebook, Kakashi inquired with a smile. Ah, cough, even if I told you. Would you believe me? Murakami replied with a faint smile. Ah, indeed. Then farewell. Kakashi raised his hand and plunged the white fang into the chest of the villager. After confirming the man's demise, he finally withdrew the blade. Well, this time could be considered a modest gain, having acquired an impressive sword technique, along with this very knife. Kakashi picked up the long sword from the hands of the villager and stored it away, then vanished in a blur of movement. Within the borders of the Leaf Village's defense base, a masked ninja from the Umbu approached Kakashi with utmost respect, saying, Lord Kakashi, the third Hokage urges you to return promptly. Our team is prepared to take over your duties. Although he held the same rank as Kakashi, both being captains of Umbu, there was no necessity for such deference. However, Kakashi's remarkable achievements shone so brightly that the tradition of revering the strong within the Umbu could not be overlooked. Kakashi nodded. It is time to return. Please assist me in gathering my team members while I speak with Lord Schwanza. Yes, you all, go summon Lord Kakashi's team members, commanded the leader of the Umbu. Kakashi arrived at Hyuga Jinsaku's office. Lord Jinsaku, I am to return to Konoha. Perhaps I could deliver something to your family? Hyuga Jinsaku was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up with joy. I would be most grateful for your assistance, Kakashi. He promptly penned a letter, carefully sealed it, and handed it to Kakashi. I am aware of your formidable strength, yet do remain vigilant during your journey, Kakashi. Rest assured, Lord Jinsaku, I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. Kakashi replied with a smile. Upon exiting Hyuga Jinsaku's office, Kakashi spotted Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura standing in the hall. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward as Sakura made several attempts to engage Kakashi in conversation, only to be gently restrained by Yamanaka Ino. Kakashi displayed little reaction, coldly stating, Team 3, return. Perhaps due to Kakashi's recent efforts to maintain order, the trio encountered no dangers along their journey back to the village. Given the standings of Haruno Sakura and Aburame Shino, they were not authorized to report directly to the third Hokage. Thus, only Kakashi made his way to the Hokage's office. Ah, Kakashi, you have finally returned, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, his tone neither heavy nor light, yet it sent a shiver through Kakashi's heart. Kakashi explained, I apologize, Lord Third. I encountered a rather troublesome individual at the border, and it took me some extra time to deal with him. Haha, do not be anxious, Kakashi. I harbor no intent to blame you, the third replied with a smile, taking a puff of his cigarette. I have reviewed your report, and I must say, you executed the mission exceptionally well. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. You nearly frightened me to death, Lord Third. Kakashi's playful remark greatly amused the third Hokage, indicating that Kakashi regarded him as an elder, and any lingering displeasure had long since dissipated. By the way, esteemed third Hokage, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you, Kakashi stated earnestly. During our mission, there was an instance where Yamanaka Kempei contravened orders. Oh, such a thing occurred? The third pondered for a moment, struggling to recall who Yamanaka Kempei was. I see. Then let us transfer him from the Umbu. Chapter 25. The Sharingan is to be discarded after use. Hehehe. Yamanaka Kempei, your goddess shall continue to spend her days with me, while you can only fret at home. Are you vexed? Are you agitated? The third tapped his pipe thoughtfully. Kakashi, did you glean any insights from this mission? This inquiry served as a gesture of concern for his junior, as well as a means to foster rapport, though typically, most individuals lack the merit to be courted. Kakashi reflected on his experiences over the past year and articulated, "When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy encamps, we disrupt. When the enemy is weary, we strike. When the enemy retreats, we pursue." The third Hokage was taken aback, forgetting to lower his pipe, as he pondered these 16 words, sensing the profound strategic wisdom they encompassed. "Kakashi, your statement is exceptionally insightful. I shall ensure that it is inscribed into the operational code of the Umbu," Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly declared. Kakashi scratched his head. Uncertain of how he had conjured that statement, it felt as though it had simply slipped from his lips. Recently, the village had been short-staffed, so he suggested that the individual remain in the village for the time being. Given the commendable performance displayed, he appointed them as the sub-team leader of the 2nd Division. The Umbu Division comprised 4 squads, meaning that he now had 16 subordinates under his command, although the rank was modest. This swift promotion was indicative of the 3rd Hokage's trust in him. Upon returning to the village, the frequency of battles diminished, yet every few days, White Fang would still see some bloodshed. With his formidable strength backing him, Kakashi's reputation within the Umbu began to spread, albeit not for the most flattering of reasons. He earned the moniker of the Companion Killer. Days passed in a monotonous manner, yet Kakashi's training remained uninterrupted. In the absence of missions, he practiced alongside Guy, aspiring to enhance his physical abilities to foster an increase in his chakra reserves. Diligence bore fruit, and after 2 years, Kakashi's chakra finally reached 10 units. Regrettably, upon attaining this milestone, his chakra levels plateaued. Perhaps this was his limit, he mused, feeling somewhat disheartened. His endpoint might merely be the starting point for someone like Naruto. A disparity that was indeed unsettling. Of course, such thoughts were humorous, for at 10 units, he could still hold his own against others. Presently, with chakra at 10 units, he could likely still match others evenly, as that was simply how his character was designed. The only avenue left for him to ascend to a higher tier of strength appeared to be Sage Mode. One day, after completing a mission, Kakashi arrived at the Hokage's office to report back. The 3rd Hokage spoke gravely, "Kakashi, there is a mission that requires your solitary attention. As you command, Lord 3rd. Kakashi's heart brimmed with curiosity regarding the nature of the mission that required his solitary presence. The Umbu had uncovered a secret base belonging to Orochimaru, and I hope you can investigate it to see if there are any useful clues to be found." Kakashi suddenly realized that the task was related to Orochimaru. No wonder the 3rd Hokage wished to keep it under wraps. At this particular juncture, could it be? As Kakashi's mind flickered with various thoughts, he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor while responding to Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Yes, Lord 3rd, let us prepare to depart." With a wave of his hand, the 3rd Hokage signaled for Kakashi to take his leave. At the root base, Danzo gazed at the kneeling shinobi and remarked, "The Sharingan is merely a tool to be used and discarded. Even the Uchiha clan suffers from diminished ocular power with excessive use, ultimately losing their sight. Not to mention, certain forbidden techniques require the Sharingan itself as a price to activate." With a disdainful chuckle, Danzo unveiled the bandage from the right side of his face, revealing a dull Sharingan. "Find a replacement for this eye," he commanded coldly. "However, Lord Danzo," one subordinate hesitated, "if we act against the Uchiha, we must prepare more thoroughly." Danzo chuckled darkly. "It need not exclusively be the Uchiha. Is there not a certain individual in the village who has lost both parents and teacher? Who has even slain his own friend, possessing a Sharingan? His target was clear. Our objective is Hatake Kakashi." The subordinate reacted swiftly. "Indeed, we shall retrieve his Sharingan." "Yes, Lord Danzo." At that moment, a dissenting voice emerged from the crowd. "No, Lord Danzo." The others turned to look. "What did you say?" Danzo could hardly believe his ears. "Lord Danzo, Hatake Kakashi is one of our comrades. How can we turn against our own?" "You fool." Danzo grasped the collar of the dissenting shinobi, lifting him off the ground. "Only those of root are your comrades. I am your true kin. As a root ninja, executing my will is your sole purpose." "No. Hatake Kakashi is my comrade, and I shall not harm him." The shinobi held fast to his convictions. Foolishness. Danzo's fury ignited. He would not tolerate independent thoughts among the root ninjas. There could only be one will, his own. "You 4, go and deal with Hatake Kakashi," he ordered. "Yes, Lord Danzo." The 4 men promptly vanished. Danzo's gaze fell upon the dissenting shinobi, and with a swift motion, his Sharingan began to spin, casting a genjutsu. "It seems I must reinforce this boy's cursed seal. Damned Hatake Kakashi. Members of the Hatake clan always thwart my plans. Outside Orochimaru's hidden base, Kakashi sneezed unexpectedly, rubbing his nose in confusion. This is the place. Seal. Release. Kakashi joined his hands in prayer and effortlessly dispelled the seal on the gate, deftly evading a series of traps that lay in wait. His remarkable display left the root ninjas trailing behind him in awe. This guy? It feels as though he has entered his own home, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Ding added, more importantly, I am curious about A. Who defied Lord Danzo's orders? What could he possibly be thinking? Who concurred, indeed, we are the very roots that uphold the great tree of Konoha. Some sacrifices are inevitable for the sake of the village. Being interjected coldly, do not lose focus. We must hasten to catch up with Hatake Kakashi. We must retrieve his Sharingan for Lord Danzo. The four figures flickered and, emulating Kakashi's techniques, skillfully navigated past the traps set by Orochimaru, delving deeper into the shadows. Kakashi crouched at a height, observing the four individuals below as he murmured, indeed, that old coot Danzo is still coveting Obito's eyes. The arrival of these four is likely due to my greater strength compared to what I remember at this moment. Speaking of which, where is Yamato? Could it be yet another consequence of my butterfly effect? Chapter 26. Sasuke unleashes Sage Art Chakra. Never mind. I shall deal with these four fellows first. Kakashi resolutely decided to first eliminate the four root ninjas, for he recalled that shortly, an unusual serpent would emerge. The quartet of E, Bing, Ding, and Wu swiftly advanced. Yet Bing furrowed his brow in confusion. Strange, why have we still not caught sight of Kakashi Hatake? At that moment, we sensed a disturbance behind him. Upon turning, he was met with the ominous sight of a blade rapidly approaching. With a swift thrust, the knife easily pierced Wu's skull. This act was surprisingly devoid of a loud commotion, but E, Bing, and Ding, being elite members of the root, possessed exceptionally keen senses. Enemy attack, he shouted, abruptly halting their sprint and swiftly pivoting. Before them lay a blood-soaked world, where, amidst the endless crimson mist, three enormous black tomos spiraled ominously in the air. After Kakashi dealt with the incapacitated Yu, he refrained from hastily launching another assault, as his opponent had already discerned his presence, rendering any further advance futile. His true intention was to retort sharply. Yu had succumbed to the illusion. Caution was imperative against his Sharingan. Directly gazing into his eyes would be unwise. The members of the root had developed a comprehensive strategy for countering the Sharingan, as this was not their first encounter with such ocular techniques. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. The coordination between Bing and Ding was impeccable, as they simultaneously unleashed a torrent of flames, their burning shuriken sealing off any potential escape routes for Kakashi. Blade technique, Heavens Depart. Bai Niao's swordsmanship proved exceedingly effective. Compared to his own mastery of the Azure Lotus, the Heavens Depart was far better suited for defensive maneuvers. Clang, clang, clang. Shuriken scattered across the ground as the two ninjas advanced towards Kakashi, one following closely behind the other. Kakashi was utterly astonished. If you two keep your distance, I might need to exert some effort. Yet, you have brought it directly to me, which is quite remarkable. Kakashi casually punctured several cylindrical containers, causing the nutrient solution to spill across the ground. He chuckled mischievously at the bewildered duo before him. You are destined to meet your end, he intoned. Invoking the pseudo-sage technique, Thunderstorm. A flash of azure light illuminated the scene, leaving two twitching figures sprawled on the ground. Ah, my kind heart compels me to assist you on your journey, he mused, dispatching each unfortunate ninja in turn before continuing his advance. Upon reaching the familiar territory etched in his memory, Kakashi beheld the peculiar serpent lurking in the shadows. It was deemed peculiar not merely for its size but for the thick, dark mane atop its head, reminiscent of Sasuke's stylish haircut. Unlike a typical serpent, this creature was devoid of scales. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself as a bizarre amalgamation of countless smaller snakes. As the serpent opened its maw, dozens of smaller snakes lunged toward Kakashi. Sword technique, Ascending Heaven, he declared, activating his defense just as the colossal serpent reared its massive head, preparing to strike him down. Yet, Kakashi remained unfazed, even leaping into the fray to meet the serpent's assault head-on. Pseudo-sage technique, Heavenly Thunder. The tremendous bolt of lightning pierced through the serpent's neck, and unlike the memories that haunted him, this time the creature did not recover. It succumbed instantly. Oh, what is this sensation? Kakashi focused intently on the remnants of Orochimaru's broken form, his Sharingan slightly narrowing. This is Senjutsu Chakra. The experimental subject, Orochimaru. actually harbors traces of Senjutsu chakra. In his memories, he had never encountered natural energy, which made it impossible to perceive Senjutsu chakra. However, now, with his heightened sensitivity to natural energy, he could detect the faint remnants of Senjutsu chakra. Could it be that Orochimaru had already commenced research into Senjutsu? If so, this serpent must be somehow connected to the Dragon Cave, as they are all akin to little serpents with hair, are they not? This truly is an unexpected discovery. The Sharingan meticulously analyzed the structure of the Senjutsu chakra, and Kakashi couldn't help but emit gasps of astonishment. Such a complex configuration. It was fortunate that he had not hastily attempted to merge natural energy with his own chakra, for he could have very well met his demise. After noting the internal structure of the Senjutsu chakra, a powerful surge of chakra emanated from Kakashi, dispersing the Senjutsu chakra. It is best that such things do not linger in this world. Having obliterated the Senjutsu chakra, Kakashi refrained from hastily pursuing the cultivation of Senjutsu. Instead, he swiftly rose to return. Yamato might require his assistance. Hurrying back to Konoha, Kakashi arrived directly at the entrance of the Hokage's office. Kakashi-senpai, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be on a mission? Yuzuki Yugao exclaimed in surprise. Kakashi waved his hand toward Yugao, saying, Yugao, I have an urgent matter to discuss with Lord Third. Please inform him on my behalf. Noticing that Yugao was present, Kakashi surmised that the third Hokage was likely in his office. Indeed, after a brief moment, Yugao nodded and entered the office, and soon thereafter, the voice of the third Hokage resounded. Come in, Kakashi. Upon entering the office, Kakashi knelt on one knee and said, Third Hokage, I have been ambushed by root ninjas at Orochimaru's base. What? The third slammed his hand on the desk, his anger palpable. With each successful mission, Kakashi's significance in the third's eyes had grown increasingly prominent. The news that Danzo had dispatched assassins to eliminate Kakashi infuriated him. What is Danzo thinking? Does he not realize that Kakashi is one of my most trusted subordinates? Furthermore, third Hokage, the wood-release ninja I previously mentioned, is likely in danger now. A ninja capable of wood release holds special significance for Konoha, and I believe it is imperative that we ensure his protection. Kakashi observed the sudden silence of the third Hokage and, gritting his teeth, continued, The Jinchuriki is now 4 years old. We might find the wood-release sealing technique useful. At last, the third Hokage was persuaded by Kakashi's words. He donned the Hokage's hat and rose to his feet. In that case, let us pay a visit to the root. Kakashi mused that the third had never been so enthusiastic in his recollection. Perhaps it was due to his growing significance in the third's eyes. However, there was a tinge of regret. Having the third accompany him meant that his intention to cause a ruckus at the root would have to be abandoned. This is indeed my first visit to the root. I am not supposed to interfere in its affairs, the third remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Understanding his intent, Kakashi recognized that the third was emphasizing that he was willing to breach principles to assist him. Thank you, Lord Third, Kakashi replied with a hint of levity. But I believe you possess the authority to oversee all matters within the village, as you are the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Kakashi but refrained from further comment. Proceeding directly through the doors of the root. Chapter 27. The pitiful Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen led the way into the Umbu base, followed closely by Kakashi and Yuzuki Yugao. Long before Hiruzen arrived at the root, Shimura Danzo had already received word of his visit. The third's personal appearance compelled Danzo to come forth to greet him. Hiruzen, what brings you here? Danzo inquired, genuinely unaware of the third's purpose. Hiruzen, I have heard that you possess a ninja capable of using wood release within the root. You must realize that a wood release ninja is something the village covets dearly, yet you have concealed him within the root without reporting it. What is the meaning of this? This individual is one I found and have been protecting and nurturing. There was no intent to hide him. Merely a belief that reporting was unnecessary, Danzo replied, maintaining a facade of composure. Hiruzen, the wood release sealing technique is crucial for sealing the Jinchuriki. Therefore, could you entrust this individual to me? I wish to incorporate him into the Umbu directly under the Hokage's jurisdiction. However, Danzo hesitated. Please, Danzo. All of this is for the sake of the village. The third paused for a moment, observing Danzo's continued silence before continuing, if that is the case. I can overlook previous transgressions. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Danzo's eyes. To prevent any leaks from the root, I have placed cursed seals on them. Seals that cannot be undone. It is of no consequence. The third waved his hand dismissively, indicating his disinterest in Danzo's little secrets. Danzo gestured to a nearby ninja. Bring Kiba here. A somewhat listless Kiba was brought forth, and upon seeing Kakashi, his expression brightened. Did Kakashi-senpai come for his own sake? Moreover, it appears he has succeeded. Upon witnessing Yamato being brought out, the third Hokage had already turned to depart, declaring, "From now on, he shall be a member of my umbu." Yamato gazed at Kakashi, seemingly in disbelief. Kakashi nodded in affirmation, indicating that the third Hokage's words were indeed true. Yamato hesitated momentarily before bowing to Danzo, expressing his gratitude for the care he had received. Live well. Danzo's voice was barely above a whisper, gazing at his impassive countenance. Yamato found himself questioning whether he had imagined it. Kakashi returned with the third Hokage, as there were matters that required his report and further discussion. As he walked along the bustling streets, Jia inhaled the fresh air, feeling as though he had been reborn. The short 10-minute journey took him half an hour to reach the room where Kakashi's umbu team was stationed. Pushing open the door, he gazed at the room filled with people, and for a moment, he felt a pang of trepidation. Hello everyone, I am Jia, newly assigned from the route. A dozen ninjas turned their heads in unison, causing his heart to race. "Ah, Tenzo, we've been waiting for you." Kakashi greeted him with a smile, waving him over. "Tenzo?" Jia was slightly perplexed. "Well, Jia is your code name in the route. Henceforth, you shall be known as Tenzo in the umbu." "But that name." "Enough chatter. Everyone, this is our new comrade, Tenzo, and I vouch for his strength," Kakashi declared with finality. A ninja approached, grinning, and embraced Tenzo, pulling him into the circle of comrades. "From now on, you're one of us. Let us take care of each other." "Indeed, Kakashi-senpai." "Jia." "No," Tenzo nodded earnestly at Kakashi. This was what it felt like to have companions. It was truly heartwarming. "Well then, let us all go out for a meal. Tenzo is treating," Kakashi announced with a grin. "Oh." The ninjas erupted in excitement. "Huh?" Just moments ago, feeling moved, Tenzo was now utterly bewildered, rendered speechless as his teammates enveloped him in their enthusiasm and whisked him away. After a hearty meal, everyone dispersed. Although Tenzo felt a pang of regret for his rapidly diminishing wallet, he was genuinely happy to share laughter and camaraderie with his newfound friends. This sensation was something he had never experienced during his time in the route. Kakashi contentedly patted his belly as he departed from the tavern, preparing to return home. "Oh, who is that? Naruto?" A diminutive figure stood at the entrance of a restaurant, gazing longingly at the delectable dishes within, eagerly licking his lips in anticipation. His golden hair mirrored that of his mentor, Minato, almost exactly. Kakashi hesitated, choosing to avoid Naruto out of fear that his involvement might precipitate a significant alteration in the narrative. After all, Naruto is the child of destiny. However, when faced with Naruto in reality, Kakashi found himself unable to turn a blind eye. Change it shall be. After all, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, even Madara himself would not shy away from striking a blow or two. With a determined bite of his teeth, Kakashi strode towards Naruto. The young Naruto, clutching his rumbling stomach, sighed. "I've run out of money again this month. When will I ever get to taste the so-called barbecue?" He recalled the neighbor aunt's words, proclaiming the delightful nature of barbecue. At that moment, a pair of parents entered the barbecue restaurant, cradling their joyful child. Observing the radiant smile on the child's face, Naruto felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Suddenly, he noticed a peculiar figure standing before him, obscured by disheveled silver hair, with only one eye visible. Yet, to his surprise, the gaze directed at him was devoid of disdain. Feeling a flicker of hope, Naruto mustered his courage and inquired, "Hey, who are you?" "I am Kakashi. I noticed you alone here and thought I might make a friend," Kakashi replied, attempting to mimic the expression of Orochimaru when luring children. "Make a friend? With me?" Naruto exclaimed, his face lighting up, only to be dimmed by a sudden thought, causing him to lower his gaze. He rummaged through his pocket and produced a small wallet, shaking it vigorously with both hands. "But I have no money left. Would you still want to be my friend?" His eyes darted nervously, fearing a negative response from Kakashi. "Of course, I would," Kakashi said, his heart aching at the sight of Naruto's forlorn expression. "Teacher, if you knew your son was treated this way, would you still have sacrificed yourself for the village?" With a gentle effort, he managed a smile, ruffling Naruto's hair affectionately. "How about I take you out for barbecue?" Kakashi proposed. "Yes." Naruto nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Kakashi felt a hint of perplexity. How could it be that this little one, with such large eyes in childhood, now struggled to keep them open as he grew older? "You may go in first, little one. Find a spot to sit comfortably and wait for me. I have a few matters to attend to." Kakashi's gaze fell upon the shadowed figure of an umbu member not far away. Chapter 28. I shall protect Naruto. Young Naruto obediently entered the shop and took a seat. while Kakashi beckoned to the Umbu member in the distance, signaling him to approach. The Umbu member hesitated for a moment before making his way toward Kakashi. Lord Kakashi, the Umbu member greeted respectfully. Yes, I will oversee Naruto for a while. You may proceed to the next observation point, Kakashi replied nonchalantly. But the Umbu member was taken aback. The third Hokage has issued orders. Kakashi let out a nonchalant hum, prompting the members of the Umbu to remember that he was now a favored individual in the presence of the third Hokage. Yes, Lord Kakashi, however. I shall report the events of this evening to the third Hokage as they transpired, one of the Umbu members stated. That is your duty. Now, you may leave. Kakashi waved his hand, dismissing the bothersome individual. Naruto had been seated for quite some time, anxiously awaiting Kakashi's arrival. Could it be that he was merely deceiving me? Much like those older kids who used to play pranks on me every day, Naruto felt a twinge of unease. However, upon finally seeing Kakashi enter, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. I would like to have this and that, is that all right? Naruto gazed at Kakashi with eager anticipation. Kakashi wore a smile. Certainly. Boss, could you please come over? The proprietor, a middle-aged woman of ample stature, was a rarity in the village, for only the affluent could boast such abundance. Initially welcoming, her demeanor shifted dramatically upon sighting Naruto. Demon Fox, you are not welcome here. Leave at once. The laughter and chatter of the patrons came to an abrupt halt, their gazes turning toward the unfolding scene, whispering amongst themselves. It's the Demon Fox. How is this wretched creature still alive? What on earth is the third Hokage thinking, allowing such a perilous being to linger in the village? Hurry, expel this fiend. Who knows when he might go berserk? The murmurs, sharp as daggers, pierced Naruto's heart. What have I done wrong? Why does everyone treat me this way? Young Naruto clenched his teeth, leaping from his chair, ready to exit the establishment, his small figure embodying profound loneliness. Kakashi, unable to tolerate any longer, firmly grasped Naruto's hand with one hand while forcefully slamming the A&B mask onto the table with the other. Everyone, leave at once. Kakashi bellowed. Upon witnessing the mask that symbolized death and dread, the others wisely fell silent and obediently exited the barbecue restaurant. You stay behind. Kakashi restrained the barbecue restaurant owner, who was ready to flee, leaving her trembling in the establishment. Kakashi slammed a stack of bills onto the table with great force, commanding, "Bring us a portion of every type of meat from your barbecue restaurant." "Why, yes, sir," stammered the female owner, her teeth chattering as she hastily prepared the grilled delicacies. "Why are you being so kind to me?" Naruto inquired, gazing intently at Kakashi, unable to fathom why a mere acquaintance would show him such generosity. "Well," Kakashi replied with a subtle smile, "I am actually your—" "Could it be that you are my uncle?" Naruto speculated. "You uncle?" Kakashi's composure faltered, his expression drooping in disbelief. After a moment of contemplating their complex relationship, Kakashi clarified. "I suppose I could be considered your brother, though not in the biological sense." Naruto clapped his hands in realization, exclaiming, "I understand now. You are my cousin." Kakashi playfully slapped Naruto on the head and inquired, "Where did you learn that term?" "I am Kakashi. From now on, you may call me Kakashi and I." Naruto, despite clutching his head and grinning widely, felt a profound joy within as he realized he finally had a family. "All right, Kakashi and I. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. You may simply call me Naruto." As dish after dish of grilled meat was presented, Naruto feasted heartily, as if he had not eaten in ages. "Ah, how satisfying," he exclaimed, patting his little belly. Kakashi rubbed his head and said, "Come on, Naruto. I shall escort you home." The two walked along the path, with Naruto occasionally glancing back at Kakashi, fearful that everything that had just transpired was merely a figment of his imagination. "Well, here it is, my home. Aside from Grandpa Third. You are my very first guest." Naruto chuckled gleefully. Kakashi surveyed the modest abode before him. Though everything appeared quite antiquated, Naruto had tidied the place remarkably well. "Well, I won't be entering," Kakashi said with a hint of regret. "I have a few matters to attend to." "Oh, all right," Naruto replied, a tinge of disappointment in his voice, but he quickly shifted to a hopeful gaze at Kakashi. "Will you come to see me again, big brother?" "Of course." Kakashi nodded earnestly, for he had been safeguarding you since before your very existence. "Then it is settled," Naruto exclaimed joyfully as he allowed Kakashi to depart. Kakashi sighed, realizing that he had acted impulsively tonight and now needed to explain himself to the third Hokage. The Hokage's office was still illuminated, despite the late hour, as the third continued to attend to paperwork, fully aware that Kakashi would soon arrive. "I apologize, Lord Third, for the trouble I have caused you this evening." Kakashi respectfully stated. Just know this, and let it not happen again, the third Hokage replied, setting aside the documents in his hand and regarding Kakashi thoughtfully. Speaking of which, what are your thoughts on the Jinchuriki? Kakashi pondered for a moment and remarked, in my humble opinion, it is essential for Naruto to experience a modicum of kindness, as the host's emotional fluctuations may render the tailed beast susceptible to intrusion. Moreover, he is the son of our esteemed teacher. In truth, it was this final sentiment that Kakashi yearned to express most fervently, yet he felt compelled to preface it with the previous statement. The third Hokage nodded thoughtfully. If that is the case, I shall entrust this task to you. However, it is imperative that you keep a vigilant watch over the host. The current situation in Konoha must not encounter any further complications. Kakashi felt a surge of joy. Yes, thank you, Lord Third. He then instructed, you may leave now. The third Hokage dismissed Kakashi, pondering that had it not been for waiting for him, he would have concluded his duties much earlier. Sighing, he relished the prospect of visiting Naruto with newfound legitimacy. As for the narrative itself, who truly cares? Kakashi felt an exhilarating sense of bravado. However, the daunting figures of Madara and Kaguya swiftly quelled his spirits. It was best to focus on training, after all. Author's note, Chapter 29, Sage Mode and the Rising Might of Guy. Observing the bruised and battered Naruto before him, Kakashi was filled with uncertainty. Could it be? Young Naruto's gaze flitted nervously. Kakashi and please don't look at me like that. I simply tripped and fell. That's not the case. Kakashi shook his head and replied. You were engaged in a brawl, or more precisely, you were thoroughly beaten by those three little rascals. Am I mistaken? Young Naruto gasped in astonishment. Kakashi and How did you know? Kakashi rolled his eye dramatically. It's no surprise, such a classic plot of picking up a wife is undoubtedly well known. This is indeed a fateful encounter. Hinata gets lost daily, and even the guards of the Hyuga clan are unable to find her, yet it is you, young man, who happens to stumble upon her. Over the past year, it has become Kakashi's habit to stroll around after work, playfully ruffling Naruto's hair, to the point where he feels the little one's head is nearly polished from his affection. After bidding farewell to Naruto, Kakashi ventured to a secluded spot outside the village to commence his training. Sage chakra is derived from the fusion of three energies, the spiritual energy within, chakra, and the natural energy from the environment. Unlike others, I possess the unique advantage of being able to absorb natural energy into my body. This means I can save time on gathering natural energy and find it easier to master Sage Mode. After enduring such rigorous training, today is finally the day to put it to the test. Kakashi sat cross-legged, filled with a sense of anticipation, as he gradually guided three streams of energy within him to begin their intricate fusion according to the structure etched in his memory. The composition of Sage Chakra is exceedingly complex. It took Kakashi a full 3 months merely to comprehend it. He concentrated on the reversal of the 5 elements, striving to master the essence of both the Buddha and the sage. Kakashi harnessed the mystical powers bestowed upon him, channeling the natural energy within his body as though it were an extension of his very limbs, obediently responding to his will. Tendrils of energy stretched forth, reaching towards the realms of chakra and spiritual essence. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. The intricate process of merging these three forces was exceedingly complex, akin to simultaneously commanding 3 versions of himself. Time slipped by unnoticed, until at last, the energies intertwined, gradually melding into a seamless whole, achieving stability. It was done. Kakashi opened his eyes, and the pupil of his right eye transformed into a peculiar vertical slit, resembling that of a cold-blooded serpent, sending shivers down one's spine. Kakashi absent-mindedly touched his head. Fortunately, no horns had sprouted. That would have been quite embarrassing. I am emulating the Sage Chakra of the Dragon Cave, though I am uncertain whether it is a diluted version. Considering I am merely a subject of Orochimaru's experiments, Kakashi meticulously attuned himself to the state of Sage Mode, eager to discern the enhancements it bestowed upon him. His senses sharpened. He could even hear a young couple in the vicinity. Oh, in broad daylight, no less. And in the great outdoors, drifting off track. His chakra had become significantly denser, conservatively estimated to amplify the potency of his jutsu to at least 3-fold. With 10 units of chakra combined with the ability to enter Sage Mode, Kakashi felt he was one step closer to shedding the aura of mediocrity. However, a drawback remained. I lacked proficiency in certain advanced sage techniques, such as the impermanence of the Dragon Cave. Nevertheless, the jutsu I had devised myself could temporarily compensate for this shortcoming. Moreover, due to my heightened mastery over natural energy, perhaps with further practice in Sage Mode, I might achieve the ability to activate it instantaneously. Thus, Kakashi's daily routine expanded. After completing his missions, he would tease Naruto and then retreat to a secluded spot to transform. Kakashi returned to the village, appearing visibly fatigued. When he was greeted by three familiar figures, one was clad in a tight green outfit, sporting a large watermelon on his head. It was none other than his dear friend, Guy. The other two, a man and a woman, stood a bit closer. The woman possessed delicate features and a statuesque figure. Dressed in a white robe with a single red sleeve, revealing her long, fair legs, she was none other than Yugao. The man beside her was Asuma Saratobi. Hey, Kakashi. What's wrong? You look utterly exhausted. Just finished a mission, huh? Guy greeted him with a cheerful smile. You fool. How could the Umbu leak mission information? Yugao retorted sharply, casting a disapproving glance at Guy. Indeed. Yugao makes a valid point. Asuma chimed in, nodding in agreement, adhering to the principle that his girlfriend was always right. We were just about to head to the Dango shop. Would you care to join us? Guy invited Kakashi with unwavering confidence, certain that his friend would acquiesce. Apologies, but I am not particularly fond of sweets. Kakashi shook his head and headed straight home. Do you have any idea how much protein I expend each day just to transform? My legs can barely support me. I have no desire for Dango right now. All I crave is to lie down at home. Of course, it would be even better if I could indulge in a captivating work during my rest. With this thought, Kakashi couldn't help but internally scream. Ah, Jiraiya-sensei, when will you come and deliver me some books? That guy has become so reclusive. Asuma pondered this with a hint of confusion. Guy too was baffled. Why wouldn't he, his friend, with whom he shared training, even indulge him with a meal? Perhaps it was due to his prolonged stay in the Umbu. After all, Yugao sighed. The Umbu environment can easily alter a person. No. I cannot allow my lifelong friend to become this way. I must take action. In Guy's eyes, a fierce determination seemed to blaze. You? Yugao and Asuma exchanged glances, unsure of what this foolish guy was planning. In the Hokage's office, Guy entered and immediately knelt, bowing his head with a loud thud, leaving the third Hokage bewildered. Third Hokage, please allow me to join the Umbu. Guy declared, I am concerned about Kakashi's recent state, and I hope to assist him. The third Hokage pondered for a moment, unsure how to respond. Guy, I understand your intentions for Kakashi's well-being, but as the saying goes, one must be suited for one's role. You are not quite fit for the Umbu. No, third Hokage, please do not consider my feelings. Guy passionately insisted. You are not suited for the Umbu. Now leave my office. The third Hokage turned his head away, dismissing the naive request. Suitability or lack thereof, Guy left the Hokage's office in a daze, and after only a few steps, he encountered Danzo, leaning on his cane. Danzo-sama. What is it? Danzo paused, looking at Guy with a puzzled expression. I earnestly request to join the Umbu under your command, Danzo-sama. Heh. Danzo simply walked away, leaving Guy standing there, questioning his own existence. Chapter 30. The prophecy brought by Jiraiya. Kakashi ambled lazily down the street, when suddenly, he took a few steps back and cast his gaze toward a shadowy figure perched upon the rooftop. There, a tall, middle-aged man with long, white hair, clad in a crimson cloak, crouched above the Konoha hot springs, leering down with a lascivious expression. Haha, just a little more to the left. Yes, that's it. The man murmured, a satisfied grin curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes narrowing mischievously. Lord Jiraiya, what are you looking at? Kakashi inquired from his position behind Jiraiya, unable to see anything. Nanny! Jiraiya exclaimed, startled, and promptly tumbled from the rooftop. Kakashi leaped down with a sense of resignation, observing Jiraiya as he stood up and dusted off his clothes. Ahem, it is indeed Kakashi. I merely sought inspiration for my new book. Jiraiya coughed twice, adopting an air of a sage. Lord Jiraiya, if I may be so bold, your methods are rather inappropriate. Before Kakashi could finish his words, he was interrupted by Jiraiya. Here, this book is a deluxe edition with my autograph. Consider it a belated coming-of-age gift. Jiraiya extracted a book from his bosom and handed it to Kakashi. If you continue to speak like that, your previous actions are also. Kakashi opened the book and, after only a glance, found himself utterly captivated. How infuriating it was, despite having read it countless times. He could not resist the allure of intimate paradise. Lord Jiraiya, I am deeply grateful for your gift. Kakashi sincerely remarked that he felt he had discovered a renewed purpose in life. Ah, as long as you are happy, Jiraiya responded with a hearty laugh. By the way, Lord Jiraiya, have you visited the third Hokage since returning to the village? Kakashi inquired. Jiraiya scratched his head and replied, well, If I go to see the old man, he will undoubtedly bombard me with a plethora of moral lectures urging me to stay. It would be wiser not to meet him. In truth, my return to the village is for a serious matter, Jiraiya stated with a grave expression. Kakashi rolled his eyes, expressing his disbelief. I can't trust you at all. You return only to sneak a glance at the girls. You old rascal, Jiraiya replied earnestly. During my last visit to Myriad Mountain, Wanta and the others informed me that the great sage Toad has made a new prophecy, and it pertains to you. Pertains to me? Kakashi was taken aback. Could it be that the changes occurring within him had been sensed by the great sage Toad? Kakashi inquired, what does the prophecy entail? Is it that I save the world? No, Jiraiya shook his head. It cannot be that the prophecy foretells my destruction of the world, can it? Kakashi began to feel anxious. Could Jiraiya possibly take advantage of his momentary distraction and eliminate him? However, that was not the case. Jiraiya continued to shake his head, stating that the great sage of the mountain Toad had also been unable to decipher the precise contents of the prophecy. Kakashi exerted great effort to convey this expression with a single eye. The great sage Toad remarked that you frequently manifest in his dreams, yet each time you appear, you undergo a distinct transformation. You consistently present yourself in novel identities, engaging in diverse activities, much like a multitude of entirely different individuals. Upon hearing this, Kakashi involuntarily shivered, as if something deep within him struggled to surface, yet ultimately settled into a calm. Jiraiya, oblivious to Kakashi's peculiar reaction, continued. The great sage Toad described you in this manner. The fate of that boy seems intertwined with countless worlds, and within him lies the potential for infinite possibilities. In Kakashi's mind, a myriad of thoughts flashed as the prophecy of the great sage Toad seemed to resonate with the peculiarities he had experienced. Observing Kakashi's contemplative demeanor, Jiraiya stroked his chin and remarked, it appears you possess a certain understanding of your uniqueness. Upon comparing the two prophecies, Jiraiya concluded that, in contrast to Kakashi, the previous prophetic child seemed somewhat lacking in stature. The notion of countless worlds and infinite possibilities sounded far more formidable than his own prophetic child. Moreover, the enigma surrounding his own prophetic child remained unresolved, making it more sensible to seek out Kakashi directly. Consequently, Jiraiya hurried back, presenting Kakashi with a precious deluxe edition of Intimate Paradise. So, Jiraiya inquired, is there anything I can assist you with, Kakashi? Indeed, there must be. Kakashi immediately inquired. Might you teach me sage techniques, Lord Jiraiya? Sage techniques, you say? Jiraiya was not surprised by Kakashi's awareness of their existence. After all, Minato was adept in such arts, and it was only natural for Kakashi to be knowledgeable as well. After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya replied, I do not wish to discourage you, Kakashi, but sage techniques demand a significant amount of chakra, and in my recollection, your chakra reserves are rather meager. Kakashi expressed his discontent. Jiraiya-sama, it is said that one should regard others with renewed respect after a separation of 3 days. I am no longer the person I once was. Kakashi rolled up his sleeves, channeling his chakra. The surging energy even astonished Jiraiya. I did not anticipate your chakra levels to have risen so significantly. However, since you have not established a contract with Mount Myriad, I cannot arbitrarily impart the sage techniques to you. Alas, Kakashi, feeling a sense of disillusionment, absent-mindedly touched his forehead protector, pondering the futility of discussing matters with someone who held no authority over him. Might you allow me a glimpse of Senjutsu chakra? He proposed, contemplating a more modest approach. Such a request is feasible, yet if one cannot sense natural energy, merely observing it would yield little benefit, Jiraiya replied, a hint of confusion crossing his features. After all, Kakashi was familiar with Senjutsu. It seemed illogical for him to lack knowledge of its foundational theories. How to elucidate this to Jiraiya? After a moment's contemplation, Kakashi resolved to employ prophecy as a means of explanation. I am the man foretold to bear the fates of countless worlds. Perhaps I might yet glean some insight, he remarked, arching an eyebrow at Jiraiya. Jiraiya sensed that this young man harbored his own secrets, yet he refrained from inquiring further. It was not merely the distance of a water gate that separated them. Even within the bond of master and disciple, certain esoteric practices were best left unspoken to avoid sowing seeds of suspicion. Very well, as you wish. With that, Jiraiya withdrew a scroll from his robes and handed it to Kakashi. In my quest to delve deeper into Senjutsu, I had sealed some Senjutsu chakra within this scroll, and now it proves to be of use. Indeed, it has truly come to fruition. Kakashi, with a hint of delight, reached out to take the scroll. However, Jiraiya on the other end did not relinquish his grip. Kakashi, you may harbor your own secrets, but do not recklessly attempt sage techniques. Mistakes can lead to fatal consequences. Jiraiya admonished Kakashi. Chapter 31. Sage Techniques and Forbidden Arts. Rest assured, Lord Jiraiya, I comprehend the gravity of the matter. Upon seeing Kakashi's earnest response, Jiraiya finally withdrew his hand. Kakashi carefully tucked the scroll into his bosom, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Besides this matter, is there anything else you require of me? Jiraiya inquired. Since you have asked earnestly, Kakashi nodded, inquiring, is it possible for you to remain in the village? After a brief silence, Jiraiya boisterously replied, ha ha ha. The cloud cranes return to the heavens, the wandering dragons return to the sea. It is my aspiration as Jiraiya to roam the world. Kakashi nodded. In truth, he had already anticipated the outcome before posing the question. Jiraiya, being a wayward spirit, would hardly be able to indulge in his roguish tendencies if he were to remain at home day after day. The reason Kakashi posed such a question was merely to lay the groundwork for his forthcoming intentions. In light of this, might I implore you to pay closer attention to the happenings within the village during your travels, and to refrain from straying too far? Observing Kakashi's earnest demeanor, Jiraiya set aside his usual carefree attitude. Have you caught wind of something, Kakashi? Whenever the topic turns to Konoha, Jiraiya becomes remarkably solemn. Kakashi shook his head, saying, there is no specific information, but during recent missions, I sense that some force, some organization, is covertly plotting against Konoha. I can almost detect the scent of conspiracy. In the coming years, Konoha may face significant upheaval. After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya replied, I understand. I will narrow the scope of my research and keep a vigilant eye on Konoha. Kakashi sighed in relief. I appreciate your assistance, Lord Jiraiya. Everything is for the village. There is no need for thanks. Jiraiya shook his head. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. My research is complete, and I have met the prophesied you. If I do not depart swiftly, the old man may come personally to confront me. Kakashi expressed his understanding. May Lord Jiraiya have a safe journey. Ahem. Well, Kakashi, before you depart, could you do me a small favor? Jiraiya leaned closer to Kakashi. His smile tinged with a hint of flattery. Please go ahead. Kakashi found it difficult to accept the sight of the great hero displaying such an expression. Hee. I yearn to visit the land of hot water to experience their open-air hot springs. I have heard that they offer mixed bathing. Just the thought of it made Jiraiya feel as though his nosebleed was imminent. In any case, it was for the sake of gathering material for my new book. However, I find myself rather short on funds at the moment. Kakashi, might you be able to sponsor me a little? I promise to send you the first copy of my new book when it is published. Without uttering a word, Kakashi took out his wallet and placed it directly onto Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, all the money I possess is yours. Should it be insufficient, I shall return for more. That will suffice. Jiraiya exclaimed as he accepted Kakashi's money and swiftly made his escape. Do remember to send my regards to the old man. Kakashi found himself somewhat perplexed. Why had Lord Jiraiya departed in such haste? Could it be that? Kakashi suddenly turned his head, only to find that Sarutobi Hiruzen had inexplicably appeared beside him. Lord Third, when did you arrive? Kakashi was startled and shivered slightly, then respectfully bowed. Sarutobi waved his hand, signaling Kakashi to forego such formalities. I have only just arrived, having merely overheard your conversation. So, have you conveyed your concerns to Jiraiya? What was his response? Kakashi chuckled wryly, stating, I mentioned it, but Lord Jiraiya still refuses to remain in the village, only assuring that he won't stray too far. The third Hokage placed a reassuring hand on Kakashi's shoulder, remarking, that is certainly a positive development, far better than him gallivanting across the world. Indeed, it is a tumultuous time, discontent brews within the village. The third side, Kakashi, accompany me to my office. There are matters we need to discuss. Yes, Lord Third. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi habitually knelt on one knee. Your previous application has been approved. Here is the list of forbidden techniques you may study. Choose one. The third Hokage said, handing Kakashi a scroll. Kakashi received it with eager hands, his spirits lifted. Today must be my lucky day. How fortunate it is to be single. Over the years, Kakashi's accumulated merits were sufficient to apply for a forbidden technique from the sealing scroll, a request he had made to the third not long ago. To be frank, given his unwavering political stance, it would have been difficult for the third to deny him. As he gazed at the scroll, filled with an array of forbidden techniques and their descriptions, Kakashi felt an overwhelming affection for each one, desiring them all. Yet, this was evidently an unrealistic aspiration. Kakashi swiftly determined his objective. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Lord Third, I wish to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. The third Hokage smiled gently, producing a scroll and handing it to Kakashi once more. Kakashi took the scroll, somewhat astonished. Did you anticipate that I would choose the Flying Thunder God technique? Haha. You are like a grandson to me, Kakashi. Your intentions are quite clear to me, the third Hokage replied, subtly adjusting the other scrolls in his arms. Kakashi was taken aback by how well the third understood him. Although he recognized that the third's words were meant to win his favor, he still felt a surge of emotion. Remember to note down the contents of the scroll and then promptly incinerate it, the third Hokage instructed. Kakashi patted his chest confidently, assuring, rest assured, this is my forte. Additionally, there is another matter. The third Hokage's expression turned serious as he continued. Do you recall the individual I mentioned to you previously? At present, your team is lacking a member, and I shall arrange for him to join. Kakashi spoke without a hint of emotion. Do you not think he is rather youthful? After all, this is a personal recommendation from Danzo, intended for him to accumulate experience within the Umbu. Please pay extra attention to this matter. Yes, Lord Third, Kakashi replied with alacrity, even without your prompting. I shall be vigilant, for only through experience can one truly comprehend the extent of his terrifying capabilities. He is indeed a milestone within the ranks of Hokage, famously known as Uchiha Itachi, the one who can take on 7 opponents simultaneously. Very well, you may take your leave now. The third Hokage waved his hand, dismissing Kakashi. As Kakashi's figure receded from view, a multitude of thoughts swirled within the third's mind. The child, heralded as the prophesied one, seemingly possessing the mysterious ability to master sage techniques, exhibited a temperament unlike any before. There is much obscurity surrounding this boy. He may harbor the potential to alter the very fabric of the ninja world. What should be the next strategic move? The third lit his pipe, placing it between his lips, allowing the entirety of his visage to be shrouded in the ensuing smoke. The author wishes to convey, today's update may be slightly delayed. I apologize sincerely and express my gratitude to all the esteemed readers for their unwavering support. Chapter 32. Uchiha Itachi and Provocation. Upon returning home, Kakashi, brimming with excitement, pulled out 2 scrolls from his cloak, momentarily at a loss as to which one to open first. Perhaps this is the delightful dilemma of happiness. Ultimately, he decided to examine the scroll on sage techniques, as I possess not even the slightest foundation in the Flying Thunder God technique. Mastering it could take an indeterminate length of time. Resolute in his decision, Kakashi seated himself cross-legged and unfurled the scroll that Jiraiya had bestowed upon him upon the ground. Prominently displayed in the center of the scroll was the large character for sage, encircled by a ring of ordinary seals. Kakashi's hands danced deftly, concluding with a decisive clap. Seal, release. The inscriptions on the scroll gradually faded, revealing a pure sphere of chakra, specifically sage chakra. Upon careful contemplation, Kakashi discerned that the sage chakra from Mount Myaboku exuded a distinctly different aura from that of the Dragon Cave. The sage chakra from the Dragon Cave emanated an eerie chill, while that from Mount Myaboku radiated a comforting warmth. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector and commenced the endeavor of pilfering from his old expertise. Time passed unmeasured, and Kakashi rubbed his somewhat weary eyes. Indeed, the chakra structure of the sage art from Myaboku Mountain was exceedingly intricate. It would likely take several months of diligent study to unravel even a fraction of its mysteries. Kakashi sighed, at this rate, I will suffer from severe myopia before I can utilize Kamui more than a few times. How about we indulge in some entertainment for a while? A thought emerged in Kakashi's mind, and one of his hands slowly reached towards the intimate paradise beside him. No. Kakashi grasped himself with his other hand, exclaiming, You cannot succumb to despair, Kakashi. Gritting his teeth, he unfurled another scroll containing the intricate techniques of the Flying Thunder God. Meanwhile, outside Kakashi's window, 2 little birds were chirping and squabbling, yet he remained completely oblivious to their antics. With ears closed to the world beyond, his sole focus was on mastering the art of the Flying Thunder God. Snap! Kakashi forcefully cast the scroll onto the ground, exclaiming, Why must one endure the agony of learning during one's lifetime? It is simply too tormenting. Just a moment's glance, merely a fleeting moment. At this moment, Kakashi found himself ensnared in a dilemma, torn between celestial and mundane realms. The allure of those books during his studies was simply irresistible. Perhaps it would be better this way. Kakashi's eyes sparkled with insight as he stood up, promptly incinerating the scroll containing the forbidden technique, Flying Thunder God. He then busied himself with a cacophony of sounds, crafting small notes inscribed with the essence of the technique in a language known only to him. Subsequently, he opened Intimate Paradise, inserting a note every 10 pages. This method not only allowed him to relish the joy of reading, but also served as a motivation for his studies. Kakashi, you truly are a genius. The following morning, Kakashi rose from his slumber, looking rather fatigued, and made his way to the Umbu training ground. Typically, when not on a mission, Umbu members would gather here to engage in light-hearted conversation or partake in training exercises. Today marked the first day of Itachi Uchiha's induction into the Umbu. It was unlikely he would be assigned a mission immediately, so he would probably be at the training ground, making it convenient for Kakashi to wait there. Since he had some time to spare, why not seize the opportunity to study? Thus, Kakashi once more retrieved intimate paradise. As the sun rose high in the sky, he keenly noticed the chatter among the Umbu members abruptly ceased. He tucked away his book and peeked out, spotting a young boy slowly entering the training ground. The boy's most striking features were the deep tear troughs reminiscent of nasolabial folds and his crimson Sharingan eyes. After a brief silence in the training ground, the members seated on the resting platform began to whisper among themselves. Isn't that a member of the Uchiha clan? I can't believe the rumors were true. I wonder what the higher-ups were thinking to include an Uchiha in the Umbu. Isn't that courting trouble? From now on, whatever we do, the Uchiha's eyes will be upon us. The Uchiha clan should be expelled from Konoha. My brother was apprehended by the security department last time. A bunch of arrogant individuals who didn't even spare my face, refusing to release him. They should have been banished long ago. Without them, Konoha would be revitalized. The boy, seemingly oblivious to the murmurs, continued to walk forward. Suddenly, someone led the charge, hurling a kunai at the boy, followed by shuriken, saban, and darts, 20 or so projectiles aimed at him. Yet the boy appeared unfazed, moving forward as if he were impervious to the onslaught. The projectiles grazed past him, not a single one making contact. As he approached the group, the boy slightly bent forward and greeted, "Hello, seniors. I am the newly assigned Umbu member, Itachi Uchiha." Itachi Uchiha evidently dismissed the assailant's actions, his calm demeanor striking a sharp contrast to the earlier aggression, as if delivering a resounding slap to their faces. 1 against 7. Kakashi furrowed his brow, raising a hand to deftly grasp 4 shuriken, which he hurled towards the 4 assailants who had just attacked. The 4 Umbu members cursed as they scrambled to evade the projectiles, while the previously stoic youth turned with a hint of surprise to gaze in Kakashi's direction. "What on earth are you doing, Kakashi?" One of the Umbu members exclaimed in anger. "What are you all up to on this overcast day?" Kakashi inquired coldly. "We merely observed a newcomer and wished to ascertain his capability for joining the Umbu." The member named Intion replied with unwavering conviction. Kakashi rose, crossing his arms. "Oh. I merely wish to ascertain whether you possess the capacity to evaluate others, or if the assessments you provide hold any persuasive weight." "You." The overcast individual seemed intent on saying something more, yet feeling inferior to Kakashi and lacking justification, could only swallow back the words, casting a shadowy glare at him. The captain of the gloomy team, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, stood up. "Kakashi, tend to your own team's affairs. Do you not think you have overstepped your bounds?" Itachi Uchiha is a new member of our team." Kakashi shrugged. "Your subordinate has acted against my team members and other colleagues within the Umbu, which clearly illustrates your failure in discipline. If that is the case, what is wrong with me offering a bit of correction to your subordinate? You should be grateful to me, Captain Sunny." Captain Sunny's expression twisted into a sardonic smile. "Kakashi, if your prowess matched your silver tongue, perhaps your teammates would not have met such tragic fates. That damn fellow." A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Kakashi's eyes. This fellow, Tian, had struck at his most sensitive spot. Witnessing the usually nonchalant Kakashi display anger, Tian felt a surge of triumph, and his spirits lifted. "Oh. What's the matter, Kakashi? Have you grown so addicted to slaughtering your own kind that you now wish to eliminate me as well?" Tian remarked with a cold smirk. "Ha ha ha." Behind Tian, their team members erupted in laughter, as though they had heard the most ridiculous joke. Chapter 33. How infuriating. Is it an illusion? Although Kakashi had the upper hand, Tian, in a bid to regain his footing, had unwittingly touched upon Kakashi's deepest wound. As he looked at the laughing Tian, Kakashi felt an overwhelming desire to strike him down. Kakashi took a deep breath, striving to appear more composed. After all, if he truly wished to teach this individual a lesson, he needed to maintain an air of nonchalance, thereby provoking his opponent into taking the bait. "Since you choose to engage in such lowly tactics of personal attack, let us indulge in this mutual harm," Kakashi nonchalantly remarked. "Well, it took someone nearly 40 years to attain a position akin to mine. If I were in that person's shoes, I would undoubtedly resort to seppuku in a matter of moments. How could one still have the audacity to be so boisterous, utterly devoid of shame? He chuckled lightly. You. Sunny retorted, somewhat flustered, you simply rely on the favoritism of the third Hokage. Otherwise, with your qualifications, how could you possibly occupy such a position? You weren't even born when I undertook my missions. Kakashi gazed up at the sky and remarked, those devoid of true ability often cling to their experience. But aside from your seniority, what tangible accomplishments can you present? How many S-rank missions have you completed, and how many A-rank? In just a few years. I have achieved what you could not accomplish in a lifetime, yet here you are, merely discussing your credentials. Kakashi's words struck like a whip, cracking against the face of a clear sky, leaving no room for rebuttal. Kakashi approaches his missions with an astonishing speed, akin to the rapidity of completing trivial tasks. Within the entire Umbu, few can rival his prowess. Unsurprisingly, Chuunin was thoroughly incensed, his face flushing crimson as he exclaimed, merely a stroke of luck has afforded you some achievements, yet here you stand, spouting such arrogance. What nonsense is this about silver lightning? If you possess any real skill, step into the ring with me, and I shall impart to you a lesson on the true meaning of respecting one's elders. Kakashi's lips curled into a subtle smirk. Had the fish not just taken the bait? It would be rather unwise. For what if I inadvertently injured my senior in the arena? Given the senior's age, a severe injury could lead to enforced retirement. Perhaps it is best to refrain from such actions. With a demeanor that suggested he was acting in her best interest, Kakashi provoked an explosive reaction from Chuunin. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Just a fade of bravery. Chuunin shouted defiantly. Kakashi shook his head and remarked, since Captain Sunny possesses such refined interests, I shall oblige. However, I do hope that if you suffer a rather devastating defeat, you will not dwell on it too heavily in the future. Upon hearing Kakashi's agreement, Sunny swiftly leaped onto the arena, anxious that Kakashi might reconsider. Aha, naturally. And if I leave you with a bruised visage, do refrain from weeping to Lord Third about it, you little rascal. Very well, just a moment. Allow me to converse briefly with my new team members, Kakashi replied nonchalantly. Sunny retorted with a hint of mockery, haha, there is no need for lengthy explanations. Just ensure they escort you to the infirmary afterward. Kakashi chose to ignore Sunny, considering him already a lost cause. Kakashi approached Itachi Uchiha and, amidst his astonished gaze, wrapped his arm around his shoulder. Itachi harbored a deep aversion to physical contact with anyone other than his younger brother, Sasuke. However, considering that the man before him had just stood up for him, he reluctantly allowed Kakashi's arm to rest upon him. Kakashi whispered a few words into Itachi's ear, and Itachi looked at Kakashi with a hint of surprise. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded. Very well, let us proceed. Kakashi leaped onto the arena, deftly drawing his short blade and slowly lifting his forehead protector. After concluding his preparations, Chuunin coldly smirked as he retrieved 2 flying sickles from the side, gradually swinging them in his hands. As Kakashi took the stage, Chuunin's gaze was solely fixed upon his figure, deliberately avoiding his Sharingan. Understanding how to engage in combat with the Uchiha clan is a fundamental lesson for the Umbu, as each member is well aware of the necessary strategies. After all, this clan has long been considered the Umbu's hypothetical adversary. With the scythe spinning ever more rapidly in his hand, Chuunin made his move, launching the blade directly towards Kakashi. Kakashi swiftly evaded the scythe with a deft twist of his body, advancing towards his opponent. Seizing the opportunity while the scythe was momentarily hindered, he charged forward. Meanwhile, the agile opponent quickly yanked the iron chain attached to the flying scythe, while another scythe rushed to meet the rapidly approaching Kakashi. The clash resonated with a metallic clang. Kakashi's white fang encountered the flying sickle. With a swift slice of the short blade, it deflected the sickle to the side. Under the clear sky, he remained unperturbed, his hands subtly shifting as another sickle was deftly retrieved, curving back with a cunning trajectory aimed at Kakashi's back. Kakashi leapt into the air, evading the strike. He fell into the trap. Sunny rejoiced with delight. The reason he had left Kakashi an angle for evasion was to force him into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Sunny unleashed 2 iron chains that danced swiftly in the air, with 2 sides alternatingly lunging towards Kakashi. Kakashi, swift of foot yet afflicted by his ocular ailment, deftly landed upon the scythe, executing a backflip in an attempt to descend gracefully. To his astonishment, the 2 scythes, upon colliding midair, inexplicably altered their trajectory and once more surged towards him, one after the other. As if that were not enough, 2 iron chains twisted and spun, advancing menacingly towards Kakashi. Wind release, gale dance. Kakashi clapped his hands together, generating a gust of wind that sent the iron chains flying aside, allowing him to narrowly land on the platform. Engaging in wind release with me? How audacious. One must remember that his signature skill on sunny days is indeed wind release. Sunny, with a cold smile, unleashed his lethal technique, under which countless vengeful spirits seemed to wail in agony. Wind release, 9 sides. A tempestuous surge of wind chakra rapidly coalesced in the air, forming 7 blades resembling scythes. The 9 scythes whistled as they surged toward Kakashi, completely encircling him with no room for evasion. Ah, Silver Lightning? Today, you shall learn the origin of my moniker, the Bloodthirsty Scythe. Alas, Kakashi found himself with no means of escape, the razor-sharp scythes slicing through flesh, causing blood to spurt forth. Witnessing Kakashi helplessly collapse into a pool of his own blood, Sunny felt a surge of satisfaction, finally releasing pent-up frustrations. Indeed, merely a sharp-tongued brat, with such meager strength. How could he possibly be appointed captain if not for the favor of the 3rd Hokage? Sunny crouched down, gazing at Kakashi, who was barely clinging to life, and gently patted his cheek. Young man, you ought to show a bit more respect to your elders, do you understand? But is this truly the case? The crowd below the arena observed Sunny, seemingly entranced, as he began to flail about, muttering incantations under his breath, initiating a whispered chant. How infuriating! Is this an illusion? When did this happen? Chapter 34, The Uchiha Clan. The expression on Overcast's face darkened. Witnessing his captain's humiliation left him equally disheartened. In contrast, others were awestruck by Kakashi's prowess. They had completely overlooked when he had activated the illusion. This is Hatake Kakashi? No wonder he is regarded as the strongest in the Umbu. So terrifying indeed. Not quite the strongest. That title belongs to Uchiha Shursui. But he is certainly formidable. The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Today's youth are truly extraordinary. I am getting old. Listening to the surrounding individual's words laden with admiration. Only Itachi stood in peculiar silence, recalling what Kakashi had whispered in his ear moments ago. When Sunny is distracted, unleash your illusion upon him. His focus will be entirely on me, and he will undoubtedly let his guard down against those around him. Fear not, none here are adept in illusions. And you may seize this opportunity to vent your frustrations. Uchiha Itachi meticulously contemplated Kakashi's actions, realizing that he bore little resemblance to the individual he had been told about. Kakashi observed the entranced 17, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He lifted his leg and forcefully struck 17's knee, which immediately bent grotesquely backward. A chilling scream escaped 17's lips as excruciating pain jolted him from his idyllic surroundings into the harshness of reality. Before he could even comprehend the situation, Kakashi delivered another blow to the knee of 17's other leg, leaving him utterly defenseless. 17 collapsed onto the ground, staring at Kakashi before him and his severed leg. Realization dawning upon him that he had fallen victim to an illusion. You scoundrel, resorting to underhanded tactics. 17 spat, gritting his teeth. What other choice is there? Kakashi retorted, kicking the incapacitated 17 off the stage. We are Umbu ninjas. We do not engage in fair play. You. A flicker of malice crossed 17's eyes. Are you not afraid that Lord Third will hold you accountable for such brutality? 17 seemed to have completely forgotten that moments ago, within the realm of illusion, he had inflicted far worse upon Kakashi than he was currently enduring. After all, it was merely an illusion. You have no means to prove otherwise. Kakashi, I shall ensure that you bear the consequences. Pray tell, have you truly become so bewildered, my esteemed senior? Kakashi cast a surprised glance at Sunny. We had already discussed the consequences before stepping onto the arena. Many can attest to that. Moreover, given your age and the extent of your injuries, can you truly return to the Umbu? What value do you hold for the village now? Would the 3rd Hokage really expel me from the Umbu for your sake? At most, I would receive a mild reprimand. Nothing more. What outcome do you anticipate? You. Sunny erupted, spewing a mouthful of blood, and fell unconscious on the arena floor, overtaken by rage. Observing his pitiful state, Kakashi abandoned any further intentions to provoke him. Sunny had already paid the requisite price. Kakashi leapt down from the arena and strode directly towards Itachi Uchiha. The members of Umbu along the way respectfully inclined their heads and instinctively stepped back, clearing a path for Kakashi. Itachi Uchiha, let us depart, Kakashi stated. Itachi hesitated for a moment, then nodded and followed Kakashi out. The two wandered aimlessly for quite some time until Itachi could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Kakashi-senpai, why did you choose to assist me today? I am aware that our clan is generally held in disdain within Umbu. Well, Kakashi replied, gesturing toward the forehead protector adorning his left eye. Perhaps it is due to that individual. I hold a certain fondness for your clan. Itachi tilted his head slightly, pondering. Do you not perceive us as a cursed clan? The Sharingan is a power bestowed only upon those who bear a curse. We only grow stronger through the loss of our closest kin. Kakashi shook his head and said, on the contrary, I believe that the Uchiha clan harbors love. A love that is profoundly pure. Itachi Uchiha halted in his tracks. For it was the first time he had heard such an assessment from the lips of an outsider. Kakashi came to a halt, gazing intently into Itachi Uchiha's eyes, and earnestly remarked, it is precisely because of the fear of loss that one yearns for power even more, striving to prevent further losses. Is this not a manifestation of love within the heart? Itachi nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to remain silent as he contemplated Kakashi's words. That afternoon, Kakashi was summoned to the Hokage's office. As anticipated, the third Hokage delivered a stern reprimand to Kakashi. However, upon learning the details of the situation, the third Hokage found himself at a loss for words. Why on a clear day must one bring up matters concerning Rin and Obito in Kakashi's presence? It was already a testament to Kakashi's restraint that he had not retaliated, considering their shared status as colleagues. The youth possess an excess of temper, henceforth. Let us not act impulsively, the third Hokage advised, neither too harshly nor too lenient. Indeed, you are correct. Kakashi's attitude towards admitting his mistakes was remarkably sincere, leaving the third Hokage with little to add. By the way, what are your thoughts on that child, Itachi Uchiha? The third Hokage inquired. Kakashi reflected for a moment and remarked, I have only recently engaged with him, yet he appears to possess profound thoughts. He often seems to ponder the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village. Oh, is that so? I understand, the third Hokage said, his eyes narrowing slightly. We must observe closely in the coming days. Report any developments to me promptly. Yes, Lord Third. Upon returning home, Kakashi retrieved his cherished paradise of affection, while his mind was occupied with thoughts regarding the Uchiha clan. With Itachi Uchiha joining the Umbu, it would not be long before the Uchiha clan's ambitions for a coup d'etat came to fruition. In truth, Kakashi could empathize with the Uchiha clan, considering that all the Hokage who succeeded were appointed through connections. The second Hokage was the brother of the first, the third was the disciple of the second, and the fourth was the grand disciple of the third. If I were part of the Uchiha clan, I too would find it intolerable. Joking aside, the Uchiha clan's desire for a coup stemmed from being ousted from the core of power by several prominent clans, while simultaneously bearing the burden of being blamed for the Ninetales incident and facing disdain in their role within the police force. As the saying goes, the weight of the past is hard to shake off. The discord between the Uchiha clan and the village seemed nearly irreconcilable, rendering any peaceful resolution without bloodshed utterly impossible. After all, Naruto was still young and had yet to develop the SSS-level ninjutsu of verbal prowess. How to address the Uchiha clan was the primary dilemma Kakashi wrestled with. Should he allow Itachi to purge the Uchiha clan, or should he rely on his memories to make appropriate alterations to the narrative? Each option demanded careful consideration. A single misstep could ensnare Kakashi in this terrifying maelstrom. Chapter 35, Mission with Itachi. Countless thoughts flitted through Kakashi's mind, yet ultimately, he dismissed them all. With some time remaining before the Uchiha clan's attempt at a coup, it was wise to take things one step at a time. Strength is the foundation of everything. For now, he must focus on enhancing his own abilities. With sufficient power, everything else would fall into place. Realizing this, Kakashi felt he could no longer afford to waste even a moment. His time was running short. He sprang up from his bed with a sudden motion, reaching for the nearby intimate paradise. This posture. The difficulty is quite high. The next day, Kakashi awoke with a yawn. Struggling to rise from his bed, his dark circles under his eyes quite prominent. Indeed, once one immerses themselves in study, time tends to slip away unnoticed. Recently, due to the necessity of keeping a close watch on Itachi, the third Hokage had not assigned him overly complicated tasks, allowing for a relatively leisurely pace. Kakashi's energy was wholly devoted to his studies. The Flying Thunder God technique presented a formidable challenge, demanding stringent requirements across various aspects, with comprehension being merely one facet. Mastery of the Flying Thunder God necessitates formidable perception and insight. Ever since I began practicing sage arts, my perceptive abilities have significantly enhanced, undoubtedly meeting the demands of the technique. As for my insight, Kakashi touched his forehead protector, contemplating that it too should suffice. Thus, the Flying Thunder God technique aligns perfectly with my current circumstances, and it is imperative to grasp it as soon as possible. Regarding the Sage Chakra of Myriad Mountain, armed with prior experience, I have essentially deciphered its intrinsic structure and can attempt to commence the fusion whenever time permits. On that day, Kakashi was summoned once again to the Hokage's office. Within the office, not only was the third Hokage present, but also another familiar figure. Kakashi furrowed his brow, wondering how Danzo had ended up here. The third Hokage gently tapped his desk and said, "Kakashi, there is a task I need to entrust to you. Have you heard the news that the land of the Forest's Banruo clan wishes to establish a partnership with us?" Kakashi nodded. "I have heard about it. In a few days, we will exchange intelligence at the border that will be beneficial for both parties." Indeed, the third Hokage continued. However, Danzo is suspicious that the Hanar clan's cooperation is merely a fade, intended to deceive us for their own gain. Therefore, to reassure my old friend, I would like you to take a trip, just as a precaution. Kakashi, already well acquainted with the unfolding events, recognized that Danzo had made the right call. The Hanar clan had no genuine intent to collaborate and had plotted to kill and plunder from the outset. He pondered the audacity of such a minuscule nation daring to offend Konoha, knowing that even in its weakest moments, Konoha could effortlessly annihilate them. "I understand, Lord Third. If the Hanar clan deceives us," Kakashi inquired. Beside him, Danzo opened his eyes and coldly stated, "Leave no one alive." "I comprehend. I will form a two-man team with Itachi Uchiha to undertake this mission." The third waved his hand. "Handle this matter as you see fit. I have some discussions to conduct with Danzo. You may withdraw for now." "Yes, Lord Third." After departing from the Hokage's office, Kakashi arrived at the Umbu headquarters. Itachi Uchiha was meticulously tidying the team's changing room when Kakashi called out to him. "Itachi Uchiha, you will accompany me on this mission. Let us gather outside the village at the hour of the rat." "Understood, Captain." Despite Itachi's mature demeanor, a flicker of excitement stirred within him. Having spent so long in the Umbu, this marked his first genuine mission. To Itachi, mundane tasks like standing guard at the Hokage's office hardly qualified as missions. After Kakashi departed, two Umbu members approached Itachi's side. "What are you so happy about, Uchiha brat? Just wish for good fortune on your mission with the captain." One of the Umbu members remarked. The other chimed in, "Indeed, you must exercise caution. I hope you'll return alive after the task is completed." Itachi furrowed his brows. Looking perplexed at the two, "Why do you say that?" "Since you asked, we'll enlighten you," the two bored individuals eagerly began. "Do you know what our captain is most notoriously known for in the Umbu, apart from Silver Lightning? It's the companion killer." "That's right. The captain has been known to eliminate even his own comrades to fulfill his missions. Don't you think you should be careful? Companion killer?" Itachi nodded thoughtfully, donned his gear, and departed. As night deepened, Kakashi squatted atop a tree outside the village, gazing into the distance, while Itachi concealed himself behind him. Both had donned their Umbu masks. This mission was led by Guy, and our task was to ensure their safe passage. If the Banho crowd makes any unusual moves, we eliminate them all. "Understood?" Kakashi inquired. Itachi's gaze flickered. "Understood, Captain Kakashi." Itachi's reaction seemed somewhat odd, yet Kakashi dismissed it and remained vigilant of their surroundings. The duo trailed Guy's group to the border. Finally, "We've arrived. I could really go for some hot pot." Throughout the journey, Guy had enjoyed delectable meals, including a hot pot feast, which left Kakashi feeling resentful, as all he had were the unpalatable soldier pills. Itachi remained silent, calmly surveying the area, as Guy began conversing with the leader of the Banho. Kakashi patted Itachi's shoulder and pointed into the distance. "Do you see that mountain? There are ambushes up there. Let's stealthily approach together." Itachi was startled. How could Kakashi discern the presence of ambushes from such a distance? Suppressing his curiosity, Itachi swiftly followed Kakashi as they circled around to the rear of the mountain, then stealthily ascended. Observing the hidden figures on the mountain, Itachi expressed his admiration. "There truly are ambushers. You possess remarkable insight, Lord Kakashi." "Ah. It's merely a matter of perspective. If I were part of the Banho, intending to engage in treachery, I would certainly lay in wait here." The ambushers on the mountain were taken aback, glancing behind them. Had the two not spoken, they would have remained oblivious to the presence of the two newcomers. After all, everyone's attention was focused on Guy's group, naturally lowering their vigilance towards the rear. With the arrival of Kakashi and Itachi, their inability to notice was quite understandable. "Not good. It's the Konoha Umbu. Quickly, alert the Lord." Chapter 36, Itachi, "Shall we retrieve the child together?" Kakashi helplessly spread his hands, acknowledging the sheer folly of the Banryo clan. Since the two dared to appear so brazenly, they must have been thoroughly prepared. It is an acoustic barrier. Everyone, be cautious. There may be other Konoha ninjas nearby. Let us deal with these two first. We always suspected that Konoha harbored ill intentions towards us, and fortunately, we were also well prepared. Did you not expect this? The Banryo clan sneered. Kakashi rolled his eyes, urging the individual to exhibit some dignity, oblivious to the fact that it was they who intended to engage in deceitful tactics. Kakashi and Itachi drew their blades, bracing themselves against the oncoming horde of enemies. Their movements were devoid of any superfluity, each strike executed with precision, methodically reaping one life after another. The graceful interplay between the sweeping arcs of their swords and their fluid footwork manifested a peculiar beauty. Like a silent pantomime, one by one, the actors fell silently, transforming into lifeless corpses. After wiping the blood from his white fangs, Kakashi carefully sheathed his sword. Approaching Itachi, he gently placed a hand on his shoulder and remarked, "Well done." Itachi, having suppressed his curiosity throughout, could no longer contain himself and inquired about a lingering doubt. "Why are you referred to as the companion killer? They say you sacrifice your comrades to fulfill your missions. Yet, I feel you are not truly that kind of person." Itachi refrained from voicing the rest of his thoughts. Kakashi responded with a wry smile, "It is my comrades who chose to fall by my hand, to protect the village and safeguard me." Kakashi withdrew his hand, seated himself upon a robust corpse, and slowly closed his eyes. From that moment forth, I found myself incessantly washing my hands, yet the stains of blood seemed impossible to cleanse. Upon reopening my eyes, Kakashi gestured towards his Sharingan and recounted a phrase uttered by the one who bestowed upon him his eyes. "Ninjas who betray their missions are deemed worthless. Yet those who fail to cherish their comrades are even less than worthless." I comprehended. Itachi nodded slightly, observing Kakashi's evident pain, and after a moment's hesitation, placed his hand upon Kakashi's shoulder and gave it a gentle pat. Kakashi cast a surprised glance at Itachi, but Itachi swiftly withdrew his hand as if nothing had transpired. "Would you find yourself perplexed by the Sharingan? Do you believe, in some sense, that you belong to the Uchiha clan?" Itachi inquired once more. Kakashi smiled and remarked, "To be honest, I had never contemplated this issue, but I believe that the bond one share with the Uchiha clan will remain unbreakable throughout my lifetime." "Unbreakable, you say?" Itachi fell silent once more. Down the mountain, Guy had already unraveled the conspiracy of the Phantom Brigade. The scroll handed to him was, in fact, a detonating tag. With a swift kick, Guy sent the scroll flying, exclaiming in fury, "How can you disregard the principles of combat?" Chuckling, a member of the Phantom Brigade retorted, "Foolish leaf ninja, we never intended to collaborate with you from the outset." Phantom Brigade, advance. After the leader's proclamation, silence lingered, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Observing the bewildered Guy before her, she cleared her throat and shouted even louder, "Phantom Brigade, advance." Yet, the mountain remained eerily still. Guy had crossed his arms, quietly watching the unfolding spectacle before him. A soft thud echoed through the air. Kakashi and Itachi gently descended behind the woman and the other two members of the Phantom Brigade, swiftly brandishing their blades as they approached Guy. The three members of the Phantom Brigade, still bearing expressions of disbelief, slowly succumbed, never comprehending where their reinforcements had vanished. "Kakashi, how could you have killed them all?" Guy exclaimed in astonishment. Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector and remarked, "Fool, how could you address a member of the Umbu by name during their mission? The Panui clan has betrayed Konoha, and my duty is to eliminate them all. Now that our mission is complete, let us return together." Kai found Kakashi's indifference difficult to accept. Regardless, it is unacceptable to take their lives. After all, they are three living beings. Kakashi mused that it was fortunate you did not witness the multitude of corpses strewn across the mountain. Otherwise, you would surely have lost your mind. You are exceedingly naive. Kai, if we allow them to return, they may inflict harm upon my compatriots in Konoha. Who do you believe holds greater significance? Kai, with a serious demeanor, replied, "While I cannot contend with your perspective, what you are doing is fundamentally wrong, Kakashi." The two, bound by differing ideologies, parted ways on unfriendly terms. Upon returning to the village, Kakashi and Itachi arrived at the Umbu headquarters, returning their gear and changing into casual attire. "Shall we dine together this evening, Itachi?" Kakashi inquired, still yearning for hot pot. Itachi offered a regretful smile. "I apologize, Lord Kakashi, but I have prior commitments this evening." After a moment's hesitation, Itachi resolved to explain, "My brother will be finishing school soon, and I promised to pick him up after completing my mission." Kakashi fell into contemplation. recalling that Naruto had likely never experienced such an occasion. Perhaps he should grant the boy the opportunity to feel the warmth of being fetched from school today? How about we go together? I, too, intend to escort a little one home. Itachi tilted his head in thought before readily agreeing. Itachi was typically reticent, and as they walked toward the ninja academy, he remained largely silent. Upon reaching the school gates, a throng of energetic children burst forth, exuberant from the end of their lessons. Kakashi spotted numerous familiar faces within the crowd, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he reflected upon the promising future of Konoha. Nissan, a melodious voice broke through the air. A small boy clad in deep blue dashed towards Itachi, burying himself in his embrace. Itachi, with a hint of affection, ruffled Sasuke's hair and turned to Kakashi beside him, saying, "Lord Kakashi, this is my little brother, Sasuke." "Sasuke, do greet Lord Kakashi." Only then did young Sasuke notice the presence of another beside his brother. A blush crept across his cheeks as he shyly stepped away from Itachi and bowed slightly towards Kakashi. "Hello, Lord Kakashi. How adorable," Kakashi exclaimed, crouching down to pinch Sasuke's delicate, cherubic face, eliciting a look of mild displeasure from the young lad. Clearing his throat, Kakashi realized he had inadvertently made the boy unhappy. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a kunai from his pocket and presented it to Sasuke. "As a token of our first meeting, consider this kunai a gift for you," Kakashi announced. Sasuke gazed at the kunai before him, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. Yet, he instinctively turned to Itachi for reassurance. "Nissan, may I have it?" Itachi smiled and nodded, silently appreciating Kakashi's kindness. "A brother's love knows no bounds. As long as you treat my brother well, you shall earn my favor." Chapter 37. A fleeting moment of joy. Little Sasuke joyfully accepted the kunai from Kakashi's hand, eagerly toying with it. Just then, a delighted voice rang out, "Kakashi and I. What brings you here?" Kakashi turned around and was met with the sight of a tiny figure nestled beside him. Without hesitation, he lifted the child into his arms. "Haha. Kakashi and I. What are you doing?" Kakashi lifted none other than the young Naruto. Despite the seemingly reproachful words escaping his lips, his heart blossomed with joy. "Is Kakashi-san here specifically to pick me up from school? This is the first time someone has come to collect me. Every day, I would see other classmates being greeted by someone, and deep down, Naruto felt a twinge of disappointment. He just never had the courage to bring it up with Kakashi. Kakashi hoisted Naruto onto his shoulders and chuckled. "Ah, I have naturally come to fetch you from school." Little Naruto joyfully waved frantically at both familiar and unfamiliar faces, exclaiming, "Did you see that? I, Uzumaki Naruto, am a child who is being picked up." Uchiha Itachi glanced at Kakashi, locking eyes for 2 seconds, and thought to himself, "No way, you two are a doting brother." Kakashi and Itachi, each carrying a child, were strolling down the street when Kakashi suddenly suggested, "Itachi, let us venture to procure some dango to enjoy together." Kakashi released Naruto's small hand and turned to gesture towards the three of them, exclaiming, "It's those delightful 3-colored dango. Sweet and utterly delectable. Yay, yay." Little Naruto immediately chimed in with enthusiasm. Sasuke turned his head to look at his brother, a glimmer of hope evident in his eyes. "Nissan." Sasuke wasn't particularly keen on eating dango. Rather, he cherished the rare opportunity to spend time with his brother, who was often too busy. "Ah, very well." With his superior having spoken, Itachi had no reason to decline. Moreover, he harbored a secret known only to himself. 3-colored dango was his absolute favorite. The four of them ventured to the dango shop, where Kakashi graciously offered to treat everyone. As he brought the dango back from the stall, Itachi's gaze became somewhat entranced. What manner of being was this man before him? He could effortlessly take lives without a second thought. Yet he also had the capacity to buy dango for children on the street. Having endured the most excruciating darkness, he still managed to convey warmth to those around him. Truly, he embodied a paradox. "Itachi, why are you lost in thought?" Kakashi inquired, waving a hand in front of Itachi's face. "Your dango." "Ah, my apologies, Lord Kakashi." Itachi reached out to accept the dango, gazing at the joyful Sasuke before sincerely expressing, "Thank you, Lord Kakashi. No need to be so formal." "There's no need for such restraint," Kakashi replied. Kakashi gestured towards young Sasuke and remarked, "It seems you rarely have time to spend with the little one. Since we have this rare opportunity today, I shall grant you a half-day off. Let us wander the streets together." Yay! The first to cheer was, as always, Naruto, soon joined by Sasuke in his enthusiasm. Itachi gently ruffled Sasuke's hair, expressing, "Thank you, Kakashi-san." "Ah, no need for gratitude. Having company while I shirk my duties brings me great comfort," Kakashi replied with a smile. The four continued their aimless stroll down the street, with Kakashi and Itachi relishing the serene atmosphere. Spending extended periods in the Umbu can indeed be stifling, and this fleeting tranquility felt utterly delightful. Naruto and Sasuke trailed behind, engaged in conversation. Sasuke, I didn't realize your brother knew Kakashi and seemed to have such a good relationship with him, Naruto exclaimed. If that's the case, why don't we become friends too? Though still young, Sasuke retained his characteristic pride. Why would I want to be friends with a fool like you? I need to think it over. Humph, arrogant Sasuke. Despite Naruto's somewhat boisterous nature, he harbored no ill intentions, and Sasuke secretly wished to befriend him. His pride merely prevented him from admitting it. Furthermore, perhaps if he and Naruto became friends, Itachi would frequently accompany Kakashi to pick them up, allowing him to see his brother more often. After escorting Itachi and Sasuke back to the Uchiha clan, Kakashi brought Naruto to his home. Standing at the doorstep, little Naruto clung to Kakashi, asking, Kakashi and can you stay with me tonight? Of course. Seeing the anticipation in Naruto's eyes, Kakashi could not utter a single refusal. Yay! Today is just wonderful. Little Naruto cheered. Kakashi and why don't you teach me some ninjutsu? You must be an impressive ninja, right? Kakashi chuckled, haha, it's somewhat passable. He was quite pleased with Naruto's flattery. What shall I teach you? I have it. Kakashi suddenly had a brilliant idea as he slapped his forehead. Allow me to teach you a technique that grows stronger in the face of adversity. Even the mightiest in the ninja world would be awed by its power. Wonderful. I absolutely want to learn this, exclaimed Naruto, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the prospect of mastering such a formidable jutsu. Kakashi said with a serious expression, this technique possesses tremendous lethality. Once you master it, you must refrain from using it recklessly, as it may lead to dire consequences. Rest assured, Kakashi-sensei, I promise I will not misuse it, replied Naruto, patting his chest confidently. Well, this technique is called the seduction technique. Naruto was taken aback. Seduction technique? Why does its name sound so inappropriate? Kakashi responded, regardless of its propriety. What's important is its effectiveness. Allow me to demonstrate. Pay close attention. Kakashi formed hand seals and uttered the words of the seduction technique. In an instant, a puff of smoke enveloped the room, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman with waist-length silver hair, delicate features, and an alluring figure. Her waist was slender enough to grasp with a single hand, yet her curves were undeniably generous, accentuated by a pair of long, straight, fair legs that captivated the eye. Come, Naruto, give it a try. The woman's voice was enchanting, sending shivers of delight through the air. Young Naruto scratched his head and replied, all right then, Kakashi-sensei. He executed the seduction technique, and in a flash, he vanished, replaced by a golden-haired maiden. The figure of the golden-haired girl was equally impressive. Yet her face bore the innocence of youth, embodying a perfect blend of purity and allure. Kakashi mused to himself, Naruto truly embodies the essence of the seductive technique, demonstrating its terrifying efficacy upon his first attempt. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage had just employed the telescope technique, intending to observe Naruto's activities. When he was taken aback, his blood gushed from his nose, splattering at least half a meter away. Chapter 38. Uchiha Shursui after a valiant effort. The third Hokage managed to staunch his nosebleed. Astonished by the sheer potency of the technique, he had not anticipated falling victim to it himself. Kakashi, too, had been rather reckless, imparting such a formidable technique to a mere child. What chaos might ensue if he were to misuse it? The third Hokage chided himself before returning his gaze to the crystal ball. He witnessed Kakashi nodding approvingly at Naruto, saying, excellent. You have grasped the essence of the seductive technique. However, there is one crucial principle you must remember. It cannot remain static. To maximize the technique's power, you must embrace innovation and adaptability. Now, allow me to demonstrate a few variations for you to learn from. Although still young, Naruto possessed a substantial amount of chakra, and the two of them engaged in a relentless exchange of transformations. It proved overwhelming. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage's nose bled once more. Such a spectacle would challenge anyone's composure. Meanwhile, in a cave outside the village, Kakashi sat in contemplative silence. His understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique remained superficial. Mastering it would undoubtedly require more time. Yet, thanks to months of persistent study and effort, he had finally deciphered the structure of the Sage Chakra from Myriad Mountain, and was now ready to embark on the process of refinement. Drawing from his previous experience and refining the Sage Chakra from the Dragon Cave, the current refinement proceeded remarkably smoothly. Before long, Kakashi successfully extracted the Sage Chakra from Myriad Mountain. Thus, Sage Mode. Kakashi let out a low growl as the extracted sage chakra swiftly enveloped his entire being. Clenching his fist with determination, he reveled in the exhilarating sensation of power surging through him. Kakashi's visage was adorned with a mask-like overlay, his irises transformed into a striking golden hue, while his pupils elongated in a peculiar manner reminiscent of a frog. He meticulously contemplated the transformation he was undergoing. The sage mode of Myriad Mountain significantly heightened his perceptual abilities and correspondingly augmented his chakra reserves, which was truly splendid. Kakashi felt a surge of emotion. His chakra now so abundant that he could no longer be regarded merely as a unit of measurement for chakra. The sage mode of Myriad Mountain and the Flying Thunder God technique were a perfect match. Unfortunately, he had yet to master the latter. Perhaps he could attempt to refine the Senjutsu chakra of the Richi cave while in sage mode at Myriad Mountain and discover what kind of experience that might yield. Without hesitation, Kakashi closed his eyes once more, endeavoring to extract the Senjutsu chakra from the Richi cave. He was already quite adept at this refinement process and soon conjured a mass of Richi cave Senjutsu chakra within himself. What transpired next left Kakashi bewildered. He felt as though the world around him was spinning. His pupils began to whirl, oscillating between vertical and horizontal orientations, as if uncertain of their proper alignment. The two types of Senjutsu chakra within Kakashi seemed to vie for dominance, each appearing to be irreconcilable, and he nearly abandoned sage mode altogether. After a prolonged moment of indecision, his pupils ultimately settled into a horizontal position. Kakashi scratched his head awkwardly, contemplating. It appears that the two types of sage chakra are rather incompatible. A choice must be made. The sage chakra from Mount Myriad feels considerably more potent, and its structure is significantly more intricate, which corroborates my hypothesis that the chakra from the Dragon Cave is likely a diminished version. Moreover, the sage mode of Mount Myriad aligns more harmoniously with my overall capabilities, fostering my long-term development. Thus, I shall undoubtedly retain this. Kakashi swiftly reached a decision. Perhaps I could consider primarily utilizing the structure of Mount Myaboku's sage chakra while incorporating elements from the Dragon Cave's chakra for a transformative enhancement. This fusion might yield an even more formidable sage chakra. Yes, I shall list this idea as one of my forthcoming research objectives. However, it is foreseeable that this research will require an extensive amount of time. The Hokage office. Kakashi knelt before the third Hokage, contemplating how Lord Sarutobi frequently summoned him, pondering whether a unique ninjutsu might be devised solely for his convenience. Summoning technique. Kakashi, he mused, envisioning a future where the third could merely clap his hands, and he would instantaneously appear in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage regarded Kakashi, his mind racing with various thoughts. He often recalled the peculiar scene he had witnessed that evening, feeling an odd discomfort, as he had not anticipated such eccentricities in one of his subordinates. After observing Kakashi for a moment, the third inquired, "How has that boy, Itachi Uchiha, been performing lately?" "His execution of tasks has been exemplary, including the surveillance of the Uchiha clan, where he displayed no signs of abnormality," Kakashi responded. The third took a puff from his pipe, then asked, "What is your assessment of this child?" Kakashi, reluctantly inhaling the second-hand smoke, pondered for a moment before articulating it. In Itachi Uchiha's heart, Konoha stands above all, even if it means opposing his own family to safeguard the peace of the village. Oh, the third Hokage expressed surprise. He had not anticipated such high regard from Kakashi towards Itachi. He gently tapped the pipe against the table, contemplating his next strategic move. Perhaps Itachi could be leveraged. If utilized correctly, he could become a formidable weapon against the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan seems to be engaging in some covert activities lately. You must remain vigilant, Kakashi, the third urged. Kakashi was taken aback. In his memories, the third Hokage had never previously informed him of the Uchiha clan's movements. It seemed that his standing in the eyes of the third was indeed considerably elevated. "Yes, Lord Third," Kakashi replied. The third continued to outline his plans. "Furthermore, I will assign Uchiha Shursui to your team." "Shursui, the body flicker?" Kakashi murmured. Indeed, although he is also of the Uchiha clan, he shares a deep yearning for peace. The third Hokage emphasized the word peace with particular significance. Kakashi understood implicitly that the peace the third Hokage spoke of was indeed a call for the sacrifice of personal familial interests for the sake of Konoha's tranquility. His relationship with Itachi was also quite amicable, and the three of them could engage in extensive communication. "I shall consider alleviating your burdens during missions." The third truly regards me as a trusted confidant, Kakashi mused inwardly. I comprehend, Lord Third, rest assured. The third Hokage nodded, increasingly pleased with Kakashi's quick understanding and his efficient execution of tasks. Go forth, Kakashi. Kakashi departed from the Hokage's office, swaying gently as he made his way towards the Umbu headquarters. Uchiha Shursui. Chapter 39. When the girlfriend is upset. Uchiha Shursui. Kakashi's emotions were somewhat intricate. Two individuals who had previously never crossed paths were now brought together by the unforeseen consequences of his actions. If he had indeed forged a bond with Uchiha Shursui, could he, in the unfolding narrative that adhered to his memories, remain indifferent while Shursui succumbed to despair after losing his eyes? It was truly vexing. The distance from the Hokage's office to the Umbu was not great, and soon Kakashi found himself standing at the entrance of the Umbu. What was destined to come could not be evaded. Kakashi let out a sigh as he entered the Umbu headquarters, making his way towards his team's quarters. As expected, upon stepping through the door, he immediately spotted the young man. He bore the rare dumpling-shaped nose characteristic of the Uchiha clan. Clad in a black garment emblazoned with the Uchiha family crest and carrying a small tanto upon his back. Undoubtedly, the most striking feature remained his crimson eyes. The young man also noticed Kakashi and offered a gentle smile, greeting him. Hello, Lord Kakashi. I am Uchiha Shursui, your new team member. Uchiha Shursui spoke with an extraordinary softness, much like his temperament. Even in the heat of battle, he seldom inflicted harm upon others. Kakashi gazed at Uchiha Shursui, momentarily lost in thought. Although I comprehend the rationale, why do you bear such a striking resemblance to my niece, Sarutobi Mirai? Greetings, Shursui. I have long admired your reputation. Kakashi nodded towards Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Shursui humbly replied, I am unworthy of such praise. In comparison, your moniker Silver Flash carries far greater weight. As Umbu ninjas, sometimes having too much renown is not necessarily advantageous. Kakashi chuckled wryly. Indeed, Lord Kakashi speaks wisely. Regardless, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Uchiha Shursui held Kakashi in high regard. I often hear Itachi speak of you. I appreciate your care for him. Speaking of Itachi, regarding your transfer, it was rather abrupt. He likely remains unaware of your reassignment to our team, does he not? Kakashi glanced at the time. Itachi was currently on duty in the hall and should be about to change shifts. Why not go together and share this delightful news with him? Sounds good. Uchiha Shursui's eyes sparkled with excitement as he could already envision the astonished expression on his younger brother's face upon seeing him. Kakashi was oblivious to the fact that their energies were remarkably harmonious. With Itachi serving as a bridge, the bond between the two of them rapidly deepened. Upon their arrival at the Umbu Hall, Uchiha Itachi had just finished his shift, gazing at them in astonishment. Lord Kakashi, Brother Shursui, what brings you two together? Kakashi approached and gently patted Itachi's shoulder, smiling as he said, Itachi, I have delightful news for you. Shursui will be joining our team from now on. Itachi felt a flicker of surprise, yet it was overshadowed by a wave of joy. Having grown up alongside Shursui, they shared a bond that was both profound and competitive, akin to that of Guy and Kakashi, marked by deep camaraderie. Since Shursui has just joined today, he won't have any tasks assigned yet. Why don't the three of us venture out for a stroll? Kakashi proposed. Shursui inquired with a hint of skepticism, but Kakashi, if we are not stationed in the Umbu, what if an urgent mission arises and we are unable to respond in time? Kakashi reassured him, rest assured, we will be quite unoccupied for the time being. There are far more pressing matters that require our attention. Kakashi cast a meaningful glance towards Uchiha Shursui, and Shursui felt a shiver run through him, as if he had grasped something profound. In that case, let us venture out together to clear our minds, Shursui suggested. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi, still in the bloom of youth, found himself somewhat perplexed by Kakashi's final remark. However, he understood that his elder brother would elucidate it later. The trio wandered aimlessly along the streets, greedily inhaling the fresh air outside the Umbu. Despite their fearsome reputations that could haunt the children of other ninja villages, the three were inherently gentle souls, which was why they coexisted so harmoniously. Life in the Umbu was exceedingly stifling, and if given a choice, they would likely prefer to lead a simple, unremarkable existence. Perhaps we should revisit that dango shop to enjoy some treats and take a moment to rest, Kakashi proposed. Uchiha Shursui teased, Dango? ISNT, that's something only children relish? I never imagined Lord Kakashi possessed such childlike whimsy, ha ha ha. Uchiha Itachi, standing alongside, felt his youthful face flush slightly at the banter, yet he harbored a glimmer of anticipation. Ever since he had joined Kakashi, He had found himself with numerous legitimate reasons to indulge in Dango, whether it was to buy snacks for Naruto and Sasuke, to add an extra meal in the evening, or simply to satisfy a craving for treats. The three friends laughed and chatted as they arrived at the Dango shop. Taking a seat and waiting for the proprietor to prepare their order. "Kakashi, you." A voice filled with indignation suddenly rang out. Kakashi turned to see a familiar figure clad in a green bodysuit. "Guy, what brings you here?" he asked. "Huh, what brings me here? Why shouldn't I come?" Guy's face flushed with embarrassment. "Last time I invited you for Dango, you claimed to dislike sweets, yet here you are, enjoying Dango with someone else. Do you truly dislike Dango, or is it my company you shun?" Kakashi felt a headache coming on. "Kai, please calm down and allow me to explain." "I won't listen. I won't listen." Humph. Kai crossed his arms and turned his head away defiantly. Meanwhile, Itachi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha sat nearby, struggling to suppress their laughter. Both were trained professionals, typically refraining from laughter unless utterly unable to contain it. Yet, what was this maddening sensation of witnessing a clandestine affair? Why did it evoke such amusement? Kakashi coaxed Kai into sitting down in the shop, thinking to himself, "If you aren't embarrassed, I certainly am. With so many people watching outside, what on earth is going on?" Kakashi, feeling somewhat awkward, smiled at the observing Itachi and Shisui, introducing, "This is my dearest friend. My Guy. These two are my subordinates and friends, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui." Humph. Upon hearing Kakashi refer to him as his closest companion, Guy felt a bit more at ease and proactively greeted the two. "Greetings, you may call me Guy. Since you are Kakashi's friends, you are also my friends. It is a pleasure to meet you. You can simply call me Shisui. I am Itachi. I look forward to our camaraderie." Kakashi, with a smile, handed a string of dumplings to Guy. "Come on, Guy, don't be angry." Humph. Guy reached out to take the dumplings, yet remained ungrateful, turning his head away defiantly. "How about this? Since the three of us have no missions today, once we finish eating, we can head to the training grounds for a spirited showdown. What do you think?" Kakashi, in a state of resignation, was compelled to unleash his formidable technique specifically designed for Kai. The author has something to convey. Chapter 40, The Contest. "Oh, is this truly the case?" Kai asked, somewhat skeptical. "It is indeed certain. Here, partake in this dumpling." Kakashi replied with a forced smile. "I shall feed you, open wide." While swallowing, Kai remarked, This is, quite acceptable. I forgive you." Kakashi. Kakashi addressed the two onlookers. "What do you think, gentlemen? After a hearty meal, shall we engage in some activity?" "Sounds good. I have no objections," declared Uchiha Shisui, who was quite intrigued by the prospect of sparring with Kakashi. Uchiha Itachi, with a gentle smile, added, "I too have no reservations." Observing Guy, who was eagerly devouring his meal with great fervor, Kakashi remarked, "Then it is settled. Let us proceed to the 7th training ground." As the four of them walked, they conversed. "We shall form 2 teams, pitting individual prowess against teamwork," suggested Shisui. "Excellent. I want to team up with Kakashi," exclaimed Guy, anxious to ensure no one else would claim Kakashi as their partner. Kakashi couldn't help but smile wryly at Guy's enthusiasm. Itachi then stated, "In that case, I shall partner with Shisui. I have long wished to witness the true strength of our captain, yet have not encountered the appropriate opportunity." "Very well, the teams are established. Will there be a penalty for the losing side?" Shisui inquired, rubbing his hands in anticipation. With unbridled zeal, Guy declared, "The losers shall perform 1,000 laps around Konoha while inverted." Shisui fell silent for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps we should reconsider the notion of punishment." Kakashi nodded fervently, "I share the same sentiment." Itachi succinctly concurred, "I second that." Guy felt a tinge of disappointment, however, upon reflection. He reassured himself that he too would not falter, and after a victory, he could indulge in the rewarding practice of performing 1,000 handstands. The four of them arrived at the training ground, forming pairs and positioning themselves on either side of the arena. Kakashi and Guy grew up together, training side by side, forging an unbreakable bond of camaraderie. Similarly, Shisui and Itachi also shared their formative years, their level of synergy rivaling that of Kakashi and Guy. Thus, this was a contest of equal footing, with both sides brimming with fervent resolve. And now, let the battle commence, esteemed spectators. At Kakashi's command, the four individuals instantly vanished from their original positions. Kakashi and Might Guy swiftly charged towards their opponents, while Shisui unsheathed his katana to meet them head-on. Itachi, on the other hand, adeptly repositioned himself, searching for an opportune moment to strike. Thunder. Kakashi formed hand seals with one hand, and lightning-infused chakra leapt onto his white fang, emitting a long-lost roar of exhilaration. The white fang collided with Shirsui's katana, exerting immense force that brought Shirsui to a halt. Seizing the moment, Guy executed a leaf great whirlwind, delivering a powerful kick. Whoosh! Uchiha Shirsui unleashed his renowned technique, evading the duo's ambush with a swift body flicker. Reappearing on the opposite side. Body flicker, I too can master. The body flicker technique demands an incredibly rapid movement speed, a criterion that Guy undoubtedly fulfilled. Taijutsu, twin attack Fong. Guy suddenly appeared beside Shirsui, brandishing two nunchaku that had seemingly materialized in his hands, striking towards Shirsui like a venomous serpent. Such incredible speed. Shirsui was taken aback. Guy's velocity was on par with his own. With a grave expression, Shirsui declared, Uchiha style, sword leap inferno. A blade of flames. Conjured through fire release and intermingled with a hint of wind chakra, deftly intercepted Guy's two nunchaku at an acute angle. Taking advantage of the moment, Guy lunged forward with an elbow strike, seeking to seize the momentum of the battle. Kakashi, in unison with Guy, surged towards Shirsui, yet simultaneously, Itachi's assault was upon them. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. The potency of various techniques, wielded by different practitioners, varied significantly. The shuriken imbued with Phoenix flames collided mid-air, unexpectedly altering their trajectory, effectively obstructing Kakashi's paths both forward and backward. Sword technique, Heaven's departure. Itachi's timing was impeccable, compelling Kakashi to halt his offensive. As he braced himself against the flames engulfing the shuriken, Kakashi removed the forehead protector from his left eye, preparing to wield magic against magic. He charged towards Itachi in the distance, leaving Shirsui to Kage, confident that Kage could sufficiently hold off Shirsui. Fire style, Great Fireball. A flame, twice the size of the Great Fireball, erupted from Itachi's mouth, hurtling towards Kakashi. Earth style, Earth Flow Wall. With a swift strike, Kakashi summoned an earthen wall carved in the shape of a dog's head, which quickly rose to partially shield against the flames. However, to their astonishment, the fire erupted violently upon reaching the wall, shattering it into fragments. Seizing this opportunity, Itachi advanced rapidly, yet sensing something amiss, he abruptly halted. Shadow clone. The real one is here. Shirsui, Itachi shouted. Ah, here I come. Shirsui replied, instantly appearing beside Itachi. The two swiftly formed hand seals in unison. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique. Two colossal fire dragons erupted from their mouths, and the duo continuously teleported, their fiery assault engulfing the entire training ground in an inferno. Eighth gate of the 8 gates, the injury gate, open. Guy suddenly unlocked the 4th gate. Leaping high into the air, successfully evading the fire attack above Itachi and Shirsui. Incredible! Kakashi exclaimed, witnessing the terrifying flames, and promptly chose to take cover. Earth release, inner decapitation technique. Kakashi plunged headfirst into the earth, escaping the fiery onslaught. Lilianhua. Guy propelled himself forward in midair, executing a supersonic kick aimed at Itachi, whom he perceived as the weaker opponent. The overwhelming pressure caused Itachi's expression to shift. Substitution technique. Humph. Guy's toe struck a wooden substitute, propelling him toward Shirsui. Shirsui's figure vanished in an instant, yet Guy followed suit, disappearing as well, arriving ahead of Shirsui's reappearance. Dynamic entry, Leaf Hurricane. Guy's kick was faster and more ferocious than before, its velocity barely surpassing that of Shirsui, who had no choice but to brace for the impact. The strike landed squarely on Shirsui's arms, leaving him momentarily breathless and off balance. Guy, seizing the advantage, unleashed a relentless barrage of kicks upon Shirsui, who found himself struggling to defend against the onslaught. Itachi's presence subtly materialized beside Guy, but at that moment, a glint of cold steel flashed as Kakashi's blade descended. Itachi. Your opponent is me. Kakashi unveiled his signature technique, Blade Art, Blue Lotus. The short dagger in Kakashi's hand moved with increasing velocity, each strike aimed at Itachi's vital points. Itachi, wielding shuriken in defense, found himself momentarily ensnared in a passive position. Itachi's forte lay in illusionary techniques, however, at this juncture. He had yet to activate his Mangekyō Sharingan, compounded by his ongoing enhancement period, which allowed Kakashi to gain the upper hand. Chapter 41. How to address the Uchiha dilemma. Might Guy's 8 gates technique could not be sustained for long, and his speed gradually diminished. Shirsui keenly sensed Guy's faltering state and once again employed body flicker to regain the advantage. Double flash. 2 shadow clones swiftly emerged, and three figures simultaneously surged towards Guy. Guy, having pinpointed Shirsue's true form, drew his nunchaku once more, intent on forcefully bypassing the shadow clones and charging directly at the real Shirsue. But something felt amiss. Guy possessed an almost terrifying instinct for danger. He turned to glance at one of the shadow clones, realizing that Shirsue had, unbeknownst to him, executed a substitution. Shirsue was taken aback. Guy had detected it with remarkable swiftness. Nevertheless, Shirsue quickly repositioned to another shadow clone's site, delivering a powerful kick at Guy. As Shirsue's kick landed on Guy, he simultaneously hurled his nunchaku, striking Shirsue squarely in the chest. The two combatants fell backwards simultaneously, crashing to the ground with a thud. Guy had directly exited the 8 gates, and Shirsue was not in much better condition, grimacing in pain. Kakashi and Itachi engaged in a spirited exchange, the sound of their clashes ringing through the air. Though Itachi could only defend passively, Kakashi found it challenging to gain the upper hand. "Let us conclude here," Kakashi suggested, noticing that Guy had thoroughly enjoyed his bout. In a swift motion, he distanced himself from Itachi, gradually sheathing his white fang. Upon hearing this, Itachi returned his two kunai to his ninja tool pouch. "Let us consider this a draw," Kakashi smiled, adding, "Victory or defeat matters not. What is paramount is that we all enjoyed ourselves." Itachi shook his head, replying, "Captain, you held back. During our mission, I witnessed your astonishing lightning release. You did not employ it here." Kakashi retorted, "Well, even the mightiest technique requires a target. With your and Shirsue's agility, by the time I finish my hand seals, you would have vanished without a trace." Kakashi smiled as he patted Itachi's shoulder. In truth, everyone was merely engaging in playful competition. It wasn't just him, as the three of them had yet to reveal their ultimate techniques. For instance, Shirsue's kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Itachi's almost terrifying Jinjutsu, and even Guy had only opened 4 of the 8 gates. After all, they were colleagues and not mortal enemies. So there was no need to fight to the bitter end. If someone were to inadvertently get hurt, it would be quite unfortunate. The swiftest way for men to forge camaraderie is through a good spar. Following this match, not only did the bond between Kakashi and Shirsue deepen, but even Guy came to respect both Shirsue and Itachi. "Let's continue to train together," he exclaimed, waving goodbye to the departing Shirsue and Itachi with a hint of reluctance. Kakashi donned his forehead protector, rolling his eye dramatically. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, utilizing the telescope technique, observed the entirety of the 4 combatants' match, his heart swelling with excitement. Indeed, the youth should possess vigor. A strong youth signifies a strong Konoha. These young individuals are destined to become the backbone of our village. The third Hokage smiled, acknowledging Kakashi's understanding of his deeper intentions. Within just a day, he had forged a friendship with Uchiha Shirsue. Perhaps, when addressing matters concerning the Uchiha clan, it would be prudent to consider his inclusion. As Kakashi's standing in the third's mind rose, the Hokage resolved to nurture this direct descendant and involve him in significant village decisions, though, of course, merely as a participant, without voting rights. The scene shifted back to the arena, where Guy embraced Kakashi, shaking him fervently. "Ah, Kakashi, this is what youth is all about. Today's battle was exhilarating, and I believe my performance was exceptional. Therefore, I shall reward myself with 1,000 laps upside down around Konoha. Join me, Kakashi." Guy's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he gazed intently at Kakashi. Kakashi stretched lazily and departed with a nonchalant demeanor, expressing his desire to remain in bed and indulge in some reading given the day's considerable exertion. In the following days, the bond between Kakashi and Shirsue rapidly deepened, surprising even Kakashi himself at how swiftly their relationship flourished. Their personalities harmonized remarkably, as they shared similar insights across various domains. Furthermore, the presence of their mutual acquaintance, Itachi, facilitated their camaraderie, transforming them into good friends. Consequently, Kakashi's contemplation shifted from whether he should alter the narrative for Shirsue's sake to how he could modify the storyline to favor future developments. Kakashi relished the warm moments spent with Shirsue and Itachi, finding solace in each other's company amidst the oppressive atmosphere of the Anbu. Yet, he was acutely aware that the days leading to the Uchiha clan's attempted coup were drawing near, and this idyllic existence could soon be obliterated. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage gazed at the kneeling figures of Uchiha Shirsue and Kakashi, gently tapping the table with his pipe. The frequency of gatherings among the Uchiha clan had been increasing, accompanied by numerous clandestine maneuvers. It appeared that an irreconcilable conflict had arisen between the Uchiha and the village. "I wish to hear your thoughts on how to resolve these tensions," Kakashi remarked, third Hokage. I believe the deep-seated resentment between the Uchiha clan and the village stems from their isolation by the villagers. I perceive two primary reasons for this situation. Firstly, the Uchiha clan is solely responsible for the Konoha police force, which, to be frank, is indeed a thankless task. Any minor misstep is magnified infinitely in the eyes of the villagers. He chuckled lightly as the third Hokage smiled, intrigued, and encouraged him to continue. The second reason pertains to the issue of personnel mobility. The Uchiha clan resides in close quarters, which hinders their ability to engage in daily interactions with other villagers, thereby creating a disconnect that exacerbates existing prejudices and deepens misunderstandings. Furthermore, the powers that be in Konoha are reluctant to allow the Uchiha clan access to the inner circles of authority. Many significant departments impose restrictions on their participation. Once co-founders of Konoha alongside the Senju, Sarutobi, and Shimura clans, the Uchiha clan now finds itself ostracized from the core circles of power who could endure such treatment. However, the last point, being the most crucial, was one that Kakashi refrained from voicing, for it was an unspoken truth. Bringing forth matters that leaders prefer to overlook only serves to place them in a difficult position. The third Hokage nodded thoughtfully, harboring a long-held desire to resolve the Uchiha issue peacefully. Kakashi had considered the reasons he presented today, as well as potential solutions, such as dispersing the Uchiha clan to integrate them into Konoha, granting certain departments a degree of openness towards the Uchiha, and allowing Uchiha Fugaku to possess a measure of political influence. However, he found himself unable to persuade Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura. Once power is firmly grasped, who would willingly relinquish a portion of it? Each time this matter arose, Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura would dismiss it with the assertion that the Uchiha harbored ill intentions and could not be trusted. The third Hokage sighed, acknowledging that his control over Konoha was far inferior to that of his mentor, feeling constantly restrained, which was truly frustrating. In his youth, he might have sought ways to overcome opposition and resolve issues. Yet now, aged and weary, his ambitions had dulled with time, leaving him devoid of the boldness he once possessed. He yearned only for the village to remain in a state of stability, feeling a tinge of fear towards change. What if such change led to the village's fragmentation? How would he face the first and second Hokages then? Seeing the third remain silent, Kakashi began to grasp the situation. Beside him, Uchiha Shursui spoke. Third Hokage, perhaps I possess a method to reconcile the discord between the Uchiha clan and the village, allowing for the rebuilding of trust. Are you suggesting? The third Hokage seemed to have an epiphany, his surprise evident. Yes, I intend to employ my Mangekyō Sharingan's ability, Kodo Amatsukami, on clan leader Uchiha Fugaku at the clan meeting. Kodo Amatsukami can alter the will of the target without their awareness, rendering those who meet the gaze of the caster into mere puppets, truly the most formidable genjutsu among Hokage techniques. Are you truly willing to go to such lengths for the village? The third Hokage felt a swell of emotion. You remind me of Uchiha Kagami, a man who also embodied the will of fire. All for the village. Shursui lowered his head. However, I hope that afterwards, you will heed Kakashi's counsel and make necessary adjustments for the Uchiha clan, allowing everyone to coexist harmoniously. The third Hokage's expression grew serious. Shursui, I assure you that I will provide the Uchiha clan with their due recognition thereafter. Thank you, third Hokage. Shursui's expression was grave, revealing the difficulty in making the decision to betray his clan. This undertaking must remain clandestine, otherwise, it could exacerbate tensions between the Uchiha and Konoha. You may have Kakashi assist you in secret, the third Hokage advised. Kakashi, you must fully support Shursui, striving for a peaceful resolution. All resources of the Umbu are at your disposal during this period. Understood, third Hokage, Kakashi replied respectfully. Now, prepare accordingly. Ensure that everything is foolproof. After dismissing the two, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to the shadowy figure of Shimura Danzo. Danzo, what are your thoughts? What do you think? I see that you wish to cultivate that young Kakashi fully, but it appears you have no intention of passing the Hokage position to me upon your retirement. Danzo scoffed. I find the Uchiha clan to be utterly untrustworthy. With such a terrifying ability as Kodo Amatsukami, how can you guarantee that Shursui will not use it against you? Danzo, your mindset is excessively dark. Shursui is someone who genuinely considers the welfare of the village. The third Hokage replied solemnly. Danzo smiled. How can you be sure that this notion isn't something he implanted in your mind, Hiruzen? The third Hokage shook his head. Danzo, you are not always like this. Perhaps I have been involved in too many shadowy affairs, now I can only exist in darkness. Danzo stated before fading back into the shadows. Such a terrifying ability must not remain in the hands of the Uchiha. Only I can wield it with confidence. This is all for the sake of the village. Danzo's thoughts churned as he entertained the notion of seizing Shirsui's Sharingan. After departing from the Hokage's office, Kakashi immediately led Shirsui to a secluded location. "What is it, Kakashi?" Shirsui asked, puzzled. Kakashi remarked, "Shirsui, listen to me. Did you not sense that aside from Lord Third in the Hokage's office, there were others present? It must have been Lord Danzo." Shirsui replied, somewhat perplexed. "Is that truly so strange?" Kakashi pointed to his left eye and remarked, "Danzo previously attempted to send someone to assassinate me in order to seize the Sharingan that I possess." Shirsui was taken aback, exclaiming, "I can't believe such a thing happened." Kakashi nodded thoughtfully, expressing his suspicion that the bandages adorning Danzo's face were likely intended to conceal his Sharingan, much like his own. "Where did he acquire his Sharingan?" Shirsui inquired, a hint of agitation evident in his voice. Kakashi is aware that the Sharingan he possesses was bestowed upon him by his dear friend Obito Uchiha. However, the origin of Danzo's Sharingan remains a mystery. With his teeth clenched, Shirsui contemplates that Danzo's desire to seize Kakashi's Sharingan suggests that his own may not have been acquired through honorable means. It is quite possible that it was obtained through the nefarious act of slaying members of the Uchiha clan. "Shirsui, you must remain calm," Kakashi urged, placing a reassuring hand on Shirsui's shoulder. "Your Sharingan abilities are formidable, and Danzo will undoubtedly seek to exploit them." Once Shirsui regained his composure, Kakashi continued, "I suspect he may very well be plotting to take your eyes, and it could happen soon. Therefore, we must prepare ourselves in advance. Let us bring this matter to the third Hokage," Shirsui insisted, doubt creeping into his voice. "I refuse to believe that. Have you spoken to Lord Third about this? How could he remain unresponsive?" Kakashi forced a smile, reflecting, after all, Danzo has not succeeded, and the third Hokage would hardly strike down a companion he has known since childhood. Shirsui remained silent, pondering. "Then, in your opinion, what should I do? If Danzo were to summon you for a private meeting, the moment you encounter him, you should employ Kodo Amatsukami." A glimmer of cold resolve flickered in Kakashi's eyes. Shirsui hesitated. "Kodo Amatsukami can only be utilized once in a short span. I still intend to use it on clan head Fugaku. Using it on Lord Danzo might not be wise. If Danzo truly intends to attack me, I believe I can handle him without employing Kodo Amatsukami, especially within the village. He would not dare to create a significant uproar." Shirsui held a firm confidence in his ability to protect himself, as his title of Shunshin Shirsui was not earned without merit. "You are mistaken, Shirsui," Kakashi replied, shaking his head. "Danzo's strength is unfathomable. He possesses many unforeseen trump cards. If you entertain such thoughts, he will surely pluck out your eyes in the end." Kakashi insisted on persuading Shirsui, for he believed it was imperative. Moreover, Danzo represented the gravest malignancy within the village, had it not been for him. The Uchiha clan might never have conceived the notion of a coup. Employing Kodo Amatsukami on him was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. The author expresses, Chapter 43, the use of Kodo Amatsukami on Danzo. Kakashi fixed his gaze intently upon Shirsui's eyes and said, "Promise me, Shirsui." Shirsui had never seen his friend so earnest, causing his expression to shift noticeably. "If Danzo makes a move against you, you must use the Kodo Amatsukami at the first opportunity to instill in him the proper ideals of safeguarding Konoha," Kakashi urged. "Very well, I promise you." Shirsui thought of how, throughout the years, his friend had consistently made the right choices in crucial matters, and thus, he clenched his teeth and acquiesced. Kakashi gently patted Shirsui's shoulder, stating, "We can find a way to address the issues concerning the Uchiha clan, but for now, ensuring your safety is of utmost importance." Shirsui nodded, feeling a weight in his heart. Despite his resolute determination to sacrifice everything for the village, the resistance he faced stemmed from the higher-ups within the village itself. A disheartening sentiment. The following evening, Kakashi reclined on his bed, engrossed in the intricacies of merging sage chakra. After a considerable period of contemplation, he felt he was beginning to grasp a certain direction. It must be noted that sage techniques had proven immensely beneficial, enabling him to cultivate sage arts even beyond the sacred grounds, while also allowing him to modify sage chakra according to his own innovative ideas. Just then, a hoarse voice suddenly resonated from outside the door. "Kakashi, it's me." As Kakashi opened the door, he was greeted by the somewhat haggard visage of Shirsui. It was evident that Shirsui had not fared well in recent days, likely tormented by inner turmoil. He was compelled to endure the guilt of betraying his own clan, while also grappling with the unjust feelings of distrust from the village's upper echelons. Come here. Without further ado, Kakashi pulled the somewhat perplexed Shizen into a warm embrace. Shizen's expression softened slightly. It was precisely because there were companions like Kakashi, who he genuinely respected, that he was willing to sacrifice his family's interests for the village. Kakashi, you are right. Danzo has indeed sent someone to contact me, stating that there is an important matter to discuss, and I am to go alone, Shizen said with a grave expression. Remember my words, the moment Danzo makes his move, you must use Kodo Amatsukami on him. Kakashi gently caressed his forehead protector, a multitude of thoughts flashing through his mind. I shall follow you from a distance, ever vigilant. In truth, I believe that upon encountering Danzo, you should simply employ the Kodo Amatsukami without hesitation. Kakashi spoke to Shursui with a smile, attempting to ease his tension. Rest assured. Kakashi, the moment Danzo makes his move, I shall activate Kodo Amatsukami, Shursui readily assured. Kakashi nodded, and the two of them exited the room in succession, making their way towards the location designated by Danzo. Kakashi trailed behind at a distance, careful not to approach Shursui too closely, lest he attract the attention of rude operatives. From afar, he observed Shursui's figure arrive at an isolated clearing. Kakashi concealed himself behind a large tree nearby, maintaining a vantage point to watch the unfolding events. Danzo's silhouette emerged from the shadows. You've arrived, Shursui. Shursui, maintaining his composure, inquired, Lord Danzo, have you summoned me for a specific purpose? I merely wish to discuss matters concerning the Uchiha clan. Danzo replied, gradually advancing toward Shursui. As a member of the Uchiha clan, would you truly harm your own kin for the sake of Konoha? Shursui resolutely nodded, asserting, the village's interests supersede all else. Danzo chuckled darkly. Your ocular technique is exceedingly powerful. What if one day you choose to betray the village and align yourself once more with the Uchiha? If you were to employ Kodo Amatsukami against me in the third Hokage, we would unwittingly become your puppets, and Konoha would fall into the hands of the Uchiha. I would never do such a thing, Shursui declared with unwavering conviction. It is better that such power resides with me. I cannot place my trust in your clan. Danzo retorted, now standing directly before Shursui. Suddenly, he lunged at Shursui's eyes. Though Shursui had braced himself for this confrontation, witnessing Danzo's actual assault left him somewhat disillusioned with Konoha's higher-ups. Kakashi's warnings had proven accurate. Shursui managed to evade Danzo's grasp and remarked slowly, Kakashi? Upon hearing that familiar name, Danzo was struck by an inexplicable sense of impending calamity. Kodo Amatsukami. In Danzo's vision, a square-shaped shuriken began to spin faster and larger, gradually consuming his consciousness. Lord Danzo. For members of Root gasped in alarm, rushing towards Shursui's direction. Senjutsu, Raijin, Kakashi murmured softly, and the formidable lightning chakra swiftly claimed for vibrant lives. He descended from the tree and, with concern, inquired, Shursui, are you all right? I'm fine. I owe my safety to your timely warning, Kakashi, Shursui replied earnestly. But how shall we address the aftermath? Noticing the bewildered expression on Shursui's face, Kakashi smiled subtly, his tone laced with mystery. Fear not. I have devised a contingency plan. Let us first dispose of Danzo's body. Follow me. You must leap off a cliff. Eh? Shursui struggled to grasp Kakashi's line of thought, yet his legs instinctively followed Kakashi's lead. I have arranged for Itachi to meet you at the cliff's edge. You must appear to take your own life before him, Kakashi explained. Are you suggesting I feign death to provoke Itachi into activating his Mangekyō Sharingan? Shursui, ever astute, quickly deduced Kakashi's intentions. Kakashi jested, indeed, given the nature of your relationship, should you leap down and he fails to activate his Mangekyō, I believe you might as well sever ties with him. Ha ha ha, you are quite mischievous, Kakashi. Yet, why does the mere thought of Itachi's astonished expression fill me with a hint of anticipation? A flicker of amusement crossed Shursui's face, lifting his spirits somewhat. All right. I shall await you here. As they approached the precipice, Kakashi halted, beginning to prepare Shursui for the occasion. This attire won't do. Tear this section apart. Now, hold still. I managed to collect some blood from the original source. Let me apply it while it's still warm. Shursui felt a bit exasperated. Kakashi, this is rather excessive. If you're going to perform, you must commit fully. Hurry along, Itachi is waiting for you. Kakashi gestured for Shursui to hurry over. Standing at the edge of the cliff, Itachi sensed something and turned around, only to see a trembling figure approaching him. Shursui. Itachi could hardly believe his eyes. Shursui's clothes were tattered, and there were bloodstains on his body, clearly the aftermath of a fierce battle. What shocked Itachi even more was that Shirazue's right eye was tightly shut, surrounded by blood. Could it be? Itachi clenched his fists, dark thoughts flashing through his mind. The author has something to say. Chapter 44. I jumped, but not completely. Shirazue, what happened to you? Your right eye. Itachi's voice was laced with a chill, and his eyes glinted with murderous intent. Shirazue sorrowfully moved forward, turning his back to Itachi, and stammered, Danzo does not trust me. Shirazue was genuinely trembling. He was on the verge of madness. Danzo's powers were too formidable, and he feared that one day Shirazue would use them against him to instigate a coup within the Uchiha clan. Suppressing a laugh, Shirazue turned to Itachi. At this point, I am powerless. I entrust everything to you. Please protect the Uchiha name and the village. Itachi absorbed this overwhelming information and after a moment asked, Shirazue, what do you plan to do now? I believe that if I were to die, it might slow down the Uchiha clan's coup and buy you some time. Itachi growled, No, I absolutely cannot allow you to do that. We will join forces to reclaim your right eye from Danzo. Shirazue shook his head. It is no longer necessary. Even if we retrieve the right eye. When conflict arises between the village and the Uchiha, which side should we protect? Initially, Shirazue had been acting, but he suddenly became engrossed in the reality of the village and family conflict and the upper echelon's distrust of him. In a strange way, he felt that this farewell with Itachi had an eerie familiarity. Perhaps without Kakashi's words, he might have truly made the decision to end his own life, casting all responsibility onto Itachi, as if it were what he would do. In any case, I thank you for your companionship, but I can only accompany you this far. Itachi. Shirazue reached the edge of the cliff, smiling at Itachi. No, Shirazue. Itachi felt an unbearable pain in his heart, a fire raging within him, with all his pent-up fury seeking an outlet. If you are my friend, do not stop me. Shirazue leaned back and fell from the cliff. Shirazue. Itachi closed his eyes, overwhelmed by a torrent of negative emotions, anger, resentment, and despair, until the shackles binding the Uchiha clan finally shattered. He felt something within him fracture, a terrifying power surging into his eyes, as if something new was being born. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and a dark windmill materialized amidst the crimson haze. Shirazue, fear not. I shall surely inherit your will and protect the village and the Uchiha name. Itachi's heart was heavy with sorrow, having lost a dear friend that day. Just then, he noticed a head poking up from the edge of the cliff. Itachi? Ahem. I just wanted to see if you would activate your Mangekyō Sharingan after I died. Realizing he had been spotted, Shirazue awkwardly replied, Well, if you activate it, that's good. If so, I'll jump again. Kakashi, watching from a distance, nearly burst out laughing. This Shirazue fellow had initially complained that Kakashi had overdone his disguise. Yet he himself was now wildly embellishing the scene, making it quite tragic. While Itachi was lost in sorrow, Shirazue revealed himself in mere moments, joking about wanting to see if Itachi would awaken his eyes before declaring he would jump again. It was utterly hilarious. Itachi, feeling disheveled in the night, wiped away his tears and looked down the cliff to see Shirazue still clinging to the rock face. Itachi. Feeling Itachi's unwavering gaze fixated on him in silence made Shirazue a bit uneasy. Come up, Itachi said coldly. Oh. Shirazue nimbly leaped up, then paused, attempting to explain, Actually, I jumped off the cliff, just not completely. What exactly is going on? Itachi's eyes began spinning with the windmill, and sensing Shirazue's inability to provide a convincing explanation, he decided to resort to his ocular technique. Shirazue shivered at Itachi's icy tone and cowardly sold Kakashi out. It was all Kakashi's idea. He wanted me to fake my death to provoke you into activating your Mangekyō Sharingan. Kakashi was bewildered. Wait, Itachi hasn't said anything yet. And you've already sold me out? Come out, Kakashi-san. Kakashi leaped over from a distance, slightly awkward as he stood beside Shirazue. You too, Humph. Itachi coldly scoffed. Is it amusing to deceive me? We were mistaken. The two hastily admitted their fault. Although Itachi's tone was frigid, he inwardly sighed in relief. Shirazue was unharmed. Otherwise, bearing the fate of the Uchiha clan alone would have been quite suffocating. What exactly is happening? Itachi inquired. Kakashi recounted the entire plot of Danzo's scheme regarding Shirazue's Sharingan to Itachi, also mentioning Shirazue's use of Kodo Amatsukami against Danzo. Itachi furrowed his brow, contemplating two pressing issues. First, how to explain the situation to the third Hokage. If Danzo were to exhibit any irregularities, the third Hokage would undoubtedly notice. Second, with Shirazue employing Kodo Amatsukami on Danzo, it would be impossible to thwart the impending coup of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi remarked, let us proceed step by step. First, Sure Sway, and I must elucidate the situation to Lord Third. It is imperative that we clarify this matter, ensuring that no lingering resentment is harbored in his heart, especially considering Shirsue's formidable abilities. Itachi cautioned, if we fail to provide a clear explanation, there might be an unsettling notion in the Third's mind that Sure could employ the same tactics against him in the future, which would render the Uchiha clan unwelcome in the village. That is indeed the case, Kakashi responded. Furthermore, regarding Shirsue's feigned death, I intend for this charade to persist. What? Shirsue exclaimed, utterly bewildered. As you previously stated, your death could indeed delay the Uchiha clan's plans for a coup d'etat. So it is prudent for you to maintain this guise for a while longer. This. Shirsue, having spent so much time with Kakashi, had unconsciously adopted many of his catchphrases. Without further ado, let us make our way to the Hokage's office, Kakashi said with a serious demeanor. It is of utmost importance that we explain ourselves before the Third discovers the situation. The implications would be entirely different. Itachi nodded in agreement. Kakashi-san is correct. Shirsue, you two should hasten your departure. Kakashi and Shirsue, renowned for their remarkable speed in the village, swiftly arrived at the Hokage's office. Upon entering, they were taken aback to find Danzo already present. The Third Hokage turned to face Kakashi and Shirsue, inquiring, "What brings you here?" "We have some matters to discuss with you," Kakashi replied hesitantly. "As it happens, Danzo has also expressed a desire to report something to me. So why don't you both share your insights together?" The inscrutable expression of the Third Hokage left Kakashi feeling somewhat anxious. Chapter 45. Now I wish to be a good person. Kakashi felt a twinge of doubt in his heart. Could it be that the Third Hokage has already discerned something amiss with Danzo, hence his peculiar expression? In truth, Kakashi was perhaps overthinking the situation, as Danzo had only just arrived at the Hokage's office. A brief silence enveloped the room. The Third Hokage, perplexed, inquired, "Why the sudden hush? Kakashi, why don't you begin and tell me what brings you and Shirsue here?" Kakashi and Shirsue gazed at each other, neither knowing how to begin the conversation. Kakashi, despite his meticulous calculations, could not have anticipated that in such a fleeting moment, Danzo would manage to position himself directly in front of him. Hizashi, spare these two children from any further tribulation, Danzo remarked with a wry smile. Given their status, this matter is indeed difficult to address in our presence. Although it may be somewhat awkward to broach, allow me to take the lead in speaking. The Third Hokage was taken aback. Kakashi was equally astonished. The gentle tones and soothing whispers, such tender words could possibly emanate from Danzo's lips? Is this truly Danzo? Only Shirsue remained as calm as a placid lake. For the might of Kotoame Tsukumi was indeed formidable. The Third Hokage's mind raced, quickly formulating a hypothesis based on Danzo's unusual demeanor. Could it be? The Third furrowed his brow, awaiting further elucidation from Danzo. It is somewhat shameful to admit that I, in my folly, had harbored misguided intentions towards Shirsue's Sharingan, seeking to harness the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan for myself. In a moment of desperation, Shirsue had no choice but to employ Kotoame Tsukumi against me. Danzo's heartfelt confession resonated deeply with Kakashi, who could almost palpably sense the overwhelming guilt emanating from him. The terror of Kotoame Tsukumi surpassed Kakashi's expectations. Danzo, fully aware of his subjugation, found himself entirely incapable of breaking free from its influence, seemingly oblivious to any irregularity. What if one day Shirsue were to wield Kotoame Tsukumi against him? Kakashi shook his head, striving to dismiss the thought from his mind. He turned his gaze towards the Third Hokage, who, by now, must have grasped the intricacies of the situation. Would he acquiesce to Shirsue's actions? The Third's expression was impeccably managed, yet tumultuous thoughts surged within him. How could Danzo, that scoundrel, engage in such underhanded schemes behind his back? Did he not realize that Shirsue's Kotoame Tsukumi was intended for the Uchiha clan? The Third's eyes, when directed at Shirsue and Kakashi, bore a trace of dissatisfaction. Regardless of Danzo's misdeeds, he was still a comrade with whom he had shared decades of camaraderie. Had they considered his feelings when employing Kotoame Tsukumi against him? Observing the Third's unfriendly gaze, Kakashi felt a chill run down his spine. Did Danzo's standing in the Third's heart still supersede his own? Kakashi's intuition proved astute. The Third Hokage was indeed contemplating whether to lift the effects of Kotoame Tsukumi from Danzo. After all, Danzo was a comrade, and to employ such a jutsu against him felt exceedingly cruel. Of course, the Third Hokage either subconsciously or deliberately overlooked the sheer brutality that Danzo inflicted upon others each time he extracted their eyes. Grasping the third's hand tightly, Danzo lamented, Hiruzen, I am deeply sorry. You placed your unwavering trust in me, and yet, for the sake of my own ambition to become Hokage, I committed numerous heinous acts under the guise of protecting the village. I am filled with shame. Tears streaming down his face, Danzo vowed. I shall dedicate the remainder of my life to atoning for my sins, offering everything I have for the sake of the village. Seeing his old friend in such a state, the third Hokage's heart wavered, and he resolved to allow Shisui to nullify the effects of Kotoame Tsukumi. However, before he could voice his intentions, Danzo continued, The foundation has outlived its purpose. I intend to dissolve it and integrate all its members into the Umbu. From now on, you shall have full control. He added earnestly, I will assist you wholeheartedly, Hiruzen. I believe that together, we can rejuvenate Konoha. The third Hokage felt a surge of joy. Kotoame Tsukumi had indeed been wielded with great care. With a look of approval directed at Shisui, he turned back to Danzo, saying, It is good to see you possess such resolve. You may continue to oversee the foundation. No. Danzo shook his head resolutely. You are the Hokage, and it is your duty to command the full might of the Umbu. The third Hokage smiled broadly. Then I shall not refuse your offer. After expressing his heartfelt sentiments to the third Hokage, Danzo approached Kakashi and Shisui, initiating a new round of apologies. I am truly sorry, Kakashi. I have caused you immense pain. In fact, I was behind the events surrounding your father. It's all right, Lord Danzo, Kakashi replied with a smile. Though he once harbored a desire to exact vengeance upon Danzo, he now pondered that had the former Danzo foreseen his present state, he likely would have wished for death instead. The Danzo of old was effectively a ghost, slain by Kakashi's own hands. As for his father's death, Kakashi's perspective had since evolved. Danzo then turned to Shisui, speaking earnestly, I owe you an apology, and to the Uchiha clan as well. To make amends, I will find a way to resolve the issues surrounding the Uchiha peacefully. Then I entrust this matter to you, Lord Danzo, Shisui responded. I am truly sorry. Danzo bowed deeply to both of them. Thus, the matter concerning Danzo reached a satisfactory conclusion, and all parties, including Danzo himself, felt content with the outcome. Now, with Shisui's Kotoame Tsukumi temporarily unavailable, the question arose, how best to address the Uchiha clan situation? The third Hokage inquired. If it were not for me, Danzo's gaze darkened, and a wave of self-reproach washed over him once more. Kakashi remarked, Lord Third, I have an idea. Pray tell, Kakashi, responded the third Hokage. We could fabricate the illusion of Shisui's suicide. As a pillar of the Uchiha clan, his demise would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to their morale. The Uchiha would likely delay their coup, granting us more time. The third Hokage nodded thoughtfully. During this interval, I shall endeavor, alongside Danzo, to persuade Koharu and Hamura to ease the restrictions on the Uchiha clan. Perhaps this approach will lead the Uchiha to abandon their insurrection altogether, or at the very least, cause a schism among their ranks. The third Hokage mused, reflecting on how his previous plans had faltered due to a lack of support. With Danzo now firmly in his corner, many previously unattainable ambitions seemed within reach once more, rekindling the youthful aspirations he thought long extinguished. Chapter 46. Some have died. Yet he lives, the third Hokage declared. Let us proceed with this plan. Kakashi, take a few trusted individuals and prepare the scene for Shisui's supposed suicide. Shisui, feeling utterly sidelined, thought to himself, my death has been determined without my consent. All right, Shisui, come with me. Kakashi exclaimed as he vanished from the office in a flash. Shisui was left bewildered, contemplating, really, Kakashi? I must set up my own suicide scene. We will require additional hands. You summon Itachi while I fetch Tenzo, Kakashi instructed. Shisui nodded, and the two swiftly parted ways, blending into the shadows of the night. For figures soon gathered atop a precipice. Tenzo yawned widely, Kakashi-senpai. I rarely get a day off, and yet here I am, summoned to labor. My apologies, Tenzo, but you are my most trusted and esteemed junior. Kakashi replied with a smile as he patted Tenzo's shoulder. Immediately invigorated, Tenzo remarked, I suddenly feel quite spirited. Senpai, what shall we be doing shortly? Kakashi gestured towards Shisui beside him and said, This fellow intends to leap off the cliff in despair. We are tasked with arranging the scene. Shisui, exasperated, shrugged his shoulders. Kakashi, you. Well, enough of the idle chatter. Hasten to pen your farewell note and retrieve an item that can authenticate your identity. Kakashi's words silenced Shisui. Itachi, you and Ten shall go to the edge of the cliff to set the scene, while I will fabricate the traces along the way. Kakashi meticulously organized the arrangements while admonishing, remember, The confidentiality level of this matter is classified as S rank. It is quite possible that Shursui may never return from this death, so it must remain a secret. Thank you, Kakashi. Shursui poured his heart's anguish into his farewell letter, writing with profound sincerity. The four individuals were exceptionally skilled, and before long, they had flawlessly fabricated the scene. Shursui, for now, you may stay at my home, Kakashi stated. Shursui nodded, having come to terms with the reality of his own demise. The following day, an UMBU member, while on patrol, stumbled upon Shursui's farewell letter and his ever-present katana at the edge of a cliff. Alarmed, he hastily reported the incident to Captain Kakashi. Kakashi promptly led his team to the scene, commanding his subordinate UMBU members to conduct an investigation and analysis. After a busy morning, two recently arrived UMBU members gathered together for a casual conversation. In my opinion, Uchiha Shursui must have committed suicide. I meticulously traversed the entire area, applying the investigative techniques I learned during my UMBU training, and every trace aligned perfectly with what was taught in class. Tenzo, observing from the side, chuckled softly. After all, we were all instructed by the same teacher, and I was merely adhering to the lessons learned. It would indeed be peculiar not to uncover something unusual. The other UMBU member nodded in agreement. Indeed, and if you look at that note, the resentment conveyed in every line is palpable. He must have been overwhelmed by the conflict between his clan and Konoha. Kakashi approached and remarked, who can deny it? I rather admire that young man, Shursui. He possesses none of the arrogance typical of the Uchiha clan. It is truly a pity. Captain Kakashi. Two members of the UMBU promptly bowed in respect. Kakashi waved his hand, signaling for everyone to cease their efforts. Clearly, there were no signs of a struggle at the scene. Shursui had indeed succumbed to suicide. Thus, Shursui's life came to an untimely end. His demise spread only within a limited circle, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen to summon Tsunade, Mito Gate Kane, and Shimura Danzo to deliberate on the matter concerning the Uchiha clan. Third Hokage, did you call us here regarding the Uchiha clan? Tsunade inquired slowly. Mito Gate Kane expressed his discontent. I had thought we had reached a consensus on this matter. The Uchiha clan cannot be trusted. The third Hokage did not directly respond to their question but continued, you have all heard of Shursui's tragic end, a promising young man lost amidst the political strife. Which is indeed a great pity. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. It is time for a change, Danzo remarked with a smile. I believe we should consider easing the restrictions on the Uchiha clan. Perhaps we can eliminate a potential crisis before it manifests. Danzo, you. Tsunade and Mito Kane were both taken aback, as Danzo had always been the most adamant opponent, consistently declaring the Uchiha clan's treacherous intentions. Is the sun rising from the west today? I concur with Danzo's viewpoint. What do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed, his gaze intense upon the two. Tsunade and Mito Kane exchanged glances, each recognizing the other's confusion and reluctance. I have no objections, Mito Kane finally stated. I too have none, Tsunade followed suit. With Danzo and the third Hokage united, the opinions of the other two had diminished in significance. It would be prudent to remain considerate. My intention is to relinquish some power while reclaiming others, the third Hokage stated solemnly. We will lift the restrictions on the Uchiha clan, allowing capable members to join the UMBU. Likewise, the Konoha Police Department will no longer be under Uchiha control. Members from other clans will also be permitted to join. Tsunade and Mito Kane's expressions softened somewhat. Though the authority of the Konoha Police Department was not substantial, it was a more palatable arrangement than relinquishing power entirely. Simultaneously, efforts would be made to encourage the Uchiha clan's integration into the village, focusing initially on their residential arrangements. Tsunade's expression shifted. Third, is this approach not somewhat ill-advised? The Uchiha clan's current stance is uncertain. What if? Danzo interjected, shaking his head. Hiruzen's proposal is excellent. Firstly, housing the Uchiha clan alongside other villagers will effectively provide us with countless eyes to monitor them. Secondly, dispersing the Uchiha clan throughout the village will hinder their ability to unite against us, allowing us to draw some into our ranks. Tsunade and Mito Kane pondered for a moment, finding merit in Danzo's reasoning. Ultimately, the four reached a consensus, and a series of orders were disseminated from the Hokage's office. As a shinobi village, the subordinates swiftly implemented the orders from their superiors. Before long, the directives from the Hokage's office circulated throughout the village, prompting relevant departments to initiate the necessary adjustments. The village buzzed with discussion. Are we truly expected to live alongside the Uchiha? I heard they were behind the Nine Tails incident, one voiced concern. While I too hold no fondness for those arrogant individuals, It is clear they did not orchestrate that calamity. They are diligently serving in the police department while you speak ill of them behind their backs, another retorted. Indeed. Without them, our village's security would not be as robust as it is now, a third chimed in. You all needn't worry, said the ninja conveying the orders. Consider this. If the Uchiha were truly responsible for such misdeeds, would Lord Third allow them to remain in the village? We must place our trust in the Hokage. Every decision he makes is for the betterment of our village. I believe this young man speaks wisely. An elderly farmer, returning from the fields, chimed in amidst the discussions. In my youth, the Uchiha clan coexisted harmoniously with others, and it is only recently that they have become isolated, leading to their current predicament. Ah. So that is the case. I can rest easy now. Yes. Next time I encounter an Uchiha, I shall greet them warmly. In the Uchiha clan's quarters. A middle-aged man paced anxiously before Uchiha Fugaku, imploring, clan leader, we can no longer hesitate. Let us take action swiftly. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, contemplating the implications of the Hokage's orders since they had arrived. Oh, clan leader, what are you waiting for? If you delay any further, we will lose the support of many of our clan members. Uchiha Fugaku shifted his gaze from the notice to the man before him. Yao. Our original intention was to ensure our clan could live free from discrimination. This development aligns with our mutual desires. If there were another path, if peaceful coexistence with the village were possible, I would never consider a coup. Uchiha Yao, distressed, replied, clan leader, you are mistaken. The third is clearly afraid of our combined strength and seeks to sow discord among us with trivial concessions. Once he confirms our inability to resist, he will wield the butcher's knife against us. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head, not sharing Yao's pessimism. After all, he understood the third Hokage to be a leader with a grand vision. But as you saw at today's clan meeting, many members are already wavering, yearning for acceptance and wishing to return to our former grounds, Uchiha Fugaku remarked. Once we Uchiha take control of the village, they too will be welcomed back. They will have the chance to return to our original site, Uchiha Yao insisted. In that scenario, clan leader, you would become the next Hokage. Who would dare to look down upon our Uchiha clan again? Let us wait and see, Yao. Uchiha Fugaku continued to shake his head. Clan leader, delaying will only lead to change. If you prolong this, the Uchiha will perish under your leadership. Uchiha Yao, seeing Uchiha Fugaku unmoved, bitterly declared, I, along with Uchiha Chin and Uchiha Tu, have already conspired. If you cannot make a decision, we shall take matters into our own hands. At that time, no Uchiha shall escape the consequences. Without allowing Uchiha Fugaku a chance to respond, Uchiha Yao stormed out. Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted, realizing Yao and the others were attempting a coup. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi and Itachi knelt before the third Hokage, due to Shirsue's forced social death. The responsibility of resolving the issues concerning the Uchiha clan fell upon Kakashi and Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his fingers on the desk and gazed at the two before him. Itachi, what has been the recent reaction from the Uchiha clan? With utmost respect, Itachi replied, a portion of the clan harbors doubts regarding your orders. Yet the majority eagerly anticipates the changes proposed by Konoha. That is reassuring. What movements have been noted from Fugaku Uchiha? Hiruzen inquired further. After a moment of contemplation, Itachi responded, my father seems to have abandoned the notion of a coup. However, several highly esteemed clan members, led by Uchiha Yao, remain undeterred and wish to persuade him to proceed with the insurrection. Hiruzen pondered this information thoughtfully, recognizing that Fugaku had always yearned for peace, suggesting that the village had indeed disappointed him over the years. Yet, it appeared that Fugaku found himself in a predicament. The third Hokage contemplated for a moment. The village had only just begun to attempt rebuilding trust with the Uchiha. If the situation with Yao and the others were mishandled at this critical juncture, all previous efforts could very well be rendered futile. What measures should be taken? Soon, Hiruzen reached a resolution. He could not intervene directly in this matter. He turned his gaze back to Itachi. I have already afforded the Uchiha clan an opportunity. If you cannot seize it yourselves, there is little I can do. Itachi, maintaining a calm demeanor, assured him, rest assured, Lord Third, I will handle this matter. Then prepare yourself well. The preservation of the Uchiha clan's honor now rests upon your shoulders, Hiruzen stated, waving his hand. Kakashi, you may offer Itachi some assistance, but it must not be done in the name of the village. Understood. Kakashi and Itachi rose to their feet and departed from the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, seated in his chair, offered a wry smile, remarking to himself that it seemed Kakashi harbored some dissatisfaction towards him, even omitting the honorifics he typically employed. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Kakashi was enveloped by the gentle caress of the night breeze, an experience that felt somewhat surreal. Was he truly destined to revert to old paths? The third Hokage, valuing his reputation and reluctant to wade into the quagmire that was the Uchiha clan, could only hint for Itachi to take action. In order to uphold the honor of the Uchiha clan, Itachi was left with no choice but to eliminate disobedient clan members, bearing the burden of infamy as he departed from the village, becoming a pariah in the eyes of many. Itachi, how do you intend to resolve this? Kakashi inquired. Itachi's gaze, sharp and unyielding, met Kakashi's as he replied, You have already surmised the answer, have you not? After a brief silence, Kakashi nodded, Indeed, without shedding some blood. The issue cannot be resolved. This matter requires careful deliberation. First, I must ask you a question, Itachi. Kakashi inquired with a grave expression. Have you encountered someone who claims to be Uchiha Madara? The author expresses gratitude. Thank you all for your support. I am truly touched by the numerous gifts I've received. I will continue to strive in my writing. Chapter 48. I will share half of your pain. A cold breeze swept through, causing Itachi's pupils to constrict. Kakashi-san, how did you come to know this? Kakashi's expression was tinged with nostalgia as he recounted. It was during a mission that I inadvertently discovered the existence of an organization known as Akatsuki. This organization is exceedingly terrifying, composed of S-rank rogue ninjas from various villages. Although their precise intentions remain unknown, it is evident that their ambitions are considerable. Among them is a man who claims to be Uchiha Obito, a member of this sinister group. Itachi pondered for a moment before replying, I have indeed encountered this Uchiha Obito. He appears to harbor profound resentment towards both the village and the Uchiha clan, even going so far as to offer assistance in resolving the issues concerning the Uchiha lineage. Kakashi sighed, pondering, Obito, while I may possess the means to save the Uchiha clan, how can I possibly rescue you? At this moment, Itachi found himself in a quandary. Kakashi-san, what do you believe I should do? He inquired. The thought of such a terrifying organization harboring intentions against Konoha filled Itachi with trepidation. After all, the notorious Uchiha Madara had exhibited a decidedly malevolent disposition towards the village, potentially directing his wrath towards Konoha in the future. In a departure from the original narrative, Itachi's current plan involved merely purging the clan of a few unruly members, rather than annihilating all but Sasuke, thus rendering Obito's assistance unnecessary. Kakashi gazed at Itachi's somewhat youthful visage, grappling internally for an extended period before resolutely making a decision. Itachi, I may have a solution. Kakashi's expression was notably grave. Speak. Kakashi-san, everything is for the village. You need not feel remorse, Itachi replied with a smile. As night deepened, the former residents of the Uchiha clan appeared forlorn. Many families had relocated to busier parts of the village, leaving half of the houses vacant, stealthily making their way to the heart of the Uchiha dwelling. Kakashi and Itachi gently alighted in the abode of Fugaku Uchiha. Ah, you have arrived, Fugaku said. His back turned to them as he placed the book he had been reading upon the table. Did you know we were coming? Itachi inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Indeed. Fugaku replied, turning to face Kakashi and his son, his demeanor calm as if he had anticipated the encounter all along. Itachi's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the crimson hues of his father's eyes, adorned with the same enigmatic patterns. How is this possible? When did father awaken his Mangekyō Sharingan? Fugaku gestured towards his eyes, declaring, These eyes of mine possess the ability to glimpse into the future. Kakashi gently patted the astonished Itachi, directly meeting Fugaku's gaze. What do you see, clan leader Fugaku? He inquired. Fugaku remained silent for a prolonged moment. His Mangekyō Sharingan possessed a remarkably unique ability, allowing him to foresee potential futures based on choices not made. In recent days, he had frequently employed this ability to glimpse into the future, thus he comprehended the true purpose of Kakashi and Itachi's visit. Even now, he could not shake the haunting vision that lingered in his mind after he had chosen to reject their plea. The Uchiha clan's domain appeared as a veritable purgatory, filled with lamentations. Two figures trailed behind the fleeing populace, methodically wielding their blades, harvesting vibrant lives with chilling indifference. Fugaku could only watch helplessly as familiar faces lost their vitality, transforming into lifeless corpses, until the streets were strewn with the fallen. And silence enveloped the Uchiha territory once more. The two figures emerged from the endless pool of blood like demons from the depths of hell. One murmured, Itachi, as we part ways, I wonder when we shall meet again. Take these dango with you for the journey. Fugaku shook his head, dispelling the horrific images from his mind. Observing Fugaku's profound silence, Kakashi took the initiative to ask, "Since you are aware of our purpose, what is your answer?" Clan leader Fugaku? Uchiha Yao, Uchiha Chun, Uchiha Tu, Uchiha Fei, Uchiha Yang. These were the names of those resolutely intent on orchestrating a coup. Fugaku enumerated the 5 individuals. "Thank you, clan leader Fugaku. Let us depart, Itachi." Kakashi led the still stunned Itachi outside. "Wait a moment, Kakashi." Uchiha Fugaku called out to them. Kakashi glanced back at Uchiha Fugaku with a hint of confusion. "Kakashi, can you assure me that you will treat the Uchiha clan with kindness in the future?" Fugaku's inquiry was peculiar. He did not question whether the village would be benevolent towards the Uchiha, but rather addressed Kakashi directly. "Isn't it within your power to foresee the future?" Kakashi retorted. Fugaku replied, "What I perceive is merely a fragment of a potential future. Can you provide me with a definitive answer?" Kakashi responded, "I have long established a profound bond with the Uchiha clan, and I shall endeavor to safeguard their peace. That is reassuring. Henceforth, I will devote my efforts to collaborating with Lord Third so that the Uchiha clan may once again integrate into the village," Fugaku stated, turning away once more to pick up a book from the table and immerse himself in its pages. Kakashi couldn't help but marvel internally at how much of a scholar clan leader Fugaku truly was, much like himself. However, why did he ask such an unusual question just now? Could it be that he glimpsed into his own future? Kakashi resolved that once this matter was settled, he might engage in a meaningful conversation with Fugaku. After departing from Fugaku's residence, Itachi had already assimilated the substantial information he had just received. "Kakashi-san, I am grateful for your invaluable guidance. I shall take it from here." Itachi's demeanor shifted from gentle to icy, one hand resting upon his blade. "No." Kakashi grasped Itachi's hand, poised to draw his blade, and slowly shook his head. "After all, this was my suggestion. You need only bear the infamy of having slain your kin. There is no need for you to endure the burden of guilt for the massacre of your clan. Allow me to shoulder the remainder of this anguish. I will share in your suffering," Kakashi said earnestly. "Itachi, I am deeply moved," he replied. Yet the taciturn Itachi found himself at a loss for words to articulate his emotions. "Allow me to take action. You need not do this for me," Itachi insisted. "I do this not solely for you, but for myself, and for the sake of Konoha." Kakashi's gaze was resolute. "I have made my decision. You shall report the current situation to Lord Third, including the one who claims to be Uchiha Madara." "Kakashi-san, there is no need for further words. I will resolve this swiftly." Before Itachi could plead any longer, Kakashi had already drawn his white fang and stealthily made his way toward the abode of his first target. Chapter 49. Embrace the Darkness. Kakashi. Prior to his arrival, Kakashi had thoroughly memorized the map of the Uchiha clan's territory. He swiftly reached the residence of Uchiha Yao, who was undoubtedly the strongest among the 5. "Who goes there?" Uchiha Yao, sensing an impending threat, sprang from his bed. He beheld a figure standing coldly at the foot of his bed, fixated upon him. In the darkness, the vivid crimson hue stood out starkly. Uchiha Yao gasped in alarm. "You are from the Uchiha clan?" "No, a single Sharingan." "You are Hatake Kakashi. What do you intend to do?" Uchiha Yao's hand had already grasped his katana. Kakashi murmured softly, "I desire your life, and your eyes as well." Sage art, purple lightning. As Kakashi unleashed his attack, it was none other than his most formidable technique. Uchiha Yao possessed considerable strength, perhaps rivaling that of an elite Jonin. Yet he could only succumb to despair in the face of Kakashi's ultimate lethal move. A gaping wound appeared in Uchiha Yao's chest, and he helplessly fell backward. Kakashi gently supported Uchiha Yao's head, gradually laying him down upon the ground. Gazing at those 3 Tomo Sharingan, Kakashi licked his parched lips. His hand reached towards Uchiha Yao's eyes several times, only to withdraw at the final moment. His heart was in turmoil. Was he truly prepared to commit such an act? Apologies. In pursuit of greater power, to safeguard more lives. After all, you no longer have use for those eyes. Why not relinquish them to me? Kakashi endeavored to concoct a myriad of grandiloquent justifications for himself, attempting to persuade his mind with various rationalizations, yet the gnawing guilt within him remained unabated. What is there to hesitate about? Gaining strength through the demise of an adversary is a trivial matter. A chilling voice echoed from the depths of his heart. And Kakashi suddenly perceived that his actions were not as consequential as he had once believed. With a steely resolve, he thrust his fingers deeply into the eye socket of Uchiha Yao, extracting his Sharingan in its entirety. Uchiha Yao's eye lay silently in his grasp. Coldly gazing back at him, Kakashi remained silent for a prolonged moment, contemplating the sacrifices he had made in pursuit of greater power, seemingly at the expense of his own humanity. If his dear friends, Shisui and Itachi, were to learn of his actions today, they would undoubtedly turn against him. After all, the act of taking a life is fundamentally distinct from the act of extracting a Sharingan. In preparation for the impending Great War, he must be adequately equipped. The power of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan is imperative. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan can only be awakened through the transplantation of another's Mangekyō Sharingan, and the closer the blood relation, the higher the likelihood of successful integration. The bloodline connection between Uchiha Obito and himself had long surpassed 3 generations, yet Obito's eyes were merely those of a 3-tomo Sharingan. Nevertheless, Kakashi harbored his own convictions. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan is merely the result of one individual's Mangekyō Sharingan absorbing the ocular power of another. When the ocular power accumulates to a certain threshold, a qualitative transformation occurs, elevating it to the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Under normal circumstances, a 3-tomo Sharingan may not even reach the minimum threshold required for absorption by a Mangekyō Sharingan, and if the eyes originate from a non-direct blood relative, compatibility of ocular powers may be an issue. However, Kakashi's left eye had undergone a peculiar transformation, seemingly capable of autonomously absorbing energy it recognized, such as the purple light that had fallen from his opponent during their battle with the mirror image. Placing Uchiha Obito's Sharingan upon his left eye, Kakashi felt an intricate swirl of emotions. He was torn between hoping his theory was correct and fearing it might be mistaken, for if his thoughts proved accurate, he would be compelled to extract the eyes of 4 individuals with his own hands. Obito's eyes felt cold and slippery against his skin. Yet there appeared to be no sign of fusion with Kakashi's own eye. Was the attempt unsuccessful? For reasons unknown, Kakashi felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, at that moment, a flicker of purple light flashed within his left eye, and the 3-tomo Sharingan in his hand was instantaneously drawn into it. Kakashi distinctly sensed a subtle force merging with his eye, and his left eye's field of vision became remarkably clearer. He had succeeded. That was the most challenging first step taken. Resolute, Kakashi proceeded without hesitation, extracting the other eye of Uchiha Yao and placing it before himself. The power of the 3-tomo Sharingan flowed once again into Kakashi's eye, mending the damage inflicted by his previous use of Kamui. The soothing sensation allowed Kakashi to relax slightly. As he contemplated the changes in his left eye, Kakashi murmured, 3-tomo Sharingan merely alleviated the lingering effects of Kamui. It seems the disparity between the 3-tomo Sharingan and the Mangekyō Sharingan is even greater than I had imagined. I require more Sharingan. Kakashi cast a fleeting glance at the lifeless form of Uchiha Yao, whose eyes had been ruthlessly extracted. The corpse must be obliterated first. Fire release, corpse destruction technique. After ensuring that Uchiha Yao's remains were reduced to mere ashes, Kakashi proceeded to the residence of another target. The remaining 4 possessed abilities inferior to Uchiha Yao's, and Kakashi easily claimed their lives, simultaneously extracting their Sharingan. Although their prowess paled in comparison to Kakashi's, they were by no means weak. Each bore the 3-tomo Sharingan. As the precious eyes merged with his own, a new power seemed to gestate within Kakashi's left eye. It appeared that he was still some distance from achieving the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, for even 10 3-tomo Sharingan could not satiate this insatiable void. Must he pursue further? Kakashi departed from the Uchiha clan's territory, his heart ensnared in a web of complex emotions. He had lingered here far too long. And both the 3rd Hokage and Itachi might begin to harbor suspicions. On a nearby rooftop, the 3rd Hokage and Itachi had stood silently for quite some time. After listening to Itachi's words, the 3rd let out a deep sigh, expressing, I apologize for the burden this places upon you. Itachi, your sacrifices for the village are monumental. What do you plan to do next? Itachi replied resolutely, I shall assume the role of a rogue ninja to engage with Uchiha Madara and infiltrate their organization, to prevent them from one day launching an attack on Konoha. The 3rd's expression turned grave. Are you aware that once you depart, you will bear the stigma of fratricide? And the village will classify you as an S-rank rogue ninja? All Anbu will pursue you relentlessly, regardless of life or death. Itachi lowered his gaze gently, acknowledging, I understand. Chapter 50, Itachi's departure. Another figure alighted upon the rooftop, gazing at Itachi with a hint of sorrow. Ah, Kakashi-san, you have come to see me off as well. Itachi smiled faintly. I shall grant you 1 hour to bid farewell. The 3rd Hokage's silhouette faded into the night. Kakashi gazed at Itachi's youthful visage, momentarily at a loss for words. He had endured far too much suffering for someone of his age. After a silence that stretched for a full half-minute, Kakashi finally spoke. Let us depart. Shisui awaits us beyond the village. The two proceeded along the streets of Konoha, moving with the unassuming grace of ordinary individuals. Itachi scanned his surroundings, seemingly intent on etching every detail of Konoha into his memory. Kakashi handed a small package to Itachi, saying, "Next time we meet. It may be a long while. Take these dango with you to enjoy on your journey. Inside, there is also a book that I hold dear, written by Lord Jiraiya. You can peruse it whenever boredom strikes." Itachi accepted the package with a serious expression and replied, "Kakashi-san, it is an honor for me to have met you." Kakashi softly responded, "The honor is mutual." As the two departed from the village, a figure swiftly emerged from the shadows. "Why are you two so slow?" "I've been waiting here for quite some time," Shisui complained. He glanced at Itachi beside Kakashi and added, "You make me feel quite guilty, you know? You've sacrificed so much for the Uchiha, while I... Do not dwell on it, Shisui. I am the most fitting candidate. After all, it was Uchiha Obito who reached out to me. Only by defecting to the Akatsuki will he remain unsuspecting," Itachi stated. Shisui nodded, though a sense of discomfort lingered in his heart. "By the way, Itachi, how did the matter I entrusted you with regarding Sasuke's farewell gift turn out?" Kakashi inquired. "I used Tsukuyami on Sasuke, allowing him to witness the massacre of our entire clan within the illusion. He successfully awakened his Sharingan. This is the legacy of the Uchiha. Akin to when I helped you awaken your Mangekyō Sharingan," Itachi explained. Upon seeing Itachi's icy gaze, Shisui tactfully shifted the topic. "Ahem. How many tomo does little Sasuke have now?" Shisui asked. "One tomo." A fleeting expression of embarrassment crossed Itachi's face, leaving Shisui momentarily taken aback. Shisui, with a puzzled expression, questioned, "Is there something wrong with your brother? The entire clan was slaughtered, and he only awakened one tomo?" Itachi fell silent, as did Kakashi. There was indeed no reasonable explanation for this. The entire clan was killed, and Sasuke awakened a single tomo, while Naruto, after a mere beating, managed to awaken two. Those who understood, understood. Itachi chose to disregard Shisui's comments and turned to Kakashi. "Kakashi-san, during my absence, I entrust you with the care of my brother. Rest assured, Itachi. I will treat Sasuke as my own brother," Kakashi assured him. Shisui interjected, "What about me? Why not entrust him to me?" "You are unreliable," Itachi coldly replied. With Shisui's antics lightening the mood, the heaviness of their farewell was somewhat alleviated. "Itachi, do not use your Mangekyō Sharingan's abilities too frequently. Your body cannot withstand it." Kakashi earnestly advised, "If the Akatsuki assigns you a task, procrastinate as much as possible. After all, the organization is filled with traitors. And failing to complete a mission is hardly noteworthy." He solemnly added, "Should you require assistance, you know how to reach me." Shisui concurred, "I feel the same." "Understood. I shall take my leave." As the saying goes, 1,000-mile journey ends with a single parting. Itachi feared that if he lingered any longer, he would find it difficult to depart. Observing Itachi's retreating figure, Kakashi found himself lost in thought for an extended period. "You don't suppose Itachi will encounter any danger, do you?" Shisui inquired with a hint of concern. Kakashi reassured Shisui, saying, "Rest assured, with Itachi's capabilities, should he encounter danger and wish to escape, there are few who could detain him at this moment." However, Shisui remained troubled about his younger brother. Upon returning to the village, Kakashi promptly made his way to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage gazed at Kakashi, who knelt before him, filled with a myriad of emotions. "Kakashi, you have been in the Umbu for nearly a decade now, haven't you?" "Indeed, Lord Third," Kakashi replied. The third Hokage's expression turned nostalgic, initially. "The fourth placed you in the Umbu to keep you close, hoping to alleviate the darkness within your heart. Even after the fourth sacrifice, I retained you by my side in the Umbu, yet the darkness within you has not diminished, rather, it has continued to swell. Remove your mask," he continued. "From this day forth, I relieve you of all your Umbu duties and bestow upon you a new appointment. Go forth and become AJ Nin." "AJ Nin, you say?" Kakashi pondered this designation thoughtfully. "I understand, Lord Third." The third Hokage waved his hand. "Go, select your own team, just as Minato once chose you." Kakashi's heart trembled, reminiscent of his teacher, Minato. After effortlessly shaking off the pursuing ninjas from Konoha, Itachi encountered the man who identified himself as Uchiha Obito once more. The two embarked on a small boat, heading toward the Akatsuki organization. "I have heard of your deeds, to raise your blade against your own kin. It appears you possess the qualifications to join Akatsuki." The masked Uchiha Obito continued, "Within the organization, I am but an inconsequential member, known as Toby. Be mindful of your demeanor towards me, lest you reveal my true identity. Why conceal your true self? Itachi inquired, maintaining his composure. For it would be troublesome if others were to learn that Uchiha Obito still lives. I am to take you to meet the leader of Akatsuki. He is aware of my true identity. Upon reaching Akatsuki's hidden base, Uchiha Obito ceased to speak, guiding Itachi into a cavern. It's you, Itachi. What a surprise to see you again, a sinister yet familiar voice echoed. Orochimaru. Itachi was taken aback, having not anticipated Orochimaru's presence here. Ah, I had forgotten that you two share a homeland. What a touching reunion. Uchiha Obito's tone abruptly shifted to one of sincerity, now presenting himself as Toby. I have heard of your exploits. Indeed, you are a ninja like me, having discarded the burdens of family, village, and comrades. Orochimaru remarked with a sardonic smile. Itachi paid no heed to Orochimaru, instead focusing on a figure not far away, which emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure akin to an unfathomable abyss. The author has a message. Everyone has gifted me with presents again. I am most grateful. Chapter 51, The Perverse Teacher. The figure bore short, orange-yellow hair, adorned in a black robe decorated with red clouds. As for those eyes, Itachi felt a jolt of fear, realizing that the source of the pressure stemmed from those eerie purple eyes. The figure slowly spoke. Akatsuki's goal is to bring true peace to the ninja world, to supplant the 5 great nations in governing the world. What an ambitious aspiration. Itachi appeared calm on the surface, yet internally, he was taken aback. Kakashi-san's words proved to be profoundly insightful. Indeed, this organization harbors grand ambitions, seeking to overturn the entire ninja world. Therefore, we shall embrace all exceptional ninjas, regardless of their origins or experiences. The figure spoke with an unwavering demeanor, exuding an aura that suggested he had long since forsaken all semblance of human emotion. Itachi from Konoha, welcome to the Akatsuki. In the Konoha training arena, Guy observed the 3 exhausted youngsters before him, his gaze brimming with anticipation. Come on, little ones. Expend every last ounce of your energy and ignite the flames of your youth. The 3 children roared, each throwing a punch at Guy. What? Did we actually hit him? One little girl exclaimed in disbelief. Just moments ago, this peculiar uncle was so swift that they couldn't even graze his clothing, yet now, their fists had all struck his face? Guy enveloped the trio in his embrace. Congratulations, you all have passed the assessment. You are now qualified ninjas. Phew. The 3 children gasped for air under Guy's strong grip. After a moment, he released them, and they collectively exhaled in relief. I am my Guy, and from now on, I shall be your esteemed Chuunin. Guy flashed a thumbs up, revealing his 8 gleaming white teeth in a radiant smile. To his surprise, one boy returned a youthful grin akin to his own. I am Rock Lee, and my aspiration is to become an exceptional ninja solely through taijutsu. Yoshi. Our goals are identical. Guy then turned his attention to another boy, who seemed somewhat aloof, and was met with an indifferent glance. I am Hyuga Niji. The boy replied coolly. Guy shifted his gaze to the little girl, who offered him a gentle smile. Hello, teacher Guy. I am Tenten. Guy chuckled heartily. Yoshi. To celebrate the establishment of Team 3, I shall treat you all to soda. Hooray for teacher Guy. Tenten cheered. The 4 of them sat beneath the shade of a tree, sipping soda, while Tenten patted her small chest in relief. I'm so glad I encountered you, teacher Guy. Instead of that infamous perverted teacher. Perverted teacher? Guy exclaimed, startled. How was I unaware that there was a pervert among the Chuunin? Everyone seems quite normal. And nothing appears amiss, Hyuga Niji interjected. There is one teacher whose student passing rate stands at 0 to this day. Guy set down his soda. Pensive. I have some matters to attend to. You may disperse for now. Prepare yourselves, for tomorrow I shall take you on your first mission, he instructed. At the Hatake residence, Guy shouted at Kakashi, this is the umpteenth time you have sent all your students back. Kakashi was immersed in the joy of acquiring knowledge when he was suddenly ambushed by Guy, nearly dropping the book Make Out Paradise from his hands in fright. Kakashi peered over the edge of his rooftop and caught sight of Guy below, the familiar scene momentarily engulfing him in nostalgia. The last time they had exchanged such banter was during the poignant days following the passing of their beloved Sensei Minato. How swiftly time had flown since then. None of those young ones seemed to grasp the essence of teamwork, and the decision to send them back to school for a refresher was ultimately for their own benefit. Kakashi mused, shaking his head. You, my friend, are squandering your youth. Guy exclaimed, his frustration ignited by Kakashi's nonchalant demeanor. Now, do not be upset, Guy. Kakashi replied with a smile. I assure you, in the next term, I shall take on an entire class of students. Your assurance? Guy responded, his skepticism evident. Kakashi helplessly raised his hands, exclaiming, When have I ever deceived you? With Kakashi's assurance, Guy left contentedly, as he still needed to select suitable missions for his students. Once Guy was dispatched, Kakashi finally sighed in relief. After all, he was responsible for a class of destined prodigies, well, excluding Sakura, leaving him little time to attend to other nameless little rascals. This period away from the Umbu was indeed a prime opportunity for learning. Kakashi believes that learning is the most crucial aspect of life. Friends may betray you, close brothers might turn against you, and a girlfriend may leave, but learning remains unwavering. It simply does not change. After a prolonged period, he has finally grasped the Flying Thunder God technique, and the more he reflects on it, the more he appreciates the remarkable insight of his teacher, Minato. While it took him several years to comprehend the technique, his mentor effortlessly mastered it, creating variations such as the Spiral Flash Super Round Dance. When he finds the time, he intends to experiment with inscribing the Flying Thunder God formula onto shurikens. As for the fusion of Sage Chakra, the Dragon Cave and Myoboka Mountain represent entirely different legacies, with vastly different constructs of Sage Chakra. Kakashi feels he must dedicate more time to this study. During Itachi's absence from the village, Konoha underwent tremendous changes. After the Uchiha clan lost those fervently advocating for war, they settled down under Fugaku's guidance, complying with the third Hokage's directive to relocate and integrate with other villagers. Over time, many villagers discovered that the Uchiha were not as difficult to engage with as the legend suggested, except for the occasional intense gaze that might leave one feeling unnerved. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Shursui Uchiha had not perished. He had merely chosen to feign death, caught between the village and his clan's expectations. Now, with harmony restored, he has decided to return to Konoha, dedicating himself to both his family and the village. Shursui Uchiha has succeeded Kakashi as the captain of the Umbu's subunit, greatly uplifting the morale of the Uchiha clan. Many ambitious youths from the Uchiha sought to join the Umbu, eager to follow in their idol's footsteps. Shursui's choice to evade conflict did not incite resentment among his clan. After all, loyalty and filial piety are often at odds, and his actions were understood as a reflection of his character. However, Itachi's extreme measures were unacceptable to both the Uchiha and the villagers of Konoha. In a short time, Itachi became a figure of disdain throughout the village. The author has something to say. Chapter 52, A Familiar Beginning. You may not know this, but that brat, Itachi Uchiha, used to despise patrolling. Standing beside Kakashi, Shursui exaggeratedly remarked, "Ever since that boy discovered that girls would greet him during patrols, he practically wishes to linger on the streets every day." Kakashi smiled faintly, indicating that the villagers had fully embraced the Uchiha clan. If only Itachi were here, he would surely find great solace in knowing that his efforts were not in vain. Shursui sighed, unable to resist glancing at Kakashi's book a couple of times. Kakashi took 2 steps back, creating distance between himself and Shursui. While his gaze remained fixed upon the book in his hands, Itachi had already learned of our recent correspondence. Shursui, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "Why have I not received a letter from Itachi?" Kakashi, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Perhaps he deemed you unreliable. Not long ago, Itachi found himself in peril, fortunately. He ultimately managed to turn the situation to his advantage." "What happened?" Shursui exclaimed in astonishment. "Did the Akatsuki discover Itachi's true identity and take action against him?" "No." Kakashi clarified, "It was during his infiltration of the Land of Water that he encountered the 4th Mizukage, Yagura." Kakashi shook his head, carefully organizing his thoughts, and recounted the events that transpired to Shursui. It appeared that Itachi was still unskilled in the use of his Mangekyō Sharingan's abilities. In a moment of dire need, his comrade, Kiba JZ, valiantly wielded his great sword to deflect the tailed beast bomb unleashed by the 4th Mizukage in his transformed state. Provoked by the peril, Itachi awakened his power, Amaterasu, and subsequently used it to eliminate the 4th Mizukage. However, this victory came at a grave cost, as his companion succumbed to his severe injuries. Shursui's expression morphed into one of disbelief, using a great sword to block a tailed beast bomb. "Is that even possible? Kiba JZ is truly a man of valor." After a moment, Shursui remarked with a peculiar expression, "Do you think Kiba JZ ever felt that his survival was somehow hindering your potential?" Kakashi rolled his eyes, expressing his reluctance to engage in further conversation. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Jishui, brimming with self-satisfaction, gazed at Kakashi through his nostrils, exuding an air of superiority as if he were the unrivaled champion of the world. Kakashi paid no heed to Shursui, striding past him with unwavering determination, leaving Shursui frozen in place, bewildered. How infuriating. Kakashi, come back here. Ignoring Shirazue's desperate cries, Kakashi continued his unwavering march towards the Ninja Academy. If memory serves correctly, today marks the day of the graduation examination for the two little ones. It is imperative that he be present. Moreover, Kakashi squinted his eyes, pondering whether that rascal Yamato would emerge to stir up trouble. It would be wiser for him to keep an eye on Naruto. The exam at the Ninja Academy lacked any substantial technical difficulty, and to accommodate Naruto, the third Hokage had deliberately chosen the shadow clone technique, in which Naruto excelled, as the test. For both Naruto and Sasuke, this posed no challenge whatsoever. Kakashi arrived precisely when the Chuunin exam concluded. He scanned the surroundings, but did not spot Naruto. Instead, he noticed Sasuke, who appeared rather solitary. Of course, this solitude was merely a figment of Sasuke's perception, for wherever he went, countless girls trailed behind him. "Kakashi-sensei," Sasuke exclaimed, his spirits lifting at the sight of Kakashi's somewhat languid figure. Kakashi smiled gently and beckoned Sasuke to come closer. When Itachi departed, he entrusted Kakashi with the care of his younger brother, and Kakashi took this responsibility to heart. He often practiced ninjutsu with Sasuke and occasionally took him out for runs. As time passed, Sasuke's address for him transformed from Lord Kakashi to Brother Kakashi. After all, whether caring for one child or two, he found himself with an additional small head to nurture each day. "Congratulations on successfully passing your graduation exam, little Sasuke," Kakashi said, lightly patting Sasuke's head. Sasuke, displaying a hint of pride, replied, "The school exams were merely trivial for me. There is nothing to celebrate." Yet, despite his words, it was evident that he felt a surge of happiness knowing Kakashi remembered the date of his graduation exam. "Here. This is a graduation gift for you. A set of ninja tools prepared according to Umbu specifications," Kakashi announced, handing Sasuke a small package. "Thank you, Brother Kakashi," Sasuke exclaimed, carefully attaching the ninja tool pouch to his waist. "By the way, where is Naruto?" Kakashi inquired. "I just saw Naruto a moment ago." "Speaking of which, Brother Kakashi, I noticed that Teacher Mizuki seemed to have said something to Naruto, and ever since, Naruto has appeared somewhat off." Kakashi smirked coldly, realizing that Mizuki could no longer endure the solitude and had taken action. Mizuki aimed to seize the Book of Seals through Naruto's hands and then seek refuge with Orochimaru. Yet, little did he know that he was merely a pawn discarded by Orochimaru. A myriad of thoughts flickered through Kakashi's mind as he gently patted Sasuke's shoulder and said, "Let's return, Sasuke. I believe I spotted Aunt Makoto waiting for you outside. Do you require my assistance, Kakashi and I?" Sasuke inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. Under Kakashi's influence, the bond between Sasuke and Naruto had flourished, though they often feigned disdain for one another. Otherwise, Sasuke would not have been so attentive to Naruto's whereabouts. "Rest assured, you may return without worry. I shall handle everything," Kakashi reassured him. "Then I shall take my leave, Kakashi and I," Sasuke replied. Placing his trust in Kakashi and not wishing to keep his mother waiting, he bid farewell and departed. Once Sasuke was gone, Kakashi's expression darkened instantaneously. Summoning jutsu. With a puff of smoke, a delightful little dog adorned with a forehead protector materialized before Kakashi. "Hey, Kakashi. Long time no see," the puppy greeted, raising a paw in salutation. "Indeed, it has been a while, Pakin. I need your assistance in locating someone." Kakashi entered Mizuki's office with Parker, ensuring that Parker memorized Mizuki's scent. "Over there." Parker confidently pointed in a direction. "Thank you, Parker. From here on, leave it to me." Kakashi vanished in an instant. Not far from the village of Konoha, Naruto trudged towards the designated meeting place with Mizuki, burdened by a large scroll. What could be the reason for everyone's disdain towards me? Why do I feel a strange apprehension despite my initial eagerness to uncover the truth? Mizuki arrived late, and with nothing else to occupy his time, Naruto unrolled the large scroll, casually flipping through its contents. "Oh, this technique seems rather intriguing. It is called the multiple shadow clone technique." Chapter 53. Naruto. "I've comprehended. What are you doing, Naruto?" Iruka rushed in, spotting Naruto engrossed in learning a new ninjutsu. "Ah, Iruka-sensei. What brings you here?" Naruto exclaimed, somewhat startled. It turned out that Mizuki had been spreading rumors around the village, claiming that Naruto had stolen the Forbidden Scroll, intending to shift all blame onto him. After eliminating Naruto, he planned to exploit the ensuing confusion to escape the village with the scroll. While the scheme seemed ingenious, Mizuki had underestimated the intelligence of others. How could he possibly believe that a mere genin could abscond with the scroll unnoticed by the third Hokage? Iruka, drenched in sweat, admonished, "Hey, Naruto, the Forbidden Scroll is not something you should possess." Hiki, you caught me. Iruka-sensei, Naruto replied sheepishly. By the way, how did you know about the Forbidden Scroll? Iruka questioned, puzzled, as Naruto's sensitive position should have kept him away from such secrets. Hiki. Mizuki-sensei told me to wait for him here with the scroll, Naruto replied with an innocent grin. Mizuki. A bad premonition flashed through Iruka's mind. Just then, several shurikens whizzed towards Naruto. Iruka instinctively shoved Naruto aside, using his body as a shield against the incoming weapons. I can't believe you found this place, Mizuki remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Iruka quickly pieced together the events, his gaze fixed on Mizuki, realizing the true nature of his intentions. Mizuki, now confident in his victory, smiled at Naruto. Now, Naruto, hand over that scroll. Stunned, Naruto sat motionless, unable to grasp the situation. Naruto, do not give him the scroll. It contains numerous dangerous forbidden techniques. Iruka whispered urgently. Mizuki is using you to obtain the scroll. Mizuki laughed sinisterly. Iruka, deep down you despise Naruto. There are only 3 of us here, so you needn't pretend any longer. Allow me to reveal the secret behind why everyone detests you, Naruto. Shut your mouth. You scoundrel. Iruka shouted, infuriated. Naruto, bewildered, could not understand Iruka's intense reaction. What secret? Why would Iruka-sensei hate me? The secret is, you are the very demon fox that once ravaged the village, you brat. Mizuki cackled maniacally. Iruka's parents perished because of you. How could he not loathe you? Haha. I am the demon fox? Naruto clutched his head in anguish, his body trembling. Die, demon fox. Mizuki sneered, launching another barrage of shurikens. In despair, Naruto shut his eyes, contemplating that perhaps perishing here was a fitting end if he truly was the demon fox. However, the anticipated pain never came. When he opened his eyes, he saw Iruka standing protectively in front of him. Why did you save me, Iruka-sensei? Tears streamed down Naruto's face. You are not the demon fox. Iruka's voice was soft yet resolute. You are my acknowledged student. Naruto felt a surge of emotion, turning to confront the advancing Mizuki with fierce determination. Such a touching scene. Since it has come to this, I shall send you both on your way, Mizuki retorted nonchalantly as he unsheathed his sword. You shall not harm Iruka-sensei. Multiple. Shadow clone technique. Naruto bellowed, feeling an overwhelming surge of chakra coursing through him. Hundreds of Narutos materialized, encircling Mizuki in an instant. Mizuki was taken aback. How could a mere genin possess such formidable chakra? Before Mizuki could finish his thought, countless Narutos charged at him. Watching Mizuki being overwhelmed by his own clones, Naruto felt a wave of satisfaction, suddenly recalling a unique technique Kakashi had taught him. Body technique. Infinite 1,000 years of pain. Half of the Narutos halted, and Mizuki sighed in relief, thinking perhaps Naruto was showing leniency due to his teachings. However, just then, that half of Naruto clasped his hands together, extending his index and middle fingers, charging at Mizuki. A sense of foreboding washed over Mizuki, and then, Ate! His screams startled flocks of birds into flight. Iruka, drenched in cold sweat, suddenly felt his own injuries were not as severe as he had thought. Kakashi, perched in a tree, nearly burst into laughter as he witnessed Naruto delivering relentless blows to Mizuki, silently mourning Mizuki for 10 minutes. Given that Naruto continued his relentless assault for a full 10 minutes, the night concluded on a somewhat satisfactory note, as Naruto came to grasp a degree of truth while his bond with Iruka deepened. He had also learned the forbidden technique of the multiple shadow clone and the art of verbal evasion. Alas, Iruka bore the brunt of the ordeal. Kakashi had already turned and left, having informed Iruka to notify the medical team. The incident involving Naruto's theft of the sealing book was entirely a consequence of the third Hokage's subtle manipulation, which resulted in Naruto receiving no substantial punishment, merely a lecture. Naruto dismissed the matter entirely, indulging in his daily routine of eating and drinking, unconcerned with anyone's opinions as long as those he valued recognized him. Soon, the day of class assignments arrived. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke sat in the classroom, waiting with growing impatience. Naruto peered out the classroom door. Yet he could not discern the presence of their teacher. Naruto, behave yourself and don't give the teacher a negative impression, Sakura admonished. Why is it that only our Team 7's teacher is so late? Naruto complained. All the other classes have been taken away by their teachers. And now Iruka-sensei has already left for the day while ours has yet to arrive. How am I supposed to know? Sakura retorted, rolling her eyes. After such a long wait, she too was beginning to feel restless. Heh. I think I'll place an eraser at the door to prank the tardy teacher. Naruto said with a mischievous grin. Sasuke scoffed. Idiot. There's no way a J-nin would fall for such a crude trap. Exactly, Sakura chimed in, always ready to support Sasuke unconditionally. Just then, a figure entered the room, and the eraser struck him squarely on the head. Ha ha ha, got you, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi-sensei? Sasuke exclaimed in surprise. It was only then that Naruto realized. Kakashi-sensei, you are our J-nin instructor? Correct, though unfortunately, there are no rewards for that answer. Kakashi raised his hand and playfully delivered a light smack to Naruto's head. Ouch. Naruto cradled his head, yet his eyes sparkled with joy. How wonderful it was that his esteemed Jonin instructor was none other than Kakashi. Sasuke, too, gazed at Kakashi with fervent admiration. Well aware that Kakashi's prowess surpassed that of his own brother. Perhaps under Kakashi's guidance, he could grow as formidable as his brother and bring him back. Only Sakura appeared somewhat reserved, feeling a twinge of unease. How was it that the new teacher was familiar with both Naruto and Sasuke, while she felt like an outsider? Kakashi-sensei, why did you arrive so late? We've been waiting for you for quite a while. Naruto complained. Kakashi sighed. I seem to have lost my way on the path of life. Sakura's forehead was marked by 3 black lines as she pondered the unreliability of her esteemed superior. Now, why don't you each introduce yourselves briefly, sharing your future aspirations or interests? Kakashi suggested. With a hint of politeness, Sakura inquired, Sensei, won't you introduce yourself first? Well, Kakashi revealed his signature deadpan expression. I am Kakashi Hatake, and my future dream is, my interest is, As if struck by an odd thought, his smile became increasingly peculiar. Sakura, bewildered, asked, so aside from your name, is there anything else you wish to share? Turning to Naruto and Sasuke, she found them both wearing expressions of accustomed familiarity. It's your turn now, starting with you, Naruto, Kakashi gestured. My dream is to become a Hokage who surpasses all previous ones. I adore instant noodles, especially the Ichiraka ramen that Kakashi-sensei and Irika-sensei treat me to. What I detest is having to wait 3 minutes for my noodles. Naruto rambled on, but Kakashi raised a hand to interrupt. All right, next. With a sense of incompletion, Naruto fell silent and glanced at Sakura. Hello, my name is Sakura Haruno. My favorite person is. My future dream is. My interests are. With each word, Sakura discreetly stole glances at Sasuke, only to realize she had shared nothing substantial, much like Kakashi-sensei. As for things I dislike, there asked nothing at the moment. By this time, Naruto and Sasuke had become friends who openly expressed disdain yet held true affection, leaving Sakura with no peculiar entanglements, as her thoughts were solely occupied with Sasuke. All right, Sasuke, it's your turn, Kakashi stated. Sasuke spoke slowly. Now I understand why you made that bet with me, Kakashi-sensei. My goal is to pass your test and uncover the truth behind it. What truth? What test? What are you talking about, Sasuke? Naruto asked, his face a mask of confusion. Though Sakura did not voice her curiosity, she was clearly intrigued by her crush's cryptic exchange with their teacher. Well, the test is to assess your capability of becoming a genin. If you do not pass, you will be sent back to the Ninja Academy for retraining. What? I just graduated, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto exclaimed in despair. Hiki, the elimination rate for this test is 2/3, so prepare thoroughly, Kakashi replied with a smirk. Kakashi turned away, seemingly prepared to depart, but then he recalled something and turned back once more. Remember not to have breakfast tomorrow. It might make you nauseous. After Kakashi left, Sakura curiously inquired, Sasuke, Naruto, are you two quite close with our teacher? Yes, Kakashi and my brother are good friends, Sasuke replied. Following the alteration in events, Sasuke's demeanor was not as extreme as before. He was neither cold nor overly warm towards Sakura. Dolt, how many times must I tell you? Kakashi is my brother, not yours. Naruto retorted angrily. Childish, Sasuke scoffed. You, of all people. Naruto's face was one of displeasure. Oh, you too. Shouldn't we focus on discussing how to prepare for tomorrow's assessment? Sakura interjected, eager to halt their quarrel. Who wants to discuss anything with this guy? Naruto turned his head away defiantly. It seems we are indeed thinking along the same lines. After their mutual huffs, they both departed in opposite directions, leaving Sakura alone. Why do I have a feeling that tomorrow's assessment is doomed? Sakura sighed, gazing helplessly at the sky. The next day, the three arrived early at the wilderness designated by Kakashi. However, as the sun climbed higher in the sky, Kakashi was still nowhere to be seen. Good morning, everyone. Kakashi finally appeared, albeit fashionably late. Did we misinterpret the concept of morning? Sakura was at a loss for words. baffled as to how Kakashi's demeanor could incite competition between Naruto and Sasuke. The first to complain, as always, was Naruto. "You're so slow, Kakashi. I'm nearly starving." "Ah, a black cat just crossed my path." Kakashi, upon witnessing three furious faces, wisely chose to change the subject. "Ahem, let us commence the assessment." Kakashi retrieved 2 bells from his pocket, a fleeting look of nostalgia crossing his face. "Your assessment task is to seize the bells from my hands before noon. Now, you may commence strategizing." Kakashi had already turned and departed. "Why are there only 2 bells? Could it be?" Sakura seemed to grasp the implication. This indicates that at least one among us will be eliminated," Sasuke stated calmly. "As a trio, the evaluation should focus on our ability to collaborate as a team. The 2 bells are intended to create discord among us, leading to internal conflict." Naruto nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I share the same thought." Sakura, visibly frustrated, exclaimed, "Naruto, could you please retract that look of realization you have? The author has something to convey. The upcoming chapters will serve as a transition. The plot may progress slowly, but it will accelerate once Team 7 is formed. Chapter 55, Seizing the Bells. In light of this, I propose that we first unite our efforts to secure the bells, and then deliberate on their rightful ownership," Sasuke suggested thoughtfully. "I concur," Naruto replied, nodding. "This guy." Sasuke cast a resigned glance at Naruto before stating earnestly, "Let us employ the teamwork strategies taught at the academy for our coordination." The trio had not engaged in specialized cooperative training, for not everyone is as adept as the Inoshikacho trio, thus utilizing familiar tactics would enhance our synergy. "We shall follow your lead, Sasuke-kun," Sakura affirmed. After a brief discussion, Naruto shouted towards the distance, "Hey, Kakashi-sensei, we are ready." "Oh, have you prepared so swiftly?" Kakashi was somewhat taken aback. "In that case, let us commence." He slowly approached the trio, his hand delving into his ninja tool pouch, searching for something. "What a joke!" Sasuke exclaimed, astonished that Kakashi deemed it necessary to arm himself against the 3 of them. This was taking things far too seriously. Even if Kakashi were to grant them the advantage of the Pacific Ocean, they were utterly no match for him. "Ah, found it." Kakashi rummaged through his bag for quite some time before finally retrieving the item he sought. Sasuke was taken aback as he beheld Kakashi holding aloft a book with a yellow cover. Kakashi perused the book in his hands, engrossed in its contents. "Hey, Kakashi and I. What do you mean by that?" Naruto inquired, somewhat perplexed. "It means that I do not need to devote much attention to dealing with you," Kakashi replied, all the while absorbed in his reading. "How dare you underestimate me, Kakashi and I?" Naruto exclaimed, feigning anger, while internally stifling a chuckle. "I want to even need that guy Sasuke. I can secure the bells all by myself." A shadow clone stealthily approached Kakashi from behind, taking on Naruto's likeness. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, Naruto had already employed the shadow clone technique and concealed one of his clones prior to Kakashi's arrival. Taijutsu secret technique, 1,000 years of pain. Kakashi's shadow clone behind him let out a deafening shout, extending both hands forward with 2 fingers poised to strike decisively at Kakashi's vulnerable spot. Kakashi, taken aback, leaped aside with an expression of astonishment. "What on earth? Are you out of your mind? Have you become addicted to that technique? Are you trying to undermine your own mentor?" Sasuke, equally stunned, exclaimed, "Naruto, how could you possibly use such a lewd technique against Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura chimed in. "As long as Sasuke is here, I shall never be absent. Indeed, that move is utterly indecent." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Such a technique would be unacceptable to any female ninja, though we shall refrain from mentioning those with peculiar preferences. Naruto scratched his head in confusion. "Huh? This move was taught to me by Kakashi-sensei." Sasuke, now furious, retorted, "You must be joking. Kakashi-sensei is a person of integrity. He would never teach you such a despicable maneuver." Sakura added, "Exactly. Kakashi-sensei does not strike me as that kind of person. Stop lying." Frustrated, Naruto wondered why his friends doubted him, feeling as though he had suddenly fallen into an identity crisis. He hurriedly turned to Kakashi, pleadingly saying, "Kakashi-sensei, I swear this technique is indeed what you taught me. Please help clarify this." Kakashi raised an eyebrow and pondered for a moment before saying, "Very well. I shall consider this technique as one that I have imparted to you." Observing the disdainful gazes of Sasuke and Sakura, Naruto felt a wave of despair wash over him. "What do you mean consider? This technique is genuinely one that you taught me, Kakashi-sensei." Yes, it is indeed I who taught you," Kakashi replied with a hint of resignation. "Ah," Naruto exclaimed, overwhelmed by frustration. Kakashi chuckled softly, asserting that he was speaking the truth, yet no one believed him, which he deemed unfair. Enough of this foolishness, Naruto. We must not squander any more time. The assessment is of utmost importance, Sasuke urged. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Naruto retrieved a kunai from his ninja pouch. Assuming a battle-ready stance. Formation C. With Sasuke's command, the trio swiftly advanced towards Kakashi in a coordinated manner. Sakura and Sasuke simultaneously launched shurikens at Kakashi. But he merely shifted his body with nonchalance, evading all of them effortlessly. Under the cover provided by his teammates, Naruto reached Kakashi's side and swung his kunai. Too slow. Kakashi raised his left hand, effortlessly swatting away Naruto's grasp on the kunai, and casually turned a page of his book. How infuriating. Undeterred by his initial failure, Naruto swiftly retreated, hurling an array of shurikens from his ninja tool pouch towards Kakashi. Seizing this moment, Sasuke took Naruto's place and cautiously unleashed a jutsu aimed at Kakashi. Fire style, Grand Fireball technique. However, when compared to Itachi's Grand Fireball, Sasuke seemed more akin to a mere fireball technique, which Kakashi deftly evaded with a light leap. Sasuke fell back once more, launching shurikens while swapping positions with Sakura. Sakura, hailing from a civilian background, possessed no noteworthy jutsu. Only a few basic taijutsu skills which posed no threat to Kakashi whatsoever. The trio took turns advancing against Kakashi, yet they failed to even graze the hem of his clothing. How frustrating, Naruto exclaimed. Kakashi-sensei, why do you keep dodging? Fight me. Oh. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and sent Naruto flying with a swift kick. After feinting an attack, Sasuke ceded the offensive position to Sakura, then began to observe intently. Indeed, Sasuke confirmed his suspicions. He had finally discovered a method to pass the examination. As Kakashi-sensei confronted his three students, he adjusted his level of engagement according to their respective strengths. When facing Naruto and himself, Kakashi exhibited the prowess of an average nin. However, against Sakura, he displayed merely the capabilities of a typical genin. If only he could capitalize on the moment when Sakura launched her assault on Kakashi. Hey, Naruto, Sakura. Heed my command. Adopt defensive formation A, shouted Sasuke. Yet, Sakura hesitated. Please trust me, Sakura, Sasuke urged with a gentle tone, gritting her teeth. Sakura charged at Kakashi with all her might. Oh. Just as Kakashi effortlessly evaded Sakura's attack, a shadow seized the opportunity to stealthily approach him and snatched both bells. Kakashi smiled faintly, reminiscing about the time when he, along with Obito and Rin, competed to seize the bells. It was through the same method that he and Sasuke successfully acquired the bells from their teacher, Minato. Chapter 56. Waiting for you to become a nin. Sasuke's character has indeed transformed significantly. He now understands the essence of teamwork, and his future accomplishments are bound to be even greater. Kakashi nodded discreetly, approving of the outstanding performance displayed by these three young individuals. This was precisely what he had hoped to witness. Now, let me observe the choices you will make next. Kakashi smiled and said, congratulations on acquiring the bells. Now, how do you intend to allocate them? The three, who were reveling in their triumph, suddenly fell silent. Indeed, with only 2 bells and 3 of them, how could they possibly divide it? Sakura's expression stiffened as she realized she had been lost in delightful fantasies. She had envisioned spending every day with Sasuke, training together, dining together, and completing missions side by side. The light in Sakura's eyes slowly dimmed. She lowered her head and softly declared, I shall withdraw. My abilities are the weakest, and I did not contribute much just now. Sakura, do not say such things, Naruto interjected, turning to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, we are all quite capable. Can't you grant us one more bell? Naruto tugged at Kakashi's sleeve, attempting to employ the strategy of endearing persuasion. In his childhood, this tactic had always proven effective whenever he desired something. However, this time, it did not elicit the desired response. Kakashi cast a fleeting glance at the 3 individuals and spoke with an air of indifference. Rules are rules. For a ninja, they are paramount. I shall withdraw. This year, I may pass the assessment, and next year, I shall once again have the opportunity to succeed. Sasuke began. As if he had made a momentous decision, Kakashi appeared somewhat taken aback. Oh, are you certain? If so, you shall lose our wager. Sasuke's expression was one of anguish as he recalled the agreement he had previously made with his brother, Kakashi. The following is a glimpse into Sasuke's memories, a customary element in the narrative of a shinobi tale. At that time, he was still a child. His brother had assassinated 5 members of the Uchiha clan and subsequently defected from the village, classified as an S-rank rogue ninja. On his way home, Sasuke endured torment from his brother's genjutsu, leaving him in unbearable pain. Yet, He could not bring himself to believe that his brother was truly such a person. Nisan is so gentle, he must have had no choice. Upon awakening from the unending nightmare, the first thing Sasuke did was seek out his father to inquire about Itachi's whereabouts. However, Uchiha Fugaku denied Sasuke's request and ordered the entire clan to refrain from discussing anything related to Itachi Uchiha. Unwilling to accept this, Sasuke found solace in Kakashi's promise to look after him, meeting with him intermittently. Realizing one path was blocked, he resolved to extract information about his brother from Kakashi. During one of his father's absences, Sasuke finally spoke up. "Lord Kakashi, my brother is not the type to take innocent lives without cause. There must be a reason for his actions. Please, tell me." After a moment of silence, Kakashi spoke. "Your brother indeed has his reasons for his actions. However, I cannot divulge this information to you just yet. You are still too weak, and knowing too much could prove detrimental to you." Young Sasuke fell to his knees, pleading, "I will strive to become strong. Please, tell me." Yet, Kakashi remained unmoved, shaking his head. Revealing the truth to Sasuke at this juncture would only cause him harm. "Very well, I promise that once you become a ninja, I will share with you a portion of the truth." Kakashi conceived a compromise, one that involved gradually unveiling the truth behind the upheaval of the Uchiha clan, serving as a catalyst for Sasuke's growth and strength. Aware of Kakashi's resolute nature, Sasuke recognized that further entanglement would likely yield counterproductive outcomes, thus he acquiesced. "It is settled then," Sasuke declared with unwavering determination. He was resolute in his quest for greater power, to uncover the truth behind his brother's departure, and ultimately to bring him back. After much internal struggle, Sasuke gradually found tranquility. "Kakashi-sensei, I choose to relinquish my pursuit. Even within the confines of the academy, I can utilize this year to continue my personal development." Kakashi smiled gently, remarking that even in losing a wager, one should graciously yield to their teammates. "I understand your resolve." "Humph, arrogant Sasuke, you've stolen all the limelight." Naruto clenched his teeth and declared, "I too shall withdraw. It's no matter if I must study for another year." Kakashi laughed heartily, remarking, "While Sasuke and Sakura are relatively fine with your academic performance, even an additional year of study may not guarantee your graduation." Naruto's face flushed crimson. Yet he found himself unable to counter Kakashi's words. Having witnessed the determination of the three, Kakashi chose to conclude the examination. "Well then, I hereby declare that all three of you have passed, officially becoming members of Team 7. "What? All of us passed?" Naruto exclaimed in confusion. Sasuke murmured, "So that's how it is. The first test was to evaluate our individual strengths, while the second was to assess our willingness to sacrifice for one another, embodying the spirit of teamwork." "Indeed, it is as such," Kakashi remarked. "Pay close attention to your comrades beside you. In times of life and death, they will be your sole reliance." After exchanging a glance, Naruto and Sasuke turned their heads away with a huff. Sakura bitterly realized that neither of them seemed to acknowledge her presence. Gazing at the trio before him, Kakashi momentarily envisioned his mentor, Minato, standing before him with a gentle smile, saying, "If you cannot genuinely trust those around you, how can you entrust your back to them? Right? Abito, Rin. Hooray for Kakashi and II." Naruto's exuberant cheer snapped Kakashi back to reality, and he became aware that he had unconsciously echoed Minato's words. Sakura, filled with joy, exclaimed, "That's wonderful. I can train alongside Sasuke-kun." Sasuke, too, let out a sigh of relief. The decision he had just made had been quite challenging, and he was grateful not to have been eliminated. "Kakashi and II, now that I've fulfilled your first wager, can you share news of my brother?" Sasuke eagerly inquired. Kakashi nodded. "Very well, listen closely. The first piece of information I have for you is that your brother indeed has his reasons, and, well, it's not particularly significant information. I wouldn't mind sharing it even in front of Naruto and Sakura." Upon hearing that his brother truly had his reasons, Sasuke clenched his fist joyfully against his palm, then eagerly inquired, "And what else?" Kakashi replied with a sly smile, That would be additional information. I shall reveal it to you once you become a Chuunin." Chapter 57, The Ever-Flowing Hokage, The Unyielding Dazuna. "Chuunin, you say? I understand. I will soon attain that rank." Sasuke was brimming with confidence, believing that with his innate talent, becoming a Chuunin was merely a matter of time. Observing the child's self-assured demeanor, Kakashi chuckled cunningly, already aware of the thoughts swirling in Sasuke's mind. "How naive and youthful you are. Who says that strength alone guarantees the title of Chuunin? If all goes as expected, you might remain a Genin for the entirety of your life." Seeing Kakashi's grin, Sasuke felt somewhat perplexed, mistakenly believing that Kakashi was sharing in his joy. All right. You three go and celebrate. Tomorrow we shall commence our mission. Kakashi remarked, savor this final moment of tranquility. Huh? Aren't you joining us, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Kakashi turned away, waving his hand to the group before vanishing into the depths of the forest. In a place unseen by the trio, Kakashi gently lifted his forehead protector. Obito. Did you see that? This is the team you longed for. Kakashi gently caressed his left eye, resolutely determined to find a way to rescue his comrades. The following morning, in a dense forest, Sasuke had arrived at Point B, Sakura reached Point C, and Naruto arrived at Point A. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction and commanded, all right. The target is on the move. Team 7, let's mobilize. The three of them crouched low and stealthily made their way, concealing themselves behind the trunks of nearby trees. How far are we from the target? Kakashi inquired. Naruto cautiously peered and replied, we are just 5 meters away, ready to strike. Strike. With Kakashi's authoritative call, the trio sprang into action, leaping towards the shadow before them. I've got you, Naruto exclaimed as he lunged forward, pinning the small cat to the ground. Kakashi inquired, is the target the pet kitten, little tiger? It should have a bow on its head. Confirmation of the target was received from Sasuke. Indeed, it is the correct target. Yoshi, the task of retrieving the lost pet has concluded. Naruto, while being scratched by a cat, exclaimed, is there not a single task that could induce some excitement? Upon arriving at the location to deliver the task, a noblewoman joyfully took her kitten. The third Hokage glanced at the scroll in his hand and proclaimed, thus, the next mission for Team 7 is to care for an elderly person at home. Not another one of these tasks. Can't we be assigned something different? Naruto was nearly driven to madness. Irika, assisting the third, shouted, Naruto, as a genin, you are only permitted to undertake D-rank missions. Do not be reckless. A ninja must accumulate experience from simple tasks and gradually grow. One cannot aim too high too soon. I don't care. I want to take on a different mission. Naruto began to throw a tantrum on the ground. Well, in that case, I shall assign you a C-rank task to protect a person. Kakashi was taken aback. Could it be? Splendid. Is it to protect Lord Daimyo? Naruto felt a flicker of anticipation. There's no need to rush. Allow me to introduce you. Please come in, the third Hokage proclaimed with a resonant voice. A disheveled middle-aged man, donning spectacles and appearing rather inebriated, staggered in, clutching a bottle of sake. Kakashi rubbed his forehead, realizing that he was indeed the first to embark on a mission after leaving the village. Why is it that I'm surrounded by a bunch of kids? This seems exceedingly unreliable. A man complained. I am the renowned bridge builder, Tizona. During my journey back to my homeland to complete the bridge construction, you must ensure my protection. Well, we haven't yet agreed to take on this mission, Kakashi replied. Hey, Kakashi-sensei? The three of them turned their gazes towards Kakashi in unison. Kakashi lifted his weary gaze, having already encountered Momochi Zabuza once before. The mere thought of it exhausted him. He mused that he would rather spend that time at home perusing a couple of pages of a novel. Since you choose not to engage, why not delegate the task to us instead? Oh, Kakashi turned his head and, to his surprise, beheld a familiar figure, Asuma. Kakashi raised his hand in a greeting towards Asuma, then shifted his gaze to the three students behind him. The trio of Inoshikacho. The term Inoshikacho refers to the allied clans of Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi. Even during the Warring States period, these three clans maintained a strong alliance. Following the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village, they became one of its steadfast pillars. Traditionally, the Inoshikacho team has been composed of the respective clan leaders or their successors. This combination boasts the most exquisite ninjutsu techniques in the Hidden Leaf, capable of unleashing tremendous damage when the trio operates in concert. Kakashi harbored numerous inquiries regarding the trio of boar, deer, and butterfly, yet he felt somewhat hesitant to voice them. For instance, the primary families have historically maintained a tradition of direct lineage. If any one of them were to suddenly decide against having children, wouldn't that spell the end for this peculiar combination? Furthermore, it remains unclear whether the three families had come to a mutual agreement to bear offspring. For how else could it be explained that each generation produces children of the same age? Observing Kakashi, who appeared lost in thought, Asuma waved his hand in front of him. Hey, Kakashi, I'm speaking to you, Asuma remarked. If you intend to decline this mission, kindly pass it on to me. It would be a perfect opportunity to give my students some practical experience. Kakashi forced a smile, realizing that he had no choice but to accept this task. Otherwise, There may never be another chance for the coveted boar-deer butterfly. Who said I wouldn't take it? I shall accept this mission, Kakashi proclaimed. Who would have thought that the illustrious king of orders would one day find himself competing with others over a mere C-rank task? Asuma teased, if I recall correctly. You haven't taken on a C-rank mission since you turned 10. Kakashi rolled his eye with a hint of exasperation. Were it not for the fact that Hong was still so young and widowed, he would hardly bother with such matters. Team 7, tidy yourselves up. We shall convene at the entrance of Konoha in 1 hour. The three of them were brimming with excitement and swiftly dashed off to prepare. 1 hour later, at the gates of Konoha. Ah, steel and iron, greetings, Kakashi called out to the two gatekeepers. Ah, it is Lord Kakashi. They hurriedly returned the greeting and promptly opened the gates for him and his companions. Haha, I am not worthy of such praise, he replied modestly. Kakashi waved his hand, expressing a profound respect for the two gatekeepers. It is precisely their formidable presence that deters external foes from daring to invade Konoha. Whether Uchiha Obito or Uchiha Itachi is more impressive, neither has ever dared to enter the village through the front gate. Not to mention them, even when Pain invaded Konoha, he did not approach through the main entrance. Chapter 58, Naruto and Sasuke's first test of skill. Woohoo! Upon leaving the village, Naruto reveled in the exuberant cheers. Kakashi gazed at Naruto with a faint smile. It seemed to be the little one's first venture beyond the village. Dasna pointed at Naruto and inquired of Kakashi, is it truly wise to assign such a young lad to this mission? Kakashi chuckled, with me, a Jonin, accompanying him, what is there to worry about? Moreover, in a nation like the Land of Waves, which lacks a hidden village, we are unlikely to encounter any significant threats. Kakashi's words sent a chill down Dasna's spine. It was precisely because he had offended Kato that he had been targeted for assassination by the latter's underlings. Consequently, he found himself compelled to hire ninjas for protection. However, due to his limited financial resources, he could only conceal the truth and settle for enlisting Naruto and his companions as bodyguards. Kakashi paid no further heed to Dasuna, his gaze drifting aimlessly over the adjacent forest. As they passed through a relatively open patch of woodland, Kakashi observed several puddles on the ground, rendering him speechless. These two rogue ninjas from the hidden mist village were as inept as he recalled. It hadn't rained in the past 2 days. How could there possibly be standing water in the forest? Nevertheless, Kakashi chose to remain silent, as he was leading a team on a mission, and it was essential to occasionally test the mettle of the young ones. Just as they had crossed the puddles, 2 ninjas suddenly leaped from the water. They simultaneously seized a chain, encircling Kakashi, and yanked it forcefully. With a sickening squelch, blood sprayed forth as Kakashi was abruptly severed into several segments, his mangled form collapsing to the ground. Sakura's eyes widened in terror. Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke's lips curled into a faint smirk. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. So have I, Naruto shouted. Sakura looked at Naruto and Sasuke in confusion. Did they not have a close relationship with Kakashi-sensei? Why did they seem so indifferent to his gruesome demise? Ignoring Sakura's bewilderment, Sasuke propelled himself off the ground, momentarily suspended in the air as he swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. The blazing shuriken hurtled towards the 2 ninjas, who hastily attempted to evade it, only to discover that the chains in their hands had been firmly anchored to the trees. They couldn't pull them free. How infuriating. The 2 ninjas were alarmed. Had their intelligence been flawed? Were these truly the lower ninjas of Konohagakure? Why did they seem so formidable? One ninja from the Mist Village, hearing the commotion, turned to see a kunai rapidly enlarging before him. With a sickening thud, the kunai pierced his chest, leaving him to die in bewilderment. Unable to comprehend how a mere lower ninja from the Leaf Village could possess such swiftness, the other ninja from the Mist, startled, felt his chakra surge as he turned to flee. However, at that moment, a figure descended from the heavens, tightening a grip around his neck and squeezing with immense force. With a crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed as Kakashi cast the defeated ninja aside. Kakashi-sensei, you're unharmed, Sakura exclaimed, her surprise evident. Turning back, she realized that the severed pieces of Kakashi had transformed into wooden replicas. It was a substitution technique. Sakura felt a pang of frustration, recognizing that both Sasuke and Naruto had grasped the ruse while she had failed to react in time. Kakashi's eyes curved into a crescent moon, his satisfaction evident in his expression as he reflected on Naruto and Sasuke's recent performance. You both exhibited remarkable skill in discerning the enemy's disguise and successfully collaborating to eliminate one of them, Kakashi commended. Naruto chuckled. Ah, these fellows are quite dim-witted. With the sun blazing so fiercely these past few days, it's impossible for there to be any standing water on the ground. Kakashi's acknowledgement of their foolishness only reinforced Naruto's observation, suggesting that they were indeed rather dull-witted. Kakashi remarked contemplatively, thus, I have repeatedly advised Lord Third to emphasize the importance of cultural education among the majority of ninjas in the village, for after all, the mind is indeed a valuable asset. Naruto chuckled for quite some time before realizing that Kakashi's words seemed somewhat peculiar. What could he possibly mean by even I think so? Kakashi continued his commentary. Your cooperation just now was commendable. However, it lacked a certain completeness, as you did not account for the possibility of your opponent choosing to flee, thereby failing to preemptively obstruct their escape route. Nevertheless, considering this is your first experience in actual combat, merely being mindful of this in the future will suffice. I understand, Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke was already deep in contemplation, reflecting on what other oversights he might have exhibited during the battle, aside from those shortcomings pointed out by Kakashi. After Kakashi finished his evaluation, he turned his gaze towards the silent Dazna beside him. Mr. Dazna, concerning the battles between ninjas, you ought to have issued a B-rank mission. It seems you have concealed certain matters from us. Dazna sighed, I have deceived you, and I beg your forgiveness. After bowing deeply, Dazna began to recount his tale. Our land of waves is but a frail island nation. I have devoted myself to constructing a bridge to strengthen our country. Yet there is a man who forbids me from doing so. His name is Kato, who monopolizes our maritime trade, and once the bridge is completed, he stands to lose a tremendous fortune. As Dazna spoke, his passion ignited. He even attempted to bribe me to abandon my vision. How could I ever acquiesce? Thus, he dispatched fearsome ninjas to attempt my assassination. You are already aware of what transpired thereafter. Lacking sufficient funds, I concealed the truth for my own protection and hired you. When Dazna concluded his account, Kakashi turned to his three students. Logically speaking, Mr. Dazna has issued a false mission, and our task should end here. Kakashi inquired, however, I would like to seek your opinions. Are you planning to conclude the mission or continue escorting Mr. Dazna back to the land of waves? Although Dazna had told a lie, he was inherently a person who valued gratitude. After Pain's assault on Konoha left the village in ruins, Dazna, upon learning of this, immediately traveled to Konoha with his grandson, Inari, to assist the people in their reconstruction efforts. Thus, Kakashi posed the question, knowing that the justice-driven Naruto would undoubtedly take on the task. As expected, Naruto, visibly moved, declared, of course, we shall continue escorting Mr. Dazna. Protecting the weak and upholding justice is my ninja way. Sasuke shrugged, saying, I have no objections. It is rare for us to venture out, and it would be beneficial to practice with ninjas from other villages. Sakura hurriedly added, I agree with Sasuke. I have no objections either. Kakashi smiled and proclaimed, very well. I hereby announce that the mission shall continue. Dazna solemnly expressed, on behalf of the land of waves, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Chapter 59. The pinnacle of Zabaz's life. Dazna possesses a certain level of support within the land of waves, yet these individuals, intimidated by Kato's threats, dare only to offer their assistance in secrecy. Upon hearing of Dazna's return, an eager fisherman set out in a small boat to welcome him. The group boarded the vessel, swaying gently as they sailed towards the land of waves. A magnificent bridge soared high above the land of waves, resembling a resplendent rainbow, eliciting awe from all who beheld it. Regrettably, the bridge remains only partially completed, abruptly terminating in the midst of its construction. How grand it is! Naruto exclaimed with exuberance. Uncle, you are truly remarkable. What a dreadful line. Kakashi, having perused numerous works by Jiraiya, found himself particularly attuned to the essence of those words. The fisherman, his expression darkened, interjected, Hey, could you please keep it down? I only dared to set sail amidst the thick fog. Oh, my apologies, sir, Naruto replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. The group navigated the perilous waters surrounding the land of waves without incident and successfully arrived at their destination. I can only take you this far. Farewell, the fisherman said as he hastily departed after setting them ashore. We're not far from my home now. Please ensure my safe arrival, Dazna implored. Kakashi sighed and retrieved the beloved intimate paradise from his backpack. He longed for another glance, having had no opportunity to peruse it during their journey, and soon they would be embroiled in battle once more. It was all Naruto's fault for igniting his passion for reading. Oddly enough, as they walked, Naruto abruptly halted. A sense of being watched from afar enveloped him. Over there, he exclaimed, hurling a kunai towards a nearby thicket, the sound of it piercing flesh resonating in the air. approaching the underbrush. He parted the branches only to discover that his kunai had struck a mere rabbit. What a surprise, it was just a little bunny, Naruto muttered. Look what you've done. Naruto, such an adorable creature. Sakura scolded, tugging at his collar with exasperation. No, this is a snow rabbit. In this sunlit place, it could not possibly thrive outdoors. Sasuke suddenly perceived a clue, brandishing a kunai and assuming a defensive stance. Sakura and Naruto, upon hearing this, quickly turned vigilant, as if anticipating the emergence of a dreadful foe at any moment. Well done, Sasuke. Quite perceptive. Kakashi's gaze was fixed intently on a certain point. Was this fellow finally making his entrance? A man with short black hair concealed himself atop a grand tree, his forehead protector worn askew to the left. The lower half of his face and neck swathed in bandages, and a massive executioner's blade resting upon his shoulder. This man was none other than the infamous Zabuza Momochi, known as the Demon of the Hidden Mist. The moniker Momochi, meaning no beheading twice, speaks volumes about his exceptional prowess in the art of killing. Of course, during their encounters, he had been on the receiving end of countless blows. Zabuza regarded Kakashi below with a slight furrow in his brow. An intriguing opponent has arrived. No wonder the demon brothers failed their mission. In an instant, Zabuza vanished from the tree, and sensing the shift, Kakashi shouted, "Everyone, get down." A colossal blade whistled through the air, narrowly missing the heads of the group. Before twisting and descending towards Kakashi, Kakashi deftly drew his white fang sword, gripping the hilt with both hands as he advanced. Clang! The blades of the two combatants met with a resounding clash. Each approached the confrontation with a sense of cautious curiosity, their strikes intended to gauge rather than to harm. After a failed attempt to land a decisive blow, one of them swiftly maneuvered to the side. "Ah, at last, the moment has come for me to showcase my skills," Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm, rolling up his sleeves, eager to seize the spotlight after Sasuke's earlier display. Kakashi raised his hand to stop him, saying, "Naruto, step back. This individual is beyond your capacity to handle. You all should ensure the safety of Mr. Dazna." Not far away, the menacing voice of Momochi Zabuza pierced the air, reminiscent of the unsettling sound of metal scraping against metal. With his silver hair, sharp short blade, and the forehead protector covering his left eye, it was unexpected to encounter Konoha's silver lightning in such a place. A mutual admiration of prowess, how delightful. Allow me to conjure an idea for you as well. Kakashi, with one hand resting thoughtfully on his chin, pondered for a moment before expressing with fervor the frenzied great blade, the burly man clad only in trousers. "Ah, you are the ghost of the hidden mist, Zabuza Momochi." Upon finishing his exclamation, Kakashi felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had indeed been influenced by his mentor, Minato. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were left bewildered, their eyes wide with confusion, wondering what Kakashi-sensei was uttering. Was he attempting to provoke his opponent? Sakura remarked. But why does Zabuza refer to Kakashi-sensei as the Silver Lightning? That sounds so cool. As if to respond to Sakura, Zabuza slowly began to speak again. During my time in the assassination unit of the Hidden Mist, your information was contained within the manual I carried. It stated, "A man who masters thousands of jutsu, piercing the battlefield like silver lightning, with hands that can shatter any obstacle." Naruto's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Wow, I didn't realize Kakashi-sensei was so incredible." "You flatter me," Kakashi replied modestly. Kakashi shyly scratched his head, feeling quite pleased by the compliments he received. "Let us put aside the trivial chatter for now. I must swiftly deal with that old man." However, Zabuza narrowed his eyes. "It appears I must first eliminate you, Kakashi." Ninja technique, hidden mist jutsu. With a single hand sign, Zabuza conjured a dense fog that enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the vision of everyone present. "Well, you ought to remember this day. It shall mark the pinnacle of your life." Kakashi suddenly uttered a disjointed remark. Zabuza, interpreting it as an attempt to distract himself, chose to disregard it. However, Kakashi was not merely speaking idly. Zabuza, who could engage in a fierce battle with the sixth Hokage, was now being utterly overwhelmed by the reincarnation of Ashura. The seventh Hokage, and Indra's reincarnation, leaving the fifth Hokage's prized disciple trembling in fear. Was this not the pinnacle of one's existence? Even if he were to survive this day, if his future achievements failed to surpass this moment, I would adopt your surname. I shall henceforth be known as Kakashi Momochi. Zabuza swiftly moved through the mist, his chakra rapidly coalescing, emanating a terrifying purple aura akin to that of a demon. Silent killing technique of the mist. Yet, what left Zabuza bewildered was that no matter from which angle he maneuvered, Kakashi's gaze remained fixed upon him. Zabuza was on the verge of despair. How could Kakashi see him without even activating his Sharingan? He imagined Kakashi standing there, observing him like a monkey, leaping about, which incited a sense of humiliation and anger within him. Chapter 60? Want to play me? Watch me perform you. In exasperation, Zabuza decided to retract his missed technique. After all, if his opponent could see through it, it would be wiser to conserve his chakra. He formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a devastating move against Kakashi. However, at that moment, Kakashi interjected. Wait a moment, Zabuza? Kakashi spoke earnestly. You chose to defect due to your dissatisfaction with the village's tyranny. Yet how do your current actions differ from those of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura? Zabuza coldly retorted, I am merely seeking to acquire the bounty and make a comeback. What does a minor sacrifice along the way truly matter? Kakashi curled his lips in disdain. The art of verbal deception appeared deceptively simple. Yet he found himself unable to master it. Very well, carry on then. Kakashi spoke with an air of nonchalance, seemingly unaffected by Zabuza's rejection. His enigmatic demeanor left Zabuza utterly perplexed once more. Aren't you going to persuade me a bit more? What if I truly have a change of heart? Zabuza leaped into the air, landing upon the surface of the lake. This was indeed his domain. He stood boldly at the center of the lake, leaving the inexperienced Naruto and Sasuke in a state of astonishment. Zabuza began to frantically weave hand signs. Cho, Shin, In, Z, Hi, Yu, Cho, Wu, Si, Z. Just moments ago, Kakashi had been smiling, but now he was suddenly filled with fury. You, Zabuza, is one performance not enough? Do you really wish to deceive me again? For heaven's sake, does a water dragon bullet require 44 hand signs? Kakashi similarly formed hand seals. Z Choin Suyu, water release, water dragon bullet technique. What? Zabuza was astonished, questioning whether he was from the hidden mist village or if it was Kakashi who belonged to it, marveling at the fluidity of his water release. It turns out that the water dragon bullet requires only 6 seals. The real fool is I. 2 colossal torrents surged from the lake, rising almost simultaneously, and then instantly transformed into 2 roaring water dragons, charging fiercely at one another. Under Kakashi's exquisite control, his water dragon collided violently with Zabuza's, both subsequently dissolving back into the lake as mere currents. The illustrious Silver Thunder seems to be no match for me. A cold laugh echoed from behind, prompting Kakashi to feign an expression of shock. What? That technique just now was merely your water clone? Zabuza felt an unsettling sensation, something amiss. Yet he could not articulate it, and chose to dismiss the thought. Water release, water prison technique. He stood behind Kakashi, and 4 massive water columns surged upward, confining Kakashi securely within. Kakashi exerted every effort to regulate his speed, terrified that a momentary lapse could propel him beyond the confines of the situation, rendering him unable to perform. Cursed be this water prison technique. Kakashi gritted his teeth in frustration. You shall remain obediently ensnared in your cage, while I eliminate this band of youngsters alongside that old man. Zabuza taunted cruelly. Naruto, Sasuke, flee at once. Kakashi shouted. The user of the water prison technique must keep their hands on the cage at all times. Quickly, take Mr. Dazna and leave. The water clone of Zabuza slowly emerged from the lake, coldly staring at the 4 before him. Sakura, with tears in her eyes, lamented, but Kakashi-sensei, why do you always ignore me? Kakashi was genuinely taken aback. At such a critical moment, was she still preoccupied with this? Women truly are formidable. Perhaps it is best for me to remain single in the future. Chapter 61. The Assault of Naruto, Sasuke, and Haku. Kakashi and I. Are you joking? Naruto exclaimed. How could we possibly leave you behind? Indeed. Sasuke concurred with the same determination. Even if we escape, without you, we will be picked off one by one, and eventually, we will all be annihilated. If we wish to survive, we must rescue Kakashi and I. The 2 exchanged a glance, instantly comprehending each other's thoughts. They raised their kunai, preparing for battle. Listen, our mission is to protect Mr. Dazna. Have you all forgotten? Kakashi cried out desperately, to make his performance more convincing. He vividly imagined the scene of his beloved paradise being torn away from him. Yes, we must protect Mr. Dazna. Naruto and Sasuke turned to face Dazna. He smiled faintly. If we are to speak the truth, I have brought this upon myself. At this point, I will not utter any cowardly words. Please make it quick. The reactions of the few were noted by Zabuza, who sneered coldly. What a touching scene, yet alas, it is merely a desperate struggle. Prepare to die beneath my blade. Sakura, keep a close watch on Uncle Dazna. I am going to engage Sasuke. Naruto's eyes brimmed with determination. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Countless Narutos appeared, charging towards Zabuza. Oh, a mere child possesses such chakra. This could be interesting. However, Zabuza drew his executioner's blade and with a swift turn, shattered all of Naruto's shadow clones. In the face of absolute power, numbers held no significance. Naruto found himself suspended in midair, tossing a windmill shuriken to Sasuke. Catch. Sasuke leaped up and seized the windmill shuriken. Momentarily taken aback, he smirked. To come up with such a creative idea in such a short time, impressive as always, Naruto. Windmill shuriken, shadow windmill. Sasuke twisted his body and hurled the windmill shuriken with great force. Heh, is this aimed at the real body? Zabuza quickly discerned Sasuke's intent. Yet as the windmill shuriken drew nearer, he noticed something peculiar. Is this the shadow shuriken technique? Hidden within the shadow of the shuriken is another shuriken. However, he was still far too naive. Zabuza's real body pivoted to evade the second shuriken lurking in the blind spot. At that moment, a loud shout rang out from behind. Here, Zabuza, startled, turned to see the earlier windmill shuriken had transformed back into the small boy, who was now launching a kunai towards his hand that was connecting to the water prison. Zabuza's hand was forced away from the water prison technique. Damn it! Zabuza seethed, raising his blade to cleave Naruto in two, but Kakashi, having freed himself, would not allow that to happen. He positioned a short blade against Zabuza's large sword, preventing it from advancing even an inch. Not a bad strategy, Naruto, Kakashi praised, leaving a shadow clone to feign the real body. While the true body hides behind the clone and transforms into a windmill shuriken, Sasuke performed admirably as well, grasping Naruto's intent in an instant and coordinating effectively. Observing Kakashi's nonchalance while critiquing him, Zabuza grew even angrier. Bastard, are you fighting me and still have the leisure to teach your students? Ah, you can't do anything to me anyway. Is it so wrong for me to have a chat with my students? Kakashi sheathed his short sword and shrugged towards Zabuza. Naruto murmured softly, I never realized how arrogant Kakashi-sensei could be. Zabuza, infuriated, began to form hand seals once more. Tiger, ox, monkey, rabbit, rat, boar, rooster, ox. Too slow. Kakashi shook his head and swiftly formed several hand seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. How is this possible? Zabuza's eyes were filled with astonishment. He had somehow foreseen my intended technique and unleashed it with greater speed than I. The massive sphere of water crashed into Zabuza's chest with terrifying force, sending him soaring into the air before he fell heavily to the ground. Cough, cough. Zabuza struggled to sit up, laboriously propping himself up with his greatsword. At that moment, two flying needles whistled through the air, piercing directly into Zabuza's neck. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he slowly collapsed, breathing his last. A masked youth descended from the trees and bowed towards the group. Thanks to your assistance, I was able to effortlessly eliminate Zabuza Momochi. The boy wore a mask with a white base and red patterns, his long black hair tied up high, and though clad in simple garments, he exuded an elegant presence. As Kakashi beheld the boy's graceful form and lightfootedness, his heart raced with fervor. I don't care. White is a girl, and even if Kishimoto came, she would still be a girl. Wait, why am I thinking of Kishimoto? What connection does the Kishimoto clan of the Land of Fire have with White from the Land of Water? Sasuke coldly inquired. Is he a pursuing ninja from the Hidden Mist Village? Huh? What is a pursuing ninja? Naruto scratched his head in confusion. A pursuing ninja is a specialized unit tasked with hunting down rogue ninjas to prevent them from leaking village secrets, Sakura elucidated. Naruto, you really ought to study harder. She added. Naruto's eyes widened in realization. Oh, I see now. White crouched before Zabuza's lifeless body, reaching out to feel for his pulse. Your battle should be over now. This guy has already lost his pulse. Sasuke coldly replied, Step back, let us examine him. He held no fondness for the so-called pursuing ninjas, given that his brother had. White slowly retreated, providing Sasuke with ample space. Sasuke approached and checked Zabuza's neck, then nodded to the others, confirming White's assertion. Once Sasuke had finished his inspection and moved away, White stepped closer to Zabuza's body once more. I must take Zabuza's corpse back. After all, he harbors many secrets. Oh, of course, but... Kakashi paused for a moment before continuing. Why not start by severing his head? Why? Bai's body stiffened, momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 62. You shall be renamed to never dare again. He has already lost his pulse. Bai remarked. Well, it's merely a precaution. What if Zabuza has employed some unique ninjutsu to conceal his life signs? Kakashi spoke with utmost seriousness. Therefore, for the sake of our safety, let us first sever his head. Naruto nodded vigorously beside him. Kakashi and is absolutely right. Meanwhile, beads of sweat began to form on Haku's forehead. as he had not anticipated that this Hatake Kakashi would prove to be so formidable. Kakashi crossed his arms, urging, "Hurry up, I am eager to return to my reading." It was inconceivable that Sai would truly take action against Zabuza. With a soft sigh, he relinquished his disguise. Truly, he was the Silver Lightning. Was there perhaps a flaw in my demeanor? Kakashi smiled slightly, remarking that he found your appearance to be rather coincidental. Naruto, feeling bewildered, tugged at Sakura's sleeve beside him. "Sakura-chan, what is Kakashi and I talking about with that guy? I can't seem to comprehend it," he said. Sasuke scoffed. "You fool. Can't you see by now that this guy is in cahoots with Zabuza?" Naruto, flustered and indignant, retorted, "Sasuke, I was asking Sakura-chan, not you. Baka." The two of them angrily grappled with each other. Sakura interjected, "You two, please stop fighting." Meanwhile, Haku remained unperturbed and calmly inquired, "So, what do you intend to do with me and Lord Zabuza?" Haku's muscles tensed slightly, ready to defend Zabuza at all costs if this individual dared to inflict harm. Kakashi smiled and said, "Let us awaken Zabuza. There are a few words I wish to share with him." "Are you certain, Hatake Kakashi?" I asked cautiously, scrutinizing Kakashi, somewhat perplexed by his intentions. Given the splendid opportunity at hand to resolve their predicament, why would he insist on waking Lord Zabuza? After all, he had merely bested Zabuza in a single exchange moments ago. "I am not jesting. I truly need to converse with Zabuza shortly." Observing Kakashi's earnest demeanor, I gritted his teeth and removed the steel needle from Zabuza's neck, applying pressure to several of his chakra points. Ugh! Zabuza jolted awake, surveying his surroundings, his expression darkening. Did we not deceive them?" Zabuza inquired. Leaning in closer, Bai whispered a few words into Zabuza's ear. Supported by Bai, Zabuza rose to his feet and regarded Kakashi with a glare. "You, my friend, possess an infuriating level of vigilance. However, you should not have granted me the opportunity to awaken. This shall be the gravest misjudgment of your life." Kakashi, somewhat impatient, nodded and replied, All right. If you say so." Kakashi glanced at the individuals behind him and said, "Sasuke, Naruto, it is up to you to deal with this boy. I shall confront Zabuza." Kakashi paused for a moment, then remembered another person. "Sakura, you are responsible for protecting Mr. Dazna. Be exceedingly cautious." "Yes, Kakashi-sensei." Naruto and Sasuke responded, heading towards Haku. Under Haku's deliberate guidance, the three increasingly distanced themselves from Kakashi and Zabuza. "Do you wish to use us to train your students?" Zabuza sneered, "Unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong opponent. Haku is far more formidable than I." Kakashi shrugged. He indeed harbored such thoughts. After all, given White's disposition, he would never resort to taking a life. A splendid sparring partner is too valuable to be overlooked. How delightful. Indeed, this is a play on words. Kakashi found amusement in his own thoughts, while Zabuza, across from him, was seething with rage once again. Even before their battle had commenced, Kakashi had consistently looked down upon him. No, he was completely dismissive of Zabuza. "I am the formidable Zabuza Momochi, a ghost from the hidden mist, a figure of dominance wherever I go, and yet you treat me this way?" Zabuza, growing increasingly irate, retorted, "Do you think I allowed Haku to lie in ambush merely as a precaution to facilitate my retreat? What else could it be?" Kakashi, feeling somewhat bored, absent-mindedly dug at his ear. After all, Naruto and Sasuke were engaged in their battle, and he was in no particular hurry. He could easily spare a few moments to converse with Zabuza. Since you inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you, allowing you to grasp your impending fate." Bai possesses an exceptional analytical prowess. I had Bai observe our skirmish from beginning to end, and just a moment ago, Bai revealed your vulnerabilities to me. The same tactics will no longer be effective against me. Zabuza's sinister smirk widened as he eagerly anticipated witnessing a flicker of panic on Kakashi's face. Even a mere hint would suffice. However, to his dismay, Kakashi remained utterly unfazed, even retrieving a book from his backpack. Attempting to feign composure, are we? In an instant, Zabuza found a fitting rationale for Kakashi's demeanor. Yes, indeed, it must be so. Kakashi, feeling a sense of ennui, stifled a yawn. He reconsidered his approach, realizing it might be more prudent to promptly deal with Zabuza and subsequently indulge in some reading while awaiting Naruto and Sasuke's arrival. After all this deliberation, I wonder whether you intend to take action at all. Perhaps it would be more fitting for you to abandon the name Zabuza and instead be known as one who dares not act. Kakashi's taunt ignited Zabuza's fury, prompting him to unsheath his great sword and charge forward. The same technique proves ineffective against you. Shall I not simply employ a different strategy? Zabuza truly is somewhat of a fool. Kakashi let out a sigh, clasping the book under his arm as he began to form hand signs with both hands. Ugly, monkey, snake, goat, sage art, heavenly thunder. A violent surge of lightning chakra coursed through him, manifesting bolts as thick as a thigh around Kakashi's figure. Kakashi, akin to a deity from ancient mythology, pointed a single finger, and the thunder roared forth, racing towards Zabuza. Gazing at the surging tempest of thunder before him, Zabuza was taken aback, raising his executioner's blade in a futile attempt to defend himself. Brother, you intend to ward off thunder with a mere sword? Kakashi, somewhat at a loss for words, covered his cheeks. How does the cultural education in the village hidden in the mist work? Do they not realize this could conduct electricity? Under Kakashi's guidance, Raiden merely rendered Zabuza unconscious once more. While it may have caused some internal injury, it was unlikely to be fatal in the immediate term. Kakashi settled atop Zabuza, delightfully opening the pages of Intimate Paradise. It was yet another day dedicated to earnest study. However, this fellow was entirely composed of muscle, making the position rather uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Sakura, who witnessed the entire scene, had her eyes twinkling with sparkling stars. Kakashi-sensei is undeniably cool. With a single move, he dispatched Zabuza, then leisurely sat beside the fallen foe, engrossed in his book. What an epitome of nonchalance. In Chapter 63, the admiration for Zabuza is palpable, yet Kakashi's focused demeanor while reading is truly captivating. Sakura believes that apart from Sasuke, no one could possibly rival Kakashi-sensei. Shortly thereafter, Kakashi, sensing something amiss, rose to his feet and carefully stowed his book away. Not far off, an astonishing surge of crimson chakra ascended, exuding an air of malevolence. The conclusion must be imminent. Kakashi let out a sigh as he made his way toward the battleground where Naruto, Sasuke, and Haku clashed. While it may seem somewhat cruel to the two young ones, it is an unavoidable circumstance. After all, this is inherently a harsh world. At that moment, Haku was kneeling on the ground, his mask lost somewhere amidst the chaos of battle, his shimmering eyes filled with astonishment as they gazed at Naruto. The chakra, which had solidified into a tangible form, had instantaneously melted my mirror of ice. Naruto's fist halted just an inch away from Haku's face. He took several deep breaths, gradually bringing himself back to a state of normalcy after the frenzy he had just experienced. Kakashi's gaze shifted toward Sasuke, recalling that in his childhood, he had guided him, resulting in Sasuke's strength surpassing that of Kakashi's memories. Thus, unlike the recollections of him being pricked like a hedgehog, Sasuke exhibited only minor disarray and no significant injuries. Noticing the two tomo in his eyes, Kakashi smiled faintly, recognizing that this young man had indeed gained much. Kakashi addressed Naruto and Sasuke, saying, "You both have performed admirably. For now, take a moment to rest. There are still some matters that require my attention." Hearing this, the two nodded in agreement. With Kakashi present, they felt reassured that no further disturbances would arise. They promptly settled down in a cross-legged position, beginning to recuperate their chakra. Kakashi approached the boy before him, his gaze fixed upon the youthful figure. Upon seeing Kakashi's silhouette, Bai's already pale cheeks turned even more ashen, momentarily drained of color. "Zabuza-sama." Bai stammered, struggling to find his words. Although his injuries are severe, his life is not in jeopardy, Kakashi reassured him. Thank you." Bai managed to rise unsteadily, laboriously making his way to Zabuza's side, gently probing Zabuza's nostrils with his slender fingers to ascertain his breath. Bai finally exhaled in relief upon confirming his survival. Kakashi slowly approached and gestured towards Zabuza, who lay before them. "Wake him up. I have some thoughts I wish to discuss with you." Should Zabuza awaken at this moment, he would undoubtedly be in utter turmoil. "Speak to me, damn it. Why don't you say something?" It was a relentless cycle of waking him up only to knock him out again. "Have a little dignity, Kakashi." Without a hint of hesitation, Haku complied with Kakashi's request. She understood that this man before her possessed the capability to extinguish both her life and Zabuza's in an instant if he harbored any murderous intent. Haku retrieved several silver needles and skillfully punctured Zabuza's acupoints, gently channeling her chakra through them. Under the stimulation of Haku's chakra, Zabuza's eyes fluttered open, and the first sight that greeted him was Kakashi's smiling visage. "Am I already dead?" Zabuza seethed, his frustration boiling over at the sight of Kakashi. "Why are you still following me even in hell?" Kakashi wearily adjusted his forehead protector, remarking, "Well, you are still alive, and so are your friends." Zabuza cast a glance at Haku, who had helped him to his feet. For reasons unknown, the sight of Haku's continued existence filled him with an unexpected sense of relief. A fleeting tenderness flickered in Zabuza's eyes, a moment of vulnerability that he himself was unaware of. Shifting his gaze back to Kakashi, Zabuza let out a cold laugh. "Why haven't you killed me yet?" His tone was decidedly arrogant, devoid of any hint of a defeated man. Kakashi rolled his eyes, suddenly feeling a pang of regret for sparing this individual's life. "I have granted you a reprieve. Thus, you now owe me a life. Be mindful of your demeanor when you speak." "Is this the attitude of someone in debt?" Zabuza retorted, his tone remaining quite hostile. "I never asked for your mercy. If you possess the ability, then go ahead and kill me now." Kakashi, brimming with indignation, swiftly unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Zabuza. "Do you believe I won't strike you down this very moment?" Zabuza, eyes wide with fury, retorted, "Come on then, make your move. Do you think I lack the courage?" Kakashi trembled with anger, while the white fang swayed in his hand. Zabuza disdainfully remarked, "Humph, dawdling like a woman." Suddenly, a laugh escaped from White. His eyes shimmering like spring water, the curve of his lips as perfect as a crescent moon. For a moment, everyone present was taken aback. White gently covered the corner of his mouth, saying, "This is the first time I've seen Lord Zabuza like this. It feels somewhat endearing." "Endearing?" Zabuza was left dumbfounded, rendered speechless. White turned to Kakashi. "Lord Kakashi, please feel free to speak your mind." Chapter 64. Either comply or perish. Zabuza was thrown into disarray. Engulfed in self-doubt, could the term endearing truly apply to him? Did he bear any resemblance to such a word? It was only when Kakashi spoke again that Zabuza managed to suppress his inner turmoil. Yagura was dead, the blood mist of your had faded. And the current mist village was no longer that land of blood. "Oh?" Zabuza responded non-committally, appearing unaffected on the surface, yet his heart surged with emotion. That guy, Yagura. Had he finally perished? Zabuza felt an unexpected lightness wash over him, yet a sense of loss crept in, as if he had lost his purpose for striving. Kakashi pondered for a moment before speaking. "Soon, a crisis will sweep across the entire ninja world, and I require capable individuals at my disposal." Kakashi's words seemed to carry an air of manipulation. Nearby, Naruto remarked, "I'm all too familiar with this tactic. Kakashi has been leading me on since childhood. My current intellect owes much to his influence." Sakura, however, expressed her concern, "But I can't shake the feeling that Kakashi-sensei seems quite serious." "Oh, Sakura-chan, fret not. If Kakashi-sensei isn't lying, then I shall bear a troublesome son who will vex me daily." Sakura couldn't help but laugh at Naruto's peculiar notion. Only Sasuke remained silent, quietly contemplating Kakashi's words. Could the sudden defection of his elder brother be linked to the crisis Kakashi had mentioned? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Zabuza finally grasped the situation. Kakashi was attempting to recruit him. "You wish for me to pledge my allegiance to you?" Zabuza scoffed. "Even if I were to assure you of my loyalty, would you dare to employ me? I intend to bring Haku back to the village, allowing him to attend classes with normal children, train, and live a life free from the constant evasion and turmoil that you demand." Kakashi spoke with utmost seriousness. "If I were to have a hostage in my possession, you surely wouldn't dare to go too far, would you?" Zabuza, as if he had heard the most absurd joke, erupted into laughter, clutching his belly. "Ha ha ha, Kakashi, you ought to take a good look at your self-righteous demeanor. It's truly laughable. Bai is merely a tool to me. Do you form attachments to tools? Once this tool loses its value, I can easily replace it. Do you think you can threaten me with an object? Not a chance." Each of Zabuza's words struck Bai like a sledgehammer, painfully resonating within his heart. With every utterance, Bai's complexion grew increasingly ashen. His gaze fell, trembling as he clutched Zabuza's hand, his entire being steeped in despair. Yamato, Naruto, unable to bear the scene any longer, leaped forward. "Bai cares for you deeply. He risked his life to protect you and willingly became a tool to fulfill your dreams. You scoundrel." Anyone with a shred of feeling wouldn't utter such words. Zabuza clenched his fists tightly before gradually relaxing them. "Ha ha ha. Feelings are something I cast aside long ago. They only serve as burdens on my path forward. Stop deceiving yourself, Zabuza." Kakashi shook his head and said, "If you truly do not care for Bai, then why utter such words before me? You could have waited until I took Bai away, and continued to bask in your glory elsewhere, for it seems you are indifferent to his life, are you not?" "Indeed." Bai appeared to comprehend something, suddenly lifting his head. His eyes filled with longing and hope as he gazed at Zabuza. "Why do you look at me like that?" Zabuza, somewhat overwhelmed by Bai's gaze, turned his head away, directing his attention to Kakashi. "Hey, I mean, if I were to ally myself with you, would Konoha accept me? Over the years, I have taken the lives of many from your village, including your esteemed Jonin, Yuichi Kamade, who met his end by my blade, for reasons unbeknownst to him. As he observed the glimmer of anticipation in Bai's eyes, Zabuza found himself genuinely contemplating the matter. Damn it, I was unaware of that. So, the Yuichi Kamade from my generation fell to your hands. Alas, death cannot be undone. At that time, you were merely a tool in the hands of others. Furthermore, Kakashi spoke earnestly, the adversaries we must confront are a band of desperate renegades intent on upending the entire shinobi world. In due course, the 5 great ninja villages will cast aside their grievances and unite their formidable strengths, not to mention you. Upon hearing the latter remark, Zabuza felt a twinge of irritation. Recalling Kakashi's earlier dismissal of him, his tone began to sour once more. Let me reconsider, he muttered. However, before he could finish his sentence, an overwhelming aura emanated from Kakashi, crashing upon Zabuza like relentless waves, almost tangible in its intensity. Zabuza's expression shifted dramatically. Kakashi's presence felt even more daunting than that of the legendary Yagura from years past. Kakashi's eyes had inexplicably transformed into golden slits, now fixated on Zabuza with an eerie intensity, akin to that of a predator surveying its prey. I believe you may have harbored some misconceptions about me. I am not one to be easily persuaded. Kakashi's voice turned sharp and icy. Either comply or perish. Zabuza instinctively trembled all over, gripped by a primal fear as if he were the prey being hunted, completely beyond his control. How could this be? How could this man be even more terrifying than before? Was it possible that when he had dispatched him with a single blow earlier, it was not even his full capability? Sasuke gazed at the somewhat unfamiliar Kakashi before him, his eyes filled with admiration and excitement. If only he could possess the strength of Kakashi and II, then surely he would be able to bring back his brother. Lightning crackled vividly around Kakashi's hand, the lightning element chakra almost materializing into a visible substance, slowly hovering over Zabuza's heart. Sasuke, should Zabuza refuse, I shall sever Haku's head. I wanted to witness Haku's demise before his very eyes. At this moment, Kakashi's expression was enigmatic. Apart from Sasuke, both Sakura and Naruto felt a sense of unease towards the unfamiliar demeanor of Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Sasuke standing nearby. Yes. Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke swiftly drew a kunai and pressed it against White's neck, ready to sever his head without hesitation at Kakashi's command. Kakashi gazed coldly at Zabuza before him. So, Zabuza, what is your choice? The author notes, the character of the bear paw from the U-City actually appeared as a minor role in Kakashi's recollection of Zabuza's silent assassination technique, with slight alterations made for comedic effect. Chapter 65, Subduing Zabuza. Kakashi's gaze was frigid. The moment Zabuza refused, he immediately entered sage mode within the dragon's cave. What I truly desire is the essence of Haku and his bloodline limit. If it weren't for Haku's unwavering loyalty to you, I would have dispatched you with a single strike long ago. Zabuza's throat tightened. At that moment, he was already entertaining thoughts of aligning himself with Kakashi. However, with a blade poised at his neck, conceding now would be rather humiliating. Just then, Haku spoke up. Lord Kakashi, I shall speak on behalf of Lord Zabuza and accept your proposal. Oh? Kakashi mimicked Zabuza's earlier tone with a soft utterance and then inquired, can Bai represent your intentions? Zabuza snorted disdainfully. Bai? Who permitted you to presumptuously speak on my behalf? Kakashi extended his hand slightly forward. However, since you have already spoken for me, I suppose I must acquiesce. Zabuza replied with a tone of reluctant resignation. Humph, I thought you possessed more backbone, Naruto scoffed from the side. You. Zabuza's anger flared. While Kakashi's teasing was one thing, it was intolerable for this little brat to provoke him. Ordinarily, Zabuza would have dispatched him with a single strike. But circumstances dictated otherwise. It was a matter of strength over the individual. Zabuza, do not pick on children. He found a convenient excuse for his current retreat. He glared fiercely at Naruto and declared, You little brat, when you grow up, I shall thoroughly teach you a lesson. Humph. Naruto made a face at Zabuza, feeling emboldened by Kakashi's presence, and relished the opportunity to be mischievous. Kakashi, unable to contain himself, let out a laugh. When they grow older, it remains uncertain who will teach whom a lesson. Zabuza glared at Kakashi, exclaiming, I have already surrendered. Could you not show me a modicum of respect? Kakashi has emerged from sage mode, once again transforming into the seemingly innocuous individual we know, revealing a gentle smile. Kakashi gently patted Zabuza's shoulder, saying, Well, from now on, we shall be partners. Let's see a smile. Zabuza revealed a smile that was more ghastly than a frown. Meanwhile, Danzo patted his chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. The recent tumultuous events had left him shaken to the core. Is this truly the world of ninjas? So capricious. So unpredictable, it is indeed terrifying. Danzo felt a twinge of fear, pondering the caliber of individuals he had encountered on this journey. Thankfully, it was a close call. But nothing too perilous. Zabuza slowly rose to his feet, sheathing his executioner's blade on his back. He adjusted his attire, striving to appear less disheveled. So, what do you intend for us to do, Kakashi Hatake? Zabuza inquired. Kakashi remarked, as I mentioned, I shall take by a way. While you may remain in the land of waves to cultivate your influence, when the time I speak of arrives, you will understand what actions you must take. With that, Zabuza narrowed his eyes and extended his hand towards Kakashi. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, then raised his hand to exchange a slap with Zabuza. What are you doing, Kakashi? Zabuza asked, bewildered. Kakashi was equally perplexed. What are you doing? Wasn't the purpose to celebrate our alliance with a handshake? Chapter 66. Kakashi's Art of Deception. Zabuza forcibly swallowed the foul words that were on the tip of his tongue, then struggled to muster a smile that he presumed appeared amiable, though it resembled a predator about to devour its prey. I came to request startup funds. Now that you are my superior, shouldn't you provide me with some resources to recruit personnel? Zabuza asserted with unabashed confidence. He gazed at Kakashi with a sense of triumph, as if he had discovered a means of revenge against him. How shameless. You expect to exploit me? Kakashi thought to himself. Though outwardly Zabuza seemed to have allied with him, Kakashi was acutely aware of the truth. A character like Zabuza would never be loyal to anyone. He merely made the most advantageous choice for himself, compelled by his own intimidation. Kakashi understood this clearly, hence, he neither restricted Zabuza nor coerced him into any actions. After all, there was no immediate need for his assistance. When the time was right, Zabuza would naturally comprehend his obligations. To reiterate, Kakashi's primary interest lay solely in Haku. Zabuza was merely a secondary consideration. The rationale behind his persuasion was merely to win Haku's allegiance. It would be acceptable if Zabuza complied. However, should he dare to obstruct Kakashi's endeavors, he would ensure that Zabuza met his demise at the hands of an unknown ninja. Presently, wasn't there an available source of funds right in front of him? Kakashi remarked. Kato is now a scourge upon this land. Until he is dealt with, the land of waves shall not know peace, and our mission shall remain incomplete. If you eliminate him, our troubles will cease, and you shall be richly rewarded. Zabuza grinned wickedly and replied, Very well, Kakashi. You are beginning to pique my interest. I shall reluctantly wield the blade for you this once, to rid you of that bothersome fiend. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, both Sakura and Haku displayed expressions of sympathy. Standing silently alongside Naruto and Sasuke, Tazuna, a man of inherent kindness, felt a deep conflict within. Yet, the atrocities committed by Kato were too numerous to overlook. The young and noble Kaisha, like countless others who opposed Kato, had fallen victim to his tyranny. If it were within his power, Tazuna would not hesitate to slay Kato himself. Ultimately, Haku could no longer restrain himself and spoke up. Lord Kakashi, while Kato's actions are indeed reprehensible, they do not warrant a death sentence. Kakashi spoke solemnly. White, your perspective is misguided. In truth, there is a saying by Zabuza that resonates profoundly. We ninjas are merely instruments, the blades that uphold peace. Our duty is to eradicate those elements that threaten our existence. Our compassion often manifests as cruelty towards our comrades. If you hesitate to eliminate Kato today, tomorrow he may bring about the demise of countless innocents. Is that the outcome you desire? Are those who perish by his hand not indirectly falling victim to your inaction? Kakashi cast a glance at Sakura beside him and said, Sakura, if you spare Kato today, he will undoubtedly slaughter Mr. Dazuna's entire family tomorrow. Do you not think that would be a grave error on your part? Both Sakura and Haku lowered their heads, reflecting upon Kakashi's words. Indeed, his assertions seemed to hold a certain truth. Observing the contemplative expressions of the two, Kakashi felt a surge of satisfaction. It appeared that verbal persuasion was not as formidable as he had once believed. Zabuza regarded Kakashi with a hint of surprise. Despite having advised Haku countless times to adopt a more ruthless disposition, he had been unable to alter Haku's aversion to taking lives. Yet now, with just a few words, Kakashi had managed to sway Haku's resolve. Perhaps keeping Haku by his side was not such a bad idea after all. No. This esteemed individual merely allowed Haku to accompany him as a means of escape. In any case, Kakashi and Zabuza had, in mere moments, sealed Kato's fate. Zabuza turned to Kakashi and inquired, I would like to say a few final words to Haku. Do you have any objections? Kakashi shrugged and approached Naruto and Sasuke, leaving ample space for Zabuza and Haku. Human nature dictates a certain curiosity, and several individuals occasionally cast furtive glances towards Zabuza and Haku, only to be met with Zabuza's fierce glare. Nevertheless, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd. It was evident that Zabuza initially feigned indifference in Haku's presence, but eventually, he could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor and spoke at length. What transpired between Zabuza and Haku remained a mystery to Kakashi, for Zabuza had cleverly conjured a soundproof barrier. As Haku approached, her fair visage blushed a vibrant red, reminiscent of a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Hey Kakashi, just how powerful are those individuals you mentioned who seek to overturn the ninja world? Zabuza, having expressed an unprecedented amount of heartfelt words, now found himself in an unusual state of embarrassment, feeling compelled to divert the attention of the onlookers. Kakashi stated earnestly, "Do you think I was strong just now?" "Very strong." Though he feigned disdain, Zabuza had already acknowledged Kakashi's prowess deep within. The strongest among them. Zabuza realized that he could not endure more than 5 minutes against Kakashi. Kakashi continued solemnly. Chapter 67. The Fated Kiss. What? Zabuza was inwardly astonished. It was evident that when Kakashi became serious, he had dispatched Zabuza with a single move. Such formidable strength could very well surpass even the Mizukage. Yet, this powerful Kakashi claimed he could not withstand more than 5 minutes at the hands of another, if his words held any truth. Zabuza's expression shifted dramatically as he etched Kakashi's words into his memory. "I cannot waste any more time. I shall take my leave. And remember to be more courteous." With that, Zabuza hastily departed from the scene, seemingly fearful of the crowd's reaction. After a moment of silence, the once flustered face of Haku flushed anew. Sakura's eyes sparkled as she raised her small fist in excitement. "Wow, did you see that? The cold-faced assassin and the sweet boy." It was surprising to discover that even the seemingly aloof Zabuza harbored such tenderness. She wondered if Sasuke was similarly affected. With that thought, Sakura stole a glance at Sasuke, who remained unresponsive, even stifling a yawn. Once all was settled, Kakashi turned towards Dazna. "Mr. Dazna, I trust your journey home will be unimpeded. Our mission here has reached its conclusion." Dazna solemnly bowed to Kakashi and his companions. "I am grateful for all your assistance along the way. I speak on behalf of the people of the Land of Waves. No need for thanks. I wish you success in realizing your dreams." "Farewell," Kakashi replied. "Goodbye, Mr. Dazna." Sakura and Naruto waved cheerfully, while Sasuke stood aloof, hands in pockets. "Farewell." Dazna smiled and waved back, continuing on his path homeward, his gaze resolute. This time, he would surely fulfill his dreams. After bidding farewell to Dazna, Kakashi and his team resumed their journey, heading back to the Hidden Leaf Village. Unlike their outward journey, they returned with an additional companion. Kakashi gazed at the silent Bai and inquired, "Bai, if you were to be separated from Zabuza, would you hold me accountable?" Bai smiled gently and replied, "Not at all. Lord Kakashi, although I am uncertain as to why you extend such kindness towards me, I can distinctly sense the profound goodwill emanating from you. Furthermore, I aspire to return to Konoha with you, to diligently study and enhance my abilities, so that I may assist both Lord Zabuza and yourself in the impending crisis you have mentioned." Kakashi gently touched his forehead protector and remarked, "Ah, that is reassuring. Bai possesses a profound sensitivity to the human heart, capable of perceiving the goodwill of others and seeking ways to reciprocate it manifold. Furthermore, driven by the desire to enhance his own strength and return to assist Zabuza, it appears that bringing Bai back should not engender any resentment towards me. Thus, I shall have the opportunity to gradually cultivate this bond, striving to impart the will of fire to Bai." "Speaking of which, Kakashi, is the crisis you mentioned earlier genuine?" Naruto inquired. "Naruto," Sakura exclaimed, hastily covering his mouth, "You foolish boy. Kakashi, under the pretense of an uncertain truth, has just deceived someone, and you dare to question this in their presence?" Alas, Naruto is being suffocated by Sakura's terrifying strength. Kakashi nodded gravely, stating with utmost seriousness, "Indeed, it is true. The ninja world is currently rife with undercurrents, and the possibility of war looms ever closer. Therefore, you must dedicate yourselves to rigorous training and strive to enhance your abilities." "Do you understand?" "Yes, Kakashi-sensei." The trio responded in unison. "By the way, Kakashi-sensei, where will Bai reside upon returning?" Naruto inquired, feigning casual interest. Kakashi stroked his chin, pondering a question he had not previously considered. His initial thought was merely to bring the individual back first. Should he ask Yamato to employ the technique of a 3-room apartment for Sai? Even with his own assurances, the third Hokage might still harbor reservations about allowing a rogue ninja from the Mist Village to reside alone in the village. Perhaps it would be best if, upon returning, Sai were to live with me for the time being. Kakashi cast an inquiring glance towards Bai. Bai softly replied, I have no objections. I shall defer to Lord Kakashi. Naruto's mouth fell agape as he exclaimed, Kakashi, brother, you wouldn't be contemplating stealing Uncle Zabuz's thunder, would you? How outrageous. Kakashi delivered a swift slap to Naruto's head. Would I entertain such thoughts? Hiss, upon reflection, it seems. Kakashi coughed discreetly a couple of times. Ahem, this decision has been made after considerable contemplation. Naruto. You mustn't speak carelessly. Naruto, with a skeptical expression, replied, I don't believe it. Unless you allow me to live with you all. I must see it with my own eyes to be convinced. Kakashi let out a cold snort. Fine, let it be. I never harbored the thoughts you mentioned. After uttering these words, Kakashi suddenly realized something was amiss and looked at Naruto with a hint of surprise. Well, it seems you've become quite the strategist, haven't you? Was your initial intention to cohabit with me all along? Upon realizing that his little scheme had been uncovered, Naruto stepped forward, grasping Kakashi's arm, and began to act adorably. Hiki, you caught me, Kakashi and I. It's just that I live alone every day and feel so lonely. Kakashi felt a tinge of helplessness. The reason he was reluctant to allow Naruto to live with him was that he wished to relish the joy of solitary study, with Naruto around. He found it difficult to concentrate. However, since Naruto was already set to move in, the addition of another person seemed inconsequential. Very well then, Kakashi reluctantly acquiesced. Yay! Naruto exclaimed, jubilantly leaping into the air, thrilled at the prospect of living with his brother Kakashi. Sasuke, with a disdainful tone, remarked, TCH, shameless. Baka. Who are you calling that, Sasuke? Naruto retorted, their faces nearly touching, both glaring fiercely at one another. Oh dear, you too. Sakura interjected, stepping forward to grasp Naruto's arm in an attempt to separate the two. Naruto, somewhat displeased, began to exert resistance. Sakura-chan, why do you always pull me away whenever I have a dispute with Sasuke? Let go of me. Sakura, momentarily taken aback, instinctively loosened her grip. Unbeknownst to Naruto, who had been leaning forward to avoid being pulled away, the sudden release caused him to stumble uncontrollably. In an unexpected turn of events, Naruto inadvertently pushed the equally unprepared Sasuke to the ground, their lips meeting in an unanticipated kiss. From the bewildered, bashful, angry, and perplexed expressions shared between the two, Kakashi discerned that this was indeed their first kiss. The author adds, Dear readers, I may have some matters to attend to this afternoon and might not be able to release a new chapter, but rest assured, there will be updates today. Chapter 68. Sasuke, Naruto has some issues. What a tragedy. Kakashi concealed his face, realizing that while one might evade the initial kiss, the inevitable second kiss was destined to be shared between them. After the kiss, Naruto sprang to his feet, terror-stricken and retreating repeatedly. What just transpired? My first kiss is gone just like that. By the way, Sasuke's lips were surprisingly soft, imbued with a delightful sweetness. I wonder if girls experience something similar? Just then, Sakura's furious voice startled a flock of birds into flight. Subsequently, Kakashi witnessed Naruto bouncing through the woods, as if caught in a harmonic motion. Sasuke, feeling numb, sat up with a heart heavy as ash, thinking, Naruto, I shall kill you. Observing the commotion, Hinata chuckled softly. Even though Naruto was being tossed into the air by Sakura, their interaction radiated warmth. Once Naruto finally touched the ground, Kakashi kindly allowed the bruised boy a moment to rest before continuing their journey. Ever since the unexpected kiss incident, the relationship between Sasuke and Naruto had grown increasingly delicate. A mere glance between them would evoke palpable awkwardness, with Naruto occasionally blushing. Sasuke was nearly driven to madness, wondering why Naruto was blushing so fervently. Upon returning to the village, Kakashi disbanded the team, acknowledging the length of their mission and the need for everyone to recuperate. Goodbye, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura said. Her spirit considerably dampened as she felt she had contributed little to the mission. Believing her sorrow would linger for quite some time, not because of Sasuke's first kiss being given to someone else. After Sakura departed, Naruto and Sasuke prepared to leave as well. Goodbye, Kakashi and I, they both exclaimed simultaneously, inadvertently locking eyes, causing Naruto to blush once more. In haste, Sasuke departed, convinced that Naruto had some issues and that he should maintain his distance. Once Sasuke left, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Kakashi and I shall take my leave as well. I will pack my belongings and come to your house shortly. Kakashi nodded and then said, I must first report to the third Hokage regarding this mission. I shall likely return quite late. Kakashi retrieved his wallet from his pocket and handed some money to Naruto. Well, take Shiro and enjoy a meal. Then wander around the village. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Leave it to me, Kakashi and I promise to accomplish the task. After sending Naruto on his way, Kakashi headed towards the Hokage's office. Undoubtedly, the moment Shiro entered the village, the third Hokage would have already received the news, eagerly awaiting his explanation. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage and Danzo were engaged in a lively discussion. Their camaraderie had grown so strong that it left many astonished. They were inseparable, reluctant to part even after work hours. Ah, Kakashi, it's you, Danzo greeted with a smile as Kakashi entered. Kakashi shivered involuntarily. Although Zangzi had now been redeemed, he found it difficult to accept Danzo's overly enthusiastic demeanor. The third Hokage smiled and gestured to a nearby seat, indicating for Kakashi to take a seat. I have heard that you brought back a boy suspected to be a rogue ninja from the mist. Please, have a seat and share your story. Thank you, Lord Third. After Kakashi settled down, he began to speak. The boy's name is Haku, and he indeed hails from the village hidden in the mist. Oh, what makes him so special? Inquired the third Hokage. If this boy possesses no extraordinary traits, there would be no need to risk offending the Mist Village by taking him in. Lord Third. Haku is anything but ordinary. He possesses the Kekkei Genkai of Ice Release. Moreover, he is inherently kind-hearted. If we could instill in him the will of fire, perhaps. Kakashi's words were only half-spoken. The remainder was left for Sarutobi Hiruzen to ponder. Kakashi, you have done well in this matter, Sarutobi remarked, taking a deep drag from his pipe and regarding Kakashi with an approving gaze. However, this white-haired individual is, after all, a rogue ninja from another village. So it would be prudent to assign someone to keep a watchful eye on him while he remains in the village. Kakashi understood that the third Hokage had already tacitly agreed. He merely needed to propose a suitable candidate for supervision. Lord Third, this is my contemplation, Kakashi said slowly. When White first arrived in the village, we displayed our distrust towards him, which is detrimental to his sense of belonging. It would be better to have him stay by my side for now. I will keep an eye on him. The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction. With you taking responsibility, I feel reassured. Let us finalize this matter. Meanwhile, Danzo regarded Kakashi with a hint of curiosity. Kakashi, why do you consistently refer to this young man by name? The third Hokage also nodded in agreement, adding, I too share this curiosity. Oh, well? Kakashi scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Surely, I cannot confess to you that I am still uncertain whether by his male or female. In truth, I am quite curious. Yet it is a rather delicate question to pose. The author has something to say, my dear friends, there will be some developments. I shall return with another chapter this evening. Chapter 69, The Matters Upon Return to Him. Speaking of which, this mission involves a confrontation between ninjas. Faced with an awkward question to which he himself had no answer, Kakashi resolutely opted to change the subject. Mr. Dasna, lacking sufficient funds, chose to keep certain truths concealed. Kakashi remarked, during the mission, I encountered the rogue ninja Momochi Zabuza. In fact, by his someone I liberated from his grasp. In the blink of an eye, as Zabuza's blade swung forth, the air was filled with flying sand and stones, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Kakashi took a sip of water and continued to speak vividly. Fortunately, I managed to gain the upper hand over him in a moment when his old strength had waned and his new strength had yet to manifest. The third Hokage and Danzo listened in astonishment. The third Hokage attempted to summarize, saying, So, you engaged in a fierce battle with Zabuza for 300 rounds. And in the end, you triumphed only by a stroke of luck. Kakashi reminisced about his final move that decisively defeated Zabuza, affirming once more, Indeed. I triumphed over him with a single strike. Danzo pondered, Zabuza's skills are formidable. Your victory over him indicates significant progress. The third Hokage expressed his delight, Kakashi. The will of fire shall rely on your generation for its legacy. He continued, Now, Kakashi, I am fully aware of the mission's circumstances. You may return home. Yes, Lord Third, Kakashi replied. After Kakashi departed, the third Hokage turned to Danzo. What is your perspective, Danzo? Danzo squinted slightly and remarked. He bears no visible injuries and speaks with great vigor. Kakashi must have easily bested Zabuza. The third Hokage nodded in agreement. I concur. It seems his strength surpasses his own assertions. His expression became serious. Do you believe he is a suitable candidate? Danzo slowly nodded. at present. Kakashi's temperament and abilities align with our requirements. He may warrant consideration. Let us observe further. This matter is of great significance, and we must not falter in our selection. After leaving the Hokage's office, Kakashi ambled home. Upon noticing a pair of small slippers at the entrance, he smiled quietly, realizing that Naruto had moved in. He had whimsically fabricated tales before the third and Danzo, and the moon was already high in the sky. Naruto had not awaited his return, having claimed a small room and drifted into slumber. "Lord Kakashi, you have returned." A soft voice emerged as Haku appeared silently. "Ah, Haku. You are still awake at this late hour, waiting for me?" Kakashi inquired. Haku nodded. Unlike Naruto, his status was quite unique, and he could not simply rest in Kakashi's home without awaiting his instructions. "I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting." Kakashi smiled apologetically before returning to the house to fetch a blanket, leading by to a small room. "You shall reside here for the time being. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me," he said. I slightly bent her body and replied, "Thank you, Lord Kakashi." "Ah, if you do not mind, you may call me Kakashi and I. Just like Naruto does," Kakashi suggested. "Very well, Lord Kakashi," she agreed. In the Uchiha family home, Sasuke sat opposite Fugaku. After recounting the details of his recent mission, a satisfied smile appeared on Fugaku's face. "Sasuke, your performance was commendable. You have not brought shame upon the Uchiha clan." Sasuke remained silent. He had long yearned for his father's attention, feeling that Fugaku's gaze was perpetually fixed on his elder brother, Itachi, who never received the same concern from their father. While Fugaku would impart fire techniques and shuriken skills to Itachi, he would neglect Sasuke, who was eager to learn. Fugaku would greet Itachi with a smile. Yet his expression soured upon seeing Sasuke. However, when he finally received his father's attention, it no longer mattered. His concern was solely for Itachi. Gathering his courage, Sasuke met his father's gaze. "Father, did Kakashi-sensei mention a crisis that could engulf the entire ninja world during the mission? Are you aware of it? Is Itachi's departure related to this matter?" The smile faded from Fugaku's face, and he reverted to his usual aloof demeanor. "I have commanded the clan not to discuss matters concerning Itachi, and even as my son, you are not exempt from this rule." Confusion filled Sasuke's eyes. "But Itachi is also your son. You have cherished him dearly. Why are you so unyielding now? Please, just tell me." His voice trembled with a hint of desperation. Unable to withstand Sasuke's pleading gaze any longer, Fugaku slowly nodded in response. "The author has something to say, dear friends. The plot has been relatively calm these past few days, but we are approaching the Chuunin exam storyline, which will surely stir things up." Chapter 70. The approaching Chuunin exam at Training Ground 7. Figures flitted back and forth, shuriken and kunai flying through the air. "Ah, too slow." Kakashi effortlessly deflected Naruto's incoming kick with a swift slap, gracefully evading the shuriken launched by Sasuke from behind. With a sheen of perspiration on his brow, Naruto cast a reproachful glance at Sasuke. "After such prolonged engagement, we have yet to even graze Kakashi-sensei's attire. Is there a flaw in the strategy you devised, Sasuke?" Sasuke retrieved for shuriken from his pouch, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Kakashi, and addressed Naruto beside him. "It is not a matter of strategy. The disparity between us and Kakashi-sensei is simply too vast." Exchanging a knowing look, the duo once again launched their coordinated attack against Kakashi. However, their seamless collaboration was still evaded with ease by Kakashi. "Ah, this is too much. I need a moment to rest." Naruto plopped down onto the ground, reclining on the soft earth of the training field. Upon hearing this, Sasuke leaned against a nearby tree to take a breather as well. In truth, he had grown weary even sooner than Naruto, but he was reluctant to allow Naruto to outshine him. Sakura sat forlornly on a bench nearby. She had not been absent from the fray. Rather, she could not keep pace with the intense training of Naruto and Sasuke alongside Kakashi-sensei, and had to withdraw from the team training shortly thereafter. "Hey, Sakura, here you go." A gentle voice broke the silence. Sakura looked up to see Kakashi offering her a cup of cold drink. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei." She accepted the beverage, yet her spirits remained somewhat subdued. Kakashi seated himself beside Sakura and remarked, "Sakura, you need not feel disheartened for not keeping pace with those two. The reason they appear so formidable now is that I began mentoring them in their youth. Your talent and resilience are not inferior to theirs. Do not underestimate yourself." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, a glimmer of hope rekindled in Sakura's eyes. She reignited her confidence, believing that with relentless effort, she could indeed match their strides. "I understand now." "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei," Sakura replied earnestly. Observing her newfound confidence, Kakashi let out a silent sigh. He pondered whether Sakura would later seek him out when she realized the growing chasm between herself and the two. Perhaps this was the moment when her strength was closest to theirs. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Once Tsunade arrived, he would entrust Sakura to her care. Speaking of which, Sakura's aptitude for genjutsu was exceptionally high. Perhaps she could request guidance from Rin upon her return. After uplifting Sakura, Kakashi approached Naruto and Sasuke. The two seemed to have moved past the awkwardness of their unexpected kiss, and it appeared they had both come to terms with it. At least, it seemed that way. Kakashi couldn't shake the feeling that their relationship had become significantly more harmonious following that kiss. Kakashi gently ruffled Naruto's hair. Naruto, you possess an abundance of brute strength, yet you are unable to harness it effectively in battle. Over the next few days, seek out Guy. Allow him to provide you with some proper guidance. Ah, so I should go to Uncle Eyebrow. Naruto scratched his head, taking Kakashi's words to heart. Kakashi cast a glance at Sasuke beside him. In Sasuke's seemingly disdainful, yet genuinely expectant gaze, he gently patted the boy's head. Sasuke, your speed is impressive, yet it has not reached your true potential. With your Sharingan, you are more than capable of handling greater velocities. Sometimes, excessive speed without corresponding insight can be quite detrimental. Fortunately, Shursui is available these days. I will have him come over to train you for a couple of days. The mention of Uchiha Shursui, a genius whose prowess rivals that of his own brother, piqued Sasuke's interest. He nodded in agreement, harboring no objections to Kakashi's arrangement. Sigh. Kakashi exhaled in relief, having thoughtfully assigned the most suitable instructors to his 3 students based on their individual characteristics. This arrangement would undoubtedly foster their respective growth. It certainly wasn't due to a desire for idleness. Sasuke, Sakura, why not come to my home for dinner today? Kakashi invited. Sasuke coolly responded, all right. I appreciate it, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura also readily accepted the invitation. The 4 of them strolled side by side along the tranquil streets, and Kakashi's thoughts drifted back to the scene in the Hokage's office a few days prior. In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage spoke solemnly. Now, before the Chuunin selection exam commences, I would like the instructor responsible for the new genin to step forward. Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma emerged from the crowd. Tell me, do you have any candidates among the genin you have mentored? Inquired the 3rd Hokage. In the name of Hatake Kakashi, I recommend Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura to participate in the Chuunin selection exam. Kurenai added. In the name of Yuhi Kurenai, I recommend Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame from Team 8. Asuma then stated, in the name of Saratobi Asuma, I recommend Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi from Team 10 to partake in the selection. Their declarations stirred a considerable uproar. What? All 3 are suggesting that their rookie genin participate in the exam? It hasn't happened in 5 years. Exclaimed one voice in disbelief. This is absurd. There are only 9 rookies, and you want them all to take the exam? This would be, another chimed in. Indeed, the Chuunin exam is nothing short of a battlefield for them. I object. At that moment, a dissenting voice rang out. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound. Despite the general opposition, it was rare to witness such audacity, challenging Kakashi, the formidable copy ninja, and Asuma, the esteemed prince, directly. Iruka stepped forward under the scrutiny of the crowd. All 9 of them are my students, although they possess remarkable talent. The Chuunin exam is still too soon for them. Kakashi turned around and said, when I became a nin, I was 6 years younger than them. You are different from them, you. Iruka attempted to argue, but was interrupted by the 3rd Hokage. All right, Iruka, I understand your feelings. You will be responsible for preparing a preliminary exam for the new genin. Shaking his head, Kakashi suppressed his thoughts. With a great war looming, he and the 3rd Hokage were both eager for the next generation to grow swiftly. And battle is the finest catalyst for growth, although somewhat harsh. Kakashi had no intention of intervening in this nin exam, allowing the 3 to fend for themselves. He firmly believed that their strength would elevate through pain and setbacks. The only question remained, how to deal with Orochimaru? The author remarks, the greatest joy of writing Naruto is the opportunity to relive it every day, igniting that fervor once more. Chapter 71. I advise you not to strike back. The group soon arrived at Kakashi's residence. Bai, dressed in a comfortable kimono, greeted them, her waterfall-like long hair cascading freely over her shoulders. Kakashi-sensei, you're back. Bai smiled and greeted everyone. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, you all came too. The meal is ready. Please come in. After removing their shoes, they entered the cozy living room and sat at the small dining table. "Wow, I'm digging in," Naruto exclaimed, eagerly devouring the sumptuous dishes laid out before him. Sasuke cast a questioning glance at Kakashi, and only after receiving an affirmative nod from him did he feel at ease to pick up his chopsticks. Sakura, after savoring a bite, exclaimed, "Bai, your cooking is delightful." Bai smiled slightly. "I'm glad you all like it." "Ah, speaking of which, I've always been curious," Naruto said, looking up at Bai, who was serving Kakashi. "Are you a boy or a girl?" The lively chatter instantly fell into an awkward silence. Idiot Naruto. Sakura's forehead twitched with 3 black lines as she punched Naruto on the head. "How could you ask such an embarrassing question? Although I'm curious too." Sakura felt her gossip-loving spirit igniting fiercely. It wasn't just Sakura. Naruto and Kakashi were curious as well, and even Sasuke harbored a flicker of curiosity, seeing the inquisitive gazes of everyone. Bai's eyes crinkled with laughter, her sweet smile enchanting to behold. "Ah, I am definitely a boy," Bai said, covering her mouth with a smile. Naruto clasped his head with both hands. "Ah, I thought you were a beautiful big sister." Naruto had more to say, but held back, feeling overwhelmed by the revelation. Setting aside the playful mood, Bai gently tucked her long hair behind her ear, her gaze momentarily distant. When she encountered Zabuza, she had been on the verge of leaving the land of water. Zabuza needed a weapon, and how could a girl possibly accompany him? Listening to Bai's somewhat cryptic words, Naruto scratched his head in confusion. "Sakura-chan, I don't quite understand what Bai means." Sakura shot Naruto an exasperated glance, resolutely deciding to ignore the fool. Kakashi exhaled, realizing the truth of the matter. No wonder everything seemed to make sense now. After dispersing all his disciples, he could finally relish in his reading time with joy. However, at times when he was at home with Shiro, it became somewhat inconvenient to immerse himself in his books, as his intense focus made it difficult to detect the silent footsteps of Shiro. Thus, Kakashi often chose to read atop others' rooftops, where he could occasionally indulge in other sights. Yet, he found himself consistently delving into theoretical knowledge, lacking the tangible experience, leaving him with a sense of incompleteness. Kakashi observed while muttering to himself. Kakashi's attention was drawn to the commotion not far away, as he slowly closed the book in his hands. "You little brat, how dare you bump into me? That hurts." The man speaking was clad in a dark robe, adorned with a peculiar black hat resembling 2 pointed ears, and he carried a long, bandage-wrapped package on his back. Beside him stood a girl, her features exquisite, embodying the essence of beauty. She wore a flowing purple robe, the fabric intricately patterned with sensual netting. And around her neck hung the forehead protector of Mangekyō, complemented by a large iron fan slung over her shoulder. It seemed that Temari and Kankuro had already entered the village. Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he vanished from sight. At that moment, Kanjuro seized the scarf of the small figure before him, Konohamaru, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Konohamaru struggled, his feet dangling in the air. As he gazed at the bizarre crimson patterns on the man's face, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. "Hey, Kanjuro, stop it. We're in Konoha," exclaimed Temari beside him. But Kanjuro paid her no heed, fixating instead on the helpless Konohamaru with a mocking grin. "Let go of me," Konohamaru pleaded desperately. But Kanjuro's grip was as unyielding as iron. "You've got some strength, kid." Kanjuro laughed boisterously. "Scoundrel." Witnessing his younger brother being bullied, Naruto clenched his fists and charged forward. In a swift motion, Kanjuro flicked his fingers, sending thin threads flying to ensnare Naruto's ankles. Suddenly unbalanced, Naruto fell to the ground. Kanjuro scoffed. "What a joke. How weak are the lower ninjas of Konoha?" With Sakura's assistance, Naruto rose, pointing vehemently at Kanjuro. "If you don't let go, I swear I won't let this slide, you jerk. You're quite infuriating. I detest bratty little ones," Kanjuro mused, recalling a certain individual he loathed. "It's outrageous how someone younger than me can be so arrogant. I wish to utterly obliterate him." Kanjuro vented his pent-up frustration onto Konohamaru, tightening his grip, causing the latter to struggle for breath. I couldn't care less." Temari sighed, turning her head away. "If Gaara finds out, I'm not taking the blame." "How amusing. I share your disdain for bratty little ones." A voice resonated from behind Kanjuro and Temari, startling them both. When did this person arrive? And why had they been so oblivious? Kanjuro suddenly felt an overwhelming force gripping his neck, lifting him off the ground. Instinctively releasing Konohamaru, he grasped the assailant's hand, attempting to pry it away. Yet, like Konohamaru before him, he found himself unable to break free from the formidable grasp. "Oh!" Do you think the ninjas of Konoha are weak? Do you consider our lower ninjas weak? Kakashi gazed at the blushing face of Kanjuro before him, gradually exerting more pressure with his hand. To be frank, Kakashi could not comprehend the significance of Shizen's two statements, particularly the emphasis on the Leaf's lower ninjas. However, it was evidently not the time to dwell on such concerns. With one hand already reaching for her fan, Shizune prepared for action, while Kanjuro struggled to activate his puppets. I strongly advise against harboring any thoughts of retaliation, Kakashi coldly remarked. You are causing a disturbance in my Konoha. I have merely exerted a slight amount of influence. Should you dare to retaliate, it would be a direct affront to the authority of Konoha, and I shall confine you here indefinitely. Chapter 72. The Arrogant Kazuko. A palpable aura of murderous intent surged towards the two, wave after wave. Their faces turned ashen, devoid of any doubt regarding the veracity of Kakashi's words. It seemed that this individual truly meant what he said. They envisioned Kakashi standing amidst an endless sea of blood, treading upon countless corpses, surrounded by innumerable vengeful spirits. Handashi and Kanjuro trembled, utterly devoid of any will to resist. Thus, when confronted with a brash young imp who is both smaller and more audacious than myself, should I consider annihilating him? Kakashi smiled as he glanced at Temari and Kankuro, causing the two to feel a twinge of fear. Temari struggled to voice her thoughts. Aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of our Wind Shadow? Wind Shadow? Kakashi chuckled softly, asserting that if the Wind Shadow dared to stir trouble in Konoha, he could just as easily detain him. You possess an audacious spirit. Observing Kanjuro still attempting to retort, Kakashi tightened his grip with greater resolve. Enough. You, who only brings shame to the village. A frigid voice interrupted as a red-haired youth, burdened by a colossal gourd, descended from the tree. The boy bore heavy dark circles under his eyes. Kakashi speculated he might also be fond of reading, and a red kanji for love emblazoned on his forehead. He was none other than Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Gaara spoke with an air of indifference. Do you recognize the individual before you? He is none other than the renowned Silver Lightning, the son of Konoha's White Fang. Silver Lightning, Konoha's White Fang. These two names could undoubtedly evoke animosity and dread among countless individuals in Mangekyō. Countless elite shinobi had perished at the hands of this father-son duo. For instance, during the Second Shinobi World War, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law fell victim to Tsukumo Hatake's prowess. Subsequently, many adept shinobi from the new generation met their demise while infiltrating Konoha's borders, with half of them succumbing to Kakashi Hatake's blade. Hurry and apologize to him. You disgraceful fool, Gaara commanded coldly. Why yes, I am sorry. Kanjuro gasped, struggling to catch his breath as he offered a reluctant apology to Kakashi. As Kakashi released his grip, Kanjuro tumbled to the ground. Well, acknowledging one's mistakes and striving for improvement is the hallmark of a good child. Kakashi smiled as he crouched down to observe the somewhat frightened Kanjuro. You seldom have the chance to visit. It would be wonderful for you to explore our village before the Chuunin exams. The people of Konoha are exceedingly warm and hospitable. Hospitable? If everyone were as welcoming as you, I think I'd rather pass. Kanjuro vehemently shook his head. No, that's quite unnecessary. We shall remain at the inn until the exams commence. With the support of Temari, he stood up. My apologies, everyone, Gaara stated, his tone devoid of any semblance of regret. After uttering these words, he turned and walked away. Temari and Kanjuro hurriedly followed, their figures swiftly disappearing down the street. Wow, that big brother is so cool, exclaimed Konohamaru, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he felt he had found a new idol. The trio of Sakura, Naruto, and Konohamaru gathered around. Teacher Kakashi, did these outsiders come to the village for the Chuunin selection exams? Sakura inquired. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, this examination witnessed participation from 6 distinct ninja villages. Naruto scratched his head, inquiring, what exactly is the Nin selection exam? Nichan, as long as you pass that examination, you can become a Nin, explained Konohamaru. Is that so? Then I shall certainly give it a try, Naruto exclaimed, his excitement palpable. By the way, I have already registered the 3 of you with Lord Hokage, Kakashi mentioned. Naruto cheered, hooray. Long live Kakashi and I. Kakashi cast a glance at Sakura beside him. Bolstered by her own encouragement, Sakura harbored no thoughts of retreat, her eyes shimmering with the same determination as Naruto's. Well, you all prepare well. The teacher is off to study. Kakashi offered a faint smile, and in an instant, he vanished once more. Kakashi-sensei, already so exceptional, continues to dedicate himself to learning every day, truly the embodiment of diligence. Sakura was filled with admiration, elevating Kakashi-sensei to the status of her role model. Hey, who was that cool older brother just now? The trio of Konohamaru eagerly inquired, clearly intrigued by Kakashi. Hey, you three, what are you sneaking around here for? The three-sound ninja, concealed among the trees, were startled by the sudden voice. Silver Thunder. Kakashi stood with his arms crossed, a frigid gaze directed at several individuals behind him. In Konoha, you are permitted only to walk the streets. Any attempts to hide will lead me to regard you as spies attempting to steal information. TOS displayed a look of anger, questioning. Is this truly Konoha's way of treating guests? Oh, you dare to retort? Kakashi launched a swift kick, catching Toss completely off guard, leaving him no time to raise his arms in defense. With a resounding thud, Toss crashed heavily against the wall opposite him, while the other two instinctively fell to the ground. Kakashi disdainfully curled his lip. Is there really nothing better for your guests than to perch in a tree? Chapter 73. The examination begins. After strolling around and imparting some lessons to a few dubious characters, Kakashi once again settled on the rooftop, indulging in a delightful read. This Chuunin exam was unlike any other. Numerous individuals with ulterior motives had infiltrated Konoha. It might be prudent to eliminate some of these unsavory elements. Kakashi read a book while formulating his plans in his mind. The day of the Chuunin exams swiftly approached, and the examination room was crowded with participants. A man with a stern expression and 2 scars etched across his face entered the arena. I am your examiner, Marino Ibiki. I will now distribute the written examination papers. Naruto crouched on the ground, quietly repeating to himself, written exam, questionnaire, written exam. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he leaped up from the floor, utterly distressed. Upon receiving the exam paper, Naruto scanned the questions and confidently nodded. Indeed, I cannot answer a single one. The content of this examination was beyond the capabilities of a mere genin, and 2 Chuunin had been strategically placed in the room to record the correct answers. The examinees were tasked with covertly transcribing the answers of others without the examiner's notice. As time ticked away, the astute candidates had already copied most of the answers, while those a bit slower had jotted down whatever they could recall. As for the foolish ones, like Naruto, their papers remained blank. Marino Ibiki rapped the blackboard, signaling everyone to pay attention. Now, for your final question. He paused, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Before you answer, let me present to you a rather grim rule. First, you must choose whether to respond or abstain from answering. If you choose not to respond, your entire team will be disqualified. If you elect to answer but are incorrect, the individual who answered will be permanently barred from becoming a Chuunin. Ibiki's proclamation sent shockwaves through the examinees, causing an uproar. Such a rule never existed in previous exams. Inuzuka Kiba could not contain himself and stood up to protest. I'm afraid your luck has run out. This year, I am the rule, Ibiki replied, flashing a gleaming smile. My suggestion is to consider reapplying next year or the year after. In the lounge, Kakashi, Hong, and Asuma reclined comfortably on the spacious sofa. Aren't you concerned? It seems that this year's first examination is under the supervision of that fellow, Sanai Ibiki, Asuma remarked. Not worried at all, came the reply. Kakashi sat leisurely with his legs crossed, exhibiting no signs of concern. What was there to worry about? Not to mention that he was already aware that Naruto and the others would pass the examination, even if they made mistakes. Wouldn't it be delightful to remain a genin for life? Furthermore, it was merely a ruse by Marino Ibiki to test the candidates. As long as one had the courage to respond, passing the exam was assured. And as for Naruto, he was certainly not lacking in bravery. Before long, a Chuunin knocked on the door and entered. Pardon the intrusion, esteemed sirs. The results of the first round of the exam have been released. Karina, filled with anticipation, inquired, how many of our students have passed? The students of all 3 esteemed individuals have successfully cleared the first round of the examination, the Chuunin replied respectfully. Asuma's face lit up with joy. These little ones have certainly not disappointed me. Kakashi had already anticipated the outcome and was not particularly surprised. He then inquired, what is the elimination rate this year? The Chuunin replied, Lord Kakashi, there are still quite a number remaining, 78 individuals, which equates to 26 teams. Oh, it seems that Shinju Ibiki has shown some leniency this time, Asuma remarked. It is merely a testament to our students' excellence, Kurenai added. Asuma nodded in agreement. You are absolutely right, Kurenai. Observing the couple's harmonious exchange, Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation and gestured to the Chuunin before him. All right. Thank you for your hard work. You may leave now. Yes. Once the Chuunin departed, Kakashi turned to Kurenai and Asuma with a serious demeanor. This year's examination is unprecedented. I sense the presence of a conspiracy. You two must refrain from being overly enamored with one another and remain vigilant over the next few days. A faint blush crept onto Kurenai's cheeks, and Asuma fidgeted awkwardly before clearing his throat in a feigned attempt at composure. Ahem, rest assured, we will be cautious. The second examination took place in the 44th Training Ground, a venue ominously known as the Forest of Death. The candidates gathered there, and the examiner responsible for this trial was the special J. Nin Mitarashi Anko from Konohagakure. Anko revealed a peculiar smile as she announced, "Before we commence the second examination, allow me to elucidate the rules. I shall randomly distribute 13 Heaven Scrolls and 13 Earth Scrolls among the teams. A team that acquires a pair of Heaven and Earth Scrolls must navigate through the Forest of Death to reach the designated location within 5 days to pass the examination. A final piece of advice, do not perish." Chapter 74, The Forest of Death. Orochimaru Sasuke's brow furrowed slightly. The scrolls distributed to each team were random, signifying that any teams they encountered along the way would be adversaries. It appeared that this examination would demand a fight for survival. Hinata Niji chuckled. So? It implies that at most only half of the teams will prevail? How intriguing. TCH, what a nuisance, Nara Shikamada lamented. Once all the teams had received their scrolls, Anko declared, "I hereby announce the official commencement of the examination." With a wave of her hand, the 26 teams, each clutching their scrolls, entered the Forest of Death from various entrances. "All right, let's go," Naruto exclaimed, bursting with excitement as he surged ahead into the forest. "Hey, wait up. Don't rush in so recklessly," Sasuke growled. 78 individuals surged into the forest, transforming the once tranquil woods into a cauldron of tension. Not long after their entrance, a shadow flitted past, silently following them. Although he had resolved to let them be, Kakashi still felt an unsettling sense of unease at the thought of leaving them unobserved. The figure trailing behind was indeed Kakashi himself. Fearing that his mere presence might significantly alter the course of events and potentially endanger Naruto and his companions, Kakashi opted to follow them discreetly. Kakashi observed the trio from a distance as they journeyed onward. Upon reaching a certain point, he suddenly suppressed his presence, inwardly lamenting. Perhaps the encounter between the three and Orochimaru was fated. Despite the numerous changes he had wrought upon this world, they still crossed paths with him. Orochimaru, adorned with an unfamiliar visage, gazed at Sasuke before him as if he had stumbled upon a delectable prey, eagerly flicking his tongue in anticipation. Orochimaru initiated a peculiar sequence of actions, engaging the two with an intricate interplay of serpent-like movements. Witnessing Orochimaru's bewildering maneuvers left Sasuke utterly astounded. What manner of creature is this? Naruto and Sasuke, demonstrating a remarkable synergy, fought vigorously but ultimately proved no match for him. Naruto succumbed to Orochimaru's 5-element seal, rendering him unconscious. Sasuke, as he recalled, also fell victim to Orochimaru's fierce bite upon his neck, receiving a cursed mark, and similarly lost consciousness. As Kakashi beheld his beloved disciples suffer such torment, he felt an overwhelming urge to intervene but ultimately restrained himself. "HM?" Orochimaru wiped the corner of his mouth, his gaze wandering restlessly into the distance. He sensed an unsettling awareness, as if someone were observing him. With a flick of his serpentine tongue, Orochimaru vanished into the depths of the forest. Kakashi exhaled softly. Enveloped by natural energy, he harmoniously blended with his surroundings, to the extent that even Orochimaru failed to detect his presence. Observing Sakura, who valiantly held back her tears while gritting her teeth to carry the unconscious Sasuke and Naruto into the cave, Kakashi resolutely steeled his heart. Choosing to turn a blind eye, Kakashi continued his advance, determined to witness Orochimaru's departure. He could sense it. "I have found you." A figure leaped forth. Standing directly before Orochimaru, it was Yuhi Kurenai. "Humph, it's been a while, Kurenai," Orochimaru remarked with a smile. Kurenai gazed at her former teacher, her emotions a tumultuous blend of nostalgia and resolve. "You are a rogue ninja wanted by the village. I shall confront you here, even at the cost of my life." Her words seemed to resonate both with Orochimaru and within her own heart. The author wishes to convey, these scenes have been depicted in the anime, yet omitting them would feel incomplete. Thus, the author will swiftly transition to the next plot point, with updates pending today. Chapter 75, The Elegant Butterfly. Was that unsettling sensation brought on by Kurenai? It seemed unlikely. How could she instill such a vague sense of danger within him? As Kurenai charged forward, a playful smile crept onto Orochimaru's face. "You are, after all, a special jonin of the village," You cannot rely solely on the forbidden techniques I taught you, Kurenai. Effortlessly countering her attack, Orochimaru gently rendered her unconscious. Under normal circumstances, he might have found interest in exchanging a few words with her. However, at that moment, an unsettling feeling of being watched compelled him to retreat. Following Orochimaru's departure, Kakashi did not reveal himself. His senses indicated that members of the Umbu had already arrived, likely summoned by Kurenai before she entered the forest. Thus, he had no cause for concern regarding her safety. With a cold gaze fixed upon Orochimaru as he exited the Forest of Death, Kakashi redirected his course towards Sakura and her companions. Outside the cave where Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke resided, the Sound Ninja, Kin, TS, and Sakan circled around Sakura with excitement, akin to sharks sensing blood. To protect Sakura, Lee had already collapsed, unconscious on the ground. Sakura knelt, too weary to rise, her hair strewn about, and suffering from numerous wounds, with a shuriken embedded deep in her leg that she had no time to remove. Wasn't she fierce just moments ago? Now she resembles a lifeless dog. Kin sneered, stepping forward to grasp Sakura's hair, forcefully slamming her head against the ground. Kin bore a grotesque smile, lifting and slamming her head repeatedly. Sakura's blood stained the earth, and hidden in the shadows, Kakashi clenched his fists, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Stop it. Ino, concealed in the darkness, could no longer bear the sight and stepped forward. Shikamaru, upon witnessing this, pulled CHG's scarf, urging him to join her. Sakan, much like that green-skinned watermelon from earlier, another peculiar character has emerged, CHG remarked, bewildered. Shikamaru, why are you dragging me out? These individuals appear quite dangerous. CHG lamented. Though troublesome, we cannot retreat now, Shikamaru replied helplessly. Ino has already charged out. We, as men, cannot flee in the face of danger. It seems the ants from Konoha have lost their way, TS scoffed. I refuse. I do not wish to die yet. Let me go. CHG cried in frustration, regretting the decision to wear a scarf today. Sakura found CHG's antics amusing, laughing. If you wish to leave, feel free. Little piglet. Having turned, CHG halted in his tracks, his demeanor faltering. Pig? I'm merely a bit more robust. Using the technique of the Akimichi clan, CHG transformed into a massive meatball, charging towards Sakura. TSH, just a plump little pig rolling around, Sakura remarked, though her grave expression betrayed her true feelings. Air slash. Chakra pressure surged forth violently towards CHG, attempting to intercept the rolling meatball. Shadow imitation technique. Body flicker technique. Shikamaru and Ino simultaneously unleashed their family S signature jutsu. TS was ensnared by Shikamaru's shadow, rendered immobile. Kin fell victim to the same fate, awakening to find himself under Ino's control. With a kunai raised to his neck, Kin threatened, if you dare move, I shall take this woman's life. Release the scroll and depart quietly. TCH. Having evaded CHG's meatball charge, Sakura scoffed, raising his hands. Air slash. Without hesitation, he unleashed a lethal attack upon his own comrade. Kin, caught off guard, was struck, blood spewing forth as he fell unconscious. Ino, suffering backlash from her technique, reverted to her original form, collapsing as well. Shikamaru rushed to catch her. Well, this is disastrous, he sighed, cradling Ino and bracing for the worst. At that moment, a surge of ominous purple chakra erupted into the sky. Sasuke slowly rose, cursed markings crawling across his body like a malevolent specter, his crimson Sharingan glistening with a sinister allure amidst the violet glow. Gazing at the pitiful Sakura, Sasuke coldly inquired, Sakura, who has done this to you? Startled by Sasuke's eerie demeanor, Sakura's heart ached for him. Sasuke, are you alright? Sasuke twisted his neck, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Not only am I fine, but I feel invigorated, this sensation of power. Sakura, quickly tell me who harmed you. Sasuke was eager to embrace this newfound strength. It was me, Sakura retorted, her voice laced with contempt. You charlatan, watch as I dispose of you. Is that so? What are you looking at? Sasuke's voice echoed from beside her. Startled, Sakura realized that Sasuke had vanished without her noticing. Sasuke's elbow struck Kin's face with force, sending him reeling backward. Sasuke ensnared Kin's arm with one hand, pulling him close, while the other ruthlessly plunged a kunai into his shoulder. Ugh! Kin, barely conscious, instinctively groaned. Sasuke coldly twisted the kunai in his grasp, tracing circles on Kin's flesh. You seem quite proud of your hands. Allow me the pleasure of destroying them. Slowly, Sasuke withdrew the kunai, only to thrust it into Kin's other shoulder. After carelessly discarding Kin, who lay unconscious, Sasuke's interest shifted towards TS, his gaze burning with intensity. I hope you permit me to play a while longer. Sasuke approached TS with a measured pace. No, no. This is not the Sasuke I know. Sakura cried out, struggling to rise and clutching the figure before her. Elegant butterfly, Sasuke. Oh, please. Sasuke halted, the dark curse marks morphing into flowing flames, gradually receding. The curse marks had dissipated. Toss was drenched in cold sweat, experiencing a profound sense of survival after a calamity. Sasuke, we are utterly incapable of defeating you in your current state. Please, allow us to leave. Toss gently placed the scroll he had been holding onto the ground, lifted his two companions, and turned to depart. Sasuke could no longer sustain himself. The overwhelming fatigue that followed the retreat of the cursed seal enveloped him, causing him to collapse into Sakura's embrace. Not long after Toss had carried his companions away, he abruptly halted. A figure stood before him, blocking his path, gazing at him with a cold detachment, as if regarding a corpse. The author has a message. The Forest of Death arc aims to conclude in one chapter, and soon the lecherous sage shall make his entrance. Chapter 76, Kakashi, I will eliminate you, Guy. While I was somewhat moved by your camaraderie, I cannot permit you to bully my student and simply walk away. A flash of lightning danced before Toss' eyes, the last image his vision could capture. Outside the cave where Sakura and the others were located. It's all right, I will protect Sakura. Observing Naruto, who was babbling in his sleep, Shikamaru and Choji fell into contemplation. What should we do about this guy? Should we wake him up? Shikamaru inquired. Choji, excited, rubbed his hands together and picked up a stick as thick as his arm. May I give it a try? Shikamaru shrugged, indicating his lack of objection. Choji raised the stick and struck it fiercely against Naruto's head, prompting a cold sweat from the newly arrived Kakashi. Goodness. The injuries Naruto sustained from fighting Orochimaru might not even rival the impact of that blow. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Naruto sprang up, performing an acrobatic flip. Finally awake. Eh? Shikamaru smirked at him. Sakura, Sasuke, are you both all right? Naruto rushed over to the fallen Sakura and Sasuke. Sakura, your hair. He stared in bewilderment at Sakura's unevenly cut short hair. Sakura smiled. Oh, I wanted a change of appearance. While I still prefer long hair, short hair is much more convenient for moving through the forest. I see. Naruto nodded, still somewhat dazed, then turned to Shikamaru and Choji behind him. By the way, how come you two are here? He asked in confusion. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Ugh, I can't be bothered to explain it to you. Before long, the ninjas of Konoha dispersed, embarking on their respective journeys. Although Naruto and the others had acquired the Earth Scroll from Toss, their Heaven Scroll had been incinerated by Orochimaru. As the mission neared its conclusion, the three felt a growing sense of urgency. At that moment, their senior, Yakushi Kabuto, made his appearance. Kakashi cast a cold gaze upon Kabuto. This individual still held some utility, so it was prudent to keep him around for the time being. Under Kabuto's guidance, the trio of young ones made their way to a location not far from their destination, preparing to lie in wait for the individual tasked with delivering the scrolls. Ultimately, the three managed to acquire the scrolls without incident and reached their destination. Just in time, Naruto and his companions completed their mission before the deadline, and under Irika's guidance, they entered a grand hall. Within the hall, other teams that had successfully passed the trials had gathered once more, while the elite Jonin of Konoha stood by. Guy flashed a radiant smile at Kakashi, exclaiming, "Your team performed admirably. Fortune favored you this time. However, the next stage will demand true skill. With my team present, you might as well forget any notions of victory. Youth is often bittersweet and occasionally harsh, Kakashi." Upon finishing, Guy fixed an intense gaze upon his dear friend. What did you say? Kakashi inquired coldly, turning his head. Oh my god. Guy was momentarily rendered speechless. As the third Hokage observed that everyone had assembled, he stood atop the central platform in the hall, removing his pipe from his mouth. This examination serves as a microcosm of the conflicts among the allied nations. It is a place where you will wager your very lives. In the final round, lords and dignitaries from various nations will be present to observe, and your prowess will reflect the strength of your ninja village and country. In essence, you must engage in life and death struggles to uphold your dreams and the honor of your village. The third Hokage surveyed the young ninjas from his village, each exhibiting unwavering resolve, and he nodded with satisfaction before continuing. Now, let us have the examiner for the third round introduce the rules. No sooner had the third Hokage's words faded than a figure descended from above. Greetings to you all, ahem. I shall now explain, ahem. As your referee. Kakashi gazed with concern at the waning figure of Moonlight Gale. It seemed that Gale had grown even weaker. Kai nodded in agreement, noting that his dark circles appeared more pronounced, and he looked considerably more emaciated. It is understandable, after all, considering the circumstances surrounding Shien. Ha ha ha. Asuma chuckled mischievously. Kakashi also revealed a similarly mischievous grin. Asuma, Hong, in a huff, poked Asuma in the side, rendering him momentarily breathless. Kai nudged Kakashi beside him and inquired, Kakashi, what is it that you find so amusing? What has happened with Shifeng and Shien? Kakashi took a deep breath and, with utmost seriousness, spoke. Both Shien and Jifeng have been practicing diligently. Perhaps Jifeng's body is struggling to keep up. Understanding dawned upon Kai, who nodded in realization. Then, as if recalling something, he turned his gaze back to Kakashi. Speaking of which, it has been a while since the two of us engaged in joint training. Perhaps we could consider it after the Chuunin exams. Uffed. Asuma could not contain his laughter, bursting into a hearty chuckle, while Hong, though silent, appeared to be suppressing her amusement with great effort. The ninjas nearby, who shared a moderate rapport with Kakashi, looked as though they were on the verge of laughter but refrained, their expressions contorted in a rather comical manner. Kakashi is filled with an overwhelming desire to twist Guy's head off. Damn it, I cursed your big-headed self. Chapter 77, the preliminary examination before the final exam. What has happened to Kakashi? Observing the fury in Kakashi's eyes, Guy scratched his head in confusion. This is not our first time training together. Why such a strong reaction? Silence. After Guy obediently complied, Kakashi disregarded the peculiar gazes around him and maintained a composed demeanor while focusing on Moonlight Shippu. Everyone, please pay attention to Shippu and refrain from distractions. The crowd's attention shifted back to Shippu. Ahem. Before the third exam commences, there is a matter that requires your attention. Shippu's demeanor suggested he was on the verge of coughing up a lung. That is, cough cough. Concerning the preliminary selection for participation in the third exam. Preliminary selection? Teacher, I don't quite understand, Sakura questioned, puzzled. Why are the students here unable to participate in the third exam? Perhaps the first and second exams were too simple, leaving an excessive number of candidates, Shippu replied nonchalantly. Thus, we must conduct a preliminary selection according to the Chuunin exam rules to reduce the number of participants in the third exam. The preliminary selection will commence shortly. Those wishing to withdraw should do so promptly. The examinees murmured amongst themselves. How can this be? It was clearly so difficult. How is that considered easy? There are only 7 teams left. Is that excessive? After barely passing the second exam, we are immediately faced with a preliminary selection? This is maddening. The last remark came from Shikamaru. I give up. At that moment, a distinct voice emerged. Everyone turned to see Kabuto stepping forward, slowly making his way out of the hall. So, no one else wishes to withdraw? Shippu scanned the room and glanced at his notepad. The upcoming preliminary selection will consist of one-on-one combat, with precisely 20 candidates remaining, resulting in 10 matches. The TS trio has already been left behind in the Forest of Death, replaced by another expendable group. The victors will advance to the third exam. There are no rules governing the battles until one party falls, succumbs, or concedes. Therefore, if one wishes to avoid demise, it is advisable to concede swiftly. Moonlight Shippu kindly reminded. Now, the first match will feature CHG Akimichi versus Sasuke Uchiha. As Sasuke approached the arena, he brushed shoulders with Kakashi. Do not utilize chakra or your Sharingan. It will trigger the curse mark, and you may lose your life. Sasuke's pupils constricted slightly. I understand, Kakashi-sensei. CHG possesses a unique ability to absorb chakra, placing Sasuke at a disadvantage from the outset as he could not employ ninjutsu. Sasuke braced himself, blocking CHG strikes while methodically strategizing. This approach will not suffice. Defeat is inevitable unless he tries the taijutsu technique his brother taught him. Uchiha style. Flashing cut. Seizing CHG's opening, Sasuke executed a powerful upward kick, propelling him into the air, then leapt above CHG, delivering a series of devastating flying kicks that struck him with great force. CHG crashed heavily onto the arena floor, fracturing it under the impact. It seems there is no need for confirmation, Moonlight Shippu declared from the sidelines. I announced that the victor of the first round is Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke, panting heavily, felt himself weakly leaning back. Well done indeed. Kakashi suddenly appeared behind Sasuke, one leg pressing against his back. Kakashi-sensei. Upon seeing Kakashi's familiar smile, Sasuke felt his entire being relax. Let us proceed. I shall assist you in addressing your curse seal, Kakashi stated. Sasuke shook his head. No. I wish to wait until the preliminaries conclude. I want to see who will advance in the competition. Obey me. Kakashi emphasized, his tone firm. Very well. Reluctantly, Sasuke rose to his feet and followed Kakashi to the backstage area. Kakashi removed Sasuke's shirt and, unveiling his forehead protector, scrutinized the curse mark on Sasuke's body. Just as I suspected, Kakashi lowered his forehead protector once more and swiftly began to weave hand signs. Sealing technique. A series of intricate symbols penetrated the cursed mark upon Sasuke. Overwhelmed by pain, Sasuke let out a low, anguished groan before losing consciousness shortly thereafter. Kakashi appeared to have merely sealed Orochimaru's cursed mark temporarily. In reality, his actions extended far beyond that. The curse mark was akin to software, with Sasuke paying a corresponding price each time he utilized it, his body gradually eroding under its influence. However, Kakashi employed natural energy, along with his profound understanding of sage arts and sealing techniques, to reverse engineer the structure of the cursed mark, effectively installing a patch akin to a decryption software on Sasuke. Consequently, Orochimaru's software was transformed into a free version, allowing Sasuke to harness power without incurring any adverse effects. Given that Orochimaru showed little regard for copyright, having plagiarized the second Hokage's impure world reincarnation technique, Kakashi felt justified in circumventing his software without concern for repercussions. Long time no see, Kakashi-kun. You seem to have improved significantly, a chilling voice resonated from behind. Without needing to turn, Kakashi instinctively recognized that it was Orochimaru approaching. Kakashi turned around, and as expected, Orochimaru stood before him. However, it was unfortunate that I was not seeking you, Kakashi, but rather the young Sasuke behind you. Indeed, I have significantly improved. As Kakashi gazed at Orochimaru, he felt a surge of anticipation. His hand brushed against the hilt of the white Fong's blade, yet he slowly withdrew it. Oh, do you wish to keep me here, Kakashi? Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with amusement as he regarded Kakashi. Merely a shadow clone, is it? If you possess the courage, come and face my true self. Kakashi chuckled. As I mentioned, you have indeed grown considerably, Kakashi. However, your sealing technique is ultimately futile. As long as this child continues to wield my power, his body will eventually belong to me. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Kakashi's expression became peculiarly contemplative. That remains to be seen. You can never underestimate the horror of a free-to-play player. Perhaps. Kakashi feigned composure as he replied. Orochimaru cast a lingering glance at Kakashi, seemingly etching his image into memory, before turning to depart. We shall meet again soon, Kakashi. Kakashi is aware that they will meet again. Moreover, he foresees the profound changes that will transpire in Konoha upon their reunion. Kakashi furrowed his brow, pondering his next course of action. The author remarks, Chapter 78, Naruto vs. Kiba. As the competition progressed, the number of candidates in the waiting area dwindled. Naruto anxiously glanced around, yet he still failed to spot that familiar figure. Why hasn't Kakashi-sensei returned yet? It's almost my turn. Naruto felt a tinge of disappointment, yearning for Kakashi to witness the fruits of his training. The next match was set, Uzumaki Naruto vs. Inuzuka Kiba. With a heavy heart, Naruto approached the arena. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Kakashi, who had rushed over after ensuring Sasuke was settled. Naruto, give it your all out there. Kakashi chuckled as he ruffled Naruto's hair. A broad smile spread across Naruto's face as he looked up at Kakashi and proclaimed loudly, All right, Kakashi-sensei. Just wait and see my performance. Hong, standing on the second floor, offered a slight smile. I'm sorry, Kakashi, but Naruto will not be able to defeat Gaara. Kakashi ascended to the second floor, joining a group of elite jonin, while Naruto made his way to the arena. At last, the moment had arrived for me to showcase my prowess, Naruto exclaimed with excitement. Inuzuka Kiba placed Akamaru on the ground, glaring at Naruto with fierce intensity. You brat. You stole my lines. It is only natural that I should defeat you. Akimichi Choji remarked with a hint of envy. Kiba is truly fortunate. Now, let the match begin. With a swift gesture, Shikamaru signaled, and Kiba charged forward with Akamaru leading the way. Kiba swung his arms, sending 2 smoke bombs hurtling toward Naruto. In a flash of inspiration, Naruto transformed into Akamaru, leaping toward Inuzuka Kiba and delivering a sharp bite. Kakashi, your student is rather remarkable. Managing to apply the shadow clone technique to the transformation technique, a clever imitation, Guy commented. The timing of his jutsu was impeccable, yet, Asuma said with an odd expression, transforming into a dog to deliver a bite seems rather excessive. Kakashi felt a slight headache. You might say Naruto is foolish, Yet he can conceive such brilliant ideas. Conversely, if you regard him as clever, then why not simply thrust a kunai at Inuzuka Kiba, given how close he is? What is the meaning of a mere bite that barely stings? Is it a provocation? As expected, Naruto's performance ignited Kiba's fighting spirit, compelling him to employ his ultimate technique, Beast Mimicry Technique, Beast Clone. Upon merging with the real Akamaru, he instantly transformed into Kiba's likeness. Two Kiba, like feral beasts, lunged at Naruto, who soon found himself overwhelmed. This won't do. If I cannot defeat them, then I shall join them. Transformation Technique. A cloud of smoke enveloped the area, revealing another Kiba, leaving the three to gaze at one another in astonishment. Kiba, momentarily stunned, quickly sneered. Allow me to offer a piece of advice. That was merely my momentary oversight. The transformation technique is ineffective against me. Do not underestimate our sense of smell, Naruto. Kiba landed a heavy punch on what he presumed to be Naruto's face, sending him crashing to the ground. To his shock, the Kiba who fell transformed into Akamaru. How infuriating. Kiba swiftly turned and struck the other self in the face. Poof! Another plume of smoke erupted, and the fallen figure reverted to Akamaru once more. This is bad. By the time Kiba reacted, it was too late. He turned just in time to see Naruto's fist growing larger before him. Kiba was knocked down by a single blow. Only then did he realize what Naruto had accomplished. Initially, he had indeed struck Naruto, but in an instant, Naruto had assumed Akamaru's form, leading him to mistakenly believe he had misdirected his attack. He had indeed been led astray, knocking down the real Akamaru instead. Who would have thought Naruto possessed such tactical brilliance? Struggling to his feet, Kiba found that this time Naruto had no intention of granting him a moment's respite and immediately began to weave hand signs. Shadow Clone Technique. 5 Narutos surged toward Kiba. 2 firmly restrained him while the remaining 3 unleashed techniques they had learned throughout their training. There were the leaf whirlwinds he learned from the burly uncle, the directional flying kick taught by Irika-sensei, and the 1,000 years of pain learned from Kakashi-sensei. The spectators gasped in astonishment. Such terrifying physical prowess. It was a stroke of luck they hadn't been grouped with Naruto. What a hassle. Shikamaru sighed in relief. How did Naruto become so formidable? Is there any hope left in this competition? CHG complained. Hinata blushed, exclaiming, Naruto-kun's technique is so amazing. Ino cast a mischievous glance at Sakura, both having reconciled by this point. It must be quite a headache to be on the same team as this guy, right? Sakura covered her face in silence. Who am I? Where am I? I truly do not recognize this individual before me. It's utterly embarrassing. Guy, witnessing the familiar moves and Kiba's painful yet relieved expression, suddenly recalled something. Chapter 79. Niji bound by many. Guy realized with clarity. Kakashi, is this not? Wah. Kakashi swiftly covered Kai's mouth with his hand, then turned to look at Hong and Asuma with a beaming smile. It's nothing. We're just having a bit of fun, he assured. However, it was too late. Asuma and Hong scrutinized Kakashi and Kai with thoughtful expressions, gradually nodding in understanding. Their gaze and demeanor suggested that they had finally grasped something significant. Kakashi is on the verge of madness. Kai, you shall see how I shall deal with you tonight. After Kakashi uttered those words with intense ferocity, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming urge to slap himself. What on earth did I just say? Kakashi hastily turned to the side, addressing Hong and Asuma. It is not as you perceive. Allow me to elucidate. I mentioned the evening because twilight is fast approaching. It is truly not what you think. Please, do not leave. Hong, nodding in agreement, slowly began to pull Asuma backward. She was resolute in her determination to keep Asuma at a safe distance from these two individuals. Kakashi, feeling somewhat disheartened, reluctantly released his grip on Guy. Now, it was too late for words. Guy, aggrieved, protested, Kakashi, why won't you let me speak? Be quiet. I do not wish to hear your voice right now. Kakashi retorted angrily. With a sigh, Guy closed his mouth, casting a mournful gaze at Kakashi. On the arena, Shikamaru observed the despondent Kiba, empathizing as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. I hereby declare the victor to be Naruto Uzumaki. Upon dispelling his shadow clones, Naruto approached Kiba, who was unable to rise, and kindly assisted him to the medical team. Kiba, trembling, grasped Naruto's collar, exclaiming, Thank you, Naruto. I will remember you for a lifetime. Oh, it's nothing. I simply did what I had to do. Take care of your injuries, Naruto replied cheerfully, dashing toward the second floor, leaving Kiba fuming. Sakura, watching Naruto, expressed her concern. Naruto, are you alright? Injuries? What injuries? Naruto was oblivious to any pain. glancing at his body to find that his wounds had completely healed. The next match was Hinata Hyuga against Neji Hyuga. Encouraged by Naruto and under the gaze of her beloved, Hinata gave her all, yet still fell short against Neji. Neji grew increasingly fervent, witnessing Hinata, who could no longer muster resistance, repeatedly rise and utter the sorrowful words, "The most painful and confused person is you, Neji." Neji finally lost his temper. "Ah," he bellowed, lunging at the defenseless Hinata. The match had concluded. Suddenly, Neji found himself unable to advance another inch. Shikamaru's hand pressed against his forehead, while Kakashi and Kurenai each held one of his arms, and his teacher had him in a one-armed embrace around his neck. "Neji, it's time to cease." Guy spoke solemnly. "Didn't you promise me you would no longer engage in conflict over clan matters?" Neji glared resentfully at Hinata. "Why are other jonin intervening? Is this special treatment for the clan?" He broke free from their restraint and stormed away. Naruto, seeing Hinata collapsed, rushed onto the arena and scooped her up, sprinting toward the medical team. In Naruto-kun. In Naruto's arms, Hinata smiled gently and closed her eyes. Chapter 80. Gaara vs. Rock Lee. As the matches progressed, Gaara in the waiting area trembled uncontrollably. Kankuro was taken aback. This doesn't feel right. After witnessing the previous match, he seems to be losing control. Better to keep my distance. Kankuro resolved to move towards the other side where the Konoha ninjas were. "Kankuro, where are you going?" Temari inquired, puzzled. "I'm going to gather some intelligence," Kankuro replied, approaching Naruto. "Hey, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be with your comrades?" With Sasuke and Sakura absent, Naruto was reluctant to stay with Tintin and Lee. "Does it matter?" Naruto feigned indifference. Kankuro quickly discerned the situation. This guy seemed somewhat of a loner, which would make it easier to extract information from him. A little goodwill should open him up. That guy, Hinata Neji, right? Watching the match, it seemed he hadn't fully unleashed his strength. Kankuro casually inquired. What kind of person is he? He had anticipated that Naruto, being the fool he was, would readily divulge details about Neji. "I will definitely defeat him," Naruto declared with fervor. No one asked you that," Kankuro replied, somewhat speechless. "The gap between them is quite significant. You're quite an interesting character. I admire you." Kankuro feigned flattery, hoping to steer the conversation back to gather some intelligence. "But I have no interest in you." Naruto flatly turned his head away, reverting to his sleepy-eyed demeanor, ignoring Kankuro. "Damn it, I'll kill you." Kankuro's expression darkened, gritting his teeth. On the arena, the moonlight reflected off the stage as Shikamaru glanced at the screen. The final match, Gaara vs. Rock Lee. "All right, I'm up next, Guy-sensei," Lee exclaimed, his enthusiasm ignited. "I want to give you a piece of advice that no one seems to notice. That kid's gourd on his back looks highly suspicious." Guy draped an arm around Lee's shoulders, both turning their attention to Gaara. "Such a large gourd. There is no way Lee wouldn't have noticed. Anyone could see that." Guy-sensei is quite amusing, Sakura thought, though she was soon astonished by Lee's reaction. With a look of wonder and admiration, Lee gazed at Guy. "I see now." "Guy-sensei." Lee pulled out a notebook, diligently jotting down Guy's words. "You don't need to take notes. There won't be time to refer to them during the fight, you fool." Guy patted Lee's shoulder firmly. "Go on, Lee. Let your youth blossom on the arena." "All right," Lee exclaimed, swiftly jumping onto the stage. The duel officially commenced. Lee's speed was remarkable, yet he could not breach Gaara's defenses, merely skimming the surface. "Guy-sensei, I'm going to remove my weights," Lee called out, glancing at Guy from afar, shedding his burdens and tossing them to the ground. Boom. The weights shattered the arena floor. "So, Kakashi, what do you think?" "Lee's impressive, isn't? Guy boasted proudly to his dear friend. Kakashi rolled his eyes, advising. "I suggest you contemplate how to compensate for the damages to the training ground." "Nanny." Kai was rendered speechless. Youth is meant to. In an instant, the figure of Lee vanished from his position, reappearing behind Gaara. "Let the eruption begin." The sand could not keep pace with Lee's current velocity. His flying kick landed heavily upon Gaara, slamming him forcefully into the ground. As Gaara rose once more, his body trembled even more violently. Layers upon layers of yellow sand enveloped him, forming an impenetrable armor. Lee's assault lost its effectiveness against Gaara once again. Slowly, Lee closed his eyes. "Kai-sensei, I shall employ that technique now." Upon reopening his eyes, Lee's gaze was resolute. "This moment is my opportunity to validate my ninja way. Even if I cannot master ninjutsu or jinjutsu, I shall prove that hard work can surpass innate talent through taijutsu. I, Rock Lee, shall establish my path here today." The lotus blossom. With the shadow dance leaf, Lee executed a rapid flying kick, launching Gaara into the air once more. Swiftly, Lee maneuvered behind Gaara, binding him with bandages. After a high-speed spin, Lee momentarily halted due to the pain from the opening of the 8 gates. However, he quickly regained his composure, causing Gaara to crash violently into the arena in an inverted position. Phew, this guy is truly a monster, but I should be victorious, right? What? Lee was taken aback. The figure lying on the stage had transformed into a shattered sand sculpture without him realizing it. Hehehe. Gaara emerged from the yellow sand with a cold smile, his eyes filled with an insatiable killing intent. Kanjiro exclaimed in terror, "That gaze. The monster within Gaara has completely awakened." The gourd on Gaara's back had vanished. One hand propped against his cheek, he reached out toward Lee with the other. Sand-binding coffin. Sand waterfall funeral. The sky was inundated with swirling yellow sand, threatening to engulf the arena entirely, prompting Sakura to panic. Why isn't Lee dodging? With his speed, he could easily evade such an attack. Kakashi remarked softly, the last technique, the blooming lotus, has inflicted too great a burden upon his body. At this moment, it seems he can scarcely move a finger. No sooner had he spoken than Kakashi appeared on the arena, shielding himself from the oncoming storm of yellow sand. Kakashi firmly restrained the eager Lee, who was ready to unleash the 5th gate in one breath. Let us conclude this match here. Even if you were to employ the Rasen Shuriken, you would not inflict any harm upon him. However, Lee was unwilling to accept this outcome. How could I know unless I try? This is my path as a ninja. Kakashi admonished sternly, Lee, you have countless opportunities to uphold the way of the ninja, but if you destroy your body today, you shall have no chances left. Guy's voice resonated from above, urging. Listen to Kakashi, his judgments are never flawed. Resigned to his defeat, Lee lowered his head and sat despondently upon the ground. Gaara, in agony, clasped his head with both hands, convulsing in torment. Why must you save him? Kakashi pondered for a moment. Well, it is because he is a cherished subordinate of my dear friend. Kakashi. On the arena, Guy was overwhelmed with tears. In the presence of so many onlookers, Kakashi declared that Guy was his closest friend, which moved Guy to tears on the spot. Meanwhile, Maki, the leading ninja from Mangekyō on the 2nd floor, scoffed derisively. How could Gaara comprehend such sentiments? That individual had devolved into a mere emotionless killing machine, undoubtedly poised to obliterate anyone who dared provoke him. The author notes, the preliminary rounds have concluded, and the lecherous sage is en route. The 1st and 2nd Hokage are also set to make their appearances. Chapter 81. The calm before the storm, however, to Maki's astonishment, Gaara surprisingly composed himself. The fighting ceased. The swirling sands gradually transformed into a gourd, which settled on Gaara's back as he turned away and exited the arena. The victor of the final match was Gaara. With all matches completed, the swift moonlight Kazekage ascended the platform to announce the results of the preliminaries. The list of ninjas who advanced is as follows: Uchiha Sasuke, Yamanaka Ino, Kankuro, Nara Shikamaru, Temari, Akimichi Chuji, Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Neji, and Gaara. Notably, due to the unexpected elimination of his formidable opponent TS by Kakashi, Chuji also managed to qualify. Out of 10 combatants, only 9 emerged victorious, as Sakura and Ino ultimately exhausted themselves, forfeiting their chance to contend in the final battle. Thus, these 9 must prepare diligently, for they are about to face an even grander stage. Moonlight Kazekage kindly reminded. The final examination is scheduled for 1 month hence, granting the candidates both a period of rest and an opportunity to analyze their adversaries and enhance their own abilities. Naruto clenched his fists resolutely, vowing to make the most of this month. He could not afford to squander it. He was eager to engage in a proper contest with Sasuke. With that, Naruto returned home. Kakashi, upon seeing Naruto, smiled with eyes shaped like crescent moons. Naruto, you performed admirably in today's examination. Tomorrow, I shall take you and Sakura out for a leisurely outing. Sure, Naruto replied enthusiastically. By the way, Kakashi-sensei, is Sasuke all right? Naruto inquired. Kakashi nodded reassuringly, rest assured. He is not in any serious danger. Although he was aware that at this moment, Kabuto harbored murderous intent towards Sasuke, Kakashi remained unfazed. Sasuke was currently resting in the Uchiha clan's territory. If one possessed the audacity, they could attempt to infiltrate. Just observe how Fugaku and Shursui would seize the opportunity to administer a thorough beating, teaching a lesson in humility. Lord Kakashi, since Naruto has returned, shall I begin preparing dinner? A voice called from the kitchen. Allow me to take over tonight, Haku. It has been quite some time since I last prepared a meal for you all. Kakashi stepped into the kitchen, taking over from Bai. Allow me to assist you. I gently tucked her long hair behind her ear, helping Kakashi prepare the ingredients. All right, I shall lend a hand as well. Naruto rolled up his sleeves and entered the kitchen, only to be promptly ushered out a moment later. You need to leave. Don't create chaos here, Kakashi said with disdain. Oh, Naruto pouted in frustration. This is utterly unfair. Kakashi longed for solitude with Lady Bai. In the kitchen, Bai observed Kakashi as he diligently prepared their meal, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She reminisced about the moments they had shared together during their time as companions. Initially, she had returned to the village with Kakashi solely to repay the debt of gratitude for his mercy, to reciprocate his kindness. However, as time passed in his company, she discovered that she had genuinely fallen for this gentle soul. Kakashi genuinely regards himself as a family member, a sentiment that she finds exceedingly comforting. In her heart, Kakashi's status is nearly on par with Zabuza. As night deepens, Naruto has already succumbed to slumber, snoring peacefully. Lying in bed, Kakashi senses a presence and, with a swift movement, appears atop the roof. Gazing at the familiar figure seated before him, Kakashi offers a faint smile. You've arrived, Shursui. The two sit side by side on the eaves, relishing this rare moment of companionship, neither feeling the need to speak. Shursui, now serving as the captain of the Umbu, seldom has the luxury to spend such leisurely time with Kakashi. After a considerable pause, Shursui stretches languidly and turns his gaze towards Kakashi. I have reinforced the Umbu's deployment in the village as you instructed. Are you certain that Mangekyō will take action against us? That is highly probable. Kakashi nodded, stating that, as expected, they would soon take action. Damn ambitious ones. Why can't they be content with peace? They insist on inciting war. The disdain in Shursui's eyes revealed his identity as a staunch pacifist. By the way, how is Sasuke faring? Shursui inquired. He is stabilized, and I've rewritten Orochimaru's curse mark. Eliminating all potential risks, Kakashi replied. That's good to hear, Shursui nodded. Itachi entrusted his brother to us. If anything were to happen, we would have no face to meet him again. The mention of Itachi brought a sense of nostalgia for their younger brother, casting a momentary heaviness over the atmosphere. After a brief silence, Kakashi broke the stillness. Speaking of which, Orochimaru must have been drawn to Sasuke after witnessing Itachi's Mangekyō Sharingan. Shursui responded, Ah, indeed. After sitting for a while longer, Shursui leaped down from the eaves. I'm leaving. There's no need to see me off. Kakashi rolled his eyes and swiftly returned to his room through the window. Who would want to escort you? Upon landing, Shursui stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. The author wishes to convey, today, the author is catching a train and finds it somewhat challenging to concentrate on the journey. Here is an update of a daily chapter for everyone. Tomorrow, upon reaching the hotel, the plot will continue to unfold. Chapter 82. The peculiar little routines have increased. The next day, at the entrance of the Uchiha Fugaku's residence, Kakashi gazed thoughtfully at the bouquet of flowers held by Naruto. Naruto, what is this? Naruto scratched his head and replied, Didn't we say this morning that we would visit Sasuke? I thought about it and decided to order him a bouquet. Kakashi remained silent for an extended period. I comprehend the rationale. Yet why did you order a bouquet of roses? Ah, is there an issue? Naruto gazed at Kakashi in confusion. I observed that Ino always chooses roses when she delivers flowers to Sasuke. Behind Kakashi, Haku could no longer contain his laughter. Covering his mouth in amusement, Kakashi smiled gently, assuring, no problem, that's splendid. Sasuke will surely be delighted to receive your flowers. Naruto raised the bouquet, glancing around, perplexed by the laughter shared between Kakashi and Makoto. The trio entered the residence of Fugaku, where they were greeted by Makoto Uchiha. As the head of the Konoha Police Department, Fugaku was seldom home during the day. Aunt Makoto, we've come to visit Sasuke, Kakashi stated. The late teacher shared a close bond with Makoto, and Kakashi occasionally interacted with her as well. Kakashi, please come in. Makoto exclaimed, her eyes brightening. It's been so long since I last saw you, especially after Kushina. She halted abruptly, her words trailing off. I hear you are now Sasuke's teacher. I appreciate your care for him. Ah, it's merely my duty, Kakashi waved dismissively. Makoto's gaze drifted past Kakashi to Naruto and Hinata. Little one. You must be Naruto, Sasuke's friend. He often speaks of you, she remarked with a warm smile. Yes, that's me. Hello, Auntie. Naruto responded, a hint of joy in his voice. Sasuke frequently mentions me? Is he praising me? Makoto nodded with a smile, yet Kakashi could discern, beneath her courteous demeanor, that Sasuke's words were likely not entirely flattering. And who might this be? Makoto inquired, glancing between Hinata and Kakashi, uncertainty evident in her tone. Is she your girlfriend, Kakashi? Hinata's cheeks flushed a soft crimson, and Kakashi appeared momentarily taken aback. Auntie, there is quite an age difference between us. You truly dare to say that? Naruto chimed in, quick-witted as ever. Aunt Makoto, Hinata isn't Kakashi's girlfriend. They merely share a residence. The room fell into an abrupt silence. On Kakashi's list of formidable opponents, besides Guy, another name has now been added. Aunt, how's Sasuke faring? Sasuke is here. Please follow me. Kakashi and Makoto, sharing an unspoken understanding, chose to dismiss the previous topic and proceeded to Sasuke's room. You two carry on. I shall not intrude, Makoto said, leading the others to Sasuke's chamber before turning to leave. Kakashi and I. Upon seeing Kakashi, Sasuke happily sat up from his bed, still feeling somewhat weak. He noticed a lack of strength in his legs, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Sasuke, these are flowers for you. Naruto stepped forward, presenting a bouquet of roses to Sasuke. Sasuke's mind momentarily faltered, instinctively cradling the flowers. He stood there in stunned silence. As he regained his composure and looked at the roses in his hands, a tremor coursed through him. That Naruto fellow, surely he must be unwell. Sasuke, who had barely managed to stand, suddenly felt his legs give way in frustration and knelt to the ground. At that moment, the door to Sasuke's room swung open. Everyone, come eat some fruit. I just sliced some, Makoto announced. Observing the scene before her, she nearly dropped the fruit platter she was holding. Her son, kneeling on the floor with a bouquet of roses in hand, was facing another young man. What thoughts could possibly occupy her mind in this moment? Sasuke's emotions were visibly tumultuous. Why do I say visibly? Because the Sharingan had activated. Sasuke was acutely aware of how dire the situation appeared. Why did Mother have to walk in at this very moment? He thought in despair. Yet, at that precise instant, Naruto inexplicably flushed a deep crimson. Sasuke felt his composure unraveling. Kakashi deftly steadied the plate in Makoto's hands. Aunt Makoto, things are not as they appear. Naruto and Sasuke are merely good friends, Kakashi elucidated. Naruto and Sasuke set aside their past grievances and fervently nodded in agreement. Makoto placed the fruit platter on the table and silently exited. Overwhelmed by the bewildering scene she had just witnessed, she needed a moment to gather her thoughts. Thus, the afternoon outing grew by one more participant. After all, Sasuke felt he could not face his mother for at least a month. He packed a small bag, intending to stay at Kakashi's home during this period, as he also planned to intensify his training. As they walked along, Kakashi suddenly turned his head, noticing an unusual addition to their group. Another one? Sasuke remarked. An unusual character? Shisui inquired. At the sound of Shisui's voice, the three were taken aback, Kakashi being the only one unperturbed. Aside from White, who had a vague sense of Shisui's presence, neither Sasuke nor Naruto had noticed when he had approached. Shisui, the three greeted. As Kakashi's close friend, Shisui was well known to Naruto and the others. Hello there. Shisui smiled warmly at them. What brings you here? Kakashi asked with curiosity. Shisui chuckled. The third Hokage assigned me a special mission, to protect Sasuke at all times until we confirm Orochimaru's departure from the village. The four settled in the center of the lawn, unable to dissuade Naruto from lying down. Kakashi cast a glance at Shisui. Perfect. I'll entrust Sasuke to you for this month. Strive to ensure he masters the body flicker technique before the exam. Shisui nodded. No problem. Leave it to me. Since childhood, Sasuke had diligently honed his physique, already possessing the physical prowess required to utilize the body flicker technique. During this period, Kakashi has been quite occupied. Although he appears engrossed in his reading, his mind is already meticulously charting the future trajectory for Sasuke. Your double Tomo Sharingan is now capable of supporting the use of Chidori, and when combined with the body flicker technique, you can undoubtedly dominate the battlefield of the Chuunin exams. As someone who has raised him since childhood, Sasuke has already mastered your unique technique, Chidori. However, utilizing it in a single Tomo state remains perilous, which is why Kakashi has consistently prohibited Sasuke from employing it until this very moment. Sasuke nodded, feeling a surge of excitement within. With Chidori in conjunction with the body flicker technique, he is certain he can sweep aside all adversaries. What of Gaara, Neji Hyuga, or Rock Lee? If he were to take the initiative, they would all be reduced to mere stepping stones. Body flicker technique. Nearby, Naruto leaped excitedly from the grass, positioning himself before Kakashi and Shisui. Is it like the broad-shouldered uncle who appears in various places in a flash? I want to learn too. Why do you want to learn the body flicker technique? Kakashi felt a sense of helplessness. Naruto was always eager to join in on the excitement. If only I could master the body flicker technique, who could possibly evade my 1,000 years of pain? Naruto's eyes sparkled with delight, as if he could already envision countless adversaries kneeling in agony before him. Kakashi, unable to endure any longer, delivered a swift kick that sent Naruto flying. How many ninjutsu have I taught you? And yet all you remember is the 1,000 years of pain. Have you mastered the Rasengan I taught you? Isn't the combination of the body flicker technique and the Rasengan delightful? All you can think of is the 1,000 years of pain? Kakashi expressed his inner fury through a direct trio of gestures. The author remarks, Chapter 84 continues to portray the peculiarities of everyday life. Kakashi's recent kick was quite powerful, and Naruto hurried back from a distance. Kakashi-sensei, what about me? This month, teach me some formidable techniques. Naruto opened his squinted eyes, declaring, I want to showcase the future Hokage's prowess in this match. Kakashi shook his head, saying, I have arranged for you to train with another teacher for the time being. Naruto pouted in defiance, I don't want anyone else. I only want my brother Kakashi. He added, just so you know, he is quite an extraordinary individual. In an effort to pique Naruto's interest, Kakashi remarked, all of my brother's teachers were taught by him. As anticipated, upon hearing Kakashi's description, Naruto's curiosity was instantly ignited. Kakashi, if your brother's teacher is so remarkable, where can I find my new mentor? I wish to commence my training immediately. There is but a month remaining, and I cannot afford to waste a single moment. Youth must not be squandered. Just then, Shirzue, who was sipping a beverage, began to cough. Ahem, Kakashi. Did you really allow that guy to take Naruto under his wing? Kakashi nodded gravely, acknowledging that was the most regrettable decision of my life. Within Naruto's cabinet, there still resides a set of green spandex attire. Kakashi glanced at Naruto and inquired, however, we have only just begun our outing. Shall we not indulge in some more play? Naruto readily agreed, sure. A few moments later, the outing came to a delightful conclusion. Naruto tugged at Kakashi's sleeve and asked, Brother Kakashi, where might I find that formidable teacher to guide me in my training? Kakashi gently touched his forehead protector, contemplating the passage of time. It seemed that Lord Jiraiya had arrived, yet he had not reached out to him, likely engaged in. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi confidently stated, You should venture near the hot springs in the village. If you encounter a suspicious white-haired man, that will be your new instructor. Naruto slowly responded with a puzzled expression. Oh, and one more thing, Kakashi advised. If you feel he is not putting in the effort to teach you, utilize the technique I taught you to give him a little surprise. The 1,000 years of death? Naruto instinctively inquired. Kakashi truly cannot comprehend how someone as astute as Teacher Minato could possibly have spawned a child as foolish as Naruto. Kakashi leaned closer to Naruto, whispering a few words. Ah, it's the seduction technique, Naruto exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Observing the peculiar gazes from Shirzue, Sasuke, and Haku, Kakashi rubbed his slightly aching brow. Well, I've grown accustomed to this feeling of being misunderstood by the world, let it be. Kakashi felt as though he had attained a state of tranquility akin to that of Shirzue. However, there was something amiss. After all, Kakashi, you have entrusted your disciples to others. What are you doing with yourself? Shirzue suddenly sensed the discord. Naruto, with a smirk, remarked, Isn't it obvious? He's either holed up in his room engrossed in books or cozying up with Lady Hanabi. It must be one of those. Naruto, why not forego returning home tonight and instead dedicate yourself to training outdoors? Kakashi chuckled coldly. For this month, Sasuke might as well stay in your house, sparing me the trouble of tidying up the new place. The wails of Naruto echoed for miles. No, please, Kakashi-sensei. Witnessing Sasuke's gloating and taunting grin, Naruto regretted his earlier choices. The author has a message. Dear readers, I'm still out here, but let us indulge in another chapter of daily life first. I'll return to writing for you soon. Chapter 85. The Advancing Naruto. The surviving gale. This was already the third hot spring pool. Where could that silver-haired old man Kakashi mentioned be? Unable to return home, what a torment it was. Sighing, Naruto continued toward the next hot spring. Upon reaching the fourth pool, he finally spotted a sneaky figure lurking in the corner. The wall was so white, and that scrubbing ball was enormous. The figure slithered and shifted its angle, murmuring incomprehensible words. Inspiration was bursting forth. Naruto scrutinized the figure before him. Silver hair, sneaky demeanor. Old man, this must be the one. Hey, are you my new teacher? Who exactly are you? Naruto called out to the figure. Good question. Jiraiya made a stylish turn and landed before Naruto, then tossed his flowing hair back and raised a hand, palm facing Naruto. I am the sage of Myaboka Mountain, known as the Toad Sage, at your service. Naruto's eyes twitched. Sage? Sage? He thought he was already quite unreliable, yet here was someone even more so. However, Kakashi-sensei had said he was formidable. Perhaps he should give training with him a try? Hey, perverted sage, when do we start training? Naruto squinted and asked. Training? Material gathering is far more important. Jiraiya completely ignored Naruto. Confused, Naruto inquired, material gathering? Ah, I am a dashing novelist. And I am merely gathering material for my next work. Jiraiya proudly pulled out a small risk book from his pocket, showing it to Naruto. No way. Gazing at the familiar cover, Naruto recalled the book that Kakashi-sensei never parted with. ISNT, this Kakashi-sensei's favorite book? He exclaimed in surprise. Haha. I gifted that book to Kakashi, and I never imagined he would like it so much. Jiraiya laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively at Naruto. You go wait over there for a moment. I just saw someone so fat, so thin, so fat. Why am I telling you all this? Just wait for me to finish gathering material first. Jiraiya turned away, ignoring Naruto. Just then, a sultry voice rang out. Perverted sage. The voice was utterly enchanting, sending shivers down Jiraiya's spine, causing him to soften completely. He turned to see a girl with an exquisite face, who was so fat, so thin, so fat. Sensei. Jiraiya felt a warmth in his nose, a red liquid trickling out. What an incredible technique. How did you come up with this? You are a genius. Naruto covered his face, chuckling lightly, moving his hand away from the crucial area, leaving Jiraiya wide-eyed. Not only that, Naruto licked his lips lightly and said, watch closely now. Perverted sage. Next, Naruto showcased every character he had ever portrayed during his academic discussions with Kakashi, utilizing all his skills. Jiraiya, now sprawled on the ground, gasped, no. I can't take it anymore. Jiraiya might well be the first in the village to witness the secrets of Konoha, and such a reaction was entirely normal. So, perverted sage, will you take me on as your disciple? Naruto leaned in close to Jiraiya's ear, blowing softly. Jiraiya felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His heart raced several beats faster. I agree, as long as you create a shadow clone and maintain this appearance every day. Jiraiya felt he had discovered a new world. With Naruto around, there was no need for him to laboriously gather material. He could fulfill all his fantasies effortlessly, and it was so within reach. At that moment, Naruto admired Kakashi immensely, thinking, Kakashi-sensei is truly the best. Indeed, as long as he employed this tactic, the perverted sage agreed to train him. Thus, Naruto embarked on a training journey with Jiraiya, who also discovered the simple and pure joys of being a man. As night deepened, the heavy darkness enveloped like an unyielding block of ink. Kakashi sat atop the rooftop, diligently polishing the gleaming blade of his white-toothed knife. On this moonless night, fraught with peril and violence, he secured the knife upon his back and leapt from the rooftop. Not far away, Moonlight Gale was racing forward with great haste. Cursed fate. Had he been discovered? As he vaulted over several rooftops, he glanced back and was alarmed to see Maki drawing ever closer. There was no escape. Perhaps it was better to halt and counterattack. With a swift motion, he unleashed the Leaf Village's sword technique, Dance of the Crescent Moon. Two shadow clones emerged behind Moonlight Gale, swiftly teleporting to Maki's front. His blade struck with precision, targeting Maki's vital points from the left, above, and right. Yet to his astonishment, his strikes failed to inflict any harm upon Maki. Your technique is indeed sharp, esteemed examiner, but it pales in comparison to my blade of wind. Maki scoffed, his confidence unwavering. By the rules of the Hokage's turn-based combat, he was poised to claim the life of Moonlight Gale with his next strike. Gale's eyes widened in horror as he cast a glance behind Maki, as if sensing a terrifying presence lurking there. Maki sneered. Surely you can't be so naive as to think such trifles could deceive me? On this moonless night, apart from myself and Orochimaru, who else could possibly know of your presence here? Suddenly, Maki felt a jolt of disbelief as he gazed down at the gaping wound carved by lightning in his chest. Before collapsing in shock, Kakashi glanced at his hands and nodded to himself. He had just concealed his presence using natural energy, and with Maki's attention focused solely on Shurfong, he successfully executed a surprise attack. However, why did this scene feel oddly familiar? My apologies, Obito. Lord Kakashi, your arrival is most timely. Shurfong looked at Kakashi with gratitude. Had it not been for Lord Kakashi, he might never see Chien again, though in truth, death would still allow for a reunion. I just encountered Kabuto and Maki conspiring about matters detrimental to Konoha. Shurfong exclaimed excitedly. Shurfong, we should not linger here. Let us proceed to the Hokage's office. Kakashi responded. The The circumstances have been peculiar lately, and the third Hokage has been residing almost continuously in the Hokage's office. What about this place? Shifeng inquired uncertainly. Fear not, just leave it to me. I am well versed in erasing traces. Kakashi offered a gentle smile to Shifeng. Realizing this, Shifeng acknowledged that Kakashi was indeed an expert in this regard. He swiftly made his way towards the Hokage's office, eager to relay his observations from the evening to the third Hokage. Chapter 86, Reactions from All Sides. Maki was the master of Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. Known for his formidable strength and exceptional leadership skills, making him an indispensable pillar of Mangekyō. Following the death of the fourth Kazekage, it was he who advocated for his student Gaara to ascend as the fifth Kazekage, despite opposition. To have such a person perish by his own hand was simply exhilarating. I have slain a true elite. The warmongers from other villages, one by one, fell before me. Fire release, wind release, earth release, water release. With a series of seamless techniques, he handled the scene with satisfaction, dusting off his clothes before hastening towards the Hokage's office. He pondered whether Maki's demise would affect Mangekyō's offensive plans. Nonetheless, Kakashi believed it would not be cancelled, especially with Orochimaru lurking in the shadows, a figure not easily deterred. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. Shifeng, are you suggesting that Mangekyō and Otogekyō are conspiring to launch an attack against us, Konoha? Shifeng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Lord Third, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Kabuto is likely a spy sent by Otogekyō, and Maki from Mangekyō was responsible for the rendezvous, being the leading jonin for this mission. I nearly fell victim to him. But fortunately, Lord Kakashi arrived just in time, Shifeng added. The third Hokage then turned his gaze towards the slightly lethargic Kakashi. Is this so, Kakashi? Kakashi leaned against the wall and nodded slightly. Not only that, Lord Third, but I suspect that Orochimaru's shadow looms behind this. The third Hokage furrowed his brow in concern. What is this treacherous disciple planning? First, he attacked the village's students during the exams, and now he is colluding with the Sand Village. Does he intend to annihilate Konoha? He paused for a moment and then inquired, by the way, hasn't Jiraiya returned? Indeed, Lord Third, came the response. Kakashi silently scoffed to himself. You are well aware that Lord Jiraiya has returned. Why must you inquire once more? The third Hokage continued. Do you believe that Jiraiya will assist us in confronting Orochimaru? Kakashi shook his head, asserting that Jiraiya would indeed refrain from intervening unless absolutely necessary. The third Hokage sighed. You may leave for now. I must confer with Danzo. Yes. Lord Third. The two departed the Hokage's office side by side. By the way, Shifeng, I found your sword technique quite impressive just now, so I took the liberty of copying it. I hope you don't mind, Kakashi inquired. Shifeng was momentarily taken aback, then replied sincerely, not at all. I owe you my life, and I cannot express my gratitude enough. I must return now, Lord Kakashi, to assure Shien of my safety. Kakashi gently patted Shifeng's shoulder. Speaking earnestly, Shifeng, it's not that I am criticizing you, but do take better care of your health. Your talent is exceptional. Do not let it go to waste so easily. Women will only hinder your speed in drawing your sword. As he spoke, Kakashi reminisced about the days spent with young Giant Pain and Haruno Sakura at the border base, recalling how he had inadvertently brushed against Sakura's small hand, which had inexplicably doubled Giant Pain's speed in drawing his sword. Thus, it seemed true that women could indeed affect one's swiftness. Shifeng, slightly embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly, feeling out of place amidst the camaraderie of this close-knit group, being someone enamored with love. Meanwhile, on the other side of Konoha, Yakushi Kabuto knelt before Orochimaru, a sly expression on his face. Lord Orochimaru, I have yet to hear from Maki. He may have been dealt with by Konoha, potentially stalling our plans. He continued, but does it truly matter? The third Hokage is already aware of my presence in the village, and whether Maki is alive or dead bears no influence on our forthcoming endeavors. Ultimately, it's merely a game. Victory or defeat is inconsequential, as long as the process brings me joy. Orochimaru hissed, revealing his true thoughts only to himself. Kabuto lowered his head, concealing his expression in shadow, increasingly bewildered by the enigmatic man before him. At the location of the Mangekyō delegation, Temari and Kankuro listened to the roars and screams emanating from Gaara's room, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Why hasn't Maki-sensei returned yet? Is Gaara truly alright? Temari expressed her concern. Kankuro's gaze flickered. Could it be that the person Maki-sensei is meeting today is problematic? Or perhaps Konoha has discovered our plans? Temari shook her head. If Konoha had indeed uncovered our intentions, we would have long been surrounded by their umbu. True, then let us wait a little longer, Kankuro replied, anxiety creeping into his demeanor. Yet, Gaara's condition grows increasingly unstable. I wonder if he can hold on until the day of the plan. Chapter 87. The third exam, damn it. You truly possess no talent at all. What on earth is this little tadpole? Jiraiya erupted in exasperation. Look closely, pervy sage. This time, the tadpole I summoned has 2 extra legs compared to last time. Naruto pointed at the small tadpoles on the ground. That's the result of their own hard work, not yours. If you don't take this seriously, I won't help you anymore. Naruto sighed in resignation, realizing he had to resort to that technique. Hey, pervy sage, a gentle voice called from behind Jiraiya. As the alluring Naruto appeared, wrapping her arms around him and whispering softly in his ear, could you please be a little patient with Naruto? Immediately, Jiraiya softened. All right. Kid, let me think of a solution for you. Moments later, a gigantic toad leaped into the air. A small figure perched atop its head. Sasuke, in the midst of his training, sensed something and turned his gaze towards the direction of Naruto. This is bad, Itachi. Naruto is in danger. I must go save him. Sasuke exclaimed, alarmed. Itachi glanced at the familiar toad and understood the situation, firmly holding Sasuke back. That is Lord Jiraiya's summoning beast. It's likely a form of training. There is no need for concern. Continue your practice. Oh, Sasuke resumed his training in body flicker technique, though he felt a twinge of discomfort, missing Naruto and sensing something peculiar about their prolonged absence. Today, we shall have an outdoor history lesson. Iruka addressed the youthful students, pointing towards the Hokage rock above. As you can see, from left to right, we have the first, second, third, and fourth Hokage. Konohamaru chuckled below. Grandpa's hairline has changed so much compared to the Hokage rock. A student beside him raised a hand. Teacher, who do you think will be the 5th Hokage? Iruka pondered for a moment, then broke into a silly grin, reminiscent of Naruto. That is still undecided. Perhaps the 5th Hokage could even be me. It's good to lighten the atmosphere with some jokes in class. Iruka, the 3rd Hokage, chimed in with a smile. Ah, Grandpa, what brings you here? Konohamaru inquired. The 3rd Hokage chuckled. I came to see my Hokage rock. You arrived just in time. Please come over. Iruka urged, recovering from his earlier embarrassment. The 3rd Hokage stood beside Iruka, who pointed towards him, saying, This is the 3rd Hokage, revered as the strongest Hokage in history. Cough, Iruka. Do not speak in the past tense, the 3rd Hokage interjected. Yes, my apologies. He looked at the youthful faces before him, his previously agitated mood softening. Unlike me, you are all still young and can choose your own paths. However, no matter which path you take, you must protect your most important people. For me, everyone in the village is paramount. After saying this, the 3rd Hokage gazed up at the 4th Hokage's monument. Konoha, you thought the same back then, didn't you? The final exam of the Chuunin selection took place within a grand cylindrical structure. The arena was situated in the desolate lowest level, filled with spectators in the upper tiers, creating a cacophony of voices. The 3rd Hokage and the 4th Kazekage occupied the best vantage point. It's been a while, Kazekage. The journey must have been taxing. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. Indeed, it has been a long time. Hokage, you seem to have aged a bit more. Perhaps it is time to consider an heir? The Kazekage's tone was peculiar. Sarutobi laughed heartily, perhaps, but do not regard me as an old man just yet. I still wish to serve for another 5 years. The two lapsed into silence, an air of tension enveloping them. Ah, it's time to enter. I'm feeling quite nervous. Naruto stood outside, trying to steady his breathing. Where's Sasuke? Why is he so late? He spotted Sasuke approaching, hands tucked into his pockets, exuding coolness. Sasuke, Naruto, I'm here to cheer for you. Sakura waved from a distance, clutching a bouquet of flowers. That is for Sasuke. Naruto. The two boys, already filled with each other's presence, scarcely noticed Sakura anymore. I'll be waiting for you in the final showdown. Don't lose too early, Sasuke said, filled with enthusiasm. Naruto chuckled. That is something I should say, this time. I will definitely defeat you. Sakura hesitated beside the two who were nearly glued together. Was there still a need for her to approach? After a moment's thought, she resolved to cheer them on. You both must give it your all. Carry my spirit along with yours and strive to become Chuunin, she exclaimed. Thank you, Sakura. The duo finally became aware of her presence, turning to face her, their expressions shifting dramatically. Hana. Sasuke, astounded, glanced at the flower in Sakura's hand, then exchanged a knowing look with Naruto. With a heavy heart, Naruto nodded affirmatively, saying a flower. Sakura was bewildered by their strange behavior. What was going on? Okayasan is here today too. Sasuke began to sweat profusely. Sakura, I appreciate your kind gesture, but such a beautiful flower is better kept by you. This was the first time Sakura had heard Sasuke speak to her like that, and she felt a rush of excitement. I specially picked these flowers for you too. Please accept them, she insisted, feeling shy about admitting they were meant for Sasuke alone, and included Naruto as an afterthought. Specifically for us? Then I certainly can't accept it. Sasuke exclaimed in horror. Sakura, listen to me. I'm about to compete soon. I'm giving you this bouquet because you look truly beautiful today. Sakura's heart raced. Was Sasuke confessing to her? How embarrassing it was to be in front of so many people. In the meantime, Ino, witnessing this scene, felt as if she might shatter her teeth from clenching them. If only she had given Sakura those flowers that morning. The 9 candidates passed through the grand gates, entering their battlefield. Even Sasuke felt a twinge of nervousness as he surveyed the sea of spectators. The examiner, Moonlight Breeze, entered the arena, although the venue was different. The rules of the match remained the same as in the preliminaries. The contest would only end upon the death or surrender of one side. Let the match begin. The first bout, Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Neji. The author notes that this chapter grants some spotlight to the third Hokage, marking a poignant farewell to the aging shinobi. Oh, why did Naruto have to face the strongest opponent? Sakura lamented. Strongest? Huh. Apart from me, no one here can rival Naruto. Not even that Gaara, Sasuke declared confidently. Is Naruto-kun really that strong? Ino asked softly, her voice laced with doubt. As Akimichi Choji munched on chips, he remarked, I can't believe that idiot Naruto could possibly defeat Neji. Regardless of the reactions outside the arena, the two opponents inside locked eyes, their gazes igniting with intensity. Without further ado, they charged towards each other. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals while running, perfectly concealing his real self among the clones. Neji's veins bulged as he activated his Byakugan to its fullest extent. However, to him, all the Narutos appeared indistinguishable, spreading chakra evenly among the clones. Neji quickly grasped Naruto's trick. Remaining calm, he abruptly halted, opting for a defensive stance. Just clones. I can easily dispel them, he thought, observing Naruto's clones circling him. Shuriken. The clones encircled Neji and, in unison, hurled shurikens at him. Countless shurikens flew at precise angles, sealing off all of Neji's escape routes. While several clones lunged forward. Who would have thought you'd be such a nuisance? But this is where it ends. 8 trigrams. Neji released a torrent of chakra, spinning like a top. Clink, clink, clink. All incoming shurikens were deflected, and as the clones collided with Neji's chakra barrier, they vanished into smoke. Humph. Neji scoffed, charging at Naruto without allowing him a moment to react. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Neji's hands moved with blinding speed, striking at Naruto's chakra points. Too fast. Naruto gasped, retreating rapidly, but he was no match for Neji's speed. The 8 trigrams struck home, landing heavily on Naruto. Poof. The Naruto before him dissipated into smoke. It turned out the real Naruto had transformed into a shuriken during the attack, blending in with the others on the ground. 1,000 years of pain. Naruto surged toward Neji, oblivious to the cold smirk on Neji's face. What a fool. Doesn't he know Byakugan can see behind him? Sasuke sighed, staring skyward. Kakashi sighed softly, returning his gaze to the book before him. Suddenly, Neji's hand struck decisively at Naruto's chakra point, sealing his chakra and causing him to collapse to the ground. Surrender. Neji coldly declared. The talents one possesses are innate. Everything about us is predetermined from birth. Just like me. Just like my father. He looked down at Naruto with disdain. You cannot defeat me, and you will never become Hokage. Face the reality. There is only one fate that is fair for us. And that is death. No. Naruto gritted his teeth, summoning the strength to rise from the ground. I refuse to accept your words. Fate exists to be challenged. Youth is meant to be ignited. With determination, Naruto straightened his body and began to form hand seals. Neji shook his head dismissively. It's futile. Your chakra is sealed. Everything you do is in vain. Yet, Naruto remained undeterred, his gaze resolute. I will prove to you through my efforts that fate can be altered. Naruto's spirit plunged into the realm of the Nine-Tails seal. Hey, you wretched fox, lend me some power. The Nine-Tails, somewhat exasperated, scoffed. Aren't you supposed to rely on your own efforts? With a flick of its paw, a torrent of formidable chakra surged into Naruto's veins. A visible red mist enveloped Naruto. as the seals on his chakra pathways were violently shattered by the Nine-Tails' ferocious energy. Impossible. This power. Niji's Byakugan, sharper than anyone else's present, recognized the magnitude of that strength. He was once again overwhelmed by the same sense of helplessness he had felt in his childhood. The third Hokage, watching from the stands, was taken aback. Could Naruto really manipulate a portion of the Nine-Tails chakra now? Jiraiya truly excelled in teaching his students, far surpassing his own master. The Nine-Tails' overwhelming chakra filled Naruto's being, and he urgently sought an outlet for this unleashed energy. I will strike. The blazing chakra surged from Naruto's fist towards Niji. Niji's expression shifted dramatically. He felt like a fragile boat amidst raging waves, on the verge of being engulfed. Rotation. Niji reacted swiftly, but his famed defense faltered against the overpowering might of the Nine-Tails. He was sent flying through the air. No, it can't be. Has Naruto truly become this strong? Ino gasped, unable to believe her eyes. Well done, Naruto. Shikamaru grinned faintly. Sasuke's lips curled slightly. He was indeed a worthy rival, demonstrating commendable prowess. Sakura felt a mix of emotions, elated for Naruto's victory yet troubled by the disparity in their progress over the past month. Her melancholy was interrupted by two figures clad in green spandex. Guy-sensei, I feel my youth returning, Lee exclaimed, embracing Guy, tears of joy streaming down his face. Guy, equally choked up, replied, this is the essence of youth. Once the match concludes, let us run 500 laps with the fervor of youth. Sakura felt as though she had forgotten how to feel sorrow, redirecting her attention back to the arena. She watched as Naruto approached Niji, extending a hand before the latter's bewildered gaze. I told you, I will prove with my efforts that fate can be changed. Naruto's eyes sparkled with sincerity, though he secretly grappled with a flicker of uncertainty. Niji stared at the outstretched hand, momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he grasped Naruto's hand firmly and uttered in a barely audible tone, then I shall await your proof. Even the examiner, Yujito, did not anticipate Naruto's victory. Inhaling deeply before announcing, the winner of this match is Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 89, Shikamaru's Wife. Sasuke arrives. It was unexpected that the usually taciturn Naruto could sway someone like Niji. Sakura had heard Naruto's fervent shout and witnessed the moment Niji finally clasped Naruto's hand. Kakashi was taken aback. Naruto? Not eloquent? Did he also believe that Sasuke was modest and humble? Did he think he had nearly caught up with the two of them? On the arena, Moonlight Gale waved his hand, beginning to draw the next group of contestants. In the second match, Kankuro faced off against Akimichi Choji. Kankuro's expression shifted. Teacher Maki had yet to make an appearance. He wondered if something had gone amiss and decided it was prudent to conserve his strength. Everything must adhere to the plan. I forfeit, Kankuro declared. What's this kid up to? How disappointing. The audience erupted in boos, yet Kankuro remained unfazed, leaving the arena in silence. Choji was slightly bewildered. Did this mean he won? However, the Chuunin exams were not merely about who triumphed, but rather the brilliance displayed during the matches. Thus, Choji paid little heed to this unearned victory. He returned upstairs to join his fellow competitors, opening a bag of chips and munching heartily. On the arena, Moonlight Gale once again drew the next round of matchups. The subsequent match would feature Temari against Nara Shikamaru. Temari gracefully leaped onto the arena. In stark contrast to her enthusiasm, Shikamaru appeared somewhat sluggish. Reluctantly, he ambled to the arena, gazing at the clouds overhead, letting out a sigh. Ah, how lovely the clouds are, so free. Seeing Shikamaru's dismissive demeanor, Temari's chest heaved with indignation as she unsheathed her iron fan. What kind of foolish expression is that? How dare you underestimate me? Shikamaru, bewildered, glanced around, his eyes darting between the arena and Temari, conjuring over 100 strategies to defeat her. However, he muttered, what a hassle. Ultimately, he resolved to take things a bit more seriously. After all, if his performance were too poor, he would have to face Asuma's reprimands upon returning, which was an even greater bother. In the stands, Ino shouted enthusiastically, Go, Shikamaru. Choji continued to munch on snacks, showing no inclination to support Shikamaru. Ino, save your breath. That guy will probably give up soon because he finds it too troublesome. No way. Ino's enthusiasm waned as she realized the truth of Shikamaru's nature. Shikamaru stood motionless in the arena, causing the spectators to grow restless. Fight. What are you waiting for? What are you doing? Get on with it. Shikamaru finally moved. But it was merely a feigned attack. However, Temari, having lost her patience, launched a fierce offensive. Wind release. Great sickle weasel. Streams of chakra infused the wind. forming razor-sharp blades that sliced toward Shikamaru. Temari's ninjutsu boasted an extensive range and prolonged duration, yet Shikamaru skillfully evaded her assaults at the critical moment, inciting Temari's frustration. He continued to retreat while employing clever misdirection until he finally ensnared Temari with the shadow imitation technique. This kid has some skills, Shikamaru thought. The Naruto clan was indeed formidable. It seemed wise to commission more tasks from the village hidden in the leaves in the future. Meanwhile, the Sand Village's combatants appeared lackluster. One avoiding battle and the other unable to compete. It seemed they were lacking. Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim, truly, a genius with an IQ of 200. Even if I were to devise a strategy, I doubt I could surpass him. However, to everyone's astonishment, Shikamaru chose to concede. My chakra has been completely depleted. I forfeit. He stated flatly before turning and making his way towards the spectator stands, leaving Temari standing there, her expression a mixture of complexity. See, I told you so, CHG remarked, his demeanor one of certainty, for he knew his good friend all too well. Kakashi was uncertain whether Shikamaru truly had no chakra left. But if he were to speculate, he would confidently assert that Shikamaru had simply deemed the situation too troublesome to continue. After all, he had already showcased his abilities. And there was no need to prolong the match. Fighting through each round would indeed be a hassle. In the role of a Chuunin, one often bears the responsibility of decision-making, and in this regard, Shikamaru appeared more promising than the previous Naruto. I declare the victor of this match to be Temari, Moonlight Gale announced, glancing at the list in his hand and taking a deep breath before proclaiming, next up, Sasuke versus Gaara. The stands erupted into a cacophony of excitement, with many cheering, including several feudal lords and numerous ninja leaders. At long last, the Uchiha and that brat from Mangekyō are facing off. That's what I came to see. Who do you think will win? It must be the Uchiha. He possesses that wicked and formidable bloodline. I beg to differ. The Mangekyō lad may have the upper hand. Indeed, many had come solely for the spectacle of their confrontation. TCH. Shikamaru scoffed. My role is merely to set the stage. Kakashi, likewise positioned in the stands, appeared engrossed in a book, yet was attentively observing his surroundings. After all, in his memory, the war had commenced with the clash between these two. Despite having already informed Lord Hokage, why are there still so few Umbu members present at the venue? Kakashi murmured. Before we ascertain the enemy's intentions, the main areas of the village require personnel, Guy replied, standing before him. Kakashi nodded, uncertain of the impact he might have, and thus hesitated to concentrate all his resources in one place. While he could not afford to be complacent, his attention was drawn to the ongoing match. Kai offered a faint smile, his pearly white teeth glimmering. Kakashi, I shall thoroughly assess the fruits of your teachings through this contest, for you are my eternal rival. Kakashi shifted his gaze away from the book. Did you just speak? Kai exclaimed, cradling his head in despair. Kakashi, why do you always treat me this way? On the arena, the moonlight swiftly retreated, leaving the stage to the two contenders. Sasuke and Gaara exchanged glances, both unable to suppress their derisive laughter. After laughing for a solid half-minute, Gaara suddenly covered his cheek with one hand, sand continuously pouring from the gourd on his back. Mother, do not worry. I shall feed this fellow to you shortly. His blood must be delectable. Chapter 90. Complex Emotions. What nonsense is this guy spouting? Sasuke furrowed his brow, observing the somewhat deranged Gaara before gently shaking his ankle, causing his entire being to vanish from sight. Such speed. He is not at all slower than Lee. Kai in the stands was somewhat astonished. The cultivation of physical skills is no trivial endeavor, indicating that Sasuke must have honed his body from a young age. However, relying solely on taijutsu may not suffice to harm Gaara. Kai's brows furrowed. But upon seeing Kakashi's composed demeanor, he felt reassured. Sasuke's speed was astonishing, visible only as fleeting afterimages to the untrained eye, frequently appearing beside Gaara to launch attacks. The sand was utterly incapable of keeping pace with Sasuke's velocity, prompting Gaara to shield himself entirely. Desert Wave. A storm of yellow sand instantaneously formed a protective barrier, enveloping Gaara completely. He began to weave hand signs, preparing to unleash a fierce assault on Sasuke. TCH, hiding, are we? Let us see how you fare against this. Sasuke observed the sandy shell before him and began forming hand signs. Chidori. The sound of chirping birds filled the air as Sasuke's left hand, crackling with electricity, surged toward Gaara. At that moment, his left hand transformed into a sharp blade, cleaving through the surroundings and leaving a deep chasm in its wake. Amidst the flickering lightning, Gaara's defenses crumbled like paper, as Sasuke plunged deep into his form. Blood! My blood! Gaara cried, watching the droplets fall, descending into madness once more. With such intense emotional upheaval, the colossal arm of Shikaku emerged, reaching out to grasp Sasuke with great force. Taken aback, Sasuke flickered aside. Through the hole created by Chidori, he glimpsed a terrifying gaze. That was definitely not Gaara. What on earth is this? In the stands, a masked figure clad in black began to weave hand signs. Nirvana technique. However, at that moment, a hand clasped around his own. What are you up to? Startled by Kakashi's smile, Kabuto realized that Kakashi had noticed him. Without hesitation, Kabuto vanished into the distance. Attack! Numerous sound shinobi surged forward, positioning themselves between Kakashi and Kabuto. Kakashi addressed the umbu concealed within the crowd, instructing, "You few, provide cover for the audience's exit. These adversaries are mine and guys to handle." Kakashi-sensei, what on earth is happening? Sakura exclaimed. Ah, this group intends to invade Konohagakure. With a swift motion, he sent one of the sound ninja flying, then turned to the assembled young warriors of Konoha behind him. We are at a critical juncture that threatens the very existence of our village. I am assigning you a task. A task? Ino inquired. A task, Lee exclaimed. His youthful spirit ignited once more. What a hassle. Shikamaru sighed, rubbing his forehead. Kakashi cast a glance at the arena, noticing that Kanjuro and Temari had vanished with Gaara at some point. Tsukuyami and Kaze were obstructed by 3 sound ninjas, while Sasuke was nowhere to be found, seemingly pursuing Gaara. Currently, Konoha was thoroughly prepared, with the majority of adversaries ensnared within the village. The young ones were also more numerous and formidable than he had remembered, alleviating any concerns for their safety. It would indeed be beneficial to allow them some experience. Indeed, you few should go and support Sasuke in his pursuit of Gaara. Kakashi began forming hand seals. Summoning technique. A cloud of smoke dissipated, revealing a ninja dog before the young ones. This is Pakin. He will assist you in tracking. Now, disperse. After Kakashi finished speaking, he charged towards another enemy. The young ninjas exchanged glances and, with Parker's assistance, hurried towards the outskirts of the village. Yoshi, let us go. Naruto boldly led the way. Hey, wait for me. Let me take the lead. Parker exclaimed, flabbergasted. The sound ninjas on the stands were no match for Kakashi and Guy. Guy delivered a powerful punch to the last sound ninja. The sound ninja looked astonished, exclaiming, how is it possible to be this fast? Guy smiled with confidence. Not only fast, but also incredibly strong. With a swift, forceful strike, the sound ninja was violently propelled against the wall, becoming trapped within it and groaning helplessly. Kakashi and Guy exchanged a glance. Guy, you should assist Shippu in eliminating the remaining sound shinobi. I will check on Lord Hokage, Kakashi stated. Go, Kakashi. And be sure to take care of yourself. I shall await your return. Guy replied. Kakashi nodded and swiftly made his way towards the position of the 3rd Hokage. During his hurried journey, he occasionally glanced downwards. The enemy's assault had been entirely suppressed, inflicting minimal damage upon the village. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. A figure concealed in the shadows emerged behind several sand shinobi, and in an instant, a terrifying high-pressure wind sphere crushed their bodies into pancake-like forms. After dispatching the immediate foes, the figure lifted its head and gave Kakashi a slight nod. Quickly assist Hizashi. I fear he may not manage alone. Kakashi gazed at Danzo before him, unable to suppress a sigh. Everything was for the sake of the village. With Danzo overseeing matters within the village, there was no cause for concern. The formidable snake summoned from beyond the village would be dealt with by Lord Jiraiya, leaving only the 3rd Hokage to contend with. Kakashi's feet moved swiftly, gliding over one rooftop after another, until he soon beheld the figures of the 3rd Hokage and Orochimaru locked in confrontation. For sound shinobi had already positioned themselves at each corner, poised to unleash their barrier. Kakashi should have swiftly dashed into the barrier, yet for reasons unknown, his steps faltered. The 3rd Hokage, sensing something amiss, cast a glance in Kakashi's direction. Their eyes met, and he gently shook his head, his lips moving silently as he uttered a phrase. Observing the 3rd's lip movements, Kakashi's expression grew complex, and he gave a slight nod in response. The 3rd Hokage visibly relaxed, as if shedding a heavy burden, allowing the 4 sound ninja to envelop himself and Orochimaru within their barrier. To his astonishment, he had the opportunity to see his esteemed teacher. Sarutobi, this journey had not been in vain. Orochimaru licked his lips, somewhat surprised by the 3rd's earlier words. Humph, I should never have let you go. The current assault on the village is entirely my fault. Now let me atone for it. Witnessing his former disciple's transformation into his current self, Sarutobi felt a tumult of emotions. Meanwhile, the eternal seeker of life, Orochimaru, gazed at his teacher's aging form, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his heart. Was Orochimaru's true objective the destruction of Konoha? If so, why then had he chosen to eliminate the already allied Kazekage? What sinister intentions lay within Orochimaru? He merely wished for his teacher's life to have a fulfilling conclusion. Dying in battle is the true destiny of a Hokage. Chapter 91. The Third Hokage's Realization. Teacher Sarutobi, I know you are unwilling to perish quietly in the position of Hokage. Allow me to liberate you. With the witness of Mangekyō, your death would be immortalized in the ninja world, akin to that of the first and second Hokage. Suddenly, Orochimaru began to display a variety of peculiar jutsu, the names of which only he could articulate. Orochimaru, you remain unchanged, utterly unlikable, the third Hokage retorted, blocking an incoming serpent and tearing off his Hokage cloak to reveal the hidden armor beneath. Don't say that. Isn't it said that the more troublesome students are the most endearing? Orochimaru coldly scrutinized the battle armor adorning the third Hokage. It seemed Sarutobi had anticipated his own fate. Ignoring his rebellious former pupil, the third Hokage swiftly formed hand seals. Doton, Tsurage, Katon, Atri, Doton, Doran. A massive earthen dragon had emerged from the rooftop, unleashing torrents of mud that blotted out the sky, surging toward Orochimaru. Simultaneously, the fire dragon that erupted from the third's mouth roared as it merged with the mud flow, forming a searing sludge that bore down upon Orochimaru. Kakashi, with a complex expression, turned away, unable to bear to watch any longer. After all, he had foreseen the outcome of this battle. Reappearing in the village, Kakashi coldly reaped the lives of one enemy after another. As if only through slaughter could he quell the intense emotional turmoil within him. Hey, Kakashi, Shursui called out after swiftly dispatching an enemy and moving to greet him. However, Kakashi did not even glance in his direction, continuing his relentless assault ahead. What has gotten into him? Shursui scratched his head, joining the one-sided battle once more. The Sand and Sound Ninja could not hold out much longer. Within the Four Flames Yang formation, Orochimaru sneered, then perhaps we should cease our play. I shall not show mercy simply because you have grown forgetful, Sensei, just as I desire. I will evaluate your ninjutsu and decide whether you require a return to the Ninja Academy for further instruction, the third Hokage replied. Teacher, this is a special gift I have prepared for you. You must accept it. Orochimaru clasped his hands together, summoning jutsu, impure world reincarnation. The sight of the emerging coffins startled the third Hokage. He realized he must prevent the third coffin from manifesting. Through his efforts, the third coffin gradually faded from existence. First Hokage, second Hokage. Orochimaru, how dare you toy with the dead? The third Hokage was genuinely enraged this time. Summoning jutsu, King of the Monkeys, Enma. A white-furred monkey appeared on the battlefield, prompting a cold smile from Orochimaru. It seems we have a troublesome guest. Enma surveyed the surroundings, lamenting, how pitiful, Sarutobi. It is your fault for not having slain him when you had the chance. I am about to take action now. Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, staff, come. Enma instantly transformed into the diamond staff, landing in Sarutobi Hiruzen's grasp, who charged towards Orochimaru with a fierce shout. As Sarutobi Hiruzen grew more emboldened in battle, he was thoroughly suppressed by Orochimaru with the assistance of the first and second Hokage. Fire release, fire dragon flame bomb. Violent fire chakra coalesced in the air, and the searing flames danced like a frenzied dragon. Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed 3 fire dragons from different directions towards Orochimaru, only for them to be halted midway by the second Hokage. Water release, water surge wave. The second Hokage formed a hand seal, and a torrent of water surged forth like a waterfall, engulfing the 3 fire dragons entirely. The third Hokage chuckled ruefully. To summon such astonishing water techniques in a place devoid of water, you truly are a remarkable teacher. Just as the third Hokage mused, the first Hokage clapped his hands together. Would release secret technique, birth of the world of trees. Countless trees sprang forth from the ground, instantly filling the barrier and enveloping Sarutobi Hiruzen. Diamond wall. The third Hokage hurled the diamond staff forward, which multiplied in an instant, forming a protective shield that encased Sarutobi Hiruzen, barely blocking the first Hokage's would release. The third Hokage closed his eyes and sighed. The current predicament was a consequence of his own navet. To atone, let me bury you with my own hands. The third Hokage opened his eyes, determination gleaming within. Alas, it is already too late, Sensei, Orochimaru intoned, as the second Hokage began to form seals once more. Illusion technique. Dark arts. Countless shadows emanated from Tobirama Senju, rapidly expanding in all directions, enveloping Sarutobi Hiruzen in an endless darkness within moments. Familiar faces flashed through Hiruzen's mind, and despite his dwindling chakra, he suddenly felt invigorated. I cannot fall now. There are those I must protect. Sealing technique. Corpse demon. Sealing complete. Chapter 92. The hero's twilight, a spectral and terrifying figure, seemed to transcend time itself. It bore 2 horns, a grotesque visage, and a flowing white robe reminiscent of a soul-reaping banner. The figure appeared behind the third Hokage, its greedy gaze fixated upon the mortals below, licking its lips in anticipation. At that moment, Kakashi sensed something amiss and turned his gaze towards the third Hokage, catching a glimpse of the Grim Reaper's shadow. Kakashi remained silent, his ability to perceive the Grim Reaper's visage eliciting no surprise. After all, he was accustomed to the myriad peculiarities that enveloped him. However, the third Hokage still resorted to that technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed hand seals, and instantly, 2 clones appeared, each with a stern demeanor, fixating their gaze upon the encroaching darkness. Caught you. The 3 Sarutobi Hiruzen simultaneously restrained the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Orochimaru. The Reaper's arm, using Hiruzen's sacrificed body as a conduit, descended from his chest into this realm, seizing the souls of the 3. Forgive me, monkey, for burdening you. The souls of the first and second Hokage were tinged with remorse as they were escorted to another world by the Reaper. Hiruzen regarded them with a profound sense of guilt. He had utterly failed to live up to his mentor's expectations, and Konoha had not flourished under his stewardship. The 2 successors he had painstakingly nurtured had met tragic fates. One perished young while sealing the Nine Tails, and the other, a child he had raised, now stood against Konoha. Reflecting on it, he realized he bore shared responsibility for many events. White Fang, Minato, Ritsu. Hiruzen's gaze grew distant, and in his final moments, countless faces he had once wronged flashed before him. Ritsu, do not blame me. I had to be responsible for the village. Konoha could not withstand another war at that time. I could not let the village plunge into chaos for your sake. Minato, Hiruzen reached out, but grasped nothing, his hand slowly descending. Ultimately, he spoke as if to himself, yet responding to Orochimaru's inquiry. Where Konoha flourishes, the fire shall endure. The third Hokage gently closed his eyes. He was weary. After serving as Hokage for so long, he yearned for rest. The once mighty shinobi who commanded respect across the ninja world fell here today. Orochimaru, hands lowered, gazed at the fallen third Hokage, a fleeting sadness flickering in his eyes before it vanished. TCH, old man, don't think this will sway my resolve. Chapter 93. A discussion with Danzo regarding Hokage. My ambitions are uncontainable. Orochimaru roared at the lifeless form of the third Hokage, wishing fervently for Sarutobi Hiruzen to appear behind him, thrusting a kunai against his throat. Hiruzen would sneer and say, "You fell for it, my wayward disciple." Such a scenario would be far more entertaining. Yet, to his disappointment, his mentor lay quietly on the ground, peacefully closed eyes. Old man. Orochimaru's expression was a mixture of joy and sorrow, his heart feeling an emptiness within. Dismantle the barrier. The battle ends here. Let us depart. With that, Orochimaru vanished along with several sound ninja. In the dense forest, Gaara had nearly transformed into a miniature Shikaku. The Ino Shikicho trio remained behind to cover their retreat, while Shino and Kiba pursued Kankuro and Temari. Only Naruto, Sakura, Lee, and Tenten lingered in the vicinity. Tenten, Lee, and Sakura lay unconscious on the ground. After yet another fierce skirmish, Sasuke had also succumbed. Even with the imbued curse mark and the legacy of the Uchiha clan, he fell short compared to Gaara. Only Naruto, wielding the power of the Nine Tails, still retained the strength to act. Gazing at his fallen comrades, Naruto's resolve hardened. This was the moment to embody his ninja way. I will protect Sasuke, and also Sakura, Lee, and Tenten. Naruto formed hand seals, awakening the vast chakra that had lain dormant within him, a blue-green chakra exploding forth almost visibly. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Instantly, a multitude of Narutos filled the surrounding woods, all charging toward Gaara. Meanwhile, the real Naruto stealthily approached Gaara from behind, preparing to unleash his signature technique. 1,000 Years of Death. A kunai, adorned with an explosive tag, was forcefully driven into Gaara's back, the entire weapon disappearing within. Gaara turned his head, staring blankly at Naruto, his violent intent faltering momentarily. Boom. The tail of Shikaku was obliterated, and Gaara's murderous aura surged once more, even more intense than before. You bastard, I will kill you. The colossal figure rose, towering several meters high. The surrounding Narutos were scattered like leaves in the wind, vanishing into smoke. Shikaku's complete form emerged. It resembled a raccoon adorned with cursed seals. This creature was the monster within him. Naruto, still in shock, found himself ensnared by a whirlwind of sand, the sand-binding coffin. Naruto! Sasuke roared from the sidelines. The 5 young warriors were enveloped by the yellow sand, the immense pressure threatening to crush them into oblivion. Sasuke! Naruto erupted once more, summoning Jutsu, a massive red toad. With a pipe in its mouth and a short sword strapped to its waist, appeared, rivaling Shikaku in size, instantly flattening countless trees. The great toad was Gamabunta, and with his assistance, Naruto successfully reverted Gaara to his original form, after which Gamabunta vanished. Both Naruto and Gaara collapsed to the ground, too exhausted to rise. Being all alone must be painful. You are just like I once was. I understand your feelings deeply, Naruto said, lying on the ground with conviction. But I will not let you harm those I cherish, even if it means killing you. In Gaara's eyes was a look of confusion. Why? Why would you sacrifice so much for others? Naruto struggled to rise, stumbling toward Gaara. Because they saved me from darkness, accepted me. I am willing to sacrifice everything for them. Just then, Temari and Kankuro arrived, positioning themselves protectively in front of Gaara, glaring at Naruto. Enough. I no longer wish to fight. Gaara spoke softly. It was the first time I had seen such a frail Gaara. Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances. Shouldering Gaara and vanishing into the depths of the forest, swiftly distancing themselves from the Hidden Leaf village. I'm sorry, Gaara murmured. It's all right. Kankuro and Temari replied, both somewhat taken aback, experiencing a peculiar sensation within. The Hidden Leaf village had not sustained significant damage. Aside from a few homes belonging to villagers that were affected during the battle, repairs were already underway. The assault by the Sand and Sound Ninja had not stirred considerable turmoil, largely thanks to Danzo and his subordinates, along with a fervent group of Uchiha clan members. To say the least, Fugaku, Shursui, Kakashi, and Danzo had effectively suppressed the opposing elite forces, leaving only a one-sided massacre in their wake. Kakashi stood before the 3rd Hokage. Gazing down at the elderly figure, a tumult of emotion stirring within him. Rest assured, 3rd Hokage, I shall take good care of the village in Konohamaru. The will of fire shall endure. The funeral of the 3rd Hokage was conducted with great solemnity. It served not only to mourn the fallen leader, but also to honor those who had sacrificed their lives for the village. All the villagers donned black attire, lighting perpetual lanterns in memory of the heroes. Kakashi, though engulfed in sorrow, was confronted with an urgent matter that required discussion. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Kakashi looked up to find it was Danzo. Yes, Lord Danzo, he replied. The two made their way to the Hokage's office, observing the empty chair at the desk. Both sighing deeply, overwhelmed by a sense of loss and change. Kakashi, you are the most esteemed junior of Lord Hiruzen. There are certain matters on which I seek your counsel, Danzo stated. Kakashi nodded slightly. Please, go ahead, Lord Danzo. Although Hizashi had just sacrificed himself, the village is in dire need of a new Hokage. I briefly discussed with Minion and the others, and we have come up with a few candidates. Danzo spoke slowly. The first is myself, the second is Jiraiya, the third is Tsunade, and the fourth is Fugaku Uchiha. Danzo gazed intently at Kakashi. Whom do you believe is the most suitable? Kakashi gently touched his forehead protector. Lord Jiraiya would undoubtedly decline this task. As for Lord Fugaku's words, although the Uchiha clan has recently demonstrated commendable behavior and their relations with the village have improved, there remains no assurance that there are not still some radical thinkers among them. In this tumultuous period, it would be wise to postpone considerations regarding Lord Fugaku. Danzo nodded in agreement. I share your sentiments, he continued. Chapter 94. Lord Danzo, please assume the role of Hokage. Kakashi continued. As for you and Lady Tsunade, I believe she is the more suitable choice. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Danzo couldn't help but smile wryly. Although reluctant to concede, he secretly harbored the same belief. The village currently has numerous injured individuals who are unable to receive timely medical treatment, revealing significant issues. Konohagakure requires Tsunade's assistance to implement sweeping reforms in the existing healthcare system. However, given Tsunade's temperament, it seems that only by placing her in the position of Hokage would she be inclined to return and undertake these responsibilities. Kakashi nodded in agreement with Danzo's words. The esteemed princess of Konoha would naturally be reluctant to return to labor when called upon. Furthermore, with the flames of war just beginning to subside, Tsunade, as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, would be perceived as a pro-peace faction in the eyes of other villages. Her election as Hokage would undoubtedly benefit Konoha's diplomatic relations moving forward. Additionally, in light of Hiruzen's demise at the hands of Orochimaru, there is a pressing need for a figure of equal stature to assume the role of Hokage. Tsunade, being one of the legendary Sannin, stands as the ideal candidate. Ultimately, should Tsunade ascend to the position of Hokage, it might also serve to strengthen ties with Jiraiya. Danzo expounded at length, articulating his thoughts with fervor. Kakashi clicked his tongue, coming to the realization that Danzo's words were not directed at him. Rather, Danzo seemed to be attempting to convince himself, speaking to his own soul. Kakashi found himself merely a passive observer, a tool for listening. After Danzo finished speaking, he appeared utterly despondent, mourning the loss of an old friend and once again missing the opportunity to attain the position of Hokage. Given his age, he feared he might never have another chance to fulfill his youthful dream of protecting the village as Hokage. Observing Danzo's furrowed brows and sighs of despair, Kakashi resolved to become a master of dreams. Lord Danzo, I must respectfully express a differing perspective on this matter. Oh? Danzo's eyes brightened, gazing at Kakashi with a glimmer of hope. Kakashi spoke slowly. Indeed, Lady Tsunade is well suited for the position of Hokage. Yet all of this hinges upon her willingness to devote her days to sitting in the office, managing documents, and dedicating herself entirely to the village. What do you mean by that, Kakashi? Danzo felt somewhat out of sync with Kakashi's line of thought. Kakashi continued, consider the nature of Lady Tsunade. Could she truly endure sitting in the Hokage's office day after day? Even if she could, it would surely be with great reluctance. Kakashi was acutely aware of this. He recalled how, prior to her departure, Lady Tsunade had left him an overwhelming stack of unresolved documents. Kakashi gazed upon the substantial stack of documents before him, and in that moment, he began to question the very essence of his existence. Yet, when he sought out Lady Tsunade, she had already vanished. Danzo appeared somewhat bewildered. However, there is a point on which I must express my dissent. Why must Konoha elevate a faction of peace at this juncture? Our village has emerged victorious, and we ought to adopt a more assertive stance. At present, the Uchiha clan has embraced their roots, shining brilliantly in this conflict, earning the villagers' recognition and integrating seamlessly into the community. This is indeed the zenith of Konoha's strength. The likes of myself, Shursui, Guy, Asuma, Kurenai, and Tenzo, among other formidable youths, have matured significantly, and we have a promising new generation of ninjas whose remarkable prowess you have witnessed. For the forthcoming decades, Konoha stands unafraid of any adversary. Thus, I firmly believe that in this moment of triumph, our village should reveal its fangs, compelling the unscrupulous to reconsider their misguided aspirations. Kakashi's words resonated profoundly, striking a chord deep within Danzo's heart. Although Danzo was moved, he still hesitated to voice his thoughts. However, on Tsunade's side, Kakashi remarked, "It is quite simple. You merely need to invite Lady Tsunade back in the name of the Hokage. Allow her to experience a few days of life as Hokage, particularly the demanding nature of handling post-war affairs." As he spoke, Kakashi felt a twinge of apprehension. "Lady Tsunade, you mustn't hold it against me. I am aware of your aversion to trouble. I am merely assisting you." After offering himself a moment of solace, Kakashi continued, "Once Lady Tsunade's initial enthusiasm wanes, and she begins to feel weary, you might consider suggesting to her a more suitable role." Danzo, intrigued by Kakashi's words, promptly inquired, "What suggestion?" "Simply propose that Lady Tsunade focus solely on the village's medical affairs, holding the title of Hokage advisor while you assume the role of Hokage. Who knows? She may even express her gratitude towards you in due time." As for Jiraiya, it truly mattered little to him whether Tsunade held the title of Hokage. As long as she remained in the village, he would not stray far. Tsunade's temperament was not vastly different from Jiraiya's. She too was a free spirit, showing little attachment to power. Furthermore, her administrative skills were somewhat lacking, having been raised in a sheltered environment. To speak candidly, after his reformation, Danzo exhibited remarkable competence and ambition, making him arguably more suited for the position of Hokage than Tsunade. Given Danzo's nature, should he become Hokage, his dedication and tireless efforts would undoubtedly reflect his true character. He might even reside permanently in the Hokage office. The notion of a mere 96 would pale in comparison to a robust 70-year-old who could deliver a performance akin to a 007. "Let us proceed as you suggested," Danzo exclaimed, thumping his thigh. "I shall promptly assign Jiraiya to invite Tsunade back under the pretext of assuming the role of the 5th Hokage." The two foxes, one old and one young, exchanged knowing smiles. "Kakashi, thank you," Danzo said, his expression sincere and grave. "In the past, I treated you poorly. Yet you are willing to set aside your grievances to assist me. This truly humbles me." Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What I've done is hardly worth mentioning. After all, everything is for the sake of the village." Danzo nodded with deep understanding. Indeed, all is for the village. Konoha had scarcely felt the impact of war and soon regained its vibrant appearance. Two figures clad in dark robes adorned with red clouds stood on a high ground outside the village, coldly observing the settlement below. Konoha truly lived up to its reputation as the foremost village. Even under the invasion of two ninja villages, it managed to maintain its former prosperity. The speaker bore a terrifying visage, with cheeks resembling those of a shark, revealing sharp teeth as he spoke. He shouldered a large sword wrapped in bandages and wore a ring inscribed with the character for south on his left ring finger. This man was none other than Kisame Hashigaki. Kisame turned to the figure beside him. "Itachi, Konoha is your homeland. Do you not feel a sense of nostalgia upon returning?" "Oh, not at all," replied the figure beside Kisame, extending a hand adorned with a ring featuring the character for red, his dark purple nails strikingly conspicuous. He pushed back his hat, revealing his crimson Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi's long hair flowed in the wind, and as he gazed at the familiar village, a myriad of emotions stirred within him. Obito, Kakashi, Shisui. The two effortlessly breached the village's defenses and entered Konoha. As Itachi and Kisame walked along the village's path, their steps eventually came to a halt before three individuals. With a calm expression, Itachi addressed them. "It has been a long time, everyone." The three figures were Kakashi, Shisui, and Guy. Itachi gently unfastened the upper clasp of his robe, extending his left hand from within the sleeve to rest atop the garment. Kakashi, Shizune, and Guy gazed with complex expressions at the familiar figure before them. Guy, filled with disappointment, remarked, "Sasuke, we once shared sweet dango together. How could you have chosen the path of a rogue ninja?" Kakashi and Shisui raised their heads to gaze at the sky, the implication unmistakable. Neither of us recognized this individual, despite possessing eyes strikingly similar to those of Itachi, and hailing from the same village. Kisame appeared equally bewildered. He had assumed that everyone was acquainted with Itachi, only to discover that familiarity was lacking. Thus, "Allow me to introduce myself." Kisame brandished the large sword in his hand, the sharp teeth glimmering ominously. "I am Kisame Hashigaki, and I look forward to your guidance in the future." "Hey, Kisame Hashigaki, a rogue ninja from the former village hidden in the mist. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, a notorious figure known for his wicked deeds, classified as an S-rank rogue ninja for the assassination of a feudal lord." Kakashi took a moment to introduce himself to Guy, hoping that during their next encounter, Guy would refrain from mispronouncing his name. "I appreciate the compliment. You must be the legendary Silver Lightning," Kakashi commented Kisame with a grin that resembled a predator ready to devour a child. "It is said that Zabuza's protege once crossed swords with you and was defeated." Kakashi tilted his head slightly, speaking with a hint of languor. "Ah, it was merely a stroke of luck that I prevailed in that exchange." Kisame, filled with excitement, felt his grip on Samehada beginning to stir with anticipation. The entire Akatsuki organization was comprised of individuals harboring ulterior motives, each with their own agendas. Only Kisame truly reveled in the chaos of the world. "It seems, Itachi, that I cannot depart so easily without engaging them in a few rounds," Kisame remarked. Itachi nodded in agreement. "Be cautious during the confrontation. Let not our movements attract too much attention." Kakashi addressed Guy, saying, "Guy, you shall confront the formidable Kisame, while Shisui and I will contend with the illustrious Itachi." Guy responded with an enthusiastic thumbs up, his trademark bright smile gleaming. "Rest assured, Kakashi, I shall handle this, fiend." In a swift maneuver, Kisame appeared before them, his massive blade descending with ferocity. Guy retaliated with a powerful kick. However, something felt amiss. Kisame, bewildered, wondered why his Samehada was not absorbing any chakra. Caught off guard, Kisame found himself on the defensive as Guy unleashed a series of formidable strikes, employing the Leaf Village's dynamic wind technique. In that moment, Itachi observed Shisui and Kakashi before him, his Sharingan shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Kakashi and Shisui were immediately drawn into the world of Tsukuyami. This was, of course, due to their lack of resistance. Itachi. Upon entering the realm of Tsukuyami, Kakashi and Shisui embraced their long-lost younger brother, creating a rather intimate moment. Itachi relished this somewhat suffocating embrace, subtly disassembling his form to materialize beside them. "How have you been lately?" Shisui inquired. Itachi briefly recounted his recent circumstances, then, with a serious demeanor, stated, "I have come with Kisame this time to address the 9 tails within Naruto. Is the village adequately prepared for this? Kakashi nodded reassuringly. Rest assured. I have entrusted Lord Jiraiya with the care of Naruto. It is a relief, Itachi sighed. Then, feeling somewhat embarrassed, inquired, how has Sasuke been lately? Sasuke is currently my student, so naturally, he is doing well. Kakashi chuckled softly. He had now awakened his double Mangekyō Sharingan. And with the mastery of my Chidori and Shursue's physical techniques, he possessed the strength to contend even against elite shinobi. Itachi sincerely expressed, thank you for looking after Sasuke. Kakashi-san, what about me? Shursui inquired from the side. Itachi cast a sidelong glance at Shursui, replying, thank you as well, Shursui and I. Shursui scratched his head, feeling slightly uneasy. I can't shake the feeling that your gratitude is somewhat perfunctory. Kakashi surveyed the eerie space around him, suffused with dark crimson hues, and couldn't help but shiver as memories of the excruciating ordeal he endured at the hands of his younger companion flooded back to him. Is this truly the realm of Tsukuyomi? Shursui, equally intrigued, glanced about, for this was his inaugural encounter with Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Ah, indeed, within the confines of the Tsukuyomi world. Time, space, and even mass are all at my command, Itachi proclaimed. Kakashi gently brushed his forehead protector and suggested, why not conjure some dango for us to enjoy while we chat here? The third person remarked, indeed, producing a set of cards would also be splendid. However, Itachi remained silent, contemplating that the Tsukuyomi realm was not meant for such purposes. Nevertheless, he acquiesced and conjured a table, 3 small cushions, a deck of cards, and several plates of dango upon the table. Kakashi and Shursui plopped down onto the mat, both casting a simultaneous glance towards Itachi. Their intention was unmistakable. Why stand when one could sit and engage and play? Itachi felt a tinge of exasperation. How could his usually reliable elder brothers behave so frivolously in his presence? Come on, I shall seize the title. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, Jiraiya stood beside Naruto. Training outside the village together? No, I want Kakashi and I to teach me. Naruto replied with a look of discontent. Kakashi has been rather biased lately, spending all his time by Sasuke's side. That guy Sasuke hasn't even reached out to me in ages. Jiraiya, watching Naruto's expression, felt a surge of frustration. I can teach you a really cool ninjutsu, he proclaimed. Oh? Naruto cast a sideways glance at Jiraiya, visibly intrigued. Jiraiya, with a triumphant grin, extended one hand, rapidly forming a pale blue orb. What is that? The Rasengan? Kakashi already taught me that ages ago. Naruto tossed his head back dismissively and continued walking past Jiraiya. Forget it then. After all, I've already trained an exceptional disciple who became the 4th Hokage, and that's enough for me. Jiraiya feigned nonchalance with a sigh as he turned to walk in the opposite direction. Chapter 96. The sweet interaction of White Kakashi. Naruto quickly jogged to catch up with him. Perverted sage, are you saying the 4th Hokage is your disciple? His eyes sparkled with excitement. He aspired to be Hokage himself. If Jiraiya could train the 4th, he too wanted to learn from him. Jiraiya nodded proudly, indeed. Moreover, I sense a slight resemblance between you and the 4th. Naruto nearly floated with joy. I resemble the 4th Hokage? Ha. He leaped around joyfully but stumbled and fell face first into the dirt. Jiraiya sighed deeply. As expected, this could only resembles the 4th in appearance, otherwise. He has a different story. All right, perverted sage, just wait for me. I'll clean up and come over right away. Naruto exclaimed as he scrambled to his feet and dashed off. Hey, you little brat. My name is Jiraiya. You can call me Lord Jiraiya. Please refrain from calling me perverted sage, especially in front of others. Jiraiya whispered to himself, realizing Naruto had likely missed his words due to his speed. However, Jiraiya chuckled softly. Truly, this kid is rather endearing. A moment later, Jiraiya watched as Naruto approached and was left speechless. You. Although Naruto's oversized package was quite eye-catching, what was this green-skinned creature before him? Naruto, noticing Jiraiya's astonishment, gave him a thumbs up and flashed a broad smile. The gleaming whiteness of his teeth seemed to emit a sound. This is the training outfit that Uncle Eyebrow gifted me. It has excellent breathability and insulation, not to mention its perfect design for ease of movement. It's incredibly comfortable to wear while training. If Kakashi hadn't forbidden me from wearing it in the village, I would wear it every day. Jiraiya's eye twitched. I have no intention of being seen with someone dressed like that. If you wear it, I want to take you training. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. Well, what can I do about the perverted sage? How about this? Transformation jutsu. A puff of smoke dissipated, revealing a girl with cascading golden hair, a slender figure, and clad in a green, tight-fitting mini skirt. The design of the skirt was rather revealing, giving an impression of barely covering her. Oh my, this is delightful. Jiraiya felt his nose bleed at the sight. Please stick close to me on this journey. I will take good care of you. Got it, perverted sage, Naruto replied with a resigned smile, accepting it as part of his training. Maintaining the transformation required constant chakra consumption and focus, and the journey could indeed be considered a form of training. He wondered if the transformation jutsu would work on that guy Sasuke. Perhaps he could give it a try next time. Within the realm of Tsukuyomi, Shirzue furiously slammed down the card in his hand. I'm done playing. These are all terrible cards. And don't think I'm oblivious. I know you two were using your Sharingan to spy on me while I was drawing. Kakashi felt a twinge of guilt. Humph. Do not tell me that you did not utilize your Sharingan to spy just now. Shirzue coldly scoffed. No more games. Let us step outside. Itachi glanced at Kakashi, who nodded in response. The space of Tsukuyomi was instantly dispelled, and the three returned to reality as the events that transpired in the illusion were merely a fleeting moment. In perfect harmony, the trio began their performance simultaneously. As Kakashi and Shirzue both collapsed, it was evident that Kakashi's performance was slightly more convincing, as he could still naturally simulate the sensation of convulsing, leaving Shirzue feeling somewhat inferior. Upon his emergence, Itachi appeared fatigued, his spirits seemingly drained, swaying as if he might topple at any moment. Itachi-san. Kisame, who had been enduring a relentless beating, swiftly hoisted Itachi and retreated upon noticing his apparent injury. Meanwhile, Guy showed no inclination to pursue, for in his eyes, the Uchiha Kisame was far less significant than his close friend. Kakashi, Itachi, are you all right? Shirzue felt as though his breath had momentarily ceased, momentarily forgetting his own grievous injuries and inadvertently rising to his feet. I seem to be mostly unscathed. But Kakashi appears to be in a more serious condition. We should take him back, Shirzue suggested, oblivious to the underlying tension. The carefree Guy lifted his friend with concern and hurried towards the hospital. Upon arrival at the hospital, Guy anxiously grasped a nearby nurse. The nurse blushed. For although the man before her was not conventionally handsome, his muscular physique was impressive. How is Kakashi? Guy inquired. The patient is physically stable. He may just be suffering from psychological shock. A period of rest should suffice, the nurse replied. She had hoped for some further action from Guy, but was disappointed to find that his gaze was solely fixed on Kakashi. Kakashi, I've brought you a meal. Since you're unable to move, allow me to feed you, Guy said, holding a bowl of rice, his heart aching for his dear friend. Next time we meet, I shall make certain to give that Uchiha Kisame a thorough thrashing. Kakashi cast a glance at his visitors, Kurenai, Asuma, Tenzo, Shikamaru, and Yugao. It was evident that each of them was struggling to suppress their laughter, finding it quite a challenge to contain their amusement. Kakashi felt somewhat disheartened. No need. I can manage on my own. Just let me handle it. No, you cannot. Kai replied with a serious expression. You need not put on a brave front in my presence, Kakashi. I am aware that you have sustained grave injuries. Do not force yourself. I understand that if I were lying in bed, you would do the same for me. Kakashi was raging wildly within. No, I shall not. Obey. Open your mouth. Kakashi leaned back with a face full of reluctance, wishing fervently that he could leap up and perform a set of Konoha radio calisthenics for Guy to demonstrate just how healthy he truly was. Yet, he found himself unable to do so. Just as Kakashi was on the brink of surrendering to his despair, a gentle voice broke through the air. Lord Guy, allow me to feed Lord Kakashi. The speaker was a girl with long hair cascading down to her waist. She wore a loose-fitting kimono that, despite its drapery, could not conceal the exquisite curves beneath. Simply standing there, she radiated an aura of dignified yet serene beauty. Tenzo's eyes widened in astonishment. What a stunningly beautiful girl. Kakashi, upon seeing the figure, couldn't help but smile wryly. Bye. What brings you here? I let out a soft hum. I heard you were injured, so I hurried over. Chapter 97. An unexpected visitor settled beside Kakashi, taking the bowl from Kai's hands. After scooping a spoonful of rice, she gently blew on it and naturally brought the spoon to Kakashi's lips. Open your mouth, Bai commanded assertively. Oh. Kakashi obediently opened his mouth, allowing Bai to feed him. He could perceive that Bai was genuinely a little upset. One after another, they all seemed to revel in their own bravado. Bai, visibly irritated, had her small face flushed, clearly projecting some of her discontent towards Zabuza onto Kakashi. However, this also indicated that Kakashi and Zabuza held equal standing in Bai's heart. Well, in truth, I am not in any significant trouble, Bai. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words, yet Bai continued to feed him with spoonfuls of rice, refusing to allow his mouth a moment's respite. Meanwhile, in the land of waves, Zabuza traversed a dense growth. A sudden, unnatural gust of wind swept through, sending a flurry of leaves cascading down upon him. Brushing the green foliage from his head, he pressed onward towards his assassination target, the Konoha Hospital. Asuma and Kurenai engaged in a silent exchange of glances that spoke volumes of their mutual understanding. Asuma remarked, "This young girl seems to have some connection with Kakashi." Kurenai replied, "I believe so too. But what about the relationship between Kakashi and Guy?" Asuma confessed, "I'm at a loss as well. Could it be that Kakashi is attracted to both men and women?" Kurenai observed, "Yet, it appears that Guy shows no signs of jealousy at all." They glanced at Guy, who seemed somewhat pleased, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for their longtime friend. Asuma sighed, to be involved with someone as fickle as Kakashi must be a burden for Guy." Kurenai countered, "What about the young lady? Isn't she burdened as well?" Asuma replied, "Well, indeed, she is." Kakashi? Kakashi discerned the unspoken sentiments conveyed through the fleeting glances of Asuma and Kurenai, subtly integrating himself into their silent exchange. "Are you feeling all right, esteemed seniors? Is there something amiss with your eyes, as you seem to be blinking quite frequently?" Tens inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Once everyone had departed, a figure gracefully leaped through the window. "Ah, Kakashi, it seems you share a rather close bond with that young lady named Haku," he remarked, a hint of envy lacing his words. Kakashi is currently involved in a passionate relationship with Shiro, while Itachi previously seemed to have a connection with a young girl from his clan. Meanwhile, I have remained unanchored. Kakashi rolled his eyes. "Please. You are well aware of our situation, so refrain from speaking nonsensically." Jishui chuckled lightly. "Just because there are no circumstances at present does not imply there will be none in the future. Living together for an extended period might very well lead to the blossoming of feelings." Kakashi exclaimed, "I will not listen. I will not listen." Jishui's expression turned serious. "All right, let us cease this commotion. It is highly probable that Itachi has departed from the village, likely heading towards Naruto and the others alongside Kisame." Kakashi, too, set aside his playful demeanor. There is no need for concern. With Itachi's resolve, he is more than capable of dealing with that rogue, Kisame. Ultimately, they are bound to return empty-handed, thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. Shursui let out a sigh of relief, pondering the uncertainty of when Team 7 might return to the village. However, he abruptly halted his thoughts. Even if the Akatsuki's issues are resolved, the irreconcilable tensions between his younger brother Itachi and the Uchiha clan still loom large. Choosing to abandon that line of thought, he turned to another matter. With Itachi's return, wouldn't it be appropriate for him to meet Sasuke? In response to Shursue's inquiring gaze, Kakashi slowly shook his head. "I believe it would be prudent to refrain from arranging their meeting." Kakashi sighed. Although it may seem somewhat cruel, he feared that allowing Sasuke to meet Itachi now would diminish his resolve, depriving him of the necessary motivation to continue his growth. It was not yet the time for him to learn the entire truth. Ensure that all information is kept under wraps. Sasuke must remain unaware of Itachi's return. Shursui nodded, indicating his understanding. Furthermore, once this matter is resolved, allow Sasuke to accompany you for some training in the Umbu. Only through the trials of life and death can this child's true potential be awakened. Kakashi remarked, "However, it is imperative to keep a vigilant watch over him. That scoundrel Orochimaru has long coveted Sasuke's youthful form." Shizen patted Kakashi on the shoulder. "Rest assured, it is not only Sasuke. I have arranged for protection for any talented youth from our clan." Kakashi brushed his forehead protector thoughtfully. "As for others, I shall not concern myself, but Sasuke, you must keep a vigilant watch personally. I may have to leave the village for a while, so I entrust matters here to you." Shursui was taken aback. "Where are you planning to go?" Kakashi smiled faintly. "This is a secret. When I return, my strength should have increased once more." "You rascal." Jishui chuckled as he departed. He understood that Kakashi's silence was not due to a lack of trust, but rather a recognition that the more individuals privy to the secret, the greater the risk involved. After Jishui's departure, Kakashi retrieved a book from his pocket, intending to indulge in a moment of leisure. However, at that very moment, an unexpected visitor arrived. Chapter 98. The Secret Plan of the Leaf Captain, Lord Danzo. Kakashi was indeed somewhat taken aback. The current Leaf Village was preoccupied with negotiating a ceasefire agreement with the Sand Village, and it would be expected that Danzo was quite busy. Yet, he had taken the time to pay him a visit. "Jishui, forever in our hearts." Danzo smiled faintly. "I heard that you were injured." Once I finish my tasks, I thought I would come and pay you a visit. Thank you, Lord Danzo. Kakashi, maintaining his composure, quietly tucked away the partially drawn book. After exchanging a few words, Danzo finally inquired in a hushed tone, "What is the situation with Itachi?" Kakashi couldn't help but privately admire the acting skills of Izuna. Truly, he was a seasoned operative. Thus, Kakashi relayed Itachi's words to Danzo verbatim. In this case, with Jiraiya present, there was indeed no need to worry about Naruto. Danzo gazed intently at Kakashi. However, there were more pressing matters at hand, and this task must be accomplished before Tsunade returned to the village. Kakashi gently touched his forehead protector. "Oh, what is it, Lord Danzo?" He could not help but feel that his curiosity had been thoroughly piqued by Danzo's enigmatic demeanor. Danzo spoke in a mysterious tone. "This pertains to a secret plan devised by Hayashi and myself during his lifetime. After careful consideration, we have ultimately chosen you as the candidate. Your temperament and intellect align perfectly with the requirements of this plan." "A secret plan?" Kakashi inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Indeed. Hayashi and I once dedicated the full strength of the village to uncovering the secrets of wood release, studying the cells of the first Hokage. However, a significant number of volunteers perished during the experiments, forcing Hayashi to halt our endeavors." Danzo spoke slowly, as if his memories were drifting back to a distant past. "Afterward, I was not willing to accept defeat, so I secretly forged an alliance with Orochimaru to continue our research on the cells of the first Hokage." Kakashi exhibited a moment of astonishment. "Could it be that Tensei is?" Danzo nodded slightly. "Tensei is the product of our experiments, and not only that." As Danzo spoke, he gently peeled back a corner of the bandages adorning his body, revealing skin so pale it seemed inhuman. "I have also transplanted the cells of the first Hokage." Kakashi was even more taken aback. Danzo wrapped the bandages back up while continuing. "However, my compatibility with the first cells is not complete, and I occasionally experience rejection reactions." A glimmer of fervor flashed in Danzo's eyes. "Nevertheless, the enhancements brought to my body by the first cells are beyond imagination. In my secret base, remnants of the samples of Hashirama-S cells, modified by Orochimaru, still remain. I have commanded Hizen to direct the research team to dedicate themselves fully to studying and improving these samples, ultimately resulting in a singularly perfected potion." Kakashi's throat tightened, and at that moment, he was genuinely taken aback. The words now spoken by Danzo had utterly exceeded the bounds of his memory. This was an occurrence that had never transpired before. Kakashi speculated that this transformation was likely a consequence of Danzo being manipulated by Kotoame Tsukumi. After all, given Danzo's original temperament, he would have hoarded such a valuable asset for his own clandestine research. Without the support of the third Hokage, he could only conduct his experiments in secret, and it is likely he would have never succeeded before his demise. However, would there not be a risk of rejection? Kakashi inquired, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Although he yearned to wield the power of the Uchiha cells, he certainly did not wish to depart from this beautiful world due to cellular rejection. "Rest assured," the speaker replied, "Rijan and I have conducted preliminary experiments using your cellular samples, and the compatibility between your cells and the Hashirama cells has reached 70%. Kakashi did not inquire about how Danzo and Hiruzen acquired his cells. After all, if they were determined, they could easily obtain them without his notice. He continued to attentively listen to Danzo's words. This data was already exceedingly favorable. To mitigate the intensity of rejection reactions, the content of interstitial cells within the serum had been significantly reduced, rendering it considerably safer. Furthermore, the inclusion of certain suppressive agents within the serum would virtually eliminate adverse effects on the body. Following the injection of the serum, one would not experience a dramatic enhancement in strength. Rather, it would gradually improve the body, elevating its potential limits. Kakashi could not deny that he was intrigued. If he were to inject this serum, he would indeed be one step closer to liberating himself from the constraints of chakra measurement units. For some inexplicable reason, a phrase suddenly emerged in his mind, "Konoha Captain." Kakashi inquired cautiously, "Is it because you fear that Lady Tsunade would disapprove? That you wish to complete the plan before her return?" "Indeed," Danzo nodded. "Once you have received the injection, I shall order the eradication of all evidence." Kakashi inquired, "When shall we commence, Lord Danzo?" "How about right now?" Danzo replied, producing a syringe filled with a serum from his cloak. "So soon?" Kakashi thought to himself. "I am utterly unprepared for this. After all, with no knowledge of when Tsunade would return to the village, the sooner the better. Moreover, considering that you are currently in the hospital, It would facilitate any necessary resolutions if complications were to arise. Hence, I have brought the medicine. Danzo abruptly plunged the syringe into Kakashi's chest, the needle, measuring a good 5 or 6 centimeters in length, swiftly penetrating his body. Thank you. I expressed my gratitude. Kakashi was taken aback. Had it not been for the fact that Zangzi had cleared his name, he would have been genuinely concerned that Danzo was after his life. The utilization of Hashirama's cells is rather crude. When Madara initially bit Hashirama, he later managed to cultivate them with relative ease. Ultimately, it largely depends on one's lineage and appearance. Kakashi felt a surge of liquid coursing through his body, a sensation both extraordinary and profound. As he savored this experience, Danzo had already risen. I have replaced the doctor assigned to your ward with personnel from the research team. For the next few days, allow them to observe you closely, he stated. Very well, Lord Danzo, Kakashi replied. With a dismissive wave, Danzo departed. Once he was alone, Kakashi hurriedly retrieved his cherished book from his pocket. Upon glancing at the pristine cover, he sighed in relief. Thankfully, my treasured edition of Intimate Paradise remains unscathed. Reassured, Kakashi closed his eyes once more, continuing to explore the transformations within his body. The cellular fluid from Hashirama flowed steadily through every corner of him, gradually diminishing with each passage. There appeared to be some degree of rejection, yet the natural energy within Kakashi began to flow autonomously, and the once restless cells of Hashirama surprisingly became docile. Chapter 99, Transcendence. Dragon Ball World. The liquid of the Hashirama cells had thoroughly integrated into every corner of Kakashi's body. However, Kakashi could still sense a faint repulsion from the Hashirama cells, indicating that they had not completely fused with his being. Just at that moment, Kakashi's left eye suddenly flickered with a violet gleam. Oh no, not again! Kakashi, speaking in a tone of bewilderment that mirrored his own confusions, sensed the peculiar changes occurring within his body. The interstitial fluid, previously repelled by him, was drawn towards his optic nerves by an enigmatic force, rushing forth with great velocity. The purple luminescence resembled an abyss, consuming every drop of fluid without leaving a trace. After a brief moment, as if sated, the purple light expelled the remaining interstitial fluid once more. This time, the fluid surged back through his entire being, and in a remarkable transformation, all the cells harmoniously merged with his own. Kakashi felt as though some constraint within him had been released, rendering his entire body significantly lighter. The chakra, which had lain dormant for so long, now exhibited faint signs of resurgence, causing him to be overwhelmed with emotion. Suddenly, Kakashi sensed an intense burning sensation in his left eye. The ocular power, which had previously been unable to be fully absorbed and had merely accumulated within his eye, surged forth once more. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, staggering towards a nearby mirror. The black shuriken emerged amidst the crimson hue, yet as it spun, it absorbed the abundant chakra, gradually transforming into a shade of violet. The kaleidoscopic pattern of the Sharingan now gleamed in purple. Kakashi gazed into the mirror, where a mesmerizing violet pattern danced before him. His profound eyes resembled black holes, drawing one into their depths. He felt as though the world was spinning around him, and he was inexplicably drawn into another realm by the whirling violet shuriken. Kakashi opened his eyes once more, only to find himself situated upon a picturesque island. The azure waves caressed the sandy shore gently, while the clouds above resembled strokes of watercolor, rendering the scene akin to a breathtaking painting. Not far off, 3 peculiar figures were scrutinizing him. Each of them possessed a distinctive charm. 2 of the smaller beings bore a stick on their backs, complemented by a small tail, reminiscent of the 3rd Hokage's summoning beast. Furthermore, one of these little creatures sported an exceptionally unique hairstyle, surpassing even the unconventional styles of the Uchiha clan. The other small figure appeared rather unfortunate, as he had lost all his hair at such a tender age. He seemed to embody the essence of a young monk. The taller figure among them was an elderly gentleman, equally devoid of hair, adorned with a white beard, donning sunglasses, and carrying what appeared to be a turtle shell. The small creature with the tail scampered over to Kakashi, curiously prodding him. The bald boy also approached. "Hey, are you here to train with Master Wutian as well?" he asked, crossing his arms with an air of pride. "Master Wutian rarely accepts students. I suggest you return home while you still can." The elder, bearing the turtle shell, nodded in agreement. "The little one speaks truthfully. Although I am unsure of your origins, it would be wise for you to depart." At this moment, Kakashi had yet to comprehend the situation. He was uncertain of his whereabouts. Moreover, he could still feel sensations, an experience he had not encountered during his previous 2 visits. And, Was this a form of apprenticeship? Kakashi gazed upon the unassuming, eccentric old man before him, feeling that he hardly resembled a formidable figure. However, drawing from his previous experiences, Kakashi resolved to give it a try, hoping to glean some benefits from this peculiar encounter. A modest token, not meant as a formality. I kindly ask you to accept it. Kakashi retrieved a small goldfish from his bosom and presented it to Wutian. Occasionally, when undertaking missions abroad, one may encounter obstacles due to currency discrepancies. Thus, it has become customary for ninjas to carry hard currency. Wutian chuckled warmly, saying, I am not one to be swayed by such trivialities. I kindly ask you to take it back. Well, that does pose quite a dilemma. Kakashi glanced around and suddenly spotted an adult magazine on a nearby sun lounger. Could it be? Did the elderly gentleman before him possess such peculiar interests? After all, it was unlikely that such a magazine would be intended for the two children nearby.